As the screen of her phone illuminated, Lin Weiwei felt her heart skip a beat. 3 minutes later, the people around her suddenly transformed into mere shadows of themselves. This text message pierced through the tranquility of the night like a sharp blade. Outside the window, the neon lights of K-City continued to flicker, and the bustling streets were filled with throngs of people. Everything appeared so utterly normal. Another tedious prank, Lin Weiwei scoffed, her fingers swiftly tapping the keyboard. Jia Yao Yao, who among you is so bored? Today is not April Fool's Day. After sending the message, she habitually refreshed her social media feed, only to find that the signal had suddenly deteriorated. Furrowing her brow, she incessantly pressed the refresh button. How strange. When did the company's network become so poor? The overhead fluorescent lights began to flicker, emitting a harsh, buzzing sound. What's going on? Sister Zhang from the adjacent cubicle looked up at the ceiling. Has K-City really not experienced a power outage in years? Lin Weiwei instinctively glanced out the window. The early winter night had cloaked the entire city, and the bare branches swayed in the cold wind. For some reason, she felt an unusual chill in the air tonight. Weiwei, what's wrong? Staring blankly ahead, why are you frozen in place? Sister Zhang's voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. Can you help me check why this file won't open? Lin Weiwei turned her head and nearly screamed. Sister Zhang's complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes stained with a network of blood vessels, and the edges of her nails bore an eerie purplish hue. More terrifyingly, a putrid odor emanated from her. Sister Zhang, didn't you say you were bitten by a dog yesterday? Lin Weiwei suppressed her nausea, hastily gathering her belongings. Sister Zhang impatiently replied, yes, but after getting the rabies vaccine, I'm fine. What are you up to? Lin Weiwei flung her bag over her shoulder. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please help me request a leave from the director. Young people these days are so delicate. I still come to work, you should be careful, or the director might fire you. Lin Weiwei could hardly respond. She practically dashed out of the office. The time on her phone indicated that 2 minutes and 40 seconds had elapsed since she received the message. The elevator lobby was packed with colleagues preparing to leave, and Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth, opting for the stairs. She had no desire to be trapped in an elevator, becoming a living sardine. Upon reaching the first floor, a piercing scream echoed from above, followed by the sound of shattering glass and a cacophony of startled gasps. Passers-by stopped to look up. Oh my, another suicide? Young people today face too much pressure. Call the police. Lin Weiwei did not linger. She rushed toward the community's shared bicycles. The phone signal was sporadic, and she wished to send a message to her friends to alert them, but the messages were stuck on the sending button. The wind intensified. Dark clouds loomed over the city. A strange scent permeated the air, reminiscent of decaying fruit mingled with rust. The pedestrians on the street seemed to sense something amiss. Some began to cover their noses and quicken their pace, while others gagged as they rushed into a nearby convenience store. 20 minutes later, Lin Weiwei rushed into the community supermarket, breathless. She pushed a shopping cart, sweeping through the shelves with the fervor of a battlefield raid. Instant noodles, canned goods, chocolate, bottled water. Dear girl, what's the matter? Aunt Lin, the attendant, inquired with concern. Why are you off work so early today? Lin Weiwei glanced up at Aunt Lin, noticing her pale complexion and the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. I was dismissed. Lin Weiwei fabricated a reason, her hands incessantly moving. I wanted to stock up on some supplies. I might not have time to shop while job hunting. Aunt Lin sighed, leaning against the shelf to wipe her sweat. Oh dear, the pressure of modern life for the youth is simply unbearable. But you can't rely solely on junk food. It's not good for your stomach. Lin Weiwei felt a pang in her heart. It had been a long time since anyone expressed such concern for her, especially since her adoptive parents passed away. She opened her mouth, wanting to urge Aunt Lin to escape, but hesitated, fearing it might incite panic. Auntie, are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital? Aunt Lin waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine, really. It's probably just menopause. You should head home. The weather forecast predicts a torrential downpour tonight. Lin Weiwei bit her lip and hurriedly checked out. As she exited the supermarket, she glanced back and saw Aunt Lin supporting her forehead while seated at the cash register. Upon reaching her home on the 8th floor, Lin Weiwei collapsed onto the sofa. The moment she closed her eyes, a massive, densely packed Rubik's Cube appeared in her mind. The cube spun rapidly, causing her to feel dizzy, her stomach churning violently. What on earth is this? Lin Weiwei clutched her mouth, retching. Outside, a storm was imminent. Faint sirens echoed from afar, accompanied by screams from a crowd and the honking of cars. Struggling to her feet, she locked all the doors and windows, then pushed furniture against the entrance to barricade it. Just as she finished, her phone suddenly lit up. Congratulations on surviving the first round. Please complete the task. Find a self-defense weapon within 3 days and acquire the corresponding skills in the cube space. Note: skill level depends on the quality of the weapon. Lin Weiwei stared at the phone screen, her mind blank. What is this cube space? What is the skill level? Is this some sort of game? She was about to respond when her phone vibrated again. Friendly reminder. 1. Ordinary weapons grant level skills 2. Rare weapons grant level skills 3. Epic weapons grant level skills 4. Legendary weapons grant a level skills 5. Mythical weapons grants level skills. Please make your choice within 3 days or face annihilation. Lin Weiwei's fingers trembled, nearly dropping the phone. She surveyed her surroundings aside from the kitchen knife. There seemed to be nothing that could be deemed a weapon. But with the chaos outside, she dared not venture out. Lin Weiwei fixated on the cube in her hand, her heart pounding like a drum. The living room was eerily silent, save for the ticking of the clock on the wall. She was no stranger to the internet, having long been well acquainted with terms like apocalypse and space. Yet, when these words transcended the realm of the virtual and materialized into her reality, she could not help but shiver with disbelief. This cannot be happening, she murmured to herself, her voice laced with incredulity. Tentatively, she placed a packet of instant noodles into the cube, giving it a gentle twist. In an instant, the noodles vanished. Lin Weiwei's eyes widened, and her breath quickened. She continued to experiment, each time witnessing items inexplicably disappear within the cube's confines. This was no mere illusion, she had truly acquired a storage space. Taking a deep breath, she drew the curtains and turned to face the mountain of supplies amassed at her doorway. These were all items she had stockpiled in her daily life, and now, it seemed, this habit might very well save her life. Lin Weiwei began to methodically place her supplies into the storage space. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if she and the cube were destined to be one. With every twist of the cube, she felt an extraordinary resonance, akin to a bond of blood. This sensation, she whispered, is simply marvelous. As the door to the storage room swung open, 3 immense shelving units came into view. Neatly arranged upon the shelves were various supplies, her doomsday pantry. 20 boxes of assorted canned goods, 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of energy bars, 5 bags of rice, and countless packets of instant noodles and bottled water, all a result of the stockpiling habit she had developed during last year's pandemic. Chapter 2. The cube space. To her astonishment, Lin Weiwei found the cube space truly usable. She smiled wryly and shook her head. Recalling how others had dismissed her concerns as mere paranoia, she began the arduous task of transferring supplies into the cube space. With each item she moved, she had to ensure minimal noise to avoid alarming her neighbors. Sweat trickled down her forehead, but she paid it no heed. Water could also be directly stored in the space, a revelation that illuminated her thoughts. She turned on the bathroom faucet and began to fill the space with water. Each side of the space measured approximately 200 cubic units, and the number of faces on this cube was beyond her count. Such a vast capacity, she murmured to herself, should suffice for quite a while. By the time she had organized all her supplies, it was well past midnight. She had intended to venture out for additional provisions. But upon glancing at the impenetrable darkness outside, she abandoned the idea. Nighttime was invariably perilous, especially in these times. The microwave beeped, signaling that her dish of stir-fried eggplant and shredded meat was ready. Lin Weiwei carried her meal to the living room, switched on the television, and tuned into the local news channel. This was a long-standing ritual shared with her grandparents, watching the news nightly to stay informed about the city's happenings. However, now this habit had taken on an extraordinary significance. "Welcome to the latest daily news," the female host announced, and Lin Weiwei's chopsticks froze midair. Her pupils dilated sharply, and her fingers instinctively clenched. According to Citizen reports, a rabies outbreak has occurred at the Speed Network Technology Company on the 3rd floor of Building 3 in the city's South Tech Park. The screen cut to live footage, displaying Sister Zhang frantically biting her colleagues, a sight that made Lin Weiwei's stomach churn. The gentle and affable Sister Zhang was now akin to a feral beast devoid of reason. Her phone vibrated incessantly with messages from colleagues. Wei Wei, you are so lucky. Just left, and this happened. Sister Zhang has gone mad, truly mad. Thank goodness you're safe. The hospital is already on lockdown. Several individuals are reported infected. Please don't come back to work. Lin Weiwei's hand trembled as she gripped her phone. The letters on the screen dancing before her eyes like hammers striking her heart. Had she not left early, had she lingered just a few minutes longer, she could have been the one bitten. The aroma of the stir-fried eggplant lingered at her nostrils, yet she found herself unable to swallow a single bite. Her stomach roiled violently, and her throat felt as if it were constricted. Mechanically, she turned off the television and placed her meal in the refrigerator. Her phone vibrated again, this time with messages from her family. Wei Wei, are you all right? We saw the news, her mother texted. Would you like to come home? Her father also inquired. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weiwei endeavored to steady her trembling fingers. I'm fine. The company has given us an early leave. I'm safe at home. She wished to alleviate her family's worries, but even more so, she refrained from returning home at this juncture. If calamity truly struck, she couldn't allow her family to be ensnared in danger as well. As the night deepened, the clamor of the city gradually subsided. Lin Weiwei sat at the edge of her bed, grasping the enigmatic Rubik's Cube. This fortuitously acquired treasure might very well be her talisman for survival in the impending apocalypse. She opened her mobile notes and began to compile a list of essential items to procure for the morrow: medical supplies, protective gear, and necessities for daily living. Outside, a few barks of dogs echoed, accompanied by the faint sound of an ambulance siren in the distance. Lin Weiwei hesitated for a moment, then added another line to her list: weapons. Suddenly, the ping of a text message sent a jolt through her heart. She gently swiped her finger across the screen, revealing a message from an unknown number, still vividly visible. Ding! The screen illuminated once more. Eagerly, she tapped to open the new message, hoping to uncover the identity of this mysterious individual. Yet, the sender completely disregarded her inquiries, coldly providing only a download link. Who could this person be? Lin Weiwei bit her lip, her brow furrowed. Were it not for the uncanny accuracy of Sister Zhang's predictions, she would never have dared to click on an unfamiliar link. Fortunately, she had prepared well, with 3 backup devices at her disposal and her bank card still rooted in the traditional counter system. Her financial security was not a concern. Taking a deep breath, she clicked on the mysterious link. What emerged was a survival guide for the end of the world. Lin Weiwei held her breath, meticulously reading through the document of fewer than 3,000 words. Climate anomalies, natural disasters, societal unrest, each prophecy sent a chill down her spine. Most alarming of all was the phrase mutant printed in bold crimson. Universal evolution? Lin Weiwei murmured to herself, her fingers instinctively tightening around the armrest of the sofa. This sounded like a plot from a science fiction film, yet in such a dystopian reality, failing to evolve signified certain death. Her gaze drifted around the room, and she suddenly realized she must act immediately. Rushing into her study, she printed multiple copies of the survival guide, carefully stowing them away in a secure place. In the kitchen, the meals had long since grown cold. Lin Weiwei mechanically placed each grain of rice into her mouth, her mind racing with plans for the forthcoming preparations. According to the guide, the first incidents to arise would be attacks, followed by widespread power outages due to electromagnetic storms, and subsequently, water contamination. Time was running short. She set down her bowl and immediately began her tasks. The television in the living room blared with the latest weather alerts, but Lin Weiwei paid it no heed. Her focus unwavering on the work at hand. She activated every appliance available in her home. 3 rice cookers simmered away, 2 pressure cookers stewed meat and prepared dumplings, while the microwave and air fryer operated in succession. On 4 gas stoves, porridge, ginger soup, herbal tea, and various broths simmered without omission. She aimed to prepare as much food and drinking water as possible before the inevitable power and water outages. Sweat trickled down her forehead, but she paid it no mind, continuing her frantic efforts. News streamed through her headphones, yet her hands worked tirelessly. While mutation was inevitable, the later the infection, the safer one would be. Once the shelters developed more effective remedies, survival rates would increase significantly. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door jolted her. Is that you, Weiwei? It's Aunt Lin from next door. I noticed there has been some commotion at your home. Is everything all right? Weiwei wiped her hands and approached the door. Auntie, I'm fine. I'm just preparing some food. Oh, that's a relief, Aunt Lin replied, her voice tinged with concern. Be careful being home alone. The outside world is rather unstable right now. I understand. Thank you, Auntie. After closing the door, Wei Wei leaned against it and let out a deep sigh. She longed to share the truth with Aunt Lin, yet feared it would incite panic. For now, all she could do was gather as many supplies as possible. In the dead of night, piercing screams suddenly echoed through the community. Wei Wei secured her doors and windows, using the intermittent moments of darkness to store half-finished food in her hidden space. Exhausted, she eventually succumbed to deep slumber on the sofa. The following morning, the tranquility was shattered by a phone call from the property management. Ms. Lin, the voice on the other end trembled with urgency. A new strain of rabies virus has emerged in the city, exhibiting extreme contagion. A comprehensive lockdown is now in effect. Please comply. Chapter 3. A scene of despair. The group chat erupted in chaos, only to be swiftly muted. The television intermittently broadcasted a plethora of calamities: typhoons, geomagnetic storms, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. The United Nations issued a dire warning. Humanity may face the greatest extinction crisis in history. Despairing cries filled the community as some cursed loudly from below, while others screamed hysterically from their balconies. Wei Wei stood by the window, witnessing the turmoil below, her heart heavy with sorrow. She wiped her tears and continued her preparations. With the end drawing near, she had to seize every opportunity for survival. 3 days later, the climate fluctuated wildly, oscillating between bone-chilling cold and sweltering heat that felt as if it would evaporate one alive. More individuals fell ill, while reports of suicides flooded in. Hospitals overflowed, and the sound of ambulances blared incessantly, day and night. Sitting on her balcony, Wei Wei gazed at the distant sky. The dark crimson clouds loomed ominously low, as if ready to descend. The streets lay deserted, save for the sporadic passage of military vehicles. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification from the mysterious number. Are you ready? The next phase will be even more challenging. Wei Wei clenched her phone tightly. This world could never return to its former state. Yet, she had no alternative but to forge ahead. As night fell, the city succumbed to darkness. Distant explosions reverberated, the sky illuminated by fiery blasts. She opened her hidden space, inventorying the supplies she had amassed over the past few days: dried food, drinking water, medications, and warm clothing. Everything was accounted for. Drip, drip, blood rain began to fall outside, the air thick with an unsettling metallic odor. Wei Wei hurriedly shut the window and drew the curtains. She understood this was the harbinger of the impending mutations. Her phone buzzed incessantly with alarming messages. People are violently attacking pedestrians in the streets. Some have inexplicably developed superpowers. Others are suffering excruciating pain due to genetic mutations. Wei Wei clenched her fists, forcing herself to regain composure. She had to survive in this world on the brink of upheaval. On the first day of the apocalypse, Lin Wei Wei sensed something was amiss. In the early morning, she was roused from her slumber by the piercing wail of sirens. Outside her window, personnel clad in protective gear moved swiftly, their actions frantic and tense, the sound of their footsteps mingling with the crackling of walkie-talkies, creating a jarring cacophony in the stillness of the street. What was happening? Rubbing her bleary eyes, Lin instinctively reached for her phone to check the news. Social media was in a frenzy, with an array of messages swirling about. Some claimed an outbreak of infectious disease, others spoke of chemical leaks, while others still reported sightings of strange creatures. Yet all these messages converged on one ominous truth: the situation was dire. Peering out from her window, Lin observed the personnel erecting barricades, several ambulances stationed at the roadside, as medical staff hurried to and fro, overwhelmed with tasks. Remain calm. Taking a deep breath, Lin turned to close the curtains. Her phone chimed with notifications. The community group chat had erupted with activity. Does anyone have spare masks? I have some instant noodles. I can trade for bottled water. I heard the supermarkets have been stripped bare. Choosing silence, Lin understood that in such times, it was paramount to maintain composure and solitude. She opened her storage cabinet to inventory her supplies. Food, water, and medicine were sufficiently stocked. The next day, an unexpected change in temperature caught everyone off guard. The morning felt as stifling as a sauna, yet by evening, the temperature plummeted. Wrapped in a blanket, Lin scrolled through the messages in the homeowners group. What is going on with this bizarre weather? Nothing seems to work. Turn on the heating. Hurry. She touched the radiator, finding it warm, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if this warmth was precariously fleeting. Outside, the sky bore an eerie greenish-gray hue, and an indescribable odor permeated the air. On the third day, circumstances took a sharp turn for the worse. The tap water began to turn yellow, and electricity flickered intermittently. Lin hardly slept, cooking every edible item in her home. The aroma wafted through the kitchen as she anxiously shut all the windows, fearful that the scent might attract unwarranted trouble. The protective personnel were now nowhere to be seen below. Instead, chaos erupted. Sounds of smashing, cries for help, and frantic knocking on doors filled the air. "Let me in. Please. Get away. This is my home. Help. Who will save me?" Curled up on her sofa, Lin gripped a fruit knife tightly in her hand. She understood that the most terrifying aspect was not the unknown calamity, but rather the madness that ensued from the collapse of humanity. By the fourth day, some had completely lost control. "I've had enough. I need to go outside." A furious shout echoed from below. "Don't go. It's dangerous out there," someone from above cautioned. "You cowards," the man continued to roar. "Do you intend to wait until you die of thirst or hunger?" Below, a figure in a protective suit moved unnaturally, their gait stiff, head twitching intermittently, emitting a strange clucking sound. "Wait!" Lin's eyes widened in shock. A piercing scream shattered the silence. She swiftly locked the doors and windows, trembling against the wall. Her quaking hand inscribed in her journal. On the day of the frost descent in 2029, the medical team unexpectedly collapsed entirely. In the ensuing days, the entire community descended into chaos. The incessant knocking echoed, at times pleading for help, at others issuing threats. Lin Weiwei gripped a chainsaw, standing guard behind the door, listening intently to the commotion outside. "Why is this door so sturdy?" murmured a voice from beyond. "Never mind, let us try another house." The footsteps gradually faded. Yet a new peril was silently encroaching. Lin Weiwei began to sense something amiss within her body. Her mind dulled, her tongue felt as if frozen, and her limbs gradually lost sensation. A strange feeling surged from within, as if something were slowly eroding her consciousness. "No, it can't be." She slumped to the ground, her gaze losing focus. 10 days later, Lin Weiwei lay in bed, kicking in frustration. She had transformed into a zombie. All she could manage was to emit incoherent sounds, having stored so many delectable foods yet unable to savor their flavors. She wished to weep, only to find that even tears would not flow. What a ridiculous predicament. She silently fumed. "What use is this space? I would rather have an invulnerable body." The world outside grew increasingly tumultuous. Peering through the window, she witnessed a growing number of zombies wandering the streets. Even more terrifying were the mutated zombies, capable of scaling walls, running, and even wielding rudimentary tools. Lin Weiwei realized that despite her transformation, her awareness remained remarkably lucid. She could observe the actions of other zombies and comprehend human conversations. Yet she was powerless to control her own body to respond normally. She attempted to move about her room, but her movements were excruciatingly rigid. She tried to lift a cup to drink water, only to inadvertently tip it over. She aimed to check her phone, but her fingers refused to obey her commands. "This is sheer torture," she lamented internally. On the 20th day, circumstances took a new turn. Chapter 4. Discovery. Lin Weiwei discerned that, although she had become a zombie, she appeared to possess a heightened level of awareness compared to others of her kind. She could restrain herself from attacking humans and even mimic certain normal human actions. Yet this revelation came too late. The community was nearly devoid of living souls. She began documenting her transformations in her journal. Though her handwriting was crooked, the shapes of the letters were discernible. Day 20. Today, I can finally hold a pen steadily. Day 21. I learned to use the microwave, though I cannot eat. It brings me comfort to see the steaming food. Day 22. The other zombies seem to be evolving. I must exercise caution. On the night of the 25th day, distant explosions echoed, a strange red light flickering on the horizon, accompanied by faint sounds of gunfire and shouting. Has the military arrived? She pondered. On the morning of the 26th day, the thundering of artillery erupted. Rescue had finally come. Lin Weiwei reached for her heart, only to find it devoid of any heartbeat. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet they froze in an instant. The chilling sensation reminded her that this body no longer belonged to humanity. Downstairs, a chorus of cheers erupted, the survivors celebrating their rescue. She curled up in the corner of her bed, attempting to envelop herself entirely in darkness. The scent of disinfectant lingered in the room, a remnant from her last cleaning before the apocalypse. Now, that scent felt strikingly ironic. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire echoed throughout the community. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets piercing flesh was unmistakable, accompanied by the haunting cries of the undead. Lin Weiwei could hear the chaotic footsteps above and below her, along with the movements of the extermination team advancing floor by floor. The first floor had been cleared. 12 zombies dispatched. A cold report came through the intercom. The second floor was cleared. 8 zombies eliminated. The third floor was cleared. Each report made Lin Weiwei's body tremble slightly. She hugged her knees tightly, as if this simple act could offer her a modicum of safety. The extermination on the 7th floor of Qingyuan community had concluded. A familiar voice pierced the walls. Lin Weiwei shuddered, instinctively curling up tighter. She wanted to cry, yet she realized that the eyes of the zombies held no tears. Memories of warmth flashed before her, the sound of reading aloud in the classroom, the playful figures of students chasing one another on the playground, the laughter of colleagues in the office. Bang! A gunshot from next door shattered her reverie, followed by the anguished roars of the undead, a sound so jarring it sent chills down her spine. Ugh, this is worse than hell, it's making my ears hurt. A clear male voice remarked with a hint of disdain. Xiaobai, have you sorted things out over there? I'm starving, craving hot pot. This voice momentarily disoriented Lin Weiwei, as if she had heard it before. She strained to recall, but her mind was a haze of confusion. This lock is quite the hassle, isn't it? The man muttered again, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Lin Weiwei froze. She realized she was next. Fear surged like a tidal wave, and she could hear her teeth chattering in terror. Bang! The security door was kicked open with a thunderous crash. The door frame collided with the wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Weiwei buried her face in her knees, too frightened to move. She could hear the sound of heavy boots on the floor, intermingled with the faint clinking of equipment. This place is surprisingly tidy. The footsteps approached, unlike the chaos elsewhere. Lin Weiwei sensed the person drawing nearer to her bedroom. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain. As the door swung open, she heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. The sharp click resonated painfully in the silence of the room. Have you been bitten? Have you mutated? Answer me. The man's voice carried an authoritative tone, yet it was laced with an indefinable emotion. Lin Weiwei remained in her ostrich-like posture, yearning to burrow deeper beneath the covers. Her mind was a blank slate, consumed by primal fear. Hey, I'm waiting for you to speak, the man said impatiently, clicking his tongue. We are the Lightning Special Operations Team. If you don't respond, then... He suddenly halted. In the next moment, Lin Weiwei felt herself being lifted. The grip was not forceful, yet it rendered her immobile. Squad leader? The voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. Lin Weiwei finally raised her head, locking eyes with a familiar face, one that had once caused her considerable distress. Lin Weiwei? Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. How is it still this face? Not a thing has changed. Another voice crackled through the earpiece. Brother Qin, who are you talking about? Is the squad leader haunting your dreams? Chen Mo irritably switched off the earpiece. His gaze lingered on Lin Weiwei's face, as if he were confirming something. Lin Weiwei stared blankly at the figure before her, memories flooding back like a tide. Wasn't this the troublesome student from years past? The one who always caused chaos in class yet consistently scored high on exams? Chen Mo reached out to touch her neck, his fingers cold against her skin. For a fleeting moment, his expression faltered before he regained his composure. You little rascal, how did you end up like this? He sighed. Lin Weiwei glared at him, her indignation palpable. How could he still be so infuriating? Even if she were a zombie now, he could not speak to her in such a manner. Seeing her expression, Chen Mo suddenly chuckled. He scanned the surroundings and found a blanket, gently wrapping Lin Weiwei in it, as if she were a fragile object. Lin Weiwei feared he intended to execute her, closing her eyes to await the final moment. She could feel Chen Mo's breath near her ear, warm and causing her to involuntarily shiver. To her surprise, he lifted her and tucked her into a wardrobe. Stay here. I'll come for you as soon as I'm done. He whispered softly, as if afraid of disturbing someone. Lin Weiwei blinked at him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She wanted to speak, but found herself only able to emit muffled sounds. Chen Mo's ears suddenly flushed red. What are you doing trying to be cute as a zombie? He swiftly closed the wardrobe door, his footsteps gradually fading away. In the darkness, Lin Weiwei sat in a daze, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The wardrobe still held the scent of the laundry detergent she had used in her previous life, a fresh lemon fragrance. Crouched in the corner, she listened as the commotion outside gradually subsided. After an undetermined amount of time, she heard the sound of someone entering the room. All clear. No zombies found on this floor, came Chen Mo's voice. All right, let's retreat, another voice replied. This building is basically secure. The footsteps faded away. Yet Lin Weiwei dared not move. She did not understand why Chen Mo had saved her, nor did she know what to do next. Yet, at the very least, in this apocalyptic world, she seems to still have an acquaintance. The sounds of gunfire and pounding on doors resonate from above, intermingled with the frantic cries of survivors. The air is thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood, punctuated by the occasional shattering of glass. Lin Weiwei curls up in the cramped confines of the wardrobe, her mind sluggishly processing the chaos around her. The small space is permeated by a faint, nauseating odor that clings to her. Is she still alive? Chapter 5. The class monitor. Our class monitor, even transformed into a zombie, remains so uniquely distinct. How is it that her former classmates have not shot her on sight? This perplexes the little zombie. Lin Weiwei gazes down at the thin blanket that envelopes her like a dumpling, attempting to move, only to discover that escape is futile. The blanket is new, still imbued with the fresh scent of sunlight, a fragrance that momentarily sharpens her muddled consciousness. Nevertheless, struggling seems pointless. She resigns herself to feigning death in the wardrobe, her dull gray eyes blinking slowly as they fixate on the crack in the wardrobe door. From this vantage point, she can glimpse a sliver of the sky outside, a dismal hue tinged with an eerie red. Time passes, though she cannot tell how long, before activity stirs outside once more. The sound of hurried footsteps is punctuated by intermittent sobs and whispers. Everyone, please line up to go downstairs. A bus will be arriving shortly to take you to the safe zone. The familiar voice echoes through the corridor. It is a stark contrast to the nonchalant demeanor she recalls, now stern as a drill sergeant. Lin Weiwei remembers the owner of this voice, who once fell asleep in class only to be caught by her, and then cheekily stuck out his tongue in mockery. A trembling voice inquires, Captain Chin, where are we going? Isn't this place already safe? You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, he coldly replies, his tone leaving no room for debate. Lin Weiwei hears the footsteps drawing nearer, and she silently sighs. Her matters likely pertain to being an abandoned item. The thought of her current predicament elicits a bitter smile. As the wardrobe door swings open, blinding light floods in, and her resentful gaze meets Chun Mo's smiling eyes. He still bears that roguish demeanor, though his eyes now carry a hint of weariness. Our class monitor, even as a zombie, remains so remarkably unique. He squats down, a familiar smirk gracing his lips. Lin Weiwei rolls her eyes. Such praise is hardly welcome. Who desires to be a distinctive zombie? Chen Imo swiftly unbinds her restraints with gentle precision, as if handling a fragile object. He wraps her in the blanket once more, treating her as though she were delicate. Can you understand me? If so, not slightly. After a brief pause, he continues, I will take you with me. You've read the Apocalypse Handbook, haven't you? Under normal circumstances, zombies should lack reason in the early stages. Your situation is quite exceptional. As he speaks, he reveals his signature sharp grin, his demeanor still playful, reminiscent of carefree days spent in school. Noticing her dazed expression, Chen Imo furrows his brow. Hey, don't really go and become foolish now. Do you want to come with me? The shelter has an impressive Professor G. Perhaps he can save you. Lin Weiwei shivered slightly, exclaiming in jest, who wishes to perish? She promptly nodded vigorously, feeling her previously stiff neck relax significantly. As her head bobbed, a few dry strands of hair fell across her forehead. So it settled then. Chen Imo grinned, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. With a swift motion, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. Did you ever imagine, little class monitor, that one day you would find yourself under my control? Lin Weiwei buried her face into his shoulder, feigning death. If not for the fact that she had already succumbed to the zombie affliction, she would have surely retched at being carried like a sack. She could detect a faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the odor of gunpowder and sweat emanating from him. Chen Imo, however, was in high spirits, bounding down the stairs in a series of quick steps. Lin Weiwei then noticed his remarkable agility. He leaped down half a flight of stairs in a single stride, without a hint of breathlessness. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Her sluggish mind conjured the word evolution. Wait, did he just mention that the Apocalypse Manual was issued by headquarters? This implied that she was not the sole recipient of that message. Nor was Zhang Jie the only one afflicted. This calamity had been foreshadowed all along. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Chen Imo seemed to sense her unease and gently patted her back. By the time they reached the third floor, Chen Imo, finding the stairs too slow, leaped out of the window. Lin Weiwei gasped in surprise, instinctively shutting her eyes, yet felt his movements as graceful as a cat, landing securely. The community was scattered with the corpses of zombies, blood splattered across the walls, and even the greenery was shrouded in an air of decay. The stench of rot and blood permeated the atmosphere, inducing nausea. Survivors huddled together, faces a blend of shock and joy. Some cradled children, quietly sobbing. while others clutched their family members tightly, and a few stared vacantly at the sky, lost in thought. Residents from other buildings gradually emerged, momentarily setting aside their disputes over resources. After all, in the face of death, such matters seemed trivial. At that moment, a series of reports crackled through the intercom. Lightning Special Operations Team, Lin Bao reporting, building clearance complete. 23 survivors discovered, all safely relocated. Lightning Special Operations Team, Bai Shu reporting, building clearance complete. 19 survivors found, 2 severely injured, emergency treatment underway. Lightning Special Operations Team, Fei Ying reporting, building clearance complete. 27 survivors discovered, including 5 children. Just as Lin Weiwei was engrossed in the reports, a rather irritating voice broke through her concentration. Lightning Special Operations Team, Luo Shin reporting, building clearance complete. 31 survivors found, plus 1 special specimen. With that, he jostled Lin Weiwei on his shoulder. What a ridiculous code name, she thought, unable to suppress a squirm. Wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Amidst the succession of reports, the survivors felt a measure of reassurance. Some wept openly, 2 individuals embracing tightly, while others cried out for their loved ones. Captain Chen. Several medical personnel clad in protective gear rushed over, their expressions reflecting astonishment at the sight of Lin Weiwei perched upon Chen Mo's shoulder. A unique specimen has been sent to Professor Ji, Chen Mo stated succinctly. While the others proceeded as planned, Lin Weiwei leaned against Chen Mo's shoulder, her consciousness gradually fading. She vaguely heard someone approaching, exclaiming words like class monitor, rescue, and supplies. Fragments of past memories surfaced in her mind. It was a sunlit summer day when an unruly boy transferred to their school, quickly becoming the heartthrob within a day and ascending to the throne of the school bully within a month, becoming the teacher's #1 nemesis. He often languidly rested on his desk, unperturbed when she, the class monitor, caught him sleeping, flashing her a roguish smile instead. Eventually, they found themselves unexpectedly seated next to each other. The sunlight back then was warm, illuminating the boy's slightly upturned lips, resembling melted honey. At the moment her awareness returned, Lin Weiwei discovered she was lying in a moving vehicle. The interior was dimly lit, the air saturated with a faint metallic scent of blood and the sterile aroma of disinfectant, mingled with the decay characteristic of a post-apocalyptic world. She blinked, her gaze landing on the mottled ceiling above. The worn-out roof was riddled with scratches, as if it had survived countless battles, each mark narrating the brutality of the new world. Chen Ge, are you truly planning to take the class monitor along? She has turned into a zombie. A familiar voice from the front seat interjected, laced with concern and confusion. Indeed, I've never encountered a zombie that sleeps. I should thoroughly review the survival manual. Another voice chimed in, adding to the peculiarity of the situation. Lin Weiwei recognized the speakers as Lin Hongba and Yang Xiaoxiang, close friends of Chen Mo. Suddenly, someone leaned in closer, their breath audible. Let me see the class monitor. She still looks beautiful even as a zombie. This skin, these features, TSK. Get away. Chen Mo impatiently shoved the person aside. Laughter erupted among the others, filling the vehicle with a boisterous mirth. Is Chen Mo being protective? I remember during the Truth or Dare game, he would always declare the class monitor as his first love. Exactly. I recall in high school when Chen Ge defended the class monitor's honor by giving a beating to the bully from the adjacent class, leaving him battered and bruised. Chapter 6. Was it you, Weiwei? Enough about that incident, Bai Qian interjected. We almost got expelled that time if not for the class monitor pleading on our behalf. It was only then that Lin Weiwei realized she was being cradled in Chen Mo's arms, covered by a blanket still warm from his body. She could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, strong and reassuring. Frustrated by the teasing, Chen Mo carried her to the back row, choosing to squeeze in with the mountain of supplies rather than engage with his rowdy friends. Although the back was cramped, filled with various provisions and weapons, Chen Mo meticulously created a comfortable space for her. The laughter from the front intensified. Chen Ge, how old are you to still be so shy? Your face is flushed. Shut up, Chen Mo growled. Lin Weiwei found the scene amusing. It reminded her of their middle school days. It was remarkable that Lin Hongba, Bai Qian, and Yang Xiaoxiang remained loyal companions to Chen Mo even to this day, a testament to their enduring brotherhood. Are you awake? Chen Mo suddenly whispered, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Don't pay attention to their nonsense. Truth or dare is all just folly. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise, unable to comprehend how he knew she was awake. She had been perfectly still, even her breathing deliberately light. Chen Mo pointed to his eyes. which glimmered with a blue light. Evolutionary ability, I can see in the dark now. With a snap of his fingers, blue currents danced at his fingertips, illuminating the darkness in a breathtaking display. This is one of my skills, though it is still somewhat unstable. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to examine it closely, the vehicle jolted violently, accompanied by a thunderous trumpet of an elephant outside. The tremendous impact caused the car to shake violently, and the supplies in the back slid chaotically. Damn it, that elephant from the zoo actually escaped its cage? Lin Hongbo cursed while stabilizing the steering wheel. How the hell did it end up in the city? Bai Qian immediately grabbed his tablet, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. Let's check the level of mutation. That sound doesn't seem right. Initial mutation, enhanced limbs. With signs of atavism, Yang Xiaoxiang reported while observing the rearview mirror. The elephant's size was double that of an ordinary one, and its skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. Chen Emo handed over a sniper rifle with fluid motions. Bai Qian took it and opened the sunroof, while Yang Xiaoxiang clung to his leg for support. The night wind howled, carrying a scent of decay. A few crisp gunshots shattered the silence of the night, and the elephant let out a mournful cry before collapsing. However, the aftershock sent shrieks of terror rippling through the survivors on the bus, fear permeating the convoy. Fortunately, it was merely a low-level aberrant beast. It probably wouldn't even find these vehicles sufficient for a snack. Bai Qian sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The number of mutated beasts was increasing alarmingly. A thrilling thunderstorm is expected in 10 minutes. We need to find shelter, Chen Emo remarked, glancing at his watch, which flickered with faint blue light, indicating a weather alert. They soon discovered an abandoned factory, its dilapidated exterior walls entwined with vines, yet the structure remained relatively intact. The other three ventured out to clear the zombies, their footsteps and gunfire echoing through the vast factory. Chen Emo settled Lin Weiwei in the back seat, speaking softly. In this apocalyptic world, the night is particularly sinister. Don't wander off. Aberrant beasts don't care whether you're a zombie. They harbor hostility towards any living creature. Lin Weiwei could only watch helplessly as he departed, the sounds of battle and survivors' cries reverberating outside. She could hear the thud of zombies falling and smell the gunpowder. Yet she felt utterly powerless. 10 minutes later, Chen Emo returned, cradling her in his arms. Noticing her eyes darting around, he chuckled. Those eyes of yours are quite agile. We should consult Professor G. You might be a new species. Lin Weiwei immediately wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, finding this embrace far more comfortable than being carried. She could feel Chun Mo's warmth, a rare solace in this desolate world. The factory had been cleared, remnants of the battle still evident on the crumbling walls. Lin Hongbo was organizing the survivors for rest, distributing food and water. Yang Xiaoxiang approached to report the discovery of untainted canned goods, deliberating whether to notify headquarters for collection. This batch consisted of at least 2 containers, and Yang Xiaoxiang remarked that with a shelf life extending 3 years, it was indeed a rare find. Our collective storage capacity barely exceeds 500 cubic meters. We cannot accommodate much, Bai Qian remarked with a furrowed brow. But letting such resources go to waste is equally regrettable. The personnel at headquarters would only receive a meager amount of points for them. Leaning against the weathered wall, Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes reflected exhaustion. The scarcity of supplies was palpable, and the purchasing power of points continued to dwindle. Lin Weiwei leaned into Chun Mo's embrace, quietly absorbing their discussion. Though her thoughts were sluggish, she could grasp their concerns. How about reaching out to Qianyeye from the team? Bai Qian suggested, pushing up her non-existent glasses. Her spatial abilities are quite formidable, although we would have to share half. It is better than relinquishing everything to headquarters. Chun Emo glanced down at the small zombie nestled in his arms, who tilted her head in curiosity at their conversation. Sunlight illuminated her profile, enhancing her resemblance to a delicate porcelain doll, devoid of any hint of a zombie. That woman, Qianyeye, Yang Xiaoxiang grimaced. I truly wish to avoid her. Yet we appear to have no superior alternatives. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Lin Weiwei gently patted Chun Mo's chest. She yearned to articulate her thoughts but could only emit a sound of frustration, prompting her to close her mouth. Her fingers traced patterns on Chun Mo's shirt, seemingly attempting to convey something. What is it? Chun Mo inquired softly, his tone unconsciously softening as he observed Lin Weiwei's clumsy gestures. Bai Qian chuckled from the side. Captain, you resemble someone trying to soothe a child. Be quiet, Chen Mo replied, his ears slightly reddening as he strode forward, holding Lin Weiwei close. As they traversed the long corridor, the scene before them opened up dramatically. The warehouse was filled to the brim with boxes of canned goods, stacked densely against the ceiling. Merely gazing upon them was awe-inspiring. My goodness, how many cans could there possibly be? Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried toward the nearest pile of cans, wishing fervently that they could take them all. Lin Weiwei shifted in Chun Mo's arms, pointing toward the stack of cans. She vaguely recalled her ability to manipulate them, though the thought was shrouded in ambiguity, as if viewed through a thin veil, indistinct and unclear. Do you wish to go over? Chen Imo understood and carried her toward the pile of cans, though he added, but zombies should not be able to consume these. Lin Weiwei cast him a helpless glance. Why were these men so oblivious? She extended her hand, and her fingertips brushed against the nearest can. In that instant, something within her was awakened. The next moment, an entire row of cans vanished into thin air. Qin Ge, this is bad. The cans have disappeared. Yang Shaoxiang's scream echoed through the warehouse, causing the empty cardboard boxes in the corner to tremble in response. Lin Weiwei recoiled slightly, bemused by his volume, which had not diminished since their school days. Stealing a glance at Chun Mo's expression, she noted his brow furrowed in surprise, clearly startled by the sudden outburst. Bai Qian stood beside the shelves, rubbing his eyes. Wearing a ghostly expression, this defies logic. These shambling corpses possess supernatural abilities? We have only recently entered this apocalyptic world, and logically, the conditions for awakening such powers should not yet be ripe. As he spoke, he instinctively pushed up non-existent glasses, an habitual gesture that made Lin Weiwei stifle a laugh in her heart. The warehouse lights flickered ominously, casting shadows across Bai Qian's face. He hurried to the shelves, his fingers lightly brushing over the empty spaces where items had just been. Lin Weiwei watched their astonished expressions, secretly amused. She rather enjoyed this newfound ability. At least she need not worry about supplies. Yet, at this moment, she was unable to articulate her thoughts, only able to emit unintelligible sounds, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Weiwei, did you do this? Chen Mo inquired, gazing down at the little zombie in his arms. Lin Weiwei nodded and pointed toward another pile of cans. Chen Mo instantly understood and strode over with gentle movements. Chapter 7. The mobile treasure chest. Lin Weiwei extended her hand, and the cans seemed to be grasped by invisible hands, disappearing one by one into the air. Oh my goodness! Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Our class leader is like a moving treasure chest. He gesticulated excitedly, almost colliding with the shelves behind him. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes. That description sounded so much like an in-game item. Nevertheless, she did find it rather novel, as it resembled a storage space from a game. Keep your voice down, Chen Mo admonished, his tone serious. Such matters must not be disclosed to outsiders. In this apocalypse, one must be cautious of all sorts of people. Bai Qian nodded. Crouching down to observe the process of the cans vanishing, I suggest we first test the capacity of this space to see how much it can hold. Additionally, we must confirm whether the items will spoil within this space. Lin Weiwei nestled against Chun Mo's shoulder, watching their discussion unfold, and a warm feeling surged within her. To encounter familiar faces in this dystopian world, especially reliable companions, felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. She remembered Bai Qian sitting quietly in the back row of the classroom, diligently conducting various studies. Little did she know those insights would prove invaluable now. The sky outside the warehouse gradually darkened, heavy clouds gathering, and a dampness permeated the air. Weiwei, are you tired? Would you like to take a break? Chun Mo's voice softened considerably as he looked down at the little zombie in his arms, his gaze filled with concern. Lin Weiwei shook her head. She wished to speak, to convey that she was perfectly fine, but when she opened her mouth, only garbled sounds emerged. This frustration deepened as her mind brimmed with words she could not articulate. Chen Mo seemed to sense her mood, gently patting her back. It's all right, take your time. You are doing wonderfully. A distant rumble of thunder echoed, prompting Bai Qian to glance up at the sky. A storm is approaching. We must act swiftly. This weather is unusual, and we might encounter unforeseen circumstances. Lin Weiwei hastened her packing, her space resembling an endless abyss, continuously devouring the supplies from the warehouse. Canned goods, drinking water, rations, medical supplies, each item vanished into thin air. Over there were some medications. Yang Xiaoxiang retrieved a cardboard box from the depths of the shelves, filled with commonly used drugs that would undoubtedly be of assistance. The rumbling thunder drew ever closer, and lightning darted through the dark clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Chen Mo suddenly covered Lin Weiwei's ears with his hand. Do not be frightened. His palm was warm and dry, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort within her. A warmth surged in Lin Weiwei's heart. This tall boy remained as gentle as he had always been. Though he frequently uttered nonsensical remarks, he was invariably dependable in critical moments. She recalled how, during their high school days, he would always offer his umbrella to classmates whenever it rained, returning home drenched himself. Chenggu, the storm's range is expanding. Yang Xiaoxiang stood by the window, anxiety etched on his face as he observed the outside. The color of the clouds appeared off, tinged with green. Bai Qian swiftly stowed away his tablet, his expression grave. We must seek shelter from the rain. We have gathered sufficient supplies. The green clouds may indicate toxic gas. We must leave this place post-haste. Lin Weiwei nodded, indicating that she had nearly finished her task. Her space was now brimming with various supplies, yet still possessed ample room. Let us go, seek shelter. Chen Imo cradled Lin Weiwei and strode purposefully toward the factory. His steps were steady. With Lin Weiwei in his arms, Chen Imo sprinted ahead, rain soaking his clothes, yet his speed remained unimpeded. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian followed closely, the four of them dancing beneath the Grim Reaper's scythe. Mud splattered around them, mingled with the scent of decay. To the left, quickly, into that factory. Lin Hongbao's voice thundered from behind, his imposing figure guarding the rear, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the dilapidated factory ahead. The iron door was rusted, vines crawling up the walls. Chen Imo kicked the door open and rushed inside with Lin Weiwei. The others followed closely, with Lin Hongbao being the last to enter, securing the door with a chain. Lin Weiwei was gently set down by Chen Imo. Her legs felt weak as she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The factory was dark and damp, filled with the musty sweetness of moldy fruit. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted from the darkness. Silence! Lin Hongbao bellowed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. If you wish to attract those things, keep screaming. The cry ceased abruptly, replaced by subdued sobs. As Lin Weiwei's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, aided by the flashes of lightning outside, she discerned the situation within the factory. The corner was crowded with survivors, some curled up on the ground, while others leaned against the walls. Their clothing was mostly tattered, faces etched with fatigue and fear. In just over 20 days, the once thriving community of 2,000 had dwindled to merely 100 souls. Why didn't you inform us sooner? A middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his voice laced with anger and sorrow. If I had known earlier, my daughter would still be alive. Lin Hongbao interrupted him. What use is there in saying this now? What good does it do? The man let out a cold laugh. Of course, it is useful. You officials have long known what would happen, yet you failed to inform us in advance. The surrounding voices echoed in agreement, and a wave of anger spread through the darkness. Lin Weiwei noticed Lin Hongbao's fist clenching and then relaxing, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. Do you think I do not wish to speak? Lin Hongbao's voice grew somber. The news was sealed from the outset. We could only prepare in the shadows, organizing evacuations while seeking ways to save more lives. But enough is enough. The one who spoke this time was Chen Imo, his voice as frigid as ice. Is it useful to say these things now? If you wish to live, follow the orders. If you wish to perish, continue your clamor. The factory fell silent once more. Raindrops pounded against the tin roof, creating a cacophony akin to countless pebbles striking. Bai Qian retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, initiating an inspection of the factory's condition. This place had originally been a fruit processing plant, with numerous cans still piled on the shelves. Remember, do not touch any exposed fruits, Lin Hongbao sternly warned everyone. We can only consume sealed cans. All food must be inspected before it can be eaten. Yang Xiaoxiang, while assisting in inventory, quietly complained, everything is cold. I could really use something warm right now. Having something to eat is already a blessing, Bai Qian remarked, pushing up his non-existent glasses, habitually recording data in his notebook. At our current stock level, it will suffice for a week. Lin Weiwei watched their busy figures and suddenly had a thought. She moved her arm and was pleasantly surprised to discover she could move it slightly. She quietly opened her space and retrieved a light green thermos, handing it to Yang Xiaoxiang. Everyone looked at her in astonishment. Yang Xiaoxiang was taken aback. This is... Chen Imo took the cup from Lin Weiwei and twisted the lid open. The rich aroma of preserved egg and lean meat congee wafted through the air, particularly enticing in this world filled with decay. My heavens! Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes widened, his nose twitching exaggeratedly. Class monitor, you were too kind. Bai Qian set down his notebook, feigning nonchalance as he leaned closer. Now, that seems a bit biased. Lin Weiwei smiled and retrieved a deep blue thermos from her space, handing it to him. I take back my previous statement. Bai Qian accepted the cup, his eyes sparkling. The class monitor is the most fair. Chapter 8. Preserved egg and lean meat. Kanji Chen Imo stood to the side, watching her eagerly. I have been carrying you all this way. Lin Weiwei chuckled inwardly at his desperate expression. This man, who was formidable in this apocalyptic world, now resembled a child begging for candy. Lin Weiwei pulled out an orange-red thermos from her space and handed it to Chen Imo. The warmth still lingered on the cup from her palm, identical to the ones held by Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian. When Chen Imo took the thermos, the warmth radiating from it filled him with a sense of comfort. Nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and each day they either gnawed on dry rations or swallowed energy bars, barely maintaining their existence. The dry, hard biscuits and bland energy bars had long numbed their taste buds, and their stomachs often ached with pain. Yang Xiaoxiang eagerly poured the porridge onto the lid of his cup, and the steaming, fragrant aroma enveloped him. After carefully blowing on it to cool, he took a sip. The warm porridge slid down his throat, instantly alleviating the discomfort in his stomach. The preserved egg was soft and glutinous, the lean meat tender, and the fragrance of ginger wafted through. Oh my, this is sheer bliss. Holding the cup lid, Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes sparkled. Class monitor, you must be a celestial being descended from the heavens. Your culinary skills are simply exquisite. Bai Qian couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, this porridge is cooked to perfection. The rice is soft yet intact, and the ratio of preserved egg to lean meat is just right. Lin Weiwei seemed intent on solidifying her title as a celestial being as she gracefully retrieved a jar of hot porridge from her space. Her movements were gentle and elegant, akin to a magician performing a trick, as she produced 4 delicate wooden spoons for fragrant tea eggs, for steaming meat buns, and a box of luscious cherry tomatoes, all neatly arranged on the ground. Bai Qian, holding his thermos, took another hearty sip of porridge, his eyes brimming with admiration. Class monitor, how long did it take you to prepare all this? When the headquarters issued the warning, you were likely the only one who took it seriously, weren't you? While peeling the shell off a tea egg, Yang Xiaoxiang mumbled, but that raises a question. What will the class monitor eat? You can't possibly photosynthesize like a plant, can you? Just look at the sky. It's overcast, and the sun is nearly obscured. Lin Weiwei squatted on the ground, hugging her knees in contemplation. As a zombie, she indeed did not require sustenance. Since the outbreak, she had lost her craving for ordinary food, replaced instead by an instinctual urge for flesh and blood. Yet, she struggled to suppress this impulse, unwilling to transform into a creature solely driven by the desire to consume blood. How pitiful! Chen Imo gazed at Lin Weiwei's back, letting out a soft sigh. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian nodded in agreement. They had prepared so many delectable dishes for Lin Weiwei, yet she had become a zombie, unable to partake in the simplest act of eating. Seeing their sympathetic gazes, Lin Weiwei felt a surge of helplessness. She was already in a dire situation, and their concern only pierced her heart further. The little zombie wore a look of grievance, her eyes slightly reddened. Chen Imo quickly finished his dinner, removed his gloves, and ruffled Lin Weiwei's hair. Don't feel wronged. What do you wish to eat? If it's raw meat, that would be rather unrefined. How about some blood? We could contribute a little. Bai Qian chuckled, his mouth full of meat bun. Isn't this a perfect cycle? The class monitor provides us with food, and we, in turn, become food for the class monitor. Yang Xiaoxiang couldn't help but laugh, nearly choking on the meat bun in his mouth. Lin Weiwei, in resignation, brushed Chen Mo's hand aside. At that moment, she felt neither hunger nor desire for flesh. She simply felt a tinge of loneliness, watching them enjoy their meals while she could only observe from the sidelines. Chen Imo lowered his gaze to the tablet, perusing the information. He discovered that ordinary zombies indeed craved blood and flesh, yet there was no record of cases like Lin Weiwei, who possessed both consciousness and special abilities. Frowning, he swiftly scrolled through the screen, hoping to uncover some useful information. Bai Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang also joined the quest for information. Yet despite their exhaustive search through every database, they found nothing. The apocalypse had arrived so abruptly that many circumstances transcended human understanding. Lin Weiwei curiously observed the tablets and watches in their hands, which seemed capable of connecting to some database. She contemplated asking them, but hesitated, fearing that her voice might startle them. At that moment, Lin Hongba, having calmed the survivors, approached, drawn by an enticing aroma in the air. What is that delightful scent? He inquired. Yang Xiaoxiang promptly offered the food Lin Weiwei had prepared for him. You must try this. It's from our little squad leader. It's utterly delicious. Lin Hongba glanced at the survivors in the distance, who were eating instant noodles, his concern evident. Aren't you worried they might accuse us of favoritism? Although they are a special team, we must still be mindful of our influence during such times. Nevertheless, he accepted the steaming bowl of porridge. Compared to rations and energy bars, it was a culinary delight. The warm porridge slid down his throat, enveloping him in warmth. Are we really going to keep our little squad leader with us? Lin Hongba posed a practical question while sipping his porridge. Although Lin Weiwei appeared quite normal at the moment, she was still a zombie. What if she lost control of her instincts? Yang Xiaoxiang shot him an indignant glare. Hey, you're eating the squad leader's porridge. With such a fragrant dish, how can you still harbor doubts? Chen Mo, in a protective gesture, wrapped Lin Weiwei in his arms as if safeguarding a precious treasure. Lin Weiwei is wonderful. She won't decay or emit a foul odor. How can you disdain her? Lin Hongba quickly clarified, that is not my intention. Aside from her eyes, the rest of her appears quite normal. Perhaps we should find her some colored contact lenses to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes lit up at this suggestion. They turned to Lin Weiwei. Noting that her gaze was indeed somewhat unsettling, with contact lenses, it could be perfectly concealed. Lin Weiwei retrieved a box of colored lenses from her space. But given her current state, it was a challenge for her to wear them. Her fingers felt stiff, and after several unsuccessful attempts before the mirror, she sighed in frustration. Let the one who is her first love assist her, Bai Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang chorused, turning their expectant gazes towards Chen Mo. He felt a bit flustered. Having never applied contact lenses for anyone before, but seeing Lin Weiwei as hopeful expression, he steeled himself and took the box. Ultimately, the three men awkwardly gathered around. Fumbling as they helped Lin Weiwei put on the amber-colored lenses, they nearly poked her eye in the process, causing her to flinch back in alarm. Wow, they look stunning, they exclaimed in unison. The amber lenses made Lin Weiwei's eyes appear warm and vibrant, completely concealing any signs of her zombie nature. Witnessing their exaggerated reactions, a warmth blossomed within Lin Weiwei. Although she was currently a zombie, they still regarded her as a teammate and a friend. This feeling was more comforting than any food could provide. Lin Weiwei curled up in a corner, idly staring at the ceiling. The concrete walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the emergency lights cast their glow through the gaps. She rubbed her throbbing temples, the onset of drowsiness inexplicably overwhelming her. It was the first time she had experienced such a sensation since becoming a zombie. In the preceding days, she had been full of vigor, requiring no rest whatsoever. What could possibly be the cause? Lin Weiwei murmured to herself, her voice still somewhat indistinct, yet clearer than it had been in recent days. They tidied up the used thermos cups and found her a more concealed corner. A pile of tattered cardboard boxes and wooden planks provided just enough cover for her figure. The survivors in the factory were also gradually seeking places to rest. Some clutched their backpacks, while others gripped their weapons tightly, huddling together in small groups. Even so, their eyes betrayed an underlying fear, darting nervously around their surroundings. Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoxiang were on duty for the first half of the night. Both bore serious expressions, a stark contrast to their usual playful demeanor. Recently, the zombies had been behaving oddly. Yang Xiaoxiang whispered, his brow furrowed. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. I have noticed it too. They seem to exhibit a greater degree of organization. Chapter 9. Mutated ape. The thunderstorm outside gradually subsided, giving way to a torrential downpour and hail. The raindrops pounded against the tin roof with a relentless patter. The rhythmic sound of Lin Hongba's snoring echoed nearby. Steady and unwavering, Bai Qian leaned against the wall, his rifle relaxed in his hands, yet ready to be raised at a moment's notice, demonstrating his vigilance even in slumber. Yang Xiaoxiang patrolled the factory, his movements as light as a cat. With each window he passed, he meticulously inspected the security of the locks. Chen Mo chose the top of a shipping container as his observation point, loading bullets into his firearm while scanning the surroundings with acute awareness. Lin Weiwei sensed an eerie tension permeating the air. She dared not fall into a deep sleep, instead merely closing her eyes to feign rest, straining her ears to catch the sounds around her. Suddenly, an abnormal scream pierced the air, a sound teetering between human and beast, filled with ferocity and madness. Bang! Help! It wants to bite me! A woman screamed, her voice rife with terror. Why is there a zombie here? We had clearly checked. Panic spread like a plague among the survivors. Some wept uncontrollably, others frantically searched for weapons, while a few sought refuge in even more concealed spots. She pushed herself further into the corner. Although she possessed spatial abilities, it was best not to take risks in such a moment. Everyone listen. Chen Mo's voice cut through the chaos. calm and commanding. Anyone feeling feverish or unwell, step forward. This is not a request, it is an order. Yang Xiaoxiang stood beside him, adding, in the early stages of infection, symptoms may include cognitive dullness, limb stiffness, fever, and throat bleeding. By nightfall, there may also be a tendency towards bloodlust. For everyone's safety, please cooperate with the inspection. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and 3 individuals slowly stepped forward. Their faces were pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Do not go. A woman clutched her husband's sleeve, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's merely a common fever, not an infection. Please, don't go. Let go, Xiaofeng. The man shook his head with a bitter smile. I can feel myself losing control. Throughout the latter half of the night, gunfire erupted incessantly. The infected ultimately succumbed to their fate, including the husband of the woman named Xiaofeng. Her cries echoed until dawn broke. Just as everyone believed the crisis had passed, a piercing scream resounded from outside the window. Lin Weiwei looked up to see a grotesque face looming through the shattered glass. It was a mutated ape, fangs bared and eyes blood red. Its claws gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Much of its fur had fallen away, revealing decaying flesh beneath. Damn it! Lin Hongba shouted as he fired his weapon. Everyone, gather together. We cannot protect ourselves if we scatter. The ambush of the mutated apes came too swiftly for Lin Weiwei to react. A massive old monkey king let out a chilling howl, its blood-red eyes locked onto Chunimo. Its bristling fur and muscular form appeared particularly menacing in the moonlight. Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. The old monkey king was clearly enraged by the slaughter of its kin. She could almost feel the palpable intent to kill, causing even her, now a zombie, to instinctively step back. The screeches of the monkey horde rose and fell, their shrill cacophony reverberating through the desolate factory. The shattered glass trembled from the resonance, and ripples danced across the puddles on the ground. Damn it! Yang Xiaoxiang cursed while covering his ears. Can these beasts manipulate sound waves? His face contorted in agony as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Nearby, other survivors fared little better. Some knelt on the ground. Others curled up in despair, while a few attempted to muffle their ears with clothing, though to little avail. Lin Weiwei stood her ground, seemingly unaffected. She glanced down at her pale hands, the veins beneath her skin faintly visible, perhaps due to her transformation into a zombie. The monkey horde seemed to hold little interest in her. Stop screaming. Lin Hongba's furious roar cut through the din. The more you scream, the more agitated they become. Grab anything you can find, and let us fight back. His words struck like thunder, awakening the panicked survivors. They began to scavenge for makeshift weapons, broken steel pipes, shards of glass, even scattered merchandise from the mall. Just as Lin Weiwei released a sigh of relief, her peripheral vision caught sight of several mutated apes lunging toward her. Their movements were astonishingly swift, their claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Instinctively, she rolled to evade the onslaught. She could still move. The blood on the ground stained her clothes, its sticky texture unsettling her. The rancid odor filled her nostrils, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Lin Weiwei seized a can from the ground and hurled it at the charging ape. Her aim was precise. The can struck the monkey squarely on the temple. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled explosion, the head of the mutated ape burst open, dark crimson blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Our class leader is magnificent. Yang Xiaoxiang shouted from a distance, his face radiant with excitement. This outburst, however, attracted the attention of even more mutated apes. Lin Weiwei, observing the 4 or 5 mutated apes closing in, had no choice but to retreat. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie red light in the darkness, and their fangs dripped with the flesh and blood of previous prey. She backed herself into the fire escape, only to realize she was trapped in a corner. The dilapidated fire door was covered in rust, the doorknob long vanished. Behind her lay a cold wall, while voraciously glaring mutated apes loomed ahead. The apes approached with bared teeth, their fetid saliva dripping onto the ground, creating a nauseating sound. They seemed to relish the torment of their prey, prancing back and forth in front of her with gleeful anticipation. Lin Weiwei's hands trembled slightly, yet she steadied herself to draw out the chainsaw. The harsh sound of metal scraping against metal echoed painfully in the silence, causing the movements of the mutated apes to momentarily falter. The shrill whir of the chainsaw reverberated throughout the confined space, the sound waves reflecting off the walls in a bone-chilling manner. Lin Weiwei gripped the chainsaw tightly, her expression devoid of fear as she gazed at the lunging mutated apes. She could not afford to display her inner trepidation, even though the fear was palpably real. The vibrations of the chainsaw coursed through her arms and into her very being, a grim reminder of the bloody scene that awaited her. As the first mutated ape lunged, she sidestepped and swung the chainsaw. The sound of serrated teeth tearing through flesh was nauseating, warm liquid splattering onto her face. There was no time to wipe it away, as the second and third mutated apes were already upon her. In this confined space, Lin Weiwei unleashed her full fury. The chainsaw danced in her hands, each swing accompanied by piercing screams and the warm spray of blood. When Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian arrived, they were met with a scene that left them gasping in shock. Severed limbs of the apes littered the ground, blood splattered across the walls. And in the midst of it all stood Lin Weiwei, chainsaw in hand. Her clothing was soaked in blood, making her appear as if she had emerged from a pool of crimson. Class leader? Yang Xiaoxiang ventured cautiously. Lin Weiwei nodded gently, her voice barely a whisper. Yet it brought a palpable sense of relief to the two. This ambush had reduced the number of survivors by over 10, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of shock. Some were clearing the battlefield, others tending to the wounded, while a few sat in dazed silence in the corners, seemingly unable to shake off the horrors they had just endured. Lin Weiwei stood in a corner, watching Chun Mo clutching the anomalous core that glowed with a green light. The alluring radiance stirred within her a restless yearning, an unprecedented hunger surging forth. Isn't that just the most worthless anomalous core? Let me have it, she thought. The sweet taste it promised made her mouth water, akin to a traveler in the desert spotting an oasis. She felt her body leaning forward uncontrollably, her eyes fixated on that anomalous core. A soft rumble echoed from her stomach, its sound particularly pronounced in the stillness of the surroundings. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Could a zombie actually experience hunger? This notion was entirely beyond their comprehension. Chen Mo approached her, holding an anomalous core, his tone remarkably calm, yet tinged with curiosity. Lin Weiwei hesitated, acutely aware of her current abnormal state. It was utterly perplexing for a zombie to exhibit interest in an anomalous core. This contradicted everyone's understanding of zombies, leaving her in a state of confusion. Yet, the pangs of hunger were overwhelming, akin to an invisible hand twisting at her stomach. The radiant glow emitted by the anomalous core appeared to her as the most tantalizing delicacy, rendering her unable to divert her gaze. Torn, she looked at Chen Mo, uncertain of how to respond. To acknowledge her desire for the anomalous core would be tantamount to admitting her abnormality, potentially leading to further complications. However, to deny it would leave her grappling with that intolerable hunger. The icy touch of the anomalous core momentarily stunned Lin Weiwei. Cradling it in her hands, she found herself at a loss. The crystalline core shimmered with a soft blue luminescence under the moonlight, resembling a finely polished gemstone. Although this primary anomalous core was of low quality, it held significant value for her in her current state. Isn't this just the most inferior anomalous core? Let her consume it. Chen Mo's voice drifted from a short distance away. Did she not deserve respect? What did a primary anomalous core even signify? The group at headquarters sought to interrogate her, yet she remained resolute. Lin Weiwei glanced up at Chun Mo, who was leaning against a dilapidated military jeep. For the first time since her transformation into a zombie, she felt a flicker of human kindness. The warmth blossoming within her left her somewhat bewildered, causing her eyes to prick with unshed tears. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian exchanged a knowing look. Bai Qian pressed his lips together, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, both chose silence. What is happening? Lin Hongba observed the scene with a bewildered expression, his voice laced with confusion. Yang Xiaoxiang swiftly grasped his arm, pulling him aside. Keep your voice down, he whispered urgently, providing a quick explanation. After hearing this, Lin Hongba's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed in Lin Weiwei's direction. Heavens! Does she truly possess spatial abilities? He exclaimed, suppressing his voice. This was utterly astonishing. Shoo! Yang Xiaoxiang quickly gestured for him to be quiet. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, the group packed their belongings and prepared to set off. Lin Weiwei was seated in the back row, silently observing the rapidly passing landscape. The post-apocalyptic city lay in ruins, with the streets flanked by dilapidated buildings. Remnants of the eradication of zombies and mutated beasts evident everywhere. Once bustling commercial districts now consisted solely of crumbling walls, with the occasional sight of decaying corpses. Chun Mo sat beside her, intently cleaning his weapon, a tactical dagger still stained with the dark brown blood from the previous night's battle. The vehicle continued its journey, gradually revealing a massive wall in the distance. The towering walls, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters, shimmered with electric currents, intimidating any creature daring to approach. Constructed from reinforced concrete, these formidable defenses elicited admiration for humanity's capacity to adapt. In a mere month, mankind had erected such fortifications. Lin Weiwei found herself lost in thought, her mind drifting back to the days before the apocalypse when she was just an ordinary office worker. Gradually, vehicles from other rescue teams appeared on the road, their drivers exchanging honks as a form of mutual acknowledgement. The sporadic sounds of horns punctuated the silence within the vehicle. Bai Qian turned around, announcing that they were nearing their destination and urged everyone to prepare. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shelter, all passengers were required to disembark for inspections. Chen Emo approached her, holding an old blanket, his gaze filled with regret. The dusty gray fabric bore traces of dirt, yet it served as the best disguise available. Lin Weiwei understood his intent and willingly stepped forward. She felt grateful that she could move more freely now, though not quite as agile as she had been in her former life. Her current identity was unique, necessitating such precautions to avoid inciting panic. Being held in Chen Mo's embrace was warm and far more comfortable than being carried before. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated through his chest, powerful and reassuring. The guards at the checkpoint wore serious expressions, meticulously inspecting every vehicle entering and exiting. The announcement system repeatedly welcomed newcomers. Welcome to the city survivor shelter. Please cooperate with the staff during inspections. Lin Weiwei peered through the gaps in the blanket at the relieved survivors, a twinge of envy stirring within her. They could stride confidently into the shelter, while she had to conceal herself like an illegal immigrant. She longed to live as an ordinary person, free from the fear of discovery, without constantly guarding her actions against the suspicion of others. At the registration desk, she encountered a gentle staff member. The young woman sported a neat bob and wore a warm smile. "Don't worry, trust me, we will get through this," she reassured, her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Unfortunately, Lin Weiwei could not articulate her gratitude, merely nodding in acknowledgement, as the lump in her throat made her feel uncomfortable. Before long, a man in a white coat hurried over. He appeared to be around 50, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a refined demeanor. "Hello, I'm Song Qian. You can call me Teacher Song." He introduced himself with a warm and steady voice. His calm demeanor helped to ease Lin Weiwei's tense nerves. She observed the collar in Professor Ji's hands, specially prepared for her. The silver metal ring was adorned with various intricate instruments, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Lin Weiwei silently nodded. At least here, she was not regarded as a monster. Rather, she was acknowledged as a unique entity, one deserving of research and protection. The headquarters maintained strict regulations regarding the management of aberrants, yet as long as they remained composed, they could live in the survivor shelter much like ordinary individuals. This regulation instilled a glimmer of hope in Lin Weiwei, albeit accompanied by a touch of trepidation. This was the newly developed emotional monitoring collar, which Professor Ji gently handed over, assuring her that it could real-time assess the emotional fluctuations of the altered individuals. Lin Weiwei hesitated to accept it, instinctively searching for Chen Emo. He offered a subtle nod, his gaze imbued with encouragement. With that, she extended her hand and received the collar, which appeared deceptively lightweight. The surface of the collar was smooth, one side embedded with an electronic screen displaying 3 colors: green, orange, and red. Professor Ji patiently elucidated. Green signifies emotional stability, yellow indicates fluctuations, and red denotes a loss of control. What happens if it displays red? Chen Emo inquired. Professor Ji paused momentarily. It would trigger mandatory calming measures. Lin Weiwei bit her lip, cautiously donning the collar. The icy touch sent a shiver down her spine, and the electronic screen illuminated, revealing a steady green. "Please follow me for an examination," Professor Ji gestured, flanked by 2 female researchers. Lin Weiwei remained rooted in place, her gaze once again seeking Chen Emo. Since their first encounter, this man had become her sole anchor in this unfamiliar world. In moments of unease, she instinctively sought his presence. Chapter 11. The point system. Professor Ji astutely perceived her anxiety and smiled. "Xiao Emo, you should join us. It's time to assess your abilities as well." "Indeed," Chen Emo replied, following suit. Lin Weiwei felt a slight relaxation as she trailed behind them through the lengthy corridor. The shelter's broadcast was incessantly relaying information about various disasters and rescue efforts. the announcer's voice resonating with conviction. The third rescue team has encountered a massive horde in the area. Assistance is requested. The transportation route for supplies has been cleared, and the convoy is about to depart. We shall never yield to disaster. We vow to protect every single life. The final word sent a tremor through Lin Weiwei's heart. Following that, the list of fallen rescue team members was broadcasted, each name striking her heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Liang, sacrificed during the rescue operation in the area. Zhou Yun, sacrificed during the supply transport. Lin Gang, sacrificed in the area. The list continued, but Lin Weiwei could no longer bear to listen. Behind these names were heroes who had laid down their lives to save others. As they traversed the medical building, they arrived at the city wall, where a dozen robust individuals were diligently working, their upper bodies cloaked in a rock-like substance as they focused on repairing the wall. Do you see those individuals? One of the researchers, Xiao Lu, explained with a smile. They have all transformed into petrified beings. One of their abilities is called petrification. This very wall is their creation. Lin Weiwei observed the altered individuals laboring with dedication, a warmth blossoming within her heart. It dawned on her that altered beings could indeed contribute to human society, contrary to her previous belief that they were merely objects of expulsion. You seem quite worried. Another researcher, Delu, said gently, do not fear. As long as you maintain your rationality, you remain yourself. The shelter will arrange suitable work for you, allowing you to exchange points for essential living supplies. A point system? Chinemo raised an eyebrow. It has only been 10 days since my last mission. How have things changed so drastically? In this post-apocalyptic era, everything is in a state of rapid transformation. Professor G sighed, casting his gaze into the distance. Adaptation is the only option. Lin Weiwei quietly surveyed the street. At first glance, it appeared unchanged, yet the details whispered of the apocalypse. Mutated individuals, adorned with collars, roamed the streets. Some pushed carts delivering takeout. Others manned cash registers in convenience stores, while a few assisted in repair shops. Every passenger on the bus wielded a weapon, and shop windows displayed not only daily necessities, but also an array of self-defense equipment. By the way, Xiao Lu suddenly interjected, you must first go to the disinfection room. Those returning from the outside must undergo isolation and disinfection, changing out of blood-stained clothing before venturing back onto the streets. She meaningfully glanced at the blood on Chen Imo and Lin Weiwei, recalling an incident where a teammate, drenched in blood, frightened a group of kindergarten children. Leading to this stringent rule, Professor G chuckled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. It's manageable near the city outskirts, but in the city center, such leniency is unacceptable. Come along. The disinfection room is just ahead. Inside the disinfection room, Lin Weiwei donned the uniform issued by the shelter, a pristine white outfit. Gazing into the mirror, she momentarily felt as though she were indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Emerging from the disinfection chamber, they entered a peculiar passageway, which turned out to be a repurposed subway station. Upon swiping their cards, the subway surged forward at an astonishing speed. Before Lin Weiwei could fully comprehend the situation, she learned they had already arrived at their destination. Lin Weiwei widened her eyes in astonishment. You are truly adorable, Xiao Lu remarked with a smile. I heard you are a zombie mutant. Much cuter than regular zombies. She reached out, intending to touch Lin Weiwei's face. Stay away from her. Delu abruptly pulled her sister back. Xiao Lu has a penchant for dissecting peculiar entities. Just last week, she wanted to dissect a talking mutated crow. Lin Weiwei instinctively inched closer to Chen Imo, who frowned and positioned himself in front of her. Don't frighten her. She is already a reserve member of our squad. What? The two researchers exclaimed in unison. You never accept newcomers. Special circumstances warrant special treatment, Chen Imo replied calmly, yet he remained steadfastly in front of Lin Weiwei. Traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at a spacious laboratory. Various instruments glimmered with ethereal light, while the display screens on the walls flickered with fluctuating data. Lin Weiwei gazed at the unfamiliar apparatus, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of her spatial abilities. This way, Professor G's voice echoed in the vast corridor. Lin Weiwei tread cautiously, her bare feet meeting the cold floor, eliciting a slight shiver. She noticed the white-coated personnel bustling about the corridor, some laden with thick files, others pushing carts filled with test tubes, each face marked with an expression of focus and seriousness. First, we shall conduct a comprehensive examination, Professor G announced, opening a door labeled Comprehensive Examination Room. Inside, the indicators of various instruments flickered softly. Dahlia skillfully prepared various instruments, gently drawing blood from Lin Weiwei. "Do not be afraid." "Just a moment," Dahlia reassured her, deftly inserting the needle into Lin Weiwei's arm. Strangely, at the moment the needle pierced her skin, Lin Weiwei felt no pain. She glanced down at her arm, watching as dark crimson blood slowly flowed into the collection tube. "Such a good little one," Dahlia chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Weiwei's hair. Her gaze imbued with tenderness. "You might be the only exceptionally adorable one in the city's shelter." Next came the examination. Lin Weiwei lay upon the cold examination table, listening to the hum of the machinery, her heart fluttering with unease. She was acutely aware that her current condition was anything but normal, as a zombie. She retained complete consciousness. The results arrived swiftly. Professor G furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the data, occasionally emitting contemplative sounds. "Interesting," he remarked, pointing at the images on the display. "Despite the absence of a heartbeat, the functions of her other organs are remarkably akin to those of a healthy individual. Did you know?" Xiao Lu suddenly leaned closer to Lin Weiwei, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "I have encountered individuals who, despite having only their heads remaining, could still speak." Lin Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Lu. Was her brain somehow equipped with an intelligent assistant? This was utterly unscientific. Yet, upon reflection, was she not also a heartless being, yet vibrantly alive? In this post-apocalyptic world, everything had ceased to adhere to logic. Lin Weiwei mused silently, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the examination table. "Let me see why you cannot speak," Professor G said, employing a small device to meticulously examine Lin Weiwei's throat. After a series of assessments, he ultimately concluded, physiologically, there were no issues. The silence stemmed from psychological reasons. He regarded Lin Weiwei with kindness, saying, "There is no need to rush. When you are ready, you will naturally find your voice." Next was the ability test. Lin Weiwei sat before a complex apparatus, observing the fluctuating data on the screen. Ultimately, the device indicated no special abilities. She quietly sighed in relief. It appeared her spatial abilities had not been uncovered. She relished the sensation of hoarding resources, yet cherished even more the security of keeping this secret to herself. "Now, let us assess your physical capabilities." Dahlia guided Lin Weiwei into a space resembling a gymnasium. The agility test revealed she was 15 times more agile than the average person, and her strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, in the realm of abilities, these statistics were deemed unremarkable. "It seems you are an immortal little underachiever," Dahlia teased, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Just come in to donate blood once a month. How about staying here to work?" Professor G proposed. "Or perhaps engaging in tasks within your capacity. This place is very safe, and you could contribute to humanities research." Chapter 12. Residence. Lin Weiwei shook her head, swiftly typing on her tablet. "I want to be with Qin Mo and the others." "Why would you want to be with that combat maniac?" Xiao Lu pursed her lips, clearly harboring no fondness for Qin Mo. Remaining here seemed preferable, with provisions and safety at hand. Lin Weiwei lowered her head, choosing silence. The presence of the white coats unsettled her. Although their demeanor was amiable, she could not shake the feeling of being treated as a specimen for experimentation. The blinking lights of the instruments, the chilling examination table, and the persistent scent of disinfectant in the air instinctively urged her to flee. Professor G appeared to sense her hesitation and presented her with a sleek wristband, a marvel of modern technology that served both as a means of internet access and a keycard. He paused, assuring her that whatever choice she made, she could return at any time. After the examination, Lin Weiwei sat alone on a bench in the underground level, awaiting Qin Mo. Beside her, a burly man snored loudly, causing the bench to tremble slightly. Bored, she swung her legs and occasionally touched the cold collar around her neck. Just then, the door to the examination room swung open. Qin Mo emerged, his upper body bare, sturdy waist and arms wrapped in bandages, remnants of his earlier encounter with the monkey horde. Upon seeing his wounds, Lin Weiwei recalled the perilous situation they had faced. Qin Mo gestured towards her head with his clothes, indicating for her to follow. His gaze fell upon her bare feet, stained with a hint of blood. Frowning, he turned back into the examination room and casually picked up a pair of disposable slippers. Before Lin Weiwei could react, he crouched down and gently lifted her foot, slipping on the slippers. This gesture warmed her icy body slightly. From the moment she transformed into a zombie, the first person she encountered was Qin Mo. If he were truly the type to kill indiscriminately, that gunshot would have long since reduced her to ashes. "If one day I truly lose my sanity, then at that point, I will no longer be myself," Lin Weiwei murmured softly, her words barely discernible. The special subway train glided forward, the air in the carriage thick with the scent of disinfectant. Leaning against the seat, she gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery. Compared to the researchers in white coats at the research center, who strode with an air of authority, she preferred to accompany Chen Mo on missions. At least by his side, she did not feel like a specimen destined for dissection on an operating table. "We've arrived," Chen Mo's voice called from the front of the carriage. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality and followed him off the subway. Before her stood a brand new residential area. Its walls painted a bright beige, with a display screen at the entrance flashing the word Safe Zone. The wristband emitted a soft beep, and the gate opened in response. This was the latest residential complex in the district, and as Chen Mo walked, he explained that the security system was state-of-the-art, with each resident equipped with an independent protective device. Lin Weiwei nodded, her gaze sweeping over the entire community. 7 residential buildings were arranged in a circular formation, with a modern activity center at the center, its glass facade shimmering in the sunlight. It bore some resemblance to her previous residence, as if fate had orchestrated their paths. Stepping into the elevator, Chen Mo pressed the button for the 19th floor. "Our floor is home to the Special Operations Team. Room 1900 is mine, 1901 belongs to you. And the 3 of them reside in rooms 1905 to 1907. As the elevator doors opened, I was greeted by a corridor lined with brand new security doors. Lin Weiwei stood before room 1901, observing Chen Mo skillfully maneuvering the access control system. "It has been set up already. In the future, the door can be opened with a wristband." Chen Mo pushed the door open, gesturing for her to enter. The room was pristine, featuring the standard configuration of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The living room was bathed in natural light, with a spacious balcony offering a view of distant mountains. The bed was adorned with a snow-white bedding set, impeccably arranged like a model home. The kitchen was equipped with basic cooking utensils, and even the refrigerator housed a few bottles of mineral water. "This place is truly wonderful," Lin Weiwei thought sincerely. Had she not been assigned to Chen Mo's team, she would never have had the opportunity to reside in such a splendid dwelling. "I'm right next door. Feel free to find me if you need anything," Chen Mo said, leaning against the door frame, observing the little zombie as it flitted about the room. Her movements were lively, her eyes sparkling with delight, akin to a young girl moving into a new home for the first time. Only after Lin Weiwei nodded did he gently close the door behind him. The room fell into a tranquil silence as Lin Weiwei approached the balcony. The warm sunlight enveloped her as she took a deep breath, checking the multifaceted magic cube in her consciousness space. Several compartments were filled with canned goods, instilling her with a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Next, she turned her attention to exploring the functions of the wristband. This seemingly ordinary watch was, in fact, a powerful smart device. It featured card slots on either side, and the screen was adequately sized for direct touch operation. The interface included chat software, personal profiles, various QR codes, and a comprehensive payment system. She accessed her personal profile, which displayed Lin Weiwei, female, 22 years old, height 163 meters. Her physical genetics are quietly undergoing an irreversible transformation, with potential about to surpass human limits. Zombie virus. Abilities: extraordinary combat talent, innate capacity for acute battlefield insight, speed enhancement of 15. The payment system revealed a balance of 100 points. A reward for participating in the Qingyuan Community Rescue Operation. These points could be exchanged for daily necessities and basic equipment in the marketplace. The most popular thread in the forum discussed the anomalous nucleus. Someone had discovered a mechanized anomalous nucleus in the city, a revelation that sent everyone into a frenzy. The comments section was rife with various speculations and concerns. Lin Weiwei recalled the Monkey King anomalous nucleus she had consumed the previous night. That core emitted a faint glow, melting in her mouth, sweet and delectable, akin to a high-end confection. After consuming it, she distinctly felt her body becoming more agile, no longer burdened by the sluggishness she had previously experienced. Continuing to browse the forum, she stumbled upon posts published by Bai Qian and Yang Xiaxiang. It turned out that the thunderstorm videos and data on the mutated ape group they had filmed had already been uploaded to the database. The thread was filled with comments from researchers expressing immense interest in these new discoveries. As the sunlight outside gradually slanted towards the west, dusk enveloped the survivor sanctuary. Lin Weiwei glanced out the window, only to realize she had remained in the same position for several hours. She lowered her gaze to examine her squatting posture. For an ordinary person, the numbness in their legs would render them unable to stand, yet for her, it posed no obstacle at all. Indeed, there were certain advantages to being a zombie. She mused with a self-deprecating chuckle, her eyes inadvertently drifting to her attire. The dried blood had rendered the soft fabric stiff, exuding an unpleasant odor. Without hesitation, she leapt up and dashed towards the bathroom, adjusting the water temperature while muttering to herself, "It must be just right. I cannot afford to boil myself." Upon uttering this phrase, a shiver coursed through her. Such a jest, spoken from the lips of a zombie, felt utterly bizarre. In a moment, realization struck her. She could actually speak. Joy bubbled within her, prompting an urge to leap with glee. The warm water cascaded over her body as Lin Weiwei retrieved her toiletries from the multifaceted space. She meticulously cleansed every inch of her skin, as if she intended to wash away all remnants of her past. Soon, the bathroom was filled with the fragrant aroma of shower gel, clad in fresh pajamas. She twirled before the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. The girl reflected back at her appeared no different from any ordinary person, albeit with slightly pale skin. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the blood-stained pajamas, her mind momentarily blanked. Logically, such contaminants should be disposed of immediately, but inexplicably, she found herself placing the garment into the basin. Why not give it a try? She murmured as she began to scrub. At that moment, the doorbell rang. "They've arrived." Lin Weiwei instinctively responded, rushing to open the door without bothering to dry her soapy hands. Chapter 13. The greeting standing outside were Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoxiang. Yang Xiaoxiang's face radiated with excitement, a bag in hand. "Class monitor, guess what treasures we have brought you today? Look at the new surprises we've prepared for you." His words suddenly halted as his gaze fell upon Lin Weiwei's soapy hands. "What are you doing?" Chun Mo frowned as he glanced toward the bathroom, without hesitation. He pulled Lin Weiwei to wash her hands. His movements were swift, yet remarkably gentle. The liquid contamination on that clothing is hazardous. It must be disposed of in a sealed trash bag and then thrown directly into the recycling bin downstairs. It dawned on Lin Weiwei how careless she had been. The shelter housed not only those with abilities but also a greater number of ordinary people. The consequences of contact with contaminated blood were unimaginable. Just as she turned to address the clothing, Chun Mo had already entered the bathroom with a sealed bag in hand. "I'll handle this. You wash your hands thoroughly first. Then go out and have something to eat." His tone brooked no argument. "Eat?" Lin Weiwei paused, pondering whether her current state truly necessitated sustenance. "Class monitor, come quickly." Yang Xiaoxiang's voice called from the living room, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lin Weiwei pursed her lips, feeling a flicker of discontent. However, when she stepped out and beheld the transparent box on the table, all her dissatisfaction evaporated. Inside lay three, one a jade green, the other two a tempting orange-red. The green emitted a fresh, grassy aroma, while the orange-red ones wafted the savory scent of freshly roasted cumin lamb, enticingly fragrant. "This is a welcome gift for you to join the Lightning Special Operations Team." Yang Xiaoxiang smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling. As Chen Gu had spent a considerable sum to procure this, Lin Weiwei found herself instinctively drawn closer to the transparent box, greedily inhaling the enticing aroma. She absent-mindedly touched her stomach, sensing it was still moderately full, yet the allure of those exotic scents was simply irresistible. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Bai Qian and Lin Hongba entered, one after the other. Bai Qian held a bottle of nutrient solution and several steaming buns, while Lin Hongba cradled a brand-new combat uniform. "The code for the squad leader has been released," Lin Hongba remarked as he placed down the uniform, 17444. "To be honest, that number feels rather ominous." This news immediately stirred a commotion in the room. "Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yang Xiaoxiang was the first to leap up. "Exactly. Why should those with connections be allowed to choose their numbers?" Bai Qian frowned as well. "Even in the apocalypse, are we still engaging in such underhanded practices?" Observing their indignation on her behalf, Lin Weiwei felt a surge of warmth within her. She quickly typed on her tablet, "It's all right, I truly don't mind." However, Chun Mo had already pulled out his phone, his brow furrowed. "No, I need to clarify this matter. Such overtly discriminatory behavior must be addressed." Lin Weiwei gazed at the group before her, suddenly feeling a bit teary. Even in this apocalypse, even as she existed merely as a sentient corpse, life didn't seem so bleak after all. Bai Qian handed her a bun. "Have something to eat. Although I'm unsure if you need nourishment right now. It's still beneficial." Lin Weiwei accepted the bun. The warmth radiating from it felt comforting against her fingertips. She cautiously took a bite, the taste of flour filling her mouth. This was her first experience with normal food since becoming a zombie. Although her sense of taste had dulled, that warmth genuinely resonated in her heart. Bai Qian's words warmed Lin Weiwei's heart. She lowered her gaze to the bun in her hands, a faint smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Food in the apocalypse always seemed especially precious, and encountering someone willing to share was a rare treasure. Buns paired with chili sauce are truly a delight. Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes lit up as he snatched the chili sauce from Bai Qian with lightning speed, catching everyone off guard. "Hey!" Lin Hongba exclaimed in discontent, reaching out to reclaim it. "Are you trying to hog it all?" Bai Qian shook his head in exasperation and pulled out the last jar of chili sauce. Lin Weiwei watched the three men nearly bicker over a jar of condiment, and couldn't help but smile. The scene reminded her of her university days before the apocalypse when dormitory residents would squabble over a bag of snacks. Quietly, Lin Weiwei retrieved the prepared meals from her space, arranging 4 transparent containers neatly on the table. The aroma instantly wafted throughout the room. "My goodness!" Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes widened, nearly dropping the chili sauce in disbelief. Lin Hongba blinked rapidly, as if confirming he was not dreaming. "Squad leader, where did you acquire these?" In the lunchbox, fluffy white rice was adorned with 3 enticing dishes: the vibrant and aromatic fish-flavored shredded pork, the fresh and verdant garlic greens, and the fragrant yellow braised chicken, exuding an irresistible aroma. A bowl of tomato and egg soup steamed invitingly, its rich red hue sprinkled with bits of green onion. "Please eat," Lin Weiwei softly urged. Observing their eager expressions, Yang Xiaoxiang devoured his meal voraciously, his eyes glistening with moisture. "I never expected to enjoy such a delightful feast." "Slow down, don't choke." Bai Qian offered him a bottle of water, concern evident in his gaze. Lin Hu, while eating, exclaimed, "Class leader, you are truly our lucky star." Lin Weiwei quietly watched them. In the early days of the apocalypse, when she first transformed into a zombie, she had yearned for a normal meal. Although she no longer required food, witnessing their joy brought her a sense of happiness. As they were eating, Chen Mo entered the room. Upon seeing the scene before him, he paused slightly. The 3 team members were so engrossed in their food that it seemed as if they had not eaten in ages. "Brother Chen," Yang Xiaoxiang called out, his words muffled as he hurriedly pushed his portion forward. "Come and try it." Lin Weiwei stole a glance at Chen Mo. She had intentionally added a roasted duck leg for him, as a token of gratitude for his assistance in locating the anomalous core. Noticing the surprise flicker in his eyes, she quickly averted her gaze, pretending to organize her backpack. "Thank you," Chen Mo replied, his voice deep and gentle. After the meal, everyone contentedly leaned against the wall to rest. Chen Mo took out his tablet and operated it briefly. "Weiwei, your new identification number is 17613. Lin Weiwei instinctively touched the collar around her neck. From initial wariness to acceptance, these individuals had bestowed upon her immense warmth. "Class leader." Lin Hu rummaged through his bag and handed her a headset. "This is for you. Although it only has a communication range of 10 kilometers, it's better than nothing." At that moment, receiving the headset filled Lin Weiwei with warmth. It was her first genuine experience of camaraderie, no longer fighting alone. Bai Qian began to analyze the upcoming operational plan. The resources in and around the city are abundant, but the danger level is also high. "We need to." Lin Weiwei listened intently, committing the vital information to memory. During their time at the old factory, they had reached a consensus. The matter of Lin Weiwei's spatial abilities was a closely guarded secret, never to be disclosed. After finalizing the plan for the next day, they all returned to their quarters for rest. The following morning, Lin Weiwei stood before the off-road vehicle, gazing up at the imposing black and gold machine. Her petite figure appeared even smaller in the morning light as the breeze tousled her bangs. She pressed her lips together, feeling slightly parched, and watched as the other team members effortlessly jumped into the vehicle, letting out a silent sigh. At a height of 163 meters, she felt conspicuously small among this elite group. Lin Hongba towered nearly 2 meters, resembling a small mountain, while Chen Mo stood at a formidable height of 189 meters, exuding strength. Even the shortest among them, Yang Xiaoxiang, was 180 meters tall. Only she seemed out of place, like a fragile sprout. The shelter's broadcast announced the routine task alerts, accompanied by sporadic gunfire and alarms in the distance. Lin Weiwei understood that she could no longer afford to delay. While others busied themselves with inspecting the equipment, she quietly attempted to climb up. The fabric of her combat suit felt constricting, rendering her movements somewhat clumsy. "Squad leader, you might strain your back like this." A warm hand suddenly supported her waist, effortlessly assisting her into the vehicle. Chun Mo's voice carried a hint of amusement, suggesting that amidst so many teammates, there was no need for her to struggle unnecessarily. Chapter 14. The whistle. Lin Weiwei felt her cheeks flush, swiftly darting into the last row of seats, curling herself into a small ball. Although she was a minor zombie, she still wished to maintain her dignity. She lowered her head, smoothing out the creases of her combat suit in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment. Weiwei, you're blushing. Yang Xiaoxiang leaned closer, grinning mischievously. Be quiet. Lin Weiwei shot him a glare, adding, if you keep talking, I'll revoke your share of snacks. I'm sorry. Yang Xiaoxiang immediately raised his hands in surrender, retreating back to his seat. Suddenly, the group gasped in unison, wow, Weiwei, you can talk now? The atmosphere grew lively. But it soon became apparent that the situation was precarious. Additionally, overly lengthy sentences were not advisable. Nevertheless, it was a marked improvement compared to before. The interior of the vehicle was surprisingly spacious. Lin Weiwei surveyed her surroundings, noting the new car's interior gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The trunk was filled with various supplies. Bai Qian handed her a blanket, a gentle smile gracing his features. Just receive this, to keep you warm. The air conditioning in this car is quite frigid. Lin Weiwei accepted the blanket, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the soft fleece. She retrieved a thermos from her multidimensional space, containing her specially brewed herbal tea, with a hint of moisture still clinging to the cup's surface. Here, one for each person, she softly instructed, signaling for Bai Qian to pass them forward. The thermos was circulated among the team members. Yang Xiaoxiang eagerly opened the lid and inhaled the aroma. Wow, squad leader. You're amazing. This is added ratio, right? By the way, are there any snacks? Do you think we're on a picnic? Bai Qian lightly tapped his head. This is a critical mission. Observing her teammates' interactions, Lin Weiwei contemplated for a moment before retrieving a finely crafted wooden whistle from her space. She had stayed up late the previous night to make it, using special materials that allowed its sound to carry over great distances. She gently blew into the whistle. In the clear, crisp tone immediately garnered everyone's attention. For pairs of eyes turned towards her, and Lin Weiwei felt a twinge of anxiety as she grasped the whistle. Was this idea too childish? Her fingers absent-mindedly traced the intricate patterns on the surface of the whistle. Brilliant. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled. We can use the whistle to communicate in the future. It's far safer than a walkie-talkie. Yang Xiaoxiang perked up instantly. Right, 1 blow means acknowledgement, 2 means distress. And 3 means target spotted? 4 means retreat. Lin Hongba chimed in, his voice low and resonant. Lin Weiwei exhaled in relief, a slight smile gracing her lips as she distributed the whistles to everyone and meticulously explained the meanings behind each sound. The vehicle departed from the shelter, passing through layer upon layer of checkpoints. Each electronic beep served as a reminder of the perilous world that awaited them. The guards maintained solemn expressions, scrutinizing every detail. As they passed the final checkpoint, Lin Weiwei's smile gradually faded. The trees by the roadside have long since withered, with the sparse greenery standing out starkly against the gray backdrop. She activated her tablet to check the latest news. In the city, a colossal banyan tree had inexplicably devoured the entire metropolis overnight. On the screen, the twisted branches resembled enormous tentacles, crushing skyscrapers into rubble. Stop looking, Chinemo said, closing her tablet with a gesture, refocusing on the task at hand. Lin Weiwei nodded, yet an unsettling anxiety gnawed at her. She gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. The once thriving city now lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of its former glory. Occasionally, she spotted survivor camps, with the smoke from their bonfires drifting into the sky. The vehicle fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the roar of the engine. Lin Weiwei caught a glimpse of Chun Mo's taut jawline in the rearview mirror, aware that he too harbored concerns. Hey, do you think we'll encounter those trees that can run during this mission? Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly shattered the silence. Last time, Team 2 claimed they encountered a dancing pine tree that terrified them. Shut up, Bai Qian warned softly, urging him not to speak recklessly. Lin Weiwei glanced at the navigation. 3 hours remained until their destination. She retrieved several insulated boxes from her pack and offered them to her teammates. Let us eat something. I made some sandwiches. You're the best, class monitor. Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he accepted a box. Watching her teammates eat brought a measure of comfort to Lin Weiwei. The upcoming mission would undoubtedly be perilous, but for now, they could still share laughter as ordinary people. Leaning back in her seat, she absent-mindedly stroked the wooden whistle, hoping it would remain unused. The vibrations of the wheels against the ground lulled her into a drowsy state as she peered through the window at the sporadic, swaying figures of the undead. Each time Chun Imo drove into one, sending the broken body arcing through the air, she instinctively recoiled. The zombies by the roadside stumbled after the vehicle, their decaying flesh peeling away with every movement. Lin Weiwei unconsciously touched her own arm. Though those mindless creatures were nothing like her, their sight elicited an inexplicable discomfort. Bai Qian sifted through the documents in his hands, his voice carrying from the front seat. The mission site is a commercial district, featuring 8 floors above ground and 3 below. The 4th floor is home to over 500 survivors. Lin Weiwei perked up her ears, her fingers deftly navigating the tablet to scrutinize the map. The pedestrian street, shops, plaza, and underground parking formed a labyrinthine network. Enlarging the 3D model of the shopping district, she noted numerous narrow passages and sky bridges connecting the buildings. The survivors on the fringes are a significant hassle, Yang Xiaoxiang remarked, rubbing his temples. They're so scattered, with many hiding in small shops, unwilling to come out. Lin Hongba frowned in agreement. This kind of location is the most challenging. Not only is it densely populated with zombies, but we also can't use heavy firepower. If we breach the walls, the survivors inside will be in grave danger. Lin Weiwei recalled their last mission in the city, which had taken them a full 10 days to clear the Qingyuan community. Although each person ultimately received 3,000 points and weapon rewards, the journey was undeniably arduous. The survivors hiding in the upper floors were all filled with fear and vigilance, and it took considerable time to persuade them to trust the rescue team. Now, they were lacking in everything. Even a complete set of clothing was considered a treasure. Bai Qian closed the Apocalypse Survival Manual, implying that there should be ample supplies in the commercial district, but he did not finish his sentence, as everyone understood the underlying meaning. The greater the abundance of resources, the more zombies and mutants there would be. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiwei instinctively touched her multifaceted space. Although there were still many empty spaces within, at least her clothing reserves were sufficient. She glanced at her somewhat oversized combat uniform, which Chen Mo had procured for her. As the vehicle merged onto the highway, the sky suddenly darkened. The overcast clouds seemed ready to collapse at any moment, with faint glimmers of light flickering in the distance. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, causing even the wild grass by the roadside to appear listless. There was no thunderstorm. It was merely a torrential downpour. Chun Mo remarked as he glanced at the weather forecast on his wristband. His voice remained calm, but Lin Weiwei noticed his fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel, a subtle gesture indicating his tension. While everyone disembarked to address their physiological needs, Lin Weiwei remained in the car, savoring an exotic core. The sweet fragrance of grass and fruit spread in her mouth, lifting her spirits somewhat. She observed her teammates vigilantly scanning the surroundings, occasionally directing their weapons toward suspicious sounds. In moments like this, she felt that staying in the vehicle was indeed safer. After Lin Hongba took over driving, Chen Mo moved to the middle row. I'm starving. Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly groaned, clutching his stomach. Class leader, do we have anything to eat? Lin Weiwei promptly retrieved 8 large rice balls and several cans from her space. Watching her companions devour the food ravenously, she felt a tinge of envy. The aroma of the food lingered in her memory, but now, she could only rely on the exotic core to survive. Having such a considerate class leader is wonderful. Yang Xiaoxiang mumbled with his mouth full. These rice balls are so delicious. Chen Mo turned to look at her, concern evident in his gaze. Can you truly not eat any human food at all? Lin Weiwei shook her head. She had tried numerous times, but each attempt resulted in nothing more than a dusty taste. Raindrops pattered against the car window, creating a staccato sound, while the sky remained ominously dark as if it could collapse at any moment. Chapter 15. The mutated toad Lin Weiwei gazed out the window and suddenly caught sight of a post on Bai Qian's phone, prompting her to furrow her brow. The image in the post was unsettling, depicting a creature with a human head and a serpent's body, covered in dark green scales. The most bizarre aspect was its eyes, which held a glimmer of humanity. That's repulsive, Chen Mo remarked, turning his head in disgust, his tone laced with disdain. Instinctively, Lin Weiwei reached out to pat his head, her fingertips brushing against his soft hair. This gesture had become a habit, one she had performed countless times. Stop fooling around. I'm reading the post, Chen Mo quipped, grasping her hand as his gaze remained fixed on the phone screen. To her surprise, he discovered that this creature could grow stronger through predation. It was becoming increasingly absurd. Lin Weiwei remained silent, her attention utterly captivated by the scene outside the window. In the distance, amidst the trees, a colossal serpentine form slowly rose. Not an ordinary snake, but a grotesque creature with a human face fused with a serpent's head. Its facial contours vaguely suggested human features, yet its eyes were slit, and its forked tongue added to its terrifying visage, more dreadful than the images she had seen online. A wave of fear surged through her, causing her blood to feel as though it had turned to ice. Since childhood, she had harbored a profound fear of snakes, and upon sighting one, she felt paralyzed. Trembling, she fumbled for her whistle and let out a sharp blast. The shrill sound echoed within the vehicle. Chen Mo and Bai Qian turned in unison to look at her. Noting her pale complexion, Lin Weiwei stiffly pointed towards the window, her finger trembling slightly. Following her gaze, the two men beheld the massive serpentine creature writhing in the woods, its tail bizarrely sporting two human legs, an exceedingly eerie sight. "Damn!" Bai Qian exclaimed, unable to contain his shock, his eyes wide. "That snake is enormous. It must be over 10 meters long. Truly disgusting." Chen Mo frowned, a look of disdain on his face, yet his eyes were filled with vigilance. Lin Weiwei fought against her discomfort and recorded a video on her tablet. Once finished, she immediately sent the footage to Bai Qian, signaling him to make a post. She had no desire to look at the creature again. In the front seat, Lin Hongba and Yang Xiaoxiang, alerted by the commotion, finally noticed the mutated serpent-like monster on the right side. Their expressions grew grave. "It's heading towards the city," Bai Qian remarked as he examined the information. Officials state that the creature's weak points are located at the 7-inch mark and the head. However, he paused, the pressing question now is, where exactly is its 7-inch mark? The rain intensified, pounding against the windshield with a relentless rhythm. The wipers moved swiftly, yet clarity remained elusive, with visibility less than half a meter. Lin Hongba activated the hazard lights, compelled to reduce speed. Suddenly, a massive shadow slammed against the car window. Lin Weiwei recoiled in fright, her heart racing. Upon closer inspection, it was a mutated toad, roughly the size of a human head, its tongue covered in barbs, frantically scraping against the glass, producing a sound that sent shivers down her spine. How dare this creature frighten her? Anger surged within Lin Weiwei, and she swiftly retrieved her insecticide and lighter from her bag. Before anyone could react, she abruptly rolled down the window. With a whoosh, flames erupted, instantly engulfing the mutated toad in darkness, eliciting a piercing scream. It fell from the window, crushed beneath the rear tires, leaving behind only a puddle of black residue. Silence enveloped the car, everyone stunned by her audacious act. The entire episode transpired in less than 3 seconds, executed with precision. However, this brief opening of the window left the back seat soaked by the rain, drenching Lin Weiwei as well. Her hair and clothes dripped with water, rendering her a pitiable sight. Gazing at the wet seat, Lin Weiwei pouted in dismay. She had not anticipated becoming so soaked, feeling uncomfortable all over. "Oh, don't cry." Chen Mo hastily turned to the back seat, shifting her to a cleaner spot. "Well done." Truly, his reaction was remarkably swift. Indeed, Yang Xiaoxiang immediately echoed, turning around with a smile, exclaiming that the class monitor's reflexes were exceptional. "If not for you, that toad might have shattered the glass. It appears your speed has indeed escalated, our little class monitor." Bai Qian joined in the praise, admitting he hadn't even registered the situation until now. He pulled out a green cloth, suggesting they use it as a curtain to shield her from view. Chen Mo and Bai Qian, in perfect unison as if rehearsed countless times, raised the curtain, creating a small sanctuary within the vehicle. Lin Weiwei, concealed behind the curtain, cautiously changed into her spare battle attire. The drenched fabric clung to her skin, hindering her movements slightly. Once dressed, she exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling considerably refreshed. "Come over," Chen Mo said as he drew back the curtain, his gaze settling on Lin Weiwei. With a gentle yet unyielding motion, he lifted her into the middle row of seats, asserting, "It's too damp back there. Sit here." Feeling the warmth of his embrace as he shifted her position, Lin Weiwei felt a rush of warmth in her heart. The middle row was quite spacious, and sitting beside Chen Mo was comfortably accommodating. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, she noticed his brow furrowed in thought. Bai Qian, seated in the back row, had already begun editing a video to post on the forum, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, accompanied by soft clicking sounds. Lin Weiwei's hair remained damp, droplets cascading down her strands. Observing this, Chen Mo felt a surge of irritation and retrieved a clean towel from the storage compartment to dry her hair. As he gently rubbed the little zombie's head, he also navigated the tablet to check their route. I've heard we'll encounter a gas station after 20 more kilometers. Let us stop there, he spoke in a deep tone. Lin Weiwei, lulled by his ministrations, found herself swaying slightly. Chun Mo's hands were gentle, yet his voice carried a hint of reproach. Don't move around. In the driver's seat, Lin Hongbo and the co-pilot Yang Xiaoxiang promptly acknowledged his command. They were all aware that Chun Mo's storm-related abilities made him particularly sensitive to changes in the weather. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sky darkened ominously, with sporadic hail striking the car roof. Lin Weiwei leaned against the window, watching as hailstones the size of basketballs pelted the shatterproof glass, producing a cacophony of sounds. It was her first time witnessing such large hail, and she couldn't resist reaching out to touch the glass, recoiling at its icy coolness. The condensation on the glass blurred the outside world into a gray haze. The vehicle lurched violently, akin to a wild dance, yet for this group of military personnel, it was merely a trivial matter. Lin Hongbo even intentionally accelerated through the hail zone, crushing ice along their path. The roar of the engine mingled with the sound of shattering ice. Along the way, they encountered several cars parked by the roadside, prompting Yang Xiaoxiang to honk the horn to assess the situation. Through the curtain of rain, he discerned moving figures within the vehicles. Upon realizing they were all zombies, he casually tossed a few small bombs, flipping the cars over to the roadside. The explosion's fiery glow was particularly striking in the downpour. By the time they reached the service area, the sky had plunged into an impenetrable darkness. The scattered zombies, alerted by the sound of the vehicle, staggered toward us, only to be mercilessly crushed beneath Lin Hongbo's wheels. The tires rolled over the decaying bodies, producing an unsettling sound. I contemplated stepping out to check the fuel level. Lin Hongbo drove the car to a gas station, the rain drumming against the windshield with a rhythmic patter. Chun Mo, open the fuel tank, he instructed. Chun Mo leaned over to press the button and turned to Lin Weiwei, saying, once we finish refueling, just press this button, all right? His tone was gentle, akin to instructing a child. Lin Weiwei nodded in understanding. Chun Mo ruffled her hair affectionately before exiting the vehicle. The rain instantly soaked his clothes, yet he appeared entirely unconcerned. The four of us split up. Yang Xiaoxiang and Chun Mo proceeded to clear the service area of zombies, the sporadic gunfire echoing sharply in the rainy night. Lin Hongbo and Bai Qian took charge of refueling, efficiently inspecting each pump. Lin Weiwei was waiting to close the fuel tank cover when, suddenly, she flung open the car door and jumped out, startling the two men. The rain pelted her, quickly soaking her freshly changed clothes. Class monitor, get back in the car, Bai Qian urged, his anxiety palpable as rain trickled down his cheeks. It's not safe here, Lin Hongbo added, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Ignoring their pleas, Lin Weiwei reached out to touch a fuel barrel. She retrieved a can from her spatial pocket and then returned it, pointing at the barrel. The rain blurred her vision, but her movements remained precise. Chapter 16, Class Monitor. From now on, you call the shots or you collecting gasoline? Lin Hongbo's eyes lit up as he grasped her intention. Lin Weiwei nodded, her demeanor serious as she began to gather the fuel. With just a gentle touch of her fingertips, the gasoline was drawn into her spatial pocket. This ability was particularly invaluable in this apocalyptic world. Bai Qian and Lin Hongbo maintained a watchful guard, kicking zombies away when they approached. The rotting bodies tumbled in the rain, splashing murky water everywhere. Bai Qian even went off to find more fuel barrels. The rain soaked his military uniform, yet he paid it no mind. After collecting all the fuel from the gas station, Lin Weiwei's gaze shifted to a small supermarket, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The rain streamed down her cheeks, yet it did nothing to dampen her enthusiasm. The three of them coordinated seamlessly. Lin Hongbo stacked the goods in a pile, deftly transporting various supplies. Bai Qian protected Lin Weiwei, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Lin Weiwei focused intently on her collection, her fingers lightly tapping as items vanished into thin air. In less than a minute, the supermarket was entirely emptied. Looking at the newly acquired instant noodles, beverages, and snacks in her spatial pocket, Lin Weiwei felt a profound sense of security. She understood that in this desolate world, supplies were the greatest assurance. Every packet of noodles, every bottle of water, could potentially be a lifesaver in critical moments. In the distance, the sound of gunfire intensified, indicating that Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoxiang had encountered a significant number of zombies. The rain grew heavier, and thunder rolled ominously. Lin Weiwei lifted her gaze toward the direction of the gunfire, a flicker of worry rising within her. Night descended rapidly, as if a heavy black curtain had been drawn over the entire city. Occasional eerie sounds sent chills down one's spine. Lin Weiwei spent the entire afternoon alongside Bai Qian and Lin Hongba, diligently clearing out a significant portion of the gas station of zombies. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, and her clothes were drenched in perspiration. Although she did not directly engage in combat, the tasks of gathering supplies and evading the undead left her utterly fatigued. Is it 6 o'clock already? Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint glimmer of light, his tone imbued with disbelief at how swiftly time had passed. Lin Hongbo leaned against a pillar, stretching his sore shoulders, every inch of his body clamoring for respite. His attire was smeared with dark brown stains, exuding a nauseating odor. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar, accompanied by a blinding flash of electricity that danced chaotically in the air. A dazzling blue-purple lightning bolt cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the entire silhouette of the gas station. Lin Weiwei instinctively recoiled, her fingers intertwining nervously. Seems like Chun-gu is also feeling the pressure. Bai Qian remarked with a light chuckle, though the fatigue in his eyes betrayed his amusement. He typically refrained from using his abilities, so today's events were quite unusual. Indeed, Lin Hongba replied, rubbing his aching shoulders, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Using these abilities is exhausting. One misstep, and it could spiral out of control. Last time, I nearly demolished an entire wall. Listening to their conversation, Lin Weiwei mentally noted each person's unique abilities. Among the four, Chun Imo wielded storm powers, capable of controlling thunder and lightning. Bai Qian had enhanced vision, with remarkable acuity. Lin Hongba possessed immense strength, able to shatter concrete with a single blow. And Yang Xiaoxiang was speed-oriented, moving as swiftly as the wind. With the apocalypse having commenced just a month prior, their understanding of their abilities remained quite limited. Lin Weiwei gazed at her hands, pondering whether, beyond her unique spatial ability, she might awaken additional powers. The service area's parking lot had been thoroughly cleared, leaving only grim remnants on the ground. Dark red stains marred the surface, and a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Following the two men towards the cafeteria, Lin Weiwei noticed the roiling clouds in the night sky, with occasional flashes of lightning causing her to unconsciously slow her pace, an instinctual sense of lurking danger enveloping her. Chun-gu, Xiaoxiang, where are you? Please respond, Lin Hongba inquired through his earpiece. A muffled response crackled through, Chun Mo's deep voice intermingled with static. In the cafeteria, the situation here is a bit complicated. We'll arrive in 20 minutes. Let us first organize the supplies around us, Lin Hongba replied, then turned to Lin Weiwei. It's your time to shine, class monitor. Lin Weiwei's attention was captured by the specialty store on the first floor, her eagerness to begin collecting supplies bubbling to the surface. There are probably about a dozen survivors nearby. Chun Mo's reminder echoed through the earpiece again. A few are lightly injured and require medical supplies. Understood, Bai Qian responded, then glanced at Lin Weiwei. Let us head to the pharmacy first. However, Lin Weiwei had already darted into the specialty store, her eyes gleaming at the array of dried goods before her. Items such as bird's nest, deer antler, and ginseng, which were normally bought by the gram, could now be freely collected into her spatial storage. With a gentle wave of her hand, an entire row of shelves vanished from sight. Class monitor, Lin Hongba suddenly exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lin Weiwei turned to follow the sound, and beheld a complete array of tobacco and liquor, various exquisite foreign wines glimmering enticingly under the lights, alongside entire boxes of cigarettes. Instantly, she comprehended Lin Hongba's intent and hastened over, swiftly collecting the entire cabinet into her space. Class monitor, from now on, your word is law, Lin Hongba declared, his enthusiasm akin to that of a child, his eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Qian, from the opposite pharmacy, chuckled, is this where the flattery begins? He remarked while meticulously inspecting the expiration dates of the medications. Ignoring their jests, Lin Weiwei remained focused, scavenging through each shop. Specialty stores, pharmacies, eateries. Her space seemed perpetually insatiable. With each item collected, she mentally noted it for future organization. Soon, the shops on the first floor were thoroughly emptied. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Weiwei's forehead, yet her gaze remained radiant. These supplies were vital for the survival of those who remained. Upon finally reaching the cafeteria, they were met with a comically tragic scene. The lights were dim, yet the situation was discernible. A girl in a school uniform clung desperately to Yang Xiaoxiang, sobbing in fear. Yang Xiaoxiang wore a helpless expression, attempting to extricate himself without applying too much force, wary of causing her harm. A few girls huddled in a corner, their eyes swollen and red from tears. One of them cautiously reached for Chunmo's sleeve, only to be met with his cold rejection. "Stop crying. Take a seat and rest." Chunmo's voice carried a hint of impatience, yet he restrained his anger. An older couple was recounting their experiences, having sheltered in this cafeteria since the onset of the apocalypse. The man's voice was hoarse, punctuated by occasional coughs. "We originally had more than 20 people," he said softly, his eyes filled with sorrow. "But," the woman interjected, her voice trembling, "some were infected, and others, unable to endure, chose to leave." Lin Weiwei observed the scene, silently calculating how to accommodate these survivors. Though the cafeteria still had some rations, the gathering of so many posed a significant risk. Moreover, as time progressed, resources would inevitably dwindle. Her gaze swept over the faces of the survivors. Some appeared vacant. Others were still gripped by terror, while a few exhibited joy at the sight of a savior. These were living souls, all in need of assistance. Bai Qian had begun tending to the injured, while Lin Hongba assessed the cafeteria's safety. Chun Imo stood sentinel at the entrance, glancing outside periodically. Lin Weiwei noticed a young man approaching, clad in a designer suit and sporting a green Rolex on his wrist. He walked with an air of deliberate elegance, as if flaunting his status. "Hey, want to smoke?" The young man extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "Observing your attire," he remarked, "it seems a top-tier special forces unit has arrived." Lin Weiwei pursed her lips. She had encountered such individuals far too often, arrogant young scions who believed wealth could procure anything. Her gaze lingered on the young man for a moment, noting the suspicious dark red stains on his impeccably polished shoes. Chapter 17. The Obscene Man. "My name is Liang Rui. My father owns the Sanyang Trading Company." Upon seeing Chen Imo take a cigarette, the young man grew even more smug. "In the city, we are quite a reputable company. If you can prioritize taking me home, I shall reward you handsomely." The lights in the service area flickered ominously, casting a strange shadow across Liang Rui's face. He lowered his voice. "These girls are all with me, you understand? Just get me home, and you can do as you please with them." His lewd tone was utterly revolting. Lin Weiwei's nails dug deeply into her palm. Such scum deserved to be devoured by zombies. She noticed a change in Chunmo's expression, a smile she knew all too well. Beneath the calm facade lay a chilling intensity. "The city, you say?" Chun Imo leisurely brushed off the ash from his cigarette, his gaze as frigid as ice. "What a pity, the city fell yesterday. The last batch of survivors has already evacuated." Liang Rui's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "By the way," Chen Imo continued, his tone laced with amusement, "facilitating prostitution is a serious crime, punishable by a minimum of 5 years. Though we are in the apocalypse, the law remains in effect." Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. Chen Imo appeared incredibly suave. She watched as Liang Rui slinked into a corner, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. On the other side of the service area, a group of survivors awaited anxiously. Chen Imo produced a tablet and began to devise the next steps. Lin Weiwei noticed a middle-aged couple in the crowd, listening intently. "Everyone." Chen Mo's voice rang clear. "We have 2 choices, remain in the service area and await rescue, or join us on the road. However, I must caution you that both paths are fraught with peril. I am Qian Chong." The middle-aged man stepped forward, dressed in simple work attire, his face etched with the marks of time. "I drive trucks, and I am skilled in repairs. I wish to take my wife and child with me." His wife, Zhang Chunlan, quickly added, "I can cook." While hiding from zombies in the supermarket, I even ventured out for medicine. I am not afraid of fighting zombies. Lin Weiwei regarded the earnest couple. They embodied the true will to survive, unlike others who fancied they could barter their lives with wealth. Noticing the young girl seemed unwell, Zhang Chunlan suddenly pointed at Lin Weiwei, maternal concern in her eyes. "Let my daughter Xiaya accompany her. Xiaya is 17 and at the perfect age to make friends." Lin Weiwei promptly shook her head. She was no delicate girl in need of protection. Yet Chun Imo smiled at her, his gaze filled with warmth. "She is quite capable. There is no need to worry." This simple remark warmed Lin Weiwei's heart. As night fell, the atmosphere in the service area grew increasingly tense. Lin Weiwei gazed outside at the wandering zombies, instinctively tightening her grip on her weapon. The brutality of the apocalypse had stripped many of their humanity. Yet within this enclosed space, she glimpsed a flicker of hope. A gentle breeze wafted through the cracks in the shattered glass, carrying the distinctive scent of decay that accompanied the end of days. Taking a deep breath, she understood that tomorrow would present another formidable challenge. However, with Chin Mo and her teammates by her side, the daunting seemed less terrifying. In a corner of the service area, Liang Rui huddled alone. His eyes dark and predatory as he fixed his gaze on the others. Lin Weiwei noticed him occasionally fiddling with his pocket, unsure of his intentions. She resolved to keep a vigilant eye on him. In this world, the human heart could be far more terrifying than the undead. The rain had ceased. The morning sunlight streamed through the service area's glass windows, illuminating the ground still bearing the marks of last night's downpour. Puddles shimmered in the morning light, and the air was imbued with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Lin Weiwei peeked out from under her warm blanket, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She surveyed her surroundings and discovered that Chen Mo lay beside her, with Yang Xiaoxiang just a little further away. The other survivors were either sitting or lying down, still resting. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see several modified vehicles parked outside, their bodies speckled with mud washed down by last night's rain. Stretching lazily in the morning light, Lin Weiwei felt the softness of the blanket beneath her, prompting her to gently caress it with her fingers. Unexpectedly, her hand slipped and accidentally brushed against Chen Mo's thigh. A deep voice rumbled beside her as Chen Mo opened his eyes, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Weiwei attempted to withdraw her hand, but he seized it firmly. His palm was warm and dry. Lightly squeezing her hand, "Are you already in the mood for some mischief this early?" he teased with a raspy voice, his breath warm against her ear. The sound made Lin Weiwei inexplicably feel a tickle in her ears. Flustered, she grabbed the blanket and draped it over Chen Mo's head, trying to conceal her embarrassment. A blush crept up her neck, and she felt increasingly human rather than a mere zombie. "I'll go check on Bai Qian and the others," she hurriedly declared, nearly tripping over her shoelaces as she stood. Behind her, Chen Mo chuckled from beneath the blanket, his deep laughter brushing against her heart like a gentle caress. When she glanced back, she saw him still wrapped in the blanket, seemingly indifferent to her embarrassment. Lin Weiwei pouted, inwardly grumbling. She knew that in the eyes of these people, she was merely a little zombie in need of care, often the subject of their amusement. Yet, she was no longer the naive newcomer she once was. In the parking lot, Bai Qian and Lin Hongbo were busy modifying a bus alongside Qian Chong. Oil smeared their faces and clothes, indicating they had been at it for some time. Other survivors were wiping down the interior of the vehicle, preparing for the impending long journey. Lin Weiwei stood on the damp ground, her gaze sweeping across the vehicles in the parking lot. She began selecting intact vehicles to store, leaving no zombie carcass unaccounted for. A crimson sedan vanished from her sight, followed by a van. "Class monitor." Bai Qian's voice suddenly echoed behind her, tinged with a hint of reproach. Although the area had been cleared of zombies, one could never be too cautious of the mutated creatures. Lin Weiwei turned around, swiftly typing on her tablet. "I'm fine. You carry on." Her fingers danced across the screen with practiced ease. She continued her concentration on the vehicles, from sedans to trucks, each disappearing into her space one after another. The morning dew dampened her shoes, yet she paid it no mind. Bai Qian shook his head at the scene, pulling out his walkie-talkie to contact Chen Mo. "Your first love is wandering about outside, and I can't keep an eye on her." A crackling response followed. Then Chen Mo's long legs appeared shortly thereafter. His hair was slightly tousled, clearly a result of rushing out of bed. Without uttering a word, he effortlessly scooped Lin Weiwei up, tucking her against his waist. "Have you gathered enough? Save some space for the essentials." His tone was both indulgent and resigned, as he gently patted her back, warning her not to wander off alone. It was too dangerous. Lin Weiwei glanced at the area she had already cleared and did not resist. After all, she had collected everything she desired. So she allowed Chen Mo to carry her back indoors. Sunlight filtered through his hair, casting a warm and gentle glow upon her face. Within the service area, other survivors were gradually waking. Some were packing their belongings, while others checked their gear, and the entire resting zone began to buzz with activity. "Class monitor." Yang Xiaoxiang approached, his hair resembling a bird's nest, yawning and rubbing his stomach. "I'm starving." Zhang Chunlan appeared just in time, holding a steaming bowl of noodles. "Who said they were hungry? Try my handmade noodles." The fragrant noodles made everyone present swallow hard in anticipation. Watching Yang Xiaoxiang eagerly rush for the noodles, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. This big boy was always so easily swayed by food. She settled onto a bench by the window, observing the busy figures around her. Chen Imo approached with 2 bowls of noodles and sat beside her. Have something to eat. We'll be on the road again soon. He handed her a pair of disposable chopsticks, his gaze soft and warm. Lin Weiwei accepted the chopsticks and took small bites of the noodles. Though she lacked taste, the warmth of the broth enveloped her in comfort. Stealing a glance at Chen Imo, she found him intently watching her as she ate. Chapter 18. The joy of unpacking deliveries. What are you staring at? She typed on her tablet. Just admiring your cuteness, Chen Imo replied with a smile, reaching out to tousle her hair. Lin Weiwei feigned annoyance and swatted his hand away. Yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. The sun outside grew ever brighter, illuminating the entire service area. Bai Qian and the others had completed the bus modifications and were conducting final checks. Everyone else had also tidied their belongings, ready to continue their journey. Prepare yourselves. We'll be departing in 10 minutes. Bai Qian's voice broke the tranquility of the moment. Lin Weiwei rose to her feet and handed the empty bowl to Zhang Chunlan. Chen Imo observed this couple before him, a sense of admiration blossoming within him. In a world ravaged by chaos, human nature is often twisted, yet the Zhang Chunlan couple steadfastly retained their innate kindness, a rarity indeed. Their attire, though somewhat worn, remained tidy and clean. Zhang Chunlan wore a fatigued expression, yet she gently comforted the surrounding survivors. Meanwhile, her husband silently packed their belongings, his hands delicately assisting the elderly in moving their items. The currency system had shifted irrevocably, and whether they could exchange anything in the future remained uncertain. Chen Imo softly cautioned, his gaze fixed on Zhang Chunlan's hands as she distributed food. Do not indulge them too much. The journey ahead cannot solely rely on your efforts. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Zhang Chunlan nodded repeatedly. I understand. But seeing everyone struggle, her voice trailed off, sorrow flickering in her eyes. Finding the main group would be her greatest solace. After the apocalypse struck, she and her husband had hidden among the ruins with a dozen survivors for an extended period, each day fraught with fear and anxiety. Lin Weiwei sat on a nearby step, her mind immersed in her own realm. The multidimensional cube space had acquired several new compartments, neatly housing a variety of vehicles. Luxury cars, vans, RVs, and 4 large trucks stood in orderly rows. To her astonishment, one of the trucks was filled with goods. One truck contained flour, another hardware components, a third held rotting fruit, and the last was a 9-meter-long delivery truck brimming with parcels. The little zombie's eyes sparkled with excitement, the crimson pupils gleaming with fervor. Though transformed into a zombie, the joy of unboxing remained vividly etched in her memory. Eagerly, she retrieved a package, her nimble fingers deftly tearing through the wrapping to reveal an adorable rabbit headband. She promptly donned it, gazing into the shattered glass for a reflection. The white rabbit ears bobbed adorably, lending an eerie charm to her pallid visage. Where did this come from? Chen Imo had approached her unnoticed, unable to suppress a laugh upon seeing her. The pastel rabbit ears accentuated her petite cuteness, prompting him to unconsciously pinch one of the ears. Lin Weiwei cast a shy glance at him, her small hands fidgeting nervously. Yet, upon reflection, with several major cities fallen, these deliveries would never reach their destinations. She felt emboldened and stuffed 2 parcels into Chen Mo's arms. If we're to steal, let us partake together. Chen Imo, both amused and exasperated, accepted them and casually opened one. Inside was a mechanical keyboard and a string of Buddhist prayer beads. Glancing over at Lin Weiwei, he noted a phone and a gold bracelet in her haul. Quite fortunate, indeed, he chuckled, though his gaze fixated on her as she prepared to wear the gold bracelet. Do not wear that. Such items are far too conspicuous. Be wary of drawing attention. Lin Weiwei pouted, tucking the bracelet back into her space. She had reserved a compartment for jewelry, which was already overflowing with various adornments. She cherished the glittering treasures immensely. What are the 2 of you up to, sneaking around? After finishing his noodles, Yang Xiaoxiang approached, his gaze sweeping across the packaging paper strewn on the ground. Where did this delivery come from? Lin Weiwei immediately tucked away the remaining packages, her movements as swift as a startled rabbit. Chen Imo feigned a look of discontent, exclaiming, 5 packages. She unboxes a golden bracelet, and I only get a keyboard and a string of beads? Such terrible luck. Yang Xiaoxiang doubled over with laughter. Our class leader has impeccable luck. He then attempted to snatch the package from Lin Weiwei's hands. With agility, Lin Weiwei evaded him. Pulling out her phone to type, the delivery truck picked it up outside. She slyly handed Yang Xiaoxiang 2 packages, as if sharing a spoils of war. Eagerly, he tore them open to reveal a leather belt and a wallet, both from prestigious brands. This must be worth several thousand. He marveled, fondling the genuine leather wallet. Chun Mo, maintaining a serious facade, remarked, Lin Weiwei, are you intentionally giving me the inferior ones? The little zombie looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chun Mo reached out to ruffle her hair. Teasing her was always a delightful endeavor, akin to coaxing a wary yet endearing creature. In the distance, the roar of an engine echoed. The vehicle was repaired and ready to depart. Just then, Liang Rui approached, seeking confrontation, accompanied by a few others. He scrutinized the rugged vehicle with ill intent. Such a large off-road vehicle, can we not ride along? That bus looks quite unsafe, he provoked. Chun Mo rose, casting a cold stare at him. Enough of your nonsense, just leave. His voice, though not loud, bore an unmistakable authority. Liang Rui was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, his expression shifting uneasily as he retreated, his companions following suit, clearly intimidated by Chun Mo's presence. Lin Weiwei nimbly ascended the vehicle, her movements as graceful as a cat. Yang Xiaoxiang and Lin Hongba went to assist the survivors. From a distance, Liang Rui glared menacingly at Lin Weiwei's retreating figure, muttering, What are you pretending for? It's just a casual outing with a fling. Sun Wenda quickly seized his arm, cautioning, Liang, we can't afford to provoke them now. Did you not see how formidable they are? What is there to fear? Liang Rui shrugged off his hand, his eyes gleaming with malice. Once I find an opportunity. His words dripped with jealousy and resentment as he kicked an empty can by the roadside, the metal clanging sharply against the ground. So what if he has a mere ability? What else with the pretense? If I had that power, I would have crushed him beneath my feet long ago. His teeth clenched, his face contorted in fury. Sun Wenda stood by, wearing an awkward expression. Although he recognized Liang Rui's words were misguided, after following him for so long, he had grown accustomed to being subservient. He rubbed his hands together, cautiously suggesting, wasn't old Wang supposed to send a survival guide? Activating that ability isn't an easy feat, a manual? Nonsense. Liang Rui snatched the booklet from Sun Wenda's hands and hurled it to the ground. What good is this worthless thing? A group of girls huddled in a corner, their faces still reflecting the shock of the encounter. One girl named Xiaovan could no longer contain herself and urged, hurry and get in the car. It's unsafe outside. Indeed. Uncle Zhao is already preparing to drive. Another girl echoed, her voice trembling. Liang Rui, upon hearing this, became furious and turned to yell at the girls. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Are you looking for trouble? Despite his harsh words, he reluctantly climbed into the car upon catching Yang Xiaoxiang's warning glance. The girls, stung by his words, lowered their heads, their eyes reddening, shoulders slightly shaking. Yang Xiaoxiang began to call the roll, his voice steady and commanding. There were 6 individuals in Liang Rui's group, including himself and Sun Wenda, along with a boy surnamed Zhang and 3 girls, all students from the same high school. The vehicle also contained Qian Chong and his wife, along with their daughter, 2 laborers in their 40s who were brothers from the same village. A young couple who had only recently met, and 3 inseparable best friends. In total, there were 16 survivors, each face etched with exhaustion and fear. Once everyone had arrived, Yang Xiaoxiang put away the list and turned to Qian Chong, stating, Uncle Qian, we should set off now. Please stay focused while driving, no matter what you see. Do not panic. Chapter 19. The humanoid serpent monster Qian Chong gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing at his wife and daughter before nodding firmly. Rest assured, young man. I will drive steadily. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei nestled in the middle row, stealthily unwrapping a package. The rustling sound echoed like a mouse sneaking a snack. Her movements were nimble yet cautious, fearful of disturbing the 2 in the front. Chun Mo was fully concentrated on driving, his gaze fixed ahead. Bai Qian, in the passenger seat, was checking road conditions and forum updates, his fingers swiftly gliding over the tablet screen. Hearing the commotion from the back, Bai Qian couldn't help but smile. This little zombie had certainly brought some amusement to the otherwise dreary apocalypse. As Lin Weiwei unwrapped an electronic device, her interest waned, and she tossed it aside. Nowadays, ordinary electronics were merely scrap metal. A phone that once cost thousands was now worthless. However, if she were to uncover food, especially snacks, her excitement would illuminate her eyes like a child's. Another phone, she muttered, continuing to rummage through the package. Why don't these people stock up on something delicious? After a while, feeling bored, Lin Weiwei started gazing out the window. The trees along the roadside leaned precariously, and abandoned cars and shattered glass were visible intermittently. The further they drove, the worse the road conditions became, with thick fog gradually enveloping the entire highway. "We can't change routes now," Bai Qian said, frowning as he stared at the tablet. "All other routes are blocked. We can only continue on the highway and adapt as needed." Chen Mo was an excellent driver, managing to navigate quickly and steadily even through the thick fog. Just when Lin Weiwei thought their luck was holding, suddenly, her brain emitted a dangerous alert. That familiar, chilling sensation washed over her once more. To her left, at the 8 o'clock position, a massive figure was closing in. It was that humanoid serpent monster. Without hesitation, Lin Weiwei blew the wooden whistle hanging from her neck, the sharp sound reverberating within the vehicle. Chen Mo and Bai Qian instantly became alert, their bodies tense. The creature was charging towards us. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Mo glimpsed the robust serpent-like body, now significantly larger than the day before. The scales of the humanoid serpent glimmered with an eerie sheen under the dim sky. Bai Qian quickly contacted Lin Hongba, asking him to take over driving from Qian Chong. The bus behind them erupted into a cacophony of terrified screams. Through the rear window, the horrified faces of the passengers were visible. "I told you we shouldn't have followed them," Yang Rui shouted in despair, his voice quivering with emotion. "We're all going to die. We're about to become food for that monster." Yang Xiaoxiang swiftly covered his mouth and spoke into the intercom. "Brother Chun, drive with confidence. Let us hasten our pursuit." The two vehicles began to race down the highway. Lin Weiwei climbed to the back seat, gripping the chair tightly, watching as the humanoid serpent drew nearer, her heart racing. She could distinctly see the monster's menacing visage and its murderous vertical pupils. In the thick fog, the silhouette of the humanoid serpent flickered in and out of sight, occasionally vanishing and then suddenly reappearing in unexpected places. Chen Mo was forced to frequently change lanes to evade the creature's attacks. "It's stronger than yesterday," Bai Qian remarked gravely, tightening his grip on his weapon, "and it's faster too." Lin Weiwei felt the car shudder violently. The humanoid serpent had begun its assault. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she saw the bus struggling to avoid the onslaught as well. "Look ahead," Chen Mo suddenly shouted. "There is something up ahead." A massive shadow loomed in the fog, blocking the highway's center. Bai Qian immediately switched on the high-beam flashlight, and everyone gasped in horror. It was a toppled freight truck, its cabin askew, obstructing the road and leaving only a narrow passage. Surrounding the truck were countless mutated spiders, each the size of a basin. "Damn it!" Chen Mo gritted his teeth. "It's a trap." Lin Weiwei's pupils dilated sharply as she finally comprehended why the humanoid serpent had relentlessly pursued them. This was not a hunt. It was driving them into a deadly snare. A thunderous crash resounded from the bus behind, and Lin Weiwei turned to see the humanoid serpent coiling around its body. The passengers aboard screamed in utter despair, while ahead, the swarm of mutated spiders had taken notice of their presence. Yang Xiaoxiang leaned out of the window, his firearm spraying bullets towards the rear. The gunfire fell like rain, illuminating the night with streaks of flame. The metallic clashing echoed sharply, yet it did little to deter the monstrous advance. The gunfire was deafening, causing the surviving passengers within the vehicle to cower in fear. Some screamed, while others wept softly, as terror rapidly permeated the confined space. Lin Weiwei could feel the tense atmosphere in the air, her fingers brushing against the dagger at her waist. Her gaze swept over Liang Rui, tightly bound, and a chill crept into her heart. The traitor who nearly doomed the entire team now curled up in the corner like a worm. His gaze flickered restlessly, occasionally stealing glances outside the car window, as if he were contemplating something. Qian Chong and his family huddled in the corner of the last row. Zhang Chunlan tightly embraced her daughter, cautiously covering the child's ears with her hand. Though the little girl's face turned pale with fear, she bravely stifled her cries, nearly flinching now and then amidst the cacophony of deafening impacts. Lin Hongba's driving skills were indeed remarkable. The bus maneuvered adeptly along the highway, weaving like a fish evading obstacles. In the rearview mirror, the colossal mutated creature relentlessly pursued them, each step sending tremors through the ground. Its speed was escalating. Yang Xiaoxiang retreated into the vehicle to reload his magazine, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Ordinary bullets were utterly ineffective against that layer of hide. Lin Weiwei noticed Chen Mo's off-road vehicle signaling. The red light stood out starkly against the darkness, a signal to halt and confront the threat. She instinctively tightened her grip on her backpack, which contained her last resort, a modified chainsaw. "Qian Chong," Lin Hongba suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "You take the wheel from here." Beside the driver's seat lay a barrel of fuel, their final hope. Lin Weiwei observed as Lin Hongba handed the barrel to Qian Chong. understanding that this was their last preparation for escape. Take the others and go first. There should be rescue teams in the city, Lin Hongba stated tersely. His eyes fixated on the road ahead. Qian Chang's throat bobbed nervously. But if you all stay, this isn't enough of this nonsense. Lin Hongba interrupted. Remember, if you encounter danger, just ram through it without hesitation. Surviving is more important than anything else. Zhang Chunlan held her daughter tightly, tears welling in her eyes. With just a few of you, how is it possible? Chapter 20. The little class leader takes action. The massive form of the humanoid serpent monster slithered through the ruins, its contorted facial expression sending chills down one's spine. Lin Weiwei instinctively took a step back. Even as a zombie, she found it impossible to confront such a grotesque aberration of nature. The acrid scent of battle lingered amidst the decaying remnants of buildings. Watch out for its tail. Lin Hongba's shout echoed through the debris. No sooner had he spoken than the creature's tail lashed out like a steel whip. Lin Hongba crossed his arms defensively over his chest. His power allowed him to withstand such a force. With a resounding thud, his feet carved deep grooves into the ground, but he managed to block this lethal strike. Xiaobo, I'm coming to assist you. Yang Xiaoxiang's figure flickered through the ruins, his speed ability manifesting perfectly in this terrain. The blade cut through the air, tracing elegant arcs, leaving gashes across the humanoid serpent monster's body. Yet, these wounds appeared to be mere superficial injuries to the massive creature. Yang Xiaoxiang gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Bai Qian found an elevated position, his sniper rifle's crosshairs firmly locked onto the creature's vital points. Damn it, its scales are too tough. He muttered under his breath, another bullet merely creating a shallow dent in the monster's hide. Chen Mo's state was the most striking. He stood at the forefront of the ruins, his long blade crackling with intricate arcs of electricity. This was the newly awakened flame ability of his. Though still not fully refined, every ounce of strength was invaluable in this life and death moment. A deafening roar erupted from the humanoid snake monster, sending shockwaves through the air that caused branches to rain down around them. Lin Weiwei observed this chaos, her heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. She yearned to assist, but was at a loss as to how. The cube in her mind spun restlessly, as if hinting at something. The battle intensified. Chun Mo directed bolts of lightning towards the humanoid snake monster, illuminating the somber sky. Yet, the monster's regenerative abilities were formidable. Its charred scales would quickly regrow. Be careful. Bai Qian's warning rang out. The humanoid snake monster suddenly surged forward, its tail sweeping through the air. Lin Hongba and Yang Xiaoxiang were caught off guard and hurled away. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Bai Qian had already emptied most of his magazine, hastily reloading, but each shot seemed to bounce off as if striking steel, achieving little effect. The greatest peril was Chen Mo. His flame ability had exhausted much of his energy, causing his movements to slow. The humanoid snake monster seized this opportunity, its massive body coiling around him. Chen Mo, Lin Weiwei screamed. Her mind was blank, yet her body surged forward uncontrollably. The cube in her consciousness spun frantically, and the world before her began to twist and warp. Strange symbols flashed in her awareness. Lin Weiwei, don't come over. Chen Mo shouted with great difficulty, nearly suffocated by the monster's grip. The grotesque human face of the humanoid snake monster turned towards Lin Weiwei, revealing a chilling smile. How amusing. A little zombie dares to seek death? Your flesh must be quite delectable. It constricted its body, and Chen Mo emitted a pained groan, summoning every ounce of strength. He conjured a bolt of lightning that struck the humanoid snake monster. The electric light flared, causing the creature to recoil slightly, but it soon retaliated with fury, flinging Chen Mo against the mountainside. No. At that moment, Lin Weiwei's awareness sharpened. As the humanoid snake monster lunged at her with its gaping maw, her hand instinctively rose. The cube in her consciousness seemed to have found the right combination, and several ancient characters emerged in her mind. She subconsciously began to intone these words. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The movements of the humanoid snake monster abruptly halted, its pupils constricting violently, its throat squeezing out the impossible words. The next second, its body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, flesh and blood scattering. A stench-laden rain of blood fell, and Lin Weiwei sat dazed amidst the crimson pool. Her consciousness felt hazy, her body trembling slightly. It was only when a pair of warm hands gently wiped the blood from her face that she regained her senses. Silly girl, wake up. Despite his injuries, Chen Mo rushed to her side immediately, his voice hoarse. He retrieved a red from the remnants of the humanoid snake monster, carefully placing it in Lin Weiwei's palm. "This is what you deserve." Lin Weiwei remained in a daze, yet she could feel the warmth of Chen Mo as he carried her in his arms. The warmth gradually brought her back to reality. Bai Qian drove over to assist the injured Lin Hongba and Yang Xiaoxiang into the vehicle. The cabin was suffused with the acrid scents of antiseptic and blood. This creature was extraordinarily ferocious. They had nearly met their demise here. Lin Hongba leaned against his seat, gasping in pain. His arm bore several deep wounds, visibly bleeding. Yang Xiaoxiang, clutching his ribs, managed a pained smile, remarking how fortunate they were for the timely intervention of their squad leader. Otherwise, they might not have survived this encounter. Lin Wei, nestled in Chun Mo's embrace, listened to her teammates' banter. Her fingers caressed the strange core, and when she glanced up at Chun Mo, she found him gazing back at her with a complex expression, an amalgamation of concern and a hint of relief. "Next time, refrain from such recklessness," he admonished gently, his tone laced with reproach yet unable to mask his care. Lin Wei nodded, silently vowing that as long as she drew breath, she would safeguard these individuals, particularly Chun Mo. She could not bear to witness their injuries again or endure the helplessness of watching her comrades fall into peril. Bai Qian scrutinized the announcement on his tablet, his brow furrowed. On the 33rd day of the apocalypse, the forum had released a significant update. A 3-star mutated human snake monster, originally named Zhang Yuan, aged 40, was the general manager of a publicly listed company. He quickly skimmed through the information, his voice gravelly as he noted that prior to the apocalypse, Zhang had been arrested for embezzlement and bitten by a snake while in custody, subsequently mutating on the very day the catastrophe unfolded. Yang Xiaoxiang, awkwardly wrapping a bandage around himself, could not help but curse upon hearing this news. Damn it. This intel is far too late. Had we known he possessed sonic shockwaves, we wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. His ears still buzzed, his head spinning from the recent battle where the human snake monster's sonic attack nearly rendered him unconscious. The memory of that moment left him unsettled. "Stop complaining," Lin Hongba interjected, pouring antiseptic onto his wounds, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. "Creatures of this caliber are indeed formidable. Our survival is nothing short of a miracle." On the emergency lane rested a battered military Hummer, where 3 men either sat or stood, tending to their injuries. The vehicle was riddled with bullet holes and claw marks. Only one rear-view mirror remained intact, and the windshield was a spiderweb of cracks. The ferocity of the battle was evident in the state of the vehicle. Bai Qian rubbed his aching left ear, his fingertips brushing against a warm trickle of blood. Glancing in the rear-view mirror, he noted that the wound on his ear continued to bleed, but he had no time to attend to it. His fingers swiftly navigated the tablet. "I must upload the data promptly to prevent other teams from encountering similar situations." As he recorded the battle's details, he replayed the scene in his mind. The speed of that human snake monster was astonishing. Its scales could deflect bullets, and the sonic shockwaves it emitted were perilous, capable of destabilizing one's balance. By the way, he adjusted his blood-stained glasses. "The mission reward has been credited, 200,000 points. I intend to allocate 100,000 to our squad leader, and we 4 will evenly divide the remainder. What do you think? Is there any need to ask?" Yang Xiaoxiang rubbed his throbbing temples while nodding with a grimace. "If it weren't for the class monitor's final maneuver, we would have perished here today." The class monitor's ability to exert mental control was simply extraordinary. Lin Hongba clenched his fists, his knuckles paling, muscles taut with tension. "We are far too weak. Just at the 3-star level, and look at this situation. Had we encountered something stronger?" He left the thought unfinished, but the apprehension was palpable among the group. Chapter 21. Awakened Bai Qian glanced at the latest updates on the forum, attempting to shift the conversation. As of now, only 5-star entities have been reported, and he paused. His gaze flickering, headquarters mentioned there would be additional rewards. The forum had erupted with fervor, comments flooding in like snowflakes. "Wow, the Lightning Special Operations team actually accepted this mission. 3-star mutated monsters, this is too intense. Newcomer inquiry, what's the deal with 3? I heard their team has an exceptionally powerful psychic ability user." To the one above, "Stop spreading rumors, such information is perilous. Regardless, to eliminate a 3-star mutant, this team is undoubtedly top tier." Bai Qian cast a glance at the back seat, his breath easing. Chen Mo and Lin Weiwei had already succumbed to slumber. The class monitor bore traces of blood, his uniform torn in several places, and Chen Mo had merely bandaged himself before drifting off. Yet they slept soundly, their breaths deep and rhythmic. The expenditure of psychic energy was always the most taxing, particularly after such intense combat. Should we wake them? Yang Xiaoxiang asked with concern. Their wounds had yet to be properly treated. Let them rest, Bai Qian replied softly, his gaze gentle. Sleep is most beneficial for mutants, especially those with psychic abilities. He observed the continuously refreshing comments on the tablet, lost in thought. The forum's participants only witnessed the outcome, oblivious to the arduous struggle behind it. Had Lin Weiwei not unleashed her astounding mental prowess at the last moment, forcibly subduing that humanoid serpent creature, they would have faced total annihilation. I will go patrol, Lin Hongbao announced as he stood, stretching his stiff shoulders. You all should take the time to rest. Yang Xiaoxiang yawned. I'll accompany you. This cursed place is too perilous for one. Bai Qian nodded, returning to the task of organizing battle data. He needed to meticulously document every detail. The humanoid serpent creature's speed, attack range, sound wave frequency, and their counter strategies. This information was crucial for other teams. As night deepened, sporadic gunfire and the roars of monsters echoed in the distance. He recalled the intelligence from headquarters. More formidable mutants were evolving, and humanity's plight would grow increasingly dire. A faint sound of murmured dreams emanated from the back seat. Lin Weiwei appeared to be having a nightmare. Bai Qian sighed softly, continuing his diligent work. For now, let them rest well. Tomorrow, they would face new challenges. This world was far more perilous than they had imagined, and they had no choice but to grow stronger. When Lin Weiwei opened her eyes, the world appeared a blur. Before her, two silhouettes swayed as if veiled by a layer of crimson gauze. She blinked, and as her vision gradually cleared, she discerned that it was Zhang Chunlan and her daughter standing before her. Her mind was a blank slate, and she stood frozen, her fingers unconsciously clutching the blanket beneath her. Memories surged like a tidal wave, their separation from the survivors, the team holding the rear, a fierce battle. And then everyone was injured. The scent of blood, the echoes of gunfire, and the cries of anguish flashed through her mind in vivid succession. Suddenly, she sat up straight, surveying her surroundings. They were in an old warehouse, its weathered walls cloaked in moss, with a tattered skylight allowing a few rays of sunlight to filter through. Scattered across the vast space were several resting survivors. Some leaned against the wall, others lay on the ground, while a few tended to the wounded. The air was thick with the mingled scents of antiseptic and blood. Her gaze swept across the room and quickly fixed upon several figures not far away. Chen Mo stood tall, flanked by Lin Hongbao, Yang Xiaoxiang, and Bai Qian. They were engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions grave. Were it not for Chen Mo's battle-worn attire, stained with blood, and the bandaged fingers peeking through, she might have believed this was merely a dream. The bandages were darkened with crimson stains, tightening her chest with unease. A sharp pain throbbed in her head, more intense than before. She furrowed her brow, striving to acclimate to this discomfort, only to discover that her own clothing was also marred with dried blood. The whispers of Zhang Chunlan and her daughter reached her ears. Mom, my sister is covered in blood. Should we help her change? The little girl inquired anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. But Zhang Chunlan hesitated, clutching a clean towel. Unsure if her daughter was injured, fearing that her assistance might cause further pain. Lin Weiwei jolted, suddenly alert. After all, she was a formidable zombie, realizing her disheveled appearance. She disregarded her dizziness and stumbled toward Chen Mo, wrapping her arms around his. The abruptness of her movement startled Zhang Chunlan and her daughter, leaving the little girl's greeting unspoken. They exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for what to do. Is the class leader awake? Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed joyfully, the weariness on his face dissipating. He attempted to step forward, but was halted by Bai Qian, noticing the bloodshot hue in Lin Weiwei's eyes, which bore no signs of discomfort. Bai Qian silently led the eager Yang Xiaoxiang and Lin Hongbao away. Having Chen Mo here is sufficient. Let us attend to other matters. Bai Qian murmured, his gaze laden with significance. Chen Mo was engaged in a handover with the captain of another combat team, a burly middle-aged man whose insignia indicated he hailed from a neighboring district. The survivors will be entrusted to you for escort. Chen Mo's voice was somewhat hoarse. The other man saluted, replying, Thank you for your hard work, Captain Chen. However, his gaze inadvertently flickered to the collar around Lin Weiwei's neck, a hint of wariness surfacing in his eyes. Instinctively, Lin Weiwei shrank behind Chen Mo, gripping the hem of his clothing tightly. She could feel those scrutinizing gazes, piercing through her like invisible daggers, making her profoundly uneasy. Chen Mo sensed her unease and effortlessly tucked her under his arm, striding towards the bathing area. Lin Weiwei was startled by his sudden action but did not resist. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The bathing area was a makeshift setup, partitioned by canvas. You'll be fine in the blue water bucket, right? I'll be right next door. Just whistle if you need anything. Chen Emo said as he placed Lin Weiwei into the bucket. She nodded repeatedly, watching his tall figure disappear behind the curtain. The water in the bucket was cool, but for someone unbothered by the cold, it posed no issue. No wonder he had frightened Zhang Chunlan and her daughter earlier, she thought. As she heard Chen Mo's voice from the next room, laced with amusement, a little zombie, quite shy. Lin Weiwei looked down at her reflection in the water and suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She remembered the scenes from battle, recalling how she had recklessly charged at the enemy to save Chen Mo. At that moment, she had felt no shyness, only a fierce desire to protect him. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood in the adjacent bucket, gazing at the wounds on his hands, a heaviness settling in his heart. He felt he had betrayed her trust. Yet she had saved him. The image of her taking that fatal blow for him tightened his chest with a pang of guilt. Don't overthink it, he said gently from behind the curtain, his voice soothingly tender. Soon, the sound of rushing cold water drowned out their respective thoughts. Lin Weiwei stared at the bloodstains floating on the water's surface and suddenly realized that she was no longer the little zombie who hid in corners. She had grown stronger, powerful enough to protect those she held dear. Amid the sound of water, she heard Chen Mo softly humming a melody she had never encountered before. The sound drifted through the curtain, imbued with an indescribable warmth. Lin Weiwei closed her eyes, allowing the water to wash over her while feeling an unprecedented sense of security. After her bath, Lin Weiwei sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs and fixating her gaze on the bathroom door. Water splashed rhythmically, occasionally interrupted by Chun Mo's faint gasps as he inadvertently touched his wounds. She tilted her head, thinking that he was taking too long in the shower. In her memories, Chun Mo was always decisive, never wasting time on such matters. Yet now, he seemed unusually cautious. Lin Weiwei jumped off the bed, bare feet padding softly as she bounced to the bathroom door. She reached out, gently tracing her fingers across the door, the tips creating a faint sound against the canvas. Hey, I'll be done soon. Chun Mo's voice drifted out, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Stop scratching, you're going to ruin it. Lin Weiwei blinked, her fingers continuing their motion. She felt an urgent need to stay close to Chun Mo for comfort. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open. In the steamy haze, Chun Mo stood clad in a dark green athletic suit, his damp hair still dripping. Leaning against the doorframe, he looked down at Lin Weiwei, his gaze infused with affection. Lin Weiwei had changed into soft pajamas, her entire demeanor softening. She reached out to grasp the hem of Chun Mo's shirt, tilting her head back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She resembled an overly affectionate little kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to touzle her hair. With a sigh, Chen Mo reached out and gently ruffled her damp bangs, noting that she appeared even more endearing than before. He swept her bangs aside, revealing her smooth forehead. The little zombie's features were already exquisite, and this gesture accentuated her beauty even further. A playful impulse surged within Chen Mo. He contemplated earnestly pursuing her, yet found himself momentarily distracted by her adorably dazed expression, which tempted him to tease her. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. A passing companion caught sight of the scene, their face flushing with embarrassment, casting a judgmental glance at Chen Mo. As if to say, how could a superior treat the class monitor in such a manner? Chen Mo awkwardly withdrew his hand, only to meet Lin Weiwei's gaze. Her once clear eyes were now tainted with blood, the vibrant red spreading like a blooming spider lily. This needs to be addressed, he declared, swiftly tucking Lin Weiwei under his arm and striding out. Soon, a few gathered around. Lin Weiwei obediently sat on the floor covered with blankets, while he tenderly sat beside her, gently drying her wet hair. Opposite them sat Bai Qian, Yang Xiaoxiang, and Lin Hongba, all wearing serious expressions as they deliberated over her eye situation. This has to come off, Bai Qian asserted, adjusting his non-existent glasses. He scrutinized Lin Weiwei's eyes, noting that the blood had seeped into her contact lenses, which could potentially harm her eyesight if left on. Chenggu, you should take them off yourself since you put them on, Yang Xiaoxiang chimed in, winking at Chen Mo. Why does the class monitor seem more dazed than usual? Lin Hongba frowned, his gaze flitting back and forth over Lin Weiwei. Chen Mo turned her face to meet his gaze, urging her to look up. He leaned down to inspect closely but hesitated to act. The sight of her blood-stained eyes brought back memories of their past battle and the terrifying technique she had employed. I'm afraid I might injure her eyes. Perhaps we should find someone more skilled, he murmured, his tone laced with concern. When he glanced up, he noticed the three of them regarding him with peculiar expressions, their looks filled with confusion over his newfound gentleness. Chen Ge, Yang Xiaoxiang blinked. A mischievous smile gracing his face. Are you about to kiss the class monitor? Bai Qian immediately covered his mouth, apologizing. This child is truly immature. His movements were swift and decisive, clearly not his first time handling such a situation. Who are you calling a child? Yang Xiaoxiang protested, struggling beneath Bai Qian's hand. His words muffled. Lin Hongba shook his head in exasperation before steering the conversation back to serious matters. Should we find a stylish girl to assist? Although he hesitated. Glancing at Lin Weiwei with concern, don't you think she has been acting oddly since using that technique? Bai Qian released Yang Xiaoxiang, stating gravely. It could be a side effect. The power of that move was immense, shattering a 3-star humanoid snake monster to pieces. His expression turned serious, emphasizing the tremendous physical and mental toll such power could impose on her. So, she has regressed intellectually? Yang Xiaoxiang rubbed his ravaged face. A hint of concern in his tone. He wondered if recovery was possible. Lin Hongba sighed, his gaze settling on Lin Weiwei, who sat quietly, allowing Chen Mo to toy with her, utterly devoid of her former vibrancy. As the three conversed, they turned to observe Chen Mo's reaction, only to find him prying open Lin Weiwei's mouth, fingers inserted as if inspecting something. Chen Mo. Bai Qian couldn't help but hurl a wet wipe at him. Have you washed your hands before sticking them in her mouth? His tone was laced with a sense of frustration. I just finished showering, Chen Mo exclaimed, catching the wet wipe with glee. Look, she has little fangs now, so adorable. His eyes sparkled with delight, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his actions. The trio exchanged glances. Was this truly a cause for excitement? Would a normal person rejoice at another's newly formed fangs? Yet, gazing upon Lin Weiwei's fair, delicate face, her glistening big eyes, and the faintly visible fangs, they couldn't deny there was a certain charm. At that moment, Lin Weiwei suddenly reached out, gently tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve. She tilted her head back, her eyes clouded with confusion, as if she wished to speak but found her voice eluding her. Chen Mo paused, then softly grasped her hand. He sensed the coolness of her palm, as if she were frightened. It's all right, he whispered reassuringly. I'm here. Lin Weiwei blinked slowly, nodding in response. She leaned closer, resting her head against his shoulder, as if she had finally found solace. Nestled within his embrace, her slender frame trembled slightly. Her skin bore an unnaturally pale hue, and her once clear eyes were now shrouded in a blood-tinged haze, tightening Chen Mo's heart further. In the next battle, we must adjust our tactical configurations, he murmured, his gaze unwavering from Lin Weiwei. Lin Hongba leaned against the wall, his fingers unconsciously tapping the holster at his waist. Indeed, if traps could be laid in advance, perhaps they would not have allowed the squad leader to speak midway. He abruptly halted his thoughts. Yang Xiaoxiang sat on the floor, cradling his knees. The typically lively boy was now eerily quiet, his eyes reddened, evidently filled with self-reproach. Bai Qian had already pulled out his tablet, beginning to document the gains and losses of this encounter. The sound of his fingers striking the keyboard echoed sharply in the quiet room. He appeared the most composed. Yet the taut line of his jaw betrayed his inner turmoil. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei emitted a soft moan, burrowing deeper into Chen Mo's embrace. She felt an unsettling sensation coursing through her, an inexplicable restlessness, as if countless ants were crawling beneath her skin. Most distressing were her teeth, itching in a manner that urged her to bite down on something. Chen Mo, freshly showered, still bore the fragrance of body wash mingled with his unique scent, inexplicably comforting. Yet simultaneously, an alluring aroma wafted into her nostrils, prompting her to swallow involuntarily. Weiwei, where does it hurt? Chen Mo sensed her unease and inquired softly. His palm rested on her forehead, the warmth of his touch causing his heart to clench. Lin Weiwei wished to respond, yet found her vocal cords rusted, producing only indistinct syllables. She struggled to raise her head, eager to discern Chen Mo's expression, but her attention was captivated entirely by the throbbing veins at his neck. The skin there was delicate, allowing the bluish veins to be seen clearly. As he spoke, his Adam's apple gently rolled, evoking an inexplicable allure within her. A powerful impulse surged within her, a desire to take a bite. This thought startled Lin Weiwei herself. In a fluster, she turned her face away, yet could not help but steal glances in that direction. A loud growl from her stomach shattered the heavy atmosphere in the room. All eyes turned toward Lin Weiwei. The little zombie lowered her head in embarrassment, gripping Chen Mo's shirt tightly. She was acutely aware of her thoughts, the inappropriate notions filling her with guilt and fear. Chapter 23. Rumors, is the class monitor hungry? Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, springing up from the ground as if he had grasped a lifeline. What about the YH? That glittering object, can you take it out from your space? Lin Weiwei merely stared blankly at him, seemingly unresponsive to his words. Her focus was still engaged in battling those dreadful impulses, leaving no room for further contemplation. It's over, Yang Xiaoxiang's voice quivered. The class monitor doesn't even recognize us anymore. Bai Qian set down his tablet and approached to pat his shoulder. Don't blame yourself. If it weren't for the sake of saving us, the class monitor wouldn't. His voice trailed off. How about trying the nutrient solution? Lin Hongba suggested. The formula for the nutrient solution has been perfected, and it tastes quite good. Chen Mo immediately retrieved a bottle of nutrient solution from his storage space. Yet Lin Weiwei did not even glance at it. Her gaze remained fixated on his neck, occasionally licking her lips, a sight both heart-wrenching and concerning. We must find a way, Chen Mo murmured. Her current state is quite unsettling. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Several individuals glanced warily toward the entrance, soon spotting a familiar face. I heard something has happened here. Su Yinghuang leaned against the doorframe, holding a delicate little box. I happened to pass by and came to check. Her gaze settled on Lin Weiwei, surprise flickering in her eyes. Don't make a fuss, Chen Mo interrupted her. Can you help? Su Yinghuang nodded, entering the room and closing the door behind her. She crouched before Lin Weiwei, gently saying, Sister, may I take a look at your eyes? Lin Weiwei instinctively shrank into Chen Mo's embrace, but under his soft reassurance, she timidly raised her head. Ah, this won't do. Su Yinghuang opened the box she held, revealing a pair of amber-colored contact lenses that would frighten an ordinary person. Here, let me help you put these on. Her movements were gentle, her tone imbued with a soothing power. Lin Weiwei gradually relaxed, obediently allowing her to adjust the lenses. What a lovely child. After putting on her colored contact lenses, Su Yingxiang couldn't help but pinch Lin Weiwei's soft cheeks. How about joining my team? The benefits are fantastic over there. Hey. Chen Mo immediately protested, his tone laced with evident jealousy. Are you trying to poach? Exactly, Yang Xiaoxiang chimed in, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Weiwei, determined to thwart any advances on their class leader. Not a chance. I was just joking, Su Yingxiang replied with a smile, putting away her contact lens case. Though her gaze held a deeper meaning. But why must we call her class leader? What is the relationship? This girl is the most formidable class leader in our middle school, Yang Xiaoxiang remarked, taking a sip of nutritional drink, his tone brimming with pride. She ranks in the top 10 of our grade and is exceptionally reliable, though she is a bit on the shorter side, only standing at 1.63 meters. At that moment, a post suddenly appeared on the forum. The Lightning Special Operations Team has taken on a mission to escort a young heiress. The post was accompanied by several candid photos taken from clever angles, yet still managing to capture the intimate scene of Chen Mo holding Lin Weiwei. In the pictures, the young girl nestled comfortably in his arms, their poses alarmingly close. The comments section erupted. What divine beauty is this? Wait, isn't this the Lightning team that has been gaining so much attention lately? Who is that girl? She looks so tiny. Could she really be the daughter of a significant figure? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. That girl has a rather peculiar aura. The post's popularity surged rapidly, but at that moment, Chen Mo and the others were clearly too preoccupied to notice. Their greater concern was Lin Weiwei's condition. The little zombie's temperature was steadily rising, the crimson hue in her eyes deepening. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly struggling against something. Weiwei? Chen Mo called softly. Lin Weiwei lifted her head, and beneath her amber-colored contacts, a hint of that unusual redness could be discerned. She parted her lips and finally uttered a faint syllable, hungry. Su Yingxiang's laughter echoed in the warehouse as she surveyed the team before her, amusement dancing in her eyes. Their reactions were always so entertaining, reminiscent of her own experiences when she first joined the team. Haven't you all been keeping up with the forum lately? She tilted her head, teasingly. Some matters might require your attention. The four men exchanged glances, a palpable unease settling in the air. Lin Weiwei stood to the side, confused by their tense expressions, unaware of what was unfolding. The forum? Yang Xiaoxiang pulled out his tablet, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. Suddenly, his movements froze, his expression akin to someone doused with cold water. Lin Hongba leaned in for a closer look, gasping. What is going on? Bai Qian remarked. Someone is spreading rumors. Chen Mo silently scrutinized the screen's contents, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The forum displayed a series of photos, each capturing moments with Lin Weiwei, accompanied by a suggestive caption, "The secret of the lightning team, a woman and 4 men's tale." Lin Weiwei finally perused the content of the post. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Someone had deliberately taken her words out of context. Bai Qian calmly deduced that the photographs were extracted from various occasions but were intentionally spliced together to create an ambiguous atmosphere. Yang Xiaoxiang, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, "Nonsense! I have no such feelings for our class monitor." His face reddened, fumbling for words to explain that during the training camp, the class monitor was our role model. Who would dare to harbor improper thoughts towards her? Exactly. Lin Hongbo nodded vigorously, recalling that he was merely a naive youth back then, preoccupied with training, oblivious to such matters. Besides, he scratched his head, somewhat bashful, admitting, "I prefer a more mature and alluring type." Bai Qian, maintaining his composure, adjusted his glasses. "I am asexual and have no interest in such affairs." Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lin Weiwei. Recollecting the moments during gatherings when they played truth or dare, whenever asked about his first love, he invariably thought of Lin Weiwei, the earnest figure guiding them during the training camp. Her cheeks puffed when angry, and even her temper stirred his heart. Lin Weiwei sensed his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. She lowered her head, feigning to organize her gear, yet could not resist stealing glances at Chen Mo. Was it true that she possessed so many facets in the eyes of others? She scrutinized the photos in the post. Some were captured during missions, while others were surreptitiously taken during breaks. The photographer must have been nearby. The warehouse fell suddenly silent. Aside from them, 4 other teams were resting in the vicinity. They were well acquainted with Su Yingshuang's team and doubted they would engage in such antics. However, regarding the other 3 teams, Lin Hongbo vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Noticing several pairs of eyes quickly darting away, Bai Qian began swiftly operating on the data terminal, tracing the source of the post. He found it. Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, directing his gaze towards a shadowy corner of the warehouse. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo rose and strode in that direction. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the quiet warehouse, exuding a sense of pressure. When they returned, gripping the individual who had surreptitiously taken the photographs, he trembled uncontrollably. His face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. His camera lay in ruins, shards scattered across the floor, glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Lin Weiwei was delicately savoring a peculiar fruit, taking small bites as if relishing a delicacy. Her movements were slow, cheeks puffed out, and her innocent large eyes made her resemble a gluttonous hamster. "Kneel," Chen Mo commanded coldly. The individual's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Trembling all over, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. "Speak. Who sent you?" Lin Hongbo looked down at him from a height. I just thought she was cute and wanted to take a few photos," the man stammered in explanation. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the air. "Do you think we would believe that?" Chen Mo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I will ask one last time. Who sent you?" Chapter 24, To be honest. "Do you have feelings for me?" The man finally broke down. Indeed, it was someone from the Zhou family. They claimed that as long as they could capture a photograph, they would pay 100,000. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. The Zhou family? It seems they are quite idle. After dealing with the paparazzi, Chen Mo sat down beside Lin Weiwei. Observing her intently enjoying her meal, he couldn't resist the urge to poke her cheek. Could this also be deemed as intimacy? Lin Weiwei turned her head, her bright eyes gazing at him. The purity of her gaze was devoid of any impurities, yet it seemed to harbor some indescribable emotion, causing a fleeting tremor in Chen Mo's heart, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. "You embrace her every day. Isn't that excessive intimacy?" Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "You touch her head when you see her and poke her face. Is this normal in your opinion?" Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it indeed appeared to be rather overly affectionate. Every time he encountered Lin Weiwei, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, desiring to touch her and witness her myriad of expressions. However, he could not bring himself to voice these thoughts and stubbornly replied, "Isn't it just a habit?" Indeed. Bai Qian responded dismissively, his tone laced with mockery. Yang Xiaoxiang chuckled quietly from the side, his eyes squinting into slits. At such moments, he never intervened to defend Chen Mo, relishing the spectacle was more in line with his character. Lin Hongbo simply pretended not to hear and lay down to sleep. He understood Chen Mo all too well. In such situations, feigning sleep was the safer option. As night gradually deepened, Lin Weiwei remembered that she had yet to prepare a meal for them. Turning to look, she noticed that the four had already lain down to rest, their breaths becoming steadily rhythmic. She paused for a moment, feeling a twinge of regret as she pressed her lips together. Ultimately, she curled up in the soft blanket, her body slowly relaxing, yet sleep eluded her. How frustrating it was to be so slow-witted. She glanced at Chen Mo's back and unconsciously inched closer to him. The tantalizing aroma of the stored provisions was right before her. Surely, she would have sweet dreams tonight. As dawn broke, the individuals in the warehouse gradually awakened. Those who had kept watch retreated to the vehicles for some rest, while the others began to pack their belongings. Remarkably, aside from a few sporadic scuffles during the night, they had enjoyed a rare and peaceful sleep. I slept so well last night. Yang Xiaoxiang stretched, loosening his stiff limbs, grateful for Team Lin's night watch. Suddenly, he noticed 4 thermoses neatly arranged before him. Steam wafted from the openings, filling the air with a faint, pleasant aroma. "Class monitor, you're back to your old self?" he exclaimed joyfully, looking at Lin Weiwei. Her gaze had regained its clarity, no longer appearing as dazed as the previous day. She gently nodded and handed Yang Xiaoxiang a can of spicy radish. Her movements were delicate, her focus intense, as though she were an entirely different person. "Oh, class monitor, you were like a mother to me." Yang Xiaoxiang held the can, overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening. "Why are you howling so early?" Bai Qian smacked Yang Xiaoxiang on the head, exclaiming, "You're so loud." Yang Xiaoxiang immediately sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Then don't eat." Bai Qian, quick as a flash, snatched the can away. "Then I will confiscate it." After speaking, he retreated into the storage space, a smug smile playing on his lips. Lin Weiwei squatted nearby, watching their playful banter with amusement. A faint smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. Noticing Yang Xiaoxiang's pitiful expression, she once again handed him a can of delectable anchovies. "I'm alive again," Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, instantly revitalized. Bounding away with the can in his arms, Lin Hongbao, while folding blankets, greeted Lin Weiwei. "Good morning, class monitor. How are you feeling?" His gaze inadvertently swept over the collar adorning Lin Weiwei's neck. She nodded uncomfortably, instinctively touching the collar before turning to the other side, patiently awaiting the meticulously prepared breakfast for everyone. Chen Mo had set out early to patrol. A certain little zombie had gnawed on him the previous night, depriving him of a good night's sleep. His dark circles were prominent, yet his spirit was surprisingly buoyant. Upon returning from his rounds, he spotted Lin Weiwei squatting there. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, casting a soft halo around her. He approached, and Lin Weiwei immediately brightened, leaning closer with wide eyes. Her movements resembled that of a playful kitten, softening Chun Mo's heart. "Hey, seriously, do you have feelings for me?" he suddenly inquired, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Lin Weiwei gazed at the fragrant Chun Mo, nodding vigorously. "I want to devour you." Her eyes sparkled with a fervent desire, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a sumptuous dish. Chen Mo's face instantly flushed, turning a deep crimson from his ears to his neck. He had not anticipated Lin Weiwei's directness, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Weiwei quietly observed everyone enjoying their breakfast. The aroma of food filled the air, mingling with the sounds of lively conversation and the clanking of utensils, reminiscent of the times spent dining with friends in the cafeteria before the apocalypse. Her gaze swept across the faces of her companions, each radiating joy, stirring a warm current within her. Bai Qian, Yang Xiaoxiang, and Lin Hongbao returned from their patrol, and upon seeing Chun Mo sitting there with ears as red as ripe apples, Yang Xiaoxiang leaned toward Bai Qian, whispering playfully, "Bai Gu, what's up with Qingge?" Could it be? Before he could finish, Bai Qian's lips curled into a slight smile. "That's a classic case of love symptoms. I've seen plenty of studies on it." Uffed. Yang Xiaoxiang couldn't contain his laughter, drawing curious glances from those around. Chun Mo, sensing their stares, flushed even deeper, clearing his throat to feign seriousness. "Enough silliness. Let us eat. We need to hit the road soon." The other survivors observed with envy as each member of the Lightning Squad possessed a storage space card, a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, where most teams had none at all. As Suing Shuang passed by, she couldn't help but stop and watch. Her gaze wandered over the bountiful breakfast spread before them, ultimately settling on the steaming porridge. "You all are so fortunate. Each of you has a storage space card. Our team only has one, and it's merely 50 cubic meters. The food is splendid. You even have hot porridge. This was crafted by our little class leader," Yang Xiaoxiang proclaimed proudly, only to see his eggs swiftly snatched away by Bai Qian. Hey, Yang Xiaoxiang protested, reaching out to reclaim it. But Bai Qian deftly evaded his grasp. Lin Weiwei noticed the unmistakable longing in Su Yingshuang's eyes and quietly retrieved a red thermos from her storage space. The thermos still held a hint of warmth as she extended it towards Su Yingshuang. Is this for me? Su Yingshuang was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe the thermos before her. Take it, Chen Mo interjected at the opportune moment, his gaze gentle. She wishes for you to taste it. Bai Qian also produced a package of spicy radishes from his storage space. Bring this too. We appreciate your vigil last night. Su Yingshuang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her voice slightly choked. Thank you. Actually, you should be the ones resting well before heading to the front lines. Observing her reaction, Lin Weiwei fetched a bag of fragrant buns. Seeing the surprise on Su Yingshuang's face, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Oh my, I can hardly recall how delicious the buns are. Su Yingshuang exclaimed, clutching the food and planting a kiss on Lin Weiwei's cheek. Once we return to the shelter, we must celebrate properly. Chen Mo, witnessing the scene, instantly darkened in expression. Isn't that a tad too unrestrained? His tone conveyed clear displeasure. Yet, Lin Weiwei felt elated. Such affectionate gestures reminded her of times spent with her close friends. She pulled out a teething stick from her pocket and began to munch on it. Is it really fine for our little class leader to be gnawing like that? Yang Xiaoxiang furrowed his brow, concern evident in his voice. Chapter 25. Regression. By Qian pondered aloud. I once read a research article mentioning that excessive use of abilities can lead to regression. Perhaps for those who have undergone mutation. This is a new evolutionary process. Don't say such alarming things. Yang Xiaoxiang shuddered, instinctively rubbing his arms. Lin Hongba stood nearby, recalling the scene from yesterday when Lin Weiwei effortlessly dispatched the mutated serpentine creature. That level of strength and speed was indeed beyond that of an ordinary person. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. Chen Mo, sensing the team's unease, spoke softly. Why overthink it? Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Weiwei continued to gnaw on her teething stick, her eyes sparkling. She felt the changes within her, and as long as she could protect those around her, it mattered not how she transformed. The atmosphere in the camp gradually grew lively as various teams began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Lin Weiwei put away her teething stick and started assisting in organizing supplies. Her movements were swift yet meticulous in every detail. Weiwei, this is for you. Bai Qian handed her a pack of snacks. You might get hungry on the road. Lin Weiwei accepted the snacks, warmth spreading through her heart. Knowing they were Bai Qian's cherished possessions, usually spared from consumption. Captain, the scouts ahead have returned. Lin Hongba suddenly appeared beside Chen Mo, his voice low. They reported some unusual findings. Chen Mo immediately assumed a serious demeanor. What is the situation? Ahead, 5 kilometers away, lies an abandoned industrial area, where numerous traces of mutated creatures have been discovered. Lin Hongba lowered his voice, noting the signs of human activity as well. This revelation heightened the tension among those present. In such precarious times, humanity can often prove to be more perilous than the mutated beings. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo turned to his team. Prepare for battle. We may be facing trouble. Lin Weiwei clenched her fists, feeling a surge of power within her. No matter what challenges lay ahead, she was determined to protect her companions. The warehouse stood desolate, emptied of all supplies, leaving behind an eerie void. Lin Weiwei lingered at the entrance, her gaze sweeping over the barren shelves. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. The initial distribution of supplies had finally come to a close. In the distance, the highway toll station's sign glimmered under the sun's rays. The survivors were about to part ways, each embarking on their own uncertain journeys. Weiwei, Su Yingshuang trotted over, grasping Lin Weiwei's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You must come and visit me. It's only a 10-minute walk from your place. Lin Weiwei looked at the first friend she had made in this desolate world, warmth blooming in her heart. She rummaged through her pocket, pulling out a neatly wrapped piece of chocolate and placing it in Su Yingshuang's hand. Eat this on your way. Su Yingshuang's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly removed the talisman from around her neck. Then take this. My mother says it brings safety. Yingshuang, hurry up and get in the car. Lin Ren's voice called from a distance. If we don't leave soon, it will be dark. Su Yingshuang quickly shoved the talisman into Lin Weiwei's hand and ran towards the waiting convoy. Lin Weiwei had the chance to decline before a warm jade pendant was added to her possession. She looked down at the translucent charm, feeling a sense of conflict. This token of goodwill was something she ought not to accept. I cannot thank you enough, Qian Chong said, shaking hands with Chun Mo and the others. Gratitude evident in his trembling voice. Had you not arrived in time, we might still be hiding in that service area. There were even mutated serpentine creatures lurking about. Had we delayed even a moment, the unspoken end hung heavy in the air. Death or mutation, there was no other fate. Once we settle in the city, we must celebrate together, Qian Chang stated earnestly, the corners of his eyes betraying a glimmer of hope for the future. Zhang Chunlan approached, holding her daughter's hand to express her thanks. Chun Mo gently patted the girl's shoulder. Be careful on your journey, and take good care of your mother. This is what we ought to do, he asserted, standing tall. Our headquarters has a steadfast rule. Not a single one must be left behind. In these times, we must look out for one another. As they bid farewell to the departing convoy, Chen Mo turned to his team, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. It is time to execute our mission. Lin Hongba took the wheel, with Yang Xiaoxiang in the passenger seat, while Chun Mo and Bai Qian occupied the middle row, leaving Lin Weiwei to herself in the back. The vehicle had been treated with purification spray, replacing the nauseating stench of blood with a faint scent of disinfectant. There were still 40 minutes to the commercial district. Chen Mo began to assign tasks, his finger gliding over the map. I was to eliminate the zombies, while Lao Lin quickly raced to the rescue scene with Bai Qian, and Xiao Xiang followed Lin Weiwei to gather supplies. Remember, retreat immediately in the face of danger. Lin Weiwei whistled a cheerful tune, alleviating the somewhat tense atmosphere within the vehicle. The several men present chuckled. Even the usually serious Chun Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. The off-road vehicle sped towards the Jinwei commercial district, where the road conditions worsened. Cars lay haphazardly in the way, and an increasing number of zombies wandered about. Chen Mo and Bai Qian leaned out from the sunroof, gunshots echoing through the streets. Lin Weiwei leaned against the window, gazing at the once thriving city. Dilapidated billboards hung askew on buildings, shattered storefronts revealed scattered merchandise. Occasionally, the curtains on the second floor would flutter slightly, hinting at hidden survivors clinging to life in the eerie silence. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the car window, its decaying face pressed against the glass, emitting a grotesque sound. Lin Weiwei instinctively recoiled, and despite having witnessed countless such scenes, a chill still crept into her heart. The sounds of gunfire and explosions intertwined. After the majority of the zombies had been cleared, the vehicle halted at the first entrance of the mall. I'll go in first, Chen Mo instructed, checking his ammunition. Lin Weiwei, do not wander off. Xiao Xiang, keep an eye on her. Noting Yang Xiaoxiang's affirmative gesture, Chen Mo, along with Lin Hongba and Bai Qian, dispersed, their figures swiftly vanishing into the depths of the mall. Class monitor, let us get going. Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. This is the granary capital. There must be plenty of good stuff. Lin Weiwei nodded and proceeded directly into the nearest grain store. At the cash register stood a zombie clad in an apron, her neck twisted at an odd angle. Yang Xiaoxiang dispatched her with a single shot, the sound reverberating sharply in the enclosed space. Lin Weiwei meticulously examined the expiration dates of the products, collecting the viable ones into her space. From pastries to grains and sealed rice, her movements were swift and precise, as if she had rehearsed this countless times. Dust had settled thickly on the shelves, and as she gathered supplies, she coughed. Yang Xiaoxiang handed her a mask, saying, "Be careful, this dust might be problematic." Next was a spicy hot pot shop, followed by an outdoor sports store, and then a large snack shop. At each stop, Yang Xiaoxiang would thoroughly search the area, ensuring it was safe before allowing Lin Weiwei to enter. Class monitor, come quickly, Yang Xiaoxiang called excitedly, having organized the scattered snacks. We can take the whole shelf. These items can be traded for substantial supplies at the shelter. Lin Weiwei complied, watching as another compartment filled in her space. Though there remained ample room, this extraordinary ability felt like her greatest asset in the apocalypse. She and Yang Xiaoxiang busied themselves in the snack shop, resembling two squirrels that had discovered a treasure trove. Lin Weiwei flitted about like a diligent little bee, moving back and forth within the store. Her actions were nimble and orderly, collecting every usable supply into her space. If these items were not taken, they would either be seized by other survivors or meet a grim fate at the jaws of terrifying mutated creatures. As she organized the supplies, she murmured softly, believing that it was far better to utilize them than to let them go to waste. The glass display case of the dessert shop revealed cakes that had once been exquisite, now rotting and exuding a nauseating stench. Lin Weiwei wrinkled her nose and quickly circumvented the display area. However, Her spirits lifted when she entered the storeroom of the kitchen, where various baking ingredients were neatly arranged on the shelves. Her fingers glided gently over the bags of flour and sugar, their texture rough, yet comforting. The image of the busy pastry chef from the pre-apocalyptic era flashed in her mind, when the air was always filled with sweet aromas. "Class monitor, over here." Yang Xiaoxiang's call disrupted her reverie. Chapter 26. Struck gold. Inside the golden shop, two figures stood at the entrance, collectively gasping in wonder. Sunlight streamed through the shattered glass, casting a golden halo over the entire space. "We've hit the jackpot." Yang Xiaoxiang rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. If old Lin sees this liquor and tobacco, he'd be over the moon. Lin Weiwei silently stored the gold jewelry from the counter into her space, the cold sensation in her hand tightening her heart. Those once valuable adornments had now become mere superficial decorations. "Be careful," she cautioned. "Try not to make too much noise." Yang Xiaoxiang immediately tempered his exuberance, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Don't worry, I know how to behave." Meanwhile, in another part of the mall, Lin Hongbo and Bai Qian were struggling to rescue survivors. "Stay close to me, and don't make any noise," Lin Hongbo instructed in a hushed tone, his eyes darting around warily. Bai Qian gripped his gun tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The zombies, like sharks sensing blood, surged forth from the shadows, emitting spine-chilling growls. "These creatures seem endless," Bai Qian muttered, firing his weapon while sipping the cool tea that Lin Weiwei had provided. The refreshing liquid slid down his throat, offering a momentary solace. Lin Hongbo deftly tossed a miniature explosive, which detonated with precision within a 5-meter radius. Flesh and dark blood splattered, and the air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Deep within the mall, Chen Mo functioned like a finely tuned combat machine, each shot claiming a zombie's life. His movements were clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary pauses. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, shadows gradually consumed every corner of the mall. Yang Xiaoxiang's demeanor turned notably cautious, his voice lowered further. "Class monitor, stick close to me." Lin Weiwei looked up at the rarely seen moonlight and gently blew into her wooden whistle in response. When they finally reunited with Bai Qian, they discovered that he was covered in the black blood of zombies, his clothes no longer recognizable. The class monitor's cool tea truly is a timely blessing. Bai Qian wiped the sweat from his brow, managing a weary smile. "Without it, both old Lin and I would have lost our voices by now." Lin Weiwei noticed some survivors scrutinizing the collar around her neck and instinctively tugged at her clothing. She felt the probing gazes filled with suspicion and wariness, a bitter pang rising within her heart. Lin Weiwei stood aside, observing the bustling figures around her. "We must hasten," came Lin Hongbo's voice. "We must find a safe haven before nightfall." The survivors began to gather their belongings in preparation for the imminent relocation. Lin Weiwei silently assisted in organizing the supplies, striving to disregard the furtive glances that occasionally fell upon her. Distant gunfire pierced the tranquility of the night, causing everyone to tense, their vigilance directed towards the source of the sound. "Do not worry," Yang Xiaoxiang softly reassured. "We are here." Lin Weiwei nodded, yet could not resist the urge to touch the collar around her neck. This cold metallic ring served as a constant reminder of her unique identity, a perpetual alert to her precarious situation in this world. Standing at the escalator on the 4th floor of the mall, Lin Weiwei's gaze swept across the thronging crowd before her. Over 600 survivors were crammed into this space. Some sat on the floor, while others leaned against walls, each face reflecting a mixture of relief from survival and a hint of bewilderment. The air was saturated with an indescribable essence, a blend of sweat, blood, and disinfectant. "Class monitor," Yang Xiaoxiang approached briskly, lowering his voice to her ear. "The head count is complete. I've sent the logistics team to bring some supplies. They should arrive shortly." Lin Weiwei nodded slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Chen Mo, who was surrounded by a group of survivors, his complexion alarmingly pale and dark circles shadowing his eyes. Clearly, he had exceeded the limits of his abilities during the recent zombie purge. "Chen Mo," she could not help but call out, "you need to rest." No sooner had the words left her lips than Chen Mo waved dismissively, indicating he was fine. A young man was animatedly gripping his hand, oblivious to his condition. "We are truly grateful to you all," the man exclaimed with fervor. "If you hadn't arrived in time, we might not have survived. I am Fong Lida, the manager of a hot pot restaurant here." Lin Weiwei stepped a little closer, just in time to hear Fong Lida recount the events of that fateful day when the apocalypse erupted. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "It was a weekend and the mall was particularly lively. Around 6 in the evening, a sudden scream erupted from downstairs. As he spoke, he shakily pulled up a video on his phone. The footage revealed a sharply dressed man suddenly going berserk, lunging at a pregnant woman with a prominent belly. Bystanders attempted to intervene but were swiftly infected, plunging the scene into chaos. A chill ran down Lin Weiwei's spine, her fingers instinctively digging into her palm. The vividness of the video summoned haunting memories of scenes she had witnessed firsthand. Fortunately, I had previously studied the Apocalypse Manual. Fong Lida inhaled deeply. I immediately locked all the customers inside the restaurant, and soon those on the second and third floors joined us. We saved everyone we could. You did the right thing, Lin Weiwei said sincerely. If it weren't for this young manager's decisive action, countless lives would have been lost. Bai Qian suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. It doesn't add up. Given that the foot traffic in the mall was normal at the time, why did we encounter such a significant number of zombies upon our entry? Logically, there shouldn't be so many. Fong Lida's expression darkened instantly, his voice low. Because those outside believed the mall to be a safe haven, they all flocked here. The unspoken part of his sentence hung in the air, understood by all. Those who sought refuge within the mall ultimately fell into a deadly trap. Lin Weiwei could vividly imagine the despairing faces of those individuals as they pounded against the glass doors, helplessly witnessing the arrival of death. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to a cluster of children huddled in a corner. Over 20 small figures curled together, some clad in relatively tidy clothes while others were grimy. Yet they all shared a commonality. Their eyes were hollow, as though all hope had been extinguished. They were all children without parents. Fong Lida softly explained that some had become separated in the mall, while others he left unspoken. A pang of sorrow shot through Lin Weiwei's heart as she turned to Yang Xiaoxiang. Do you have any candy left? Yang Xiaoxiang immediately understood, retrieving a handful of fruit candies from his backpack. Watching the children cautiously accept the sweets, Lin Weiwei felt her throat tighten with emotion. These innocent children, who should have been carefree, were now struggling to survive in such a desolate world. She crouched down and gently asked a little girl who appeared around 10 years old, "Do you know where the city's granary is?" The girl nodded, accepting the crayon offered by Yang Xiaoxiang, and began to draw earnestly on a piece of paper. Her movements were slow, yet each stroke was imbued with care, as if she were completing an important task. After finishing, the little girl suddenly looked at the crayon in her hand and began to cry. "This is the last box of crayons my mother bought for me." Lin Weiwei felt at a loss, on the verge of offering comfort when Chen Imo approached. He crouched down and gently stroked the girl's head. "You are wonderful. Your drawing is beautiful. Your mother would surely be proud of you." The girl's sobs gradually subsided as she shyly glanced at Chen Imo, then lowered her head to continue her drawing. Lin Weiwei stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, and a warm sensation surged within her. In this world rife with bloodshed and death, there still existed moments of such warmth. The rescue team arrived belatedly, buses slowly coming to a halt in the open space, stirring up dust that danced in the sunlight. The doors swung open, and uniformed personnel disembarked in an orderly fashion, swiftly beginning to set up a temporary shelter. "I sincerely apologize. Our location is still a considerable distance away." The leading young woman approached briskly, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She had rushed over upon receiving the news but encountered unexpected difficulties along the way. Her voice wavered slightly at the end, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the grotesque remnants of zombies strewn about. These creatures, which ought to have been lifeless, seemed more aggressive than before, complicating the evacuation efforts. Lin Hongba observed the change in her expression but merely waved his hand lightly. "It's all right. The list of victims has just been transmitted." However, he paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the survivors huddled in the corner, still trembling with fear. "Some of them may require psychological counseling. Rest assured, we have a psychologist in our team." The little girl's expression brightened instantly. She was now a healing psychic, capable of twisting the fabric of reality through nightmares, able to soothe those who were frightened. The powers exhibited nowadays have truly become increasingly marvelous. Lin Hongba's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. Meanwhile, Chen Imo, Bai Qian, and Yang Xiaoxiang were gathered around a military off-road vehicle, a map unfurling gently in the breeze. Lin Weiwei, intrigued, edged closer to observe their animated debate. "The granary is a 20-minute drive from the commercial district. This route is blocked, and there's a horde of zombies over here. I told you not to accept new missions." Yang Xiaoxiang lamented, gripping his hair in frustration as he stared at the densely marked map. Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the afternoon sun. "Shall we consider withdrawing and opting for a different one?" The difficulty level of this task indeed exceeds expectations. No way. Yang Xiaoxiao sprang to his feet. A special operations team doesn't retreat. What kind of reputation would that give us if word got out? Moreover, the rewards for the mission are quite substantial. Lin Weiwei observed their spirited discussion, reminiscent of a casual conversation about where to dine. She couldn't help but recall the rumors circulating on the forum about Team 3, the combat maniacs, reckless madmen, always at the forefront of battle. It seemed those assessments were far from exaggerated. Stop dawdling. Let us move while we discuss, Chen Mo declared decisively, folding the map and tucking it away. The group rose from the ground, and Lin Weiwei instinctively imitated Yang Xiaoxiang, brushing off her pants. This small gesture elicited a chuckle from Chen Mo, who reached over to tousle her hair. Your pants aren't even dirty. What are you mimicking for? Lin Weiwei shot him an annoyed glance, retrieving a teething stick from her pocket and biting down hard. The crunching noise sent a shiver down Yang Xiaoxiang's spine, giving him goosebumps. Bai Qian, having anticipated this, cleverly retreated to the other side of the vehicle. Get in the car. Lin Hongba's voice resonated at the perfect moment. Without hesitation, Chen Mo scooped Lin Weiwei up and placed her in the back seat. The others quickly settled in, and the roar of the engine echoed across the open space. The members of the logistics team stood in an orderly line, saluting them. Most of the survivors appeared numb, except for the shopkeeper, who, accompanied by a group of orphans, waved both hands vigorously, urging them to stay safe. Lin Hongba pressed the horn in acknowledgement, and the off-road vehicle slowly pulled away. Charge! To the granary! Yang Xiaoxiang shouted from the passenger seat, his excitement akin to that of embarking on a picnic. The vehicle sped through the streets of Ningtai County, zombies being knocked aside in disarray. However, what was surprising was that these seemingly inferior zombies contained psychic cores within them. Something amiss. Chen Mo picked up a pale yellow psychic core, scrutinizing it closely, his brow furrowed. Why would the zombies' cores be this color? The ones we've encountered before were either gray or black. Moreover, these zombies exhibited far more agility than those in other areas. Yang Xiaoxiang reminisced about the recent encounter. His reaction time noticeably improved. Bai Qian swiftly browsed the forum, puzzled that there were no relevant records yet. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of combat teams, and the information had not been updated in time. Squad leader, shall we consume the? Chen Mo turned to Lin Weiwei, observing the seemingly fine quality of the. Lin Weiwei frowned and shook her head. She simply could not accept consuming something derived from the corpses of zombies, even if it might enhance her abilities. Then we shall find something else for you later, Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile, unfazed by her refusal. The others in the vehicle expressed their understanding, even initiating discussions on where to procure better for Lin Weiwei. This unconditional acceptance and concern warmed Lin Weiwei's heart. Before long, a vast grain storage area came into view. Rows of white structures stood like colossal yurts, leaving the group in awe. Lin Weiwei, however, was exhilarated, her eyes sparkling. Her spatial compartment was about to be filled. Yet, she remained unaware of the worried glance Chen Mo cast through the rearview mirror. As an experienced combatant, he keenly sensed something amiss. The silence was unsettling, unnaturally so. The off-road vehicle slowly entered the grain storage area, the tires producing a faint sound against the ground. Ivy crawled up the crumbling walls, and a few crows flapped their wings as they flew past, emitting mournful cries. Everyone, Bai Qian suddenly spoke. A new message has just been posted on the forum. It reports a horde of mutated zombies in the nearby area, seemingly displaying a degree of intelligence. The vehicle fell into a heavy silence. Lin Weiwei instinctively tightened her grip on the grinding stick, sensing an eerie atmosphere enveloping the air. This feeling was all too familiar, reminiscent of her encounter with the zombies in the shopping mall. Prepare for combat. Chen Mo's voice resonated with calm authority. We may not be the only visitors here. As soon as the words left his lips, a strange, haunting roar echoed from deep within the grain storage, resembling both human wails and beastly growls. What was even more chilling was the rhythmic quality of that sound, as if it were summoning something. Prepare for battle. Lin Hongba slammed the brakes, the vehicle carving an arc in the open space. The car halted at the roadside, and the group, fully armed, cautiously approached the warehouse complex. Lin Weiwei found herself shielded in the middle, her chainsaw left unused. She pouted slightly in frustration. They were being overly protective of her. The chilly night breeze swept through, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to Chen Mo, his faint scent lingering in the air. 3 zombies ahead, Yang Xiaoxiang whispered a warning. Bai Qian and Lin Hongba moved in unison, efficiently dispatching the wandering zombies. Lin Weiwei gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, a sense of heaviness in her heart. These had once been living beings. Do not dwell on it. Chun Imo gently patted her shoulder. They are no longer human. Lin Weiwei nodded, but could not help glancing back one last time. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting an eerie glow upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The main entrance was momentarily jammed, but a small explosive was deployed to force it open. The explosion echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, startling a few nocturnal birds. Be cautious, Lin Hongbo warned, furrowing his brow. This noise may attract other zombies. Yang Xiaoxiang agilely slipped inside to scout the area and soon poked his head back out. The interior was surprisingly quiet, devoid of even a shadow of the undead. Although he paused for a moment, noting a few scurrying mice, Lin Weiwei followed the group inside, her senses heightened by the dry air that greeted her. It was no wonder this place was capable of storing such a bounty of provisions. Scattered across the floor were mouse droppings, and a few startled rodents fled in haste. Instinctively, Lin Weiwei stepped behind Chun Imo, her greatest fear manifesting in those small creatures. Do not fear, Chun Imo chuckled softly, ruffling her hair reassuringly. I am here. Rows of neatly organized granaries unfolded before them, and Lin Weiwei could not help but rub her hands together in anticipation. These were treasures indeed. 20-something warehouses. Yang Xiaoxiang quickly counted, shining his flashlight on the labels. Can you manage this, class monitor? Lin Weiwei eagerly extended her small hands. For her, the act of collecting was the pinnacle of joy. As long as she could touch it, she could gather it all at once, regardless of quantity. Her heartbeat quickened, her palms slightly warm with excitement. She bounced towards the first granary, and with a gentle touch, the contents vanished before her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she imagined savoring the sweet aroma of rice. Slow down. Don't trip, Chun Imo cautioned from behind. However, Lin Weiwei was too engrossed in the thrill of collection to respond. One granary after another was emptied, filling her space with an abundance of provisions. Each successful gathering bringing her an immense sense of fulfillment. Wow, this is glutinous rice, she exclaimed, and over here is corn and wheat. Chapter 28. Leaving about 200 pounds in each warehouse should suffice, Chun Imo observed, watching her in a slightly tipsy state, unable to suppress a chuckle. Are you intoxicated by the grain? He scooped her up effortlessly, and Lin Weiwei made no effort to resist. Instead, she nestled closer, inhaling the familiar scent emanating from him. It provided her with comfort, more enchanting than the fragrance of the food itself. Bai Qian examined the storage records. Each granary could hold 500 tons. And with 32 of them, he gasped in astonishment, 240,000 tons. We have secured our provisions for a lifetime, Lin Hongbo remarked, pulling out a cigarette. Only to refrain from lighting it. It was essential to remain vigilant in such a place. After finishing her last granary, Lin Weiwei clapped her hands in satisfaction. Her space was now brimming with various grains, with high-quality rice occupying a significant portion. This bounty was more than sufficient to sustain a small shelter for several years. Let us leave some for the shelter to avoid drawing attention, Chun Imo advised. About 200 pounds in each warehouse should do. Everyone concurred with this plan, as their previous map-seeking endeavor had already attracted unwanted eyes. Lin Hongbo and Yang Xiaoxiang began to redistribute the remaining provisions into each granary, while Bai Qian took charge of recording the data. After tidying up the granary, the group set out to rescue some survivors in the small town. The vehicles Lin Weiwei had previously gathered proved invaluable. The large truck was loaded with supplies, the bus transported people, and the off-road vehicle led the way. The convoy progressed slowly through the night, with Lin Weiwei lost in thought against the window. Though only 3 days had passed, it felt like an eternity. The buildings along the roadside lay in ruins, with the occasional sighting of wandering zombies. Under the moonlight, everything appeared desolate. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on Shenmo's hand, savoring the warmth of his palm. When the high walls of the shelter came into view, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The lights illuminated the darkness, resembling a beacon in the night. Inspections, disinfection, and registration proceeded methodically. The faces of the survivors reflected a mix of gratitude and relief. Some wept openly, while others knelt in thanks. Lin Weiwei observed these scenes with a tumult of emotions within her. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was no easy feat, and each individual bore the weight of their burdens. Sister Chunjiang, Chun Imo exchanged information with the staff, having brought back some food. After reserving 200 pounds, the rest was submitted. Sun Chunjiang looked at them in astonishment. You all are remarkable, even defeating the 3-star mutated beasts. Her gaze shifted to Lin Weiwei. Attempting to approach, but was blocked by Chen Mo. Lin Weiwei stood to the side, secretly wanting to inhale the scent of him. This thought made her slightly embarrassed. But she could hardly concern herself with that now. Leaning in a bit closer, she caught a whiff of the refreshing mint mingled with the sweet aroma of fruit-flavored candies emanating from Chen Mo, causing her teeth to tingle. Unconsciously, she licked her lips, a soft whimper escaping her throat. This sensation was quite uncomfortable, prompting her to hastily retrieve a teething stick from her pocket. Discovered in a baby store. This snack made from flour, sweet potato powder, and carrot puree was exceedingly hard. As Lin Weiwei gnawed on the teething stick, a sense of gloom enveloped her. She lowered her head, her brows furrowing, occasionally glancing at the man beside her. What normal human would need to chew on such a thing? She felt increasingly less human. What's the matter? Chewing on a teething stick has you troubled? Chen Mo slowed his pace, observing the little zombie beside him with keen interest. He reached out to ruffle her hair but hesitated mid-motion, ultimately withdrawing his hand. When Lin Weiwei looked up at him, a streak of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The vivid red droplets fell down his chin, starkly contrasting against his fair skin. What happened to your mouth? Are you hurt? Or has your spatial ability backfired? Chen Mo became flustered, quickly crouching to inspect. His voice betrayed an unmistakable urgency, and his hands began to tremble. Others noticed and gathered around, chattering anxiously about the situation. Some even began to blame themselves, wondering if they had failed to protect Lin Weiwei during the previous battle. Chen Mo waved his hand for them to step back, then gently pried open Lin Weiwei's small mouth. An intense sweetness wafted toward him, making the little zombie feel lightheaded. Her pupils dilated, and her breathing quickened. Hold still, let me take a look. Chen Mo's voice was soft, imbued with a hint of reassurance. He meticulously examined Lin Weiwei's oral cavity, fearful of overlooking any abnormalities. Lin Weiwei obediently opened her mouth, remaining utterly still. She could feel the warmth emanating from his fingertips, a comforting heat that made her yearn to draw closer. Yet reason cautioned her against such an impulse, as she feared losing control and biting him. Noticing her immobility, Chen Mo grew anxious, swiftly lifting her and dashing towards the research center. His movements were rapid, yet exceedingly careful, as he was concerned about disturbing the fragile figure in his arms. Inside the research center, Xiao Lu was busy organizing the latest experimental data. Upon hearing hurried footsteps, she looked up to see Chen Mo rushing in with Lin Weiwei in his embrace. Xiao Lu, please check her. She's bleeding from her gums. Chen Mo's voice was laced with urgency, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiao Lu set aside her materials, assessing Lin Weiwei's condition, and suddenly burst into laughter. Captain Chen, you're overreacting. The little zombie is merely teething. Recent studies indicate that certain infected individuals may enter a secondary growth phase. The doctor performed a brief examination on Lin Weiwei, tidying up the instruments while continuing. In the future, provide her with softer items for teething. Hard chew toys could injure her gums. Is it acceptable for her to refrain from teething? Chen Mo earnestly inquired. His gaze filled with concern as he stood beside Lin Weiwei, occasionally leaning down to glance at her. You truly lack the ability to care for others. Xiao Lu chastised. Hands on her hips. Who can endure the discomfort of itchy gums? Why not leave her in our care? The conditions here at the research center are far superior to yours. Seated in the examination chair, Lin Weiwei's eyes remained fixed on Chen Mo. She felt a bittersweet pang in her heart as she watched him fuss over her. She was acutely aware of her affection for this man, an ardor so profound it was almost overwhelming. Yet, she dared not display her feelings too openly, fearing it might frighten him away. After all, her current identity was that of a zombie, while he was human. What are you staring at? Allow the doctor to conduct the examination properly, Chen Mo said, feeling bashful under her gaze. He snapped his fingers to redirect her attention, his ears tinged with a faint blush, his eyes shyly avoiding hers. Upon exiting the examination room, they encountered a peculiar little girl. She sported several tender green leaves atop her head, which swayed gently in the breeze as she walked. She is a carnivorous flower ability user, Xiao Lu proudly introduced, capable of devouring a whole group of monsters. Moreover, the leaves on her head can bloom and bear fruit, the seeds of which can cultivate small carnivorous flowers for protection. Lin Weiwei gazed at the girl's wide, toothy grin, swallowing hard. Instinctively, she inched closer to Chen Mo, seeking a sense of security in his presence. This world was becoming increasingly insane. She reminisced about the days before the apocalypse, when life was so wonderfully simple and serene. Now, Each day was filled with unimaginable occurrences. As they ascended to the second floor for ability monitoring, Chen Imo hesitated, extending his wrist towards Lin Weiwei. His movements were deliberate, as if granting her ample time to make a choice. The little zombie's eyes brightened, yet ultimately, she restrained herself from biting down. She gently shook her head, pushing Chun Mo's wrist away with her hand. Chun Mo withdrew his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. As he gazed into Lin Weiwei's resolute eyes, he suddenly realized that this little zombie was far more resilient than he had previously imagined. Just after they completed their examination, they encountered Lin Hongba and others. Following this group battle, both Lin Hongba and Yang Xiaoxiang had experienced enhancements in their abilities, while Bai Qian remained unchanged. Captain Qin, Lin Hongba called out from a distance, a bright smile illuminating his face. Can you guess how many zombies I can control now? Chapter 29. Special Zombies. Yang Xiaoxiang joined in, playfully manipulating a flame in his hand. My flames have increased in temperature significantly. They can even penetrate the skin of those advanced zombies. Bai Qian stood to the side, a gentle smile gracing his face. Though his powers had not improved, he felt genuine joy witnessing his teammates grow stronger. Lin Weiwei observed their jovial banter, a twinge of envy stirring within her. She longed to express her emotions as freely as they did. By the way, Captain Qin, Lin Hongba suddenly recalled. We've discovered a group of special zombies on the outskirts of the shelter. They seem to have migrated from the north. Should we go take a look? Chun Mo frowned slightly at the mention. What do you mean by special zombies? I can't quite describe it, Yang Xiaoxiang interjected. But they are significantly more intelligent than ordinary zombies, and they appear to be organized and disciplined. Upon hearing this news, Lin Weiwei's body tensed slightly. Unpleasant memories flickered to the forefront of her mind, though she could not pinpoint their origin. All right, let us go investigate, Chen Imo decided, then turned to Lin Weiwei. You stay at the research center and wait for my return. Lin Weiwei shook her head, determined to accompany him. Her eyes reflected a sense of foreboding, as if she anticipated something ominous might unfold. Chun Imo looked at her stubbornness and sighed in resignation. Very well. But you must stay close to me and refrain from wandering off. They arrived at the bustling monitoring area on the second underground level, where the special zombies had been assigned. Lin Weiwei stood in the corridor, gazing at these peculiar new beings, feeling somewhat disoriented. A fluffy rabbit-like creature hopped past her, its human face adorned with long rabbit ears, leaving her unsure whether to find it adorable or eerie. The rabbit ears twitched gently with its movements. Man, what on earth has happened to my fur? The rabbit creature exclaimed as it bounced along, tugging at its own hair. It's been driving me crazy. I can't sleep at night. Caw-caw, go see a dermatologist. A man with a bright red comb crowed in response, his rugged features accentuated by the vivid comb, making him appear both comical and slightly terrifying. He reached up to touch his comb. I had mine checked there. The doctor did a fine job. Lin Weiwei could not help but rub her eyes. The scene was truly fantastical. Turning to her companions, she noticed that their faces were all etched with expressions that seemed to convey a desire to return home and discuss this later. Bai Qian's brows knitted slightly, a flicker of unease passing through his gaze. Lao Lin wore a countenance that suggested nonchalance, occasionally surveying the surrounding aberrance. A commotion at the end of the corridor disrupted Lin Weiwei's thoughts. A tall woman was laboriously navigating her way through the crowd, her upper body maintaining the grace of humanity, while her lower half bore 8 elongated spider legs, each step eliciting gasps from those around her. Make way, came to Lu's voice from within the throng. She waved her hands to disperse the onlookers while soothing the spider lady. Don't be afraid, it's quite safe here. The spider lady bowed her head, her cheeks flushed, her 8 legs intertwining nervously. She swiftly scuttled into the consultation room, leaving behind a series of crisp tapping sounds. Ah, back again? Delu spotted Lin Weiwei and Chen Imo, immediately greeting them with enthusiasm. Her white coat bore traces of medicinal stains, indicating she had just dealt with a challenging case. I heard your team performed admirably this time, even managing to tackle a 3-star aberrant monster. She said this while casting a meaningful glance at Chen Imo, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Your abilities have certainly improved. With the increasing number of aberrant creatures, our strength is steadily rising, so you must keep up the good work. Delu winked at Lin Weiwei, flashing a knowing smile. My dear zombie darling, let's have a drink sometime. I have a few bottles of splendid red wine. Let's go. Chun Imo promptly pulled Lin Weiwei away with a hint of impatience, suggesting that if there was drinking to be done, it should be with Lao Lin, who relished it the most. Once they had distanced themselves, Chun Mo released her hand and whispered to Lin Weiwei, "Remember, neither of the Deleuze sisters is to be underestimated." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial hush, wary of eavesdroppers. Inviting you to meals and drinks is never innocent. They likely want to use you for research. Avoid them if you can, understand? Lin Weiwei obediently nodded, her mind occupied with the rapid changes in the sanctuary over the past few days. Some suffered from their aberrations, while others discovered new possibilities in adaptation. The hospital's broadcast was looping a typhoon warning, the announcer's voice resonating through the speaker. "Attention citizens, according to the latest meteorological reports, our city is bracing for the powerful typhoon Georgia." Lin Weiwei tilted her head, the silver collar glinting under the lights. "Don't listen to that." Chun Mo gently ruffled her hair, his touch tender. "Let us head back. The forum has all the updates." This announcement is clearly aimed at the general populace. As they pushed open the door to Yang Xiaoxiang's home, the rich aroma of hot pot enveloped them. Lin Weiwei settled onto the soft carpet, continuously retrieving box after box of ingredients from the space around her. The beef rolls were neatly arranged in transparent containers, the paper-thin slices glistening temptingly. The lamb rolls were artistically shaped like blossoms. Various meatballs were round and plump. Fresh duck blood had been cut into neat cubes. Wide noodles were pliant and translucent. Enoki mushrooms stood distinctly, and the shrimp paste had a smooth, delicate surface. As Chun Mo and Bai Qian's gazes followed her movements, it became evident that this was no mere spatial storage. It was akin to a mobile supermarket brimming with hot pot ingredients. The abundance was simply staggering. Yang Xiaoxiang emerged from the kitchen, carrying fresh vegetables, her eyes sweeping over the array of ingredients. This space, for the class monitor, was truly a treasure trove. "Just look at these slices of fatty beef, freshly cut and not synthetic meat." Lin Weiwei paused momentarily before seriously retrieving a can of yellow peach, instantly eliciting a chorus of cheers from the three. Bai Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since it was hot pot, could they perhaps have some wine? Old Lin enjoyed white wine, and a bit of beer would suffice. Lin Weiwei nodded gently, her slender fingers gliding through the air, summoning a case of beer and a bottle of Mauda before the group. "Old Lin," Bai Qian called out to the kitchen, "come out and see the Maodai." Lin Hongba poked his head out from the kitchen, and upon spotting the Maodai, his eyes lit up with astonishment. "Class monitor, you were truly generous." "Old Lin, the pot is about to overflow." Yang Xiaoxiang's voice rang out from the kitchen, tinged with urgency. Only then did Lin Hongba snap back to reality. Hurriedly racing back to the kitchen, he donned an apron and hummed a tuneless melody, embodying the image of a devoted husband, which elicited laughter from everyone. They began to indulge in this rare hot pot night. "Class monitor, do we have sesame paste? Bring me some fatty beef. I want clear oil for dipping." Amidst the clamor, the aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, the red broth bubbling, and the clear soup crystal clear. This meat is truly fragrant. Only clear broth can reveal its authentic flavor. Lin Hongba exclaimed as he picked up a slice of fatty beef, savoring it with delight. "I believe the spicy flavor is superior. It packs a punch." Yang Xiaoxiang added a spoonful of chili to the red pot. "What kind of meat is this that Xiaoxiang bought? Why are all the pieces pink?" Bai Qian inquired, pointing to a piece of meat on the plate. "This is mutated shrimp." Yang Xiaoxiang replied proudly, "It's practically unavailable on the market, costing 300 points for a box." Lin Weiwei gazed at the fist-sized shrimp meat, her throat subtly moving, a flicker of desire evident in her eyes. Although she could only consume crystal cores at the moment, the tantalizing aroma made her swallow involuntarily. Chun Mo noticed her reaction and promptly placed a piece of shrimp meat into the spicy pot. Once it was cooked and cooled, he gently lifted Lin Weiwei's hand to encourage her to try it. Chapter 30. The taste. Lin Weiwei's fingers rested on his arm, eagerly waiting, her expression eliciting amusement. Who would have thought the class monitor would also be tempted? Yang Xiaoxiang teased with a smile. Bai Qian, speaking in an indistinct manner, remarked, "Recent studies indicate that aberrants exhibit a unique response to mutated animal ingredients, which may be more enticing than ordinary ingredients." Chun Mo cautiously brought the shrimp meat to Lin Weiwei's lips, urging her to take her time. As she took a bite, she suddenly froze in place, her pupils dilating slightly, an expression of disbelief crossing her face. She had tasted flavor, a flavor beyond the crystal core. The exquisite taste of the shrimp burst in her mouth, filling her palate with a rich aroma. Her eyes sparkled like stars, as if her entire being radiated light. "What's wrong?" Yang Xiaoxiang asked anxiously. "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine," Chun Mo gently explained, observing Lin Weiwei's expression. Perhaps she is simply overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. Lin Weiwei struggled with the use of chopsticks, but with Chun Mo attentively assisting her, she felt no urgency. Occasionally, he would present her with new ingredients to sample, each time igniting a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Bai Qian reclined on the sofa, sipping beer while elucidating the latest research findings to everyone. The is pivotal to evolution. He adjusted his glasses. Infectious organisms acquire energy through phagocytosis, a fact we are all aware of. Interestingly, the higher the organism's rank, the richer the energy elements within its body. The dilution agent is now in mass production and theoretically could enhance the abilities of those with powers. He paused, however. True enhancement of strength must ultimately rely on personal cultivation. The steam from the hot pot enveloped the air as everyone listened to Bai Qian's discourse, savoring this rare moment of togetherness. After the feast, they each retired to their rooms. Lin Weiwei leaned against the soft cushion of the bay window, gazing out at the dimly lit community. The broadcast had ceased, leaving only a few yellow streetlights casting a feeble glow in the tranquil night. Another day has safely passed, she murmured. The forum page on her tablet refreshed continuously, posts flowing by like a stream. Research reports on the enhancement of abilities had become trending topics, with comments beneath them erupting into heated debates. Some excitedly declared this a new opportunity for human evolution, while others expressed skepticism. The agent? Lin Weiwei furrowed her brow, her gaze lingering on several blurry experimental photographs. The necessity of injection for this agent raised concerns for many. The forum was rife with speculation. Could there be side effects? Would one lose control after injection? Yet, more individuals worried whether this precious resource would even be available to them. She continued scrolling, her heart tightening at the real-time reports of global disasters. A rare, powerful earthquake had struck a certain country, followed by a devastating tsunami. Terrifying giant zombies roamed, resembling moving cauldrons of flesh, leaving desolation in their wake, and mutated tumbleweeds rampaged through the streets, piercing the unwary. A chill breeze slipped through the window crevice, causing Lin Weiwei to shiver involuntarily, instinctively wrapping her blanket tighter around her. In contrast, their surroundings felt like a sanctuary. The 3 major shelters had been established, and other cities were gradually restoring order. Although supplies were scarce, a basic standard of living could still be maintained. She set down her tablet and surveyed her surroundings. This new home had only been occupied for one night, yet her personal touches had already infused it with warmth. The warm-toned curtains fluttered gently. The light green carpet was soft and inviting. Cheerful fridge magnets were meticulously arranged, and small figurines were neatly displayed. Lin Weiwei extended her hand, clumsily adjusting a tilted figurine. Due to her awkward fingers, this simple action required considerable effort. Yet, gazing at the rearranged dolls, she couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. As the night deepened, the sound of the wind outside grew increasingly intense. The weather forecast predicted a typhoon would make landfall tomorrow, prompting her to rise and close the window, drawing the curtains as she did so. I hope the wind isn't too strong tomorrow, she murmured to herself. With the increasing consumption of it, her ability to converse had also significantly expanded. The following morning, a sharp knock interrupted Lin Weiwei's slumber. Weiwei, hurry up. Chen Mo's voice called from outside the door. Professor Ji is looking for us. Lin Weiwei rubbed her sleepy eyes, astonished at the early hour. Is it really that urgent? Yes, it seems quite pressing, Chen Mo replied. A hint of anxiety underlying his tone. It concerns the serum. This statement instantly roused Lin Weiwei from her drowsiness. She swiftly washed up and donned a comfortable outfit. Upon opening the door, she found Chun Mo waiting, his face etched with urgency. What about the others? She inquired as she hurried along. They're already at the research center, just waiting for the 2 of us. Inside the conference room of the research center, the atmosphere was tense. Professor Ji stood before the projection screen, adjusting the equipment while others sat in small clusters, engaged in hushed conversations. They've arrived, someone announced, noticing their entrance. Professor Ji pushed up his glasses, signaling for silence. The projector flickered to life, illuminating the first image. This serum is still in the experimental phase, he stated, his voice steady and serious. Reactions vary. Some may experience dizziness, fever, or even, heightened urges. The last few words sparked a flurry of whispers throughout the room. Lin Weiwei's eyes widened as she observed the photographs of the test subjects. Some had sprouted furry animal ears, others sported swaying tails. And there were even instances of scaly patterns appearing on their skin. This is a temporary mimetic phenomenon, Professor G noted, sensing the audience's apprehension. They will dissipate after the serum's effects wear off. However, the enhancement of abilities is real. For instance, this martial arts student was able to kick the head off a 2-star mutated serpent creature after injection. This example drew sharp intakes of breath from those present. Everyone was acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of 2-star mutated beings. Chen Mo and the 3 other men exchanged glances. Their expressions grim as they imagined themselves adorned with cat ears or dog tails, a notion too absurd to contemplate. In contrast, Lin Weiwei discreetly observed them, her eyes twinkling with mischief. This image seemed rather amusing to her. She even began to envision what Chen Mo would look like with a pair of fluffy ears. Ahem. Professor G cleared his throat. While the physical transformations may cause discomfort, this remains the most effective method for enhancing abilities. Moreover, with the progression of our research, we have managed to control most of the side effects. He turned to the next slide, which displayed a series of data charts. According to experimental data, the abilities of the subjects have generally increased by over 30. Some have even acquired new. The data rendered all present upright in their seats. In a world fraught with peril, strength is the assurance of survival. Professor G stood at the podium, his gaze gently sweeping over the few young individuals seated below. Their eyes bore a flicker of resistance, a reaction entirely natural. After all, no one wishes to confront the grim reality of potentially transforming into a monster. The beastly traits conferred by the mutant serum are, in truth, an advantage. Professor G spoke softly, his fingers lightly tapping the keyboard to transition to the next page. For instance, the padded paws of felines enable you to leap from heights unscathed. Lin Weiwei tilted her head, fixated on the enlarged image of a cat's paw projected before her. The soft pads appeared undeniably endearing. Yet the thought of them adorning her own hands made her instinctively retract her fingers. Chapter 31, The Mutant Serum. The tail serves to aid in maintaining balance. Professor G continued, his fingers gliding across the screen depicting a live leopard. Some animals possess tails capable of serving as weapons, akin to a crocodile's. Just as his words lingered in the air, his expression shifted abruptly to one of gravity. However, it is imperative to remember that each individual may endure no more than 5 mutations. It is advisable to limit oneself to 3. Otherwise, accompanied by the crisp click of a mouse, the image shifted. A piercing roar erupted from the speakers, revealing a man, his body cloaked in scales, thrashing in madness. His eyes blood-red, utterly bereft of reason. Ultimately, after a series of gunshots, the image froze. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Lin Weiwei felt the collar around her neck suddenly become unbearably heavy. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch it. The cold metal reminded her of her current predicament. Do not worry, Professor G's voice emerged at an opportune moment, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. He switched off the projector and turned to face the assembly. As long as we maintain this momentum, the aberrance will not easily spiral out of control. Remember our tenet. We shall never bow to disaster, nor shall we allow any human to descend into despair. He deliberately met Lin Weiwei's gaze, encouragement reflected in his eyes. We will undoubtedly protect you. This declaration felt like a warm confection, melting within Lin Weiwei's heart. She pressed her lips together and nodded gently. Now you 4. Would you care to give it a try? Professor G turned to Chun Mo and the others, retrieving several vials from the lab table. At a standard dosage. It is safe, though you may experience some discomfort. The 4 men exchanged glances. Yang Xiaoxiang scratched his head, hesitant to speak. Bai Qian gazed down at his hands. His brow furrowed. Lin Hongba stared at the vials with a conflicted expression. Ultimately, it was Chun Mo who broke the silence. I'll go first. The other 3 let out a sigh of relief, yet quickly straightened their backs. At this juncture, failing to grow stronger equated to a death sentence. Moreover, they had witnessed Lin Weiwei shatter a 2-star monster's skull with a single kick, an accomplishment that even seasoned veterans like themselves found formidable. Professor G had come prepared, extracting 4 vials of varying colors from the insulated box. These were specially tailored to suit your individual physiques. As he distributed them, he explained that there might be some pain involved, and advised them to head to the lounge first. Oh dear, let us hope no one grows an eagle's head. As Yang Xiaoxiang walked out, he muttered nervously to himself, expressing a sentiment that long legs were indeed superior to a long head. Lin Weiwei sat in the conference room, idly toying with the pink diluent of that Professor G had just given her. The glass tube refracted a gentle glow under the light, the liquid swaying softly, resembling some arcane potion. Suddenly, a cacophony of scornful laughter erupted from outside. Is this all? The new recruits of Team 3 are merely pleasing to the eye. Lin Weiwei's fists clenched tightly. Just as she was about to rise, a familiar scent of minty fruit candy wafted in. Bang! With a resounding crash. The speaker was sent flying, colliding heavily against the corridor wall. What right do you have to judge my team? Chen Mo's icy voice resonated. Lin Weiwei looked up, nearly failing to recognize him. Chen Mo was clad only in a black tank top, his muscular physique rising and falling with each breath. Yet, what drew the most attention were the pair of gray wolf ears atop his head and the large tail that swayed behind him. He exuded an aura of wildness, interlaced with a distinct elegance. The wolf ears were perked up alertly, and the tail was slightly raised, reminiscent of a wolf king poised for a hunt. What are you staring at? Noticing Lin Weiwei's gaze, Chen Mo frowned. You must learn to retaliate when someone bullies you. However, Lin Weiwei barely registered his words. Her attention fixated on the fluffy tail. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her body had already acted on its own. Ah, so adorable, she exclaimed, launching herself forward to embrace the tail that seemed irresistibly inviting to the touch. Ugh, Chen Mo stiffened, a tingling sensation shooting from his tailbone to the crown of his head. His wolf ears twitched uncontrollably, and a faint blush crept across his face. Damn it. How could he have forgotten that mimicking would lead to shared sensations? Let go. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, his voice betraying a slight tremor. Yet Lin Weiwei seemed oblivious, instead rubbing the tail with fervor. Wow, it's incredibly soft, even fluffier than I imagined. The delightful texture compelled her to let out a couple of playful barks. Warmth spread from her fingertips, enticing her to touch it further. Chen Mo attempted to retract his tail, but found his legs weak beneath him, leaving him with no choice but to explain, I'm a wolf. She blinked her vacant eyes, stubbornly shaking her head as if to uphold her own perspective. What woof? She exclaimed again, as if to declare that the being before her was indeed a large dog. Observing her cling to his tail, her cherubic face nuzzling against it, Chen Mo felt his heart soften. Her innocent and endearing demeanor rendered him utterly speechless in refusal. All right, whatever you say, he sighed resignedly, his ears drooping in defeat. Even if the sky were to fall today, I shall be a dog. Lin Weiwei's eyes crinkled in delight as she continued to snuggle against the fluffy tail. Chen Mo felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, as if steam were rising from his head, a sensation that left him both bashful and at a loss. His tail swayed lightly without his conscious intent, and his ears trembled slightly in sync with his accelerated heartbeat. The room was so silent that they could hear each other's breaths, yet this tranquility was shattered in the next moment. Brother Chun, class monitor, look at me. A figure suddenly burst through the window, stirring up a gust of wind. Yang Xiaoxiang flapped his wings excitedly as he rushed in, his gray and white feathers glimmering under the sunlight. This abrupt commotion not only disrupted the cozy atmosphere, but also startled Lin Weiwei into releasing her grip, causing the three of them to tumble into a heap. The floor echoed with a dull thud as they fell in disarray. However, Yang Xiaoxiang remained unfazed, even more exhilarated as he showcased his new form. Ha ha ha. Look at my wings. He proudly flapped his wings, his talons making a crisp sound against the floor. Chen Mo quickly helped Lin Weiwei to her feet, noticing her dazed expression, and gently patted her shoulder with concern. He turned to Yang Xiaoxiang and delivered a playful yet firm knock to his head. You should apologize right away. His tone carried a clear note of reproach. Lin Weiwei, still somewhat dazed, felt as if her mind had momentarily frozen. She stood there, staring blankly ahead, as if rebooting her system. Only then did Yang Xiaoxiang realize his blunder. He promptly folded his wings and bowed deeply in apology. I'm sorry, class flower. I was just too excited. How about I treat you to an exotic core as an apology? His tone was earnest, and his eyes brimmed with regret. Upon hearing the phrase exotic core, Lin Weiwei mechanically nodded, although her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Chen Mo's tail. The fluffy sensation seemed to linger on her fingertips, stirring an irresistible urge to touch it once more. Ahem. Chen Mo noticed her gaze and quickly cleared his throat, his ears turning slightly red. You can't touch it. Though his tone was resolute, his eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. The little zombie pouted in disappointment, her pitiful expression almost shattering one's heart. We'll talk about it when no one else is around, Chen Mo added softly, unable to resist. After uttering this, his ears turned even redder, and his tail began to sway restlessly. Lin Weiwei's eyes brightened, her previously stiff expression shifting slightly. It seemed that she would have to wait for a private moment to indulge her curiosity. She secretly anticipated it in her heart. Chapter 32. Meeting my little darling again just as the atmosphere was poised to grow more intimate. Bai Qian emerged. His fur glowed softly under the sunlight. What are you? Chun Mo inquired with curiosity, his gaze sweeping over Bai Qian. Bai Qian shrugged helplessly. Siberian flying squirrel. He wore an expression of utter disinterest. Yang Xiaoxiang burst into laughter, his wings shaking with glee. Ha ha ha. Little flying squirrel. His laughter echoed through the room. Yang Xiaoxiang, you're finished. Bai Qian exclaimed in a fit of indignation, chasing Yang Xiaoxiang around the room. As the two of them created a ruckus, Lin Weiwei's attention remained fixed on Chen Mo. His pair of gray wolf ears twitched occasionally, and his tail swayed with his mood, exuding a cuteness that made her want to leap forward. Her gaze followed Chen Mo's every movement, as if enchanted by a spell. Suddenly, a few individuals realized that Lin Hongba had not yet arrived. After a brief discussion, they decided to search for him. As they pushed open the door to the compartment, the sight before them rendered them all momentarily speechless. There was Lin Hongba, crouched in the corner, with a pair of round tiger ears drooping listlessly and a plump tiger tail sagging on the ground. This robust man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, appeared both pitiable and adorable at that moment, evoking involuntary laughter. Do not laugh. Lin Hongba, flustered and indignant, turned around, his tiger ears perked up in agitation. Yet, the expression on his face, complemented by his tiger ears, was utterly amusing. Yang Xiaoxiang laughed so hard he flapped his wings, while Bai Qian could not help but lean against the wall, chuckling quietly. Even the usually composed Chen Mo couldn't suppress a smile. Lin Weiwei trailed behind, observing the group of grown men in fits of laughter. She too wished to join in the mirth, but found herself unable to conjure a smile. Nevertheless, she thought to herself that once they were alone, she could still touch Chen Mo's tail. With that thought, her gaze lingered on the large gray tail. The fluffy texture seemed to linger on her fingertips, making her yearn to touch it once more. Chen Mo, feeling her gaze upon him, felt his ears grow warm and feigned seriousness as he said, Lin Weiwei, zombies should not stare at others like that. His tone was stern, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of fondness. The room was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere grew warm with camaraderie. After a considerable time of revelry, they were all to undergo a full-body examination. Lin Weiwei sat on a bench, her little feet swinging back and forth, occasionally glancing towards the closed door at the end of the corridor. She looked at the room where Chen Mo and the others had entered, and a tingling sensation stirred within her. The corridor echoed with the sound of crisp footsteps, growing nearer. Little darling, we meet again. A familiar voice called out as Xiao Lu gracefully appeared in her line of sight, her white coat billowing behind her like a cheerful butterfly. Lin Weiwei looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight. What are you doing sitting here all alone? Xiao Lu sat beside her, gently inquiring, would you like to go play? I can take you to see the newly arrived carnivorous plant. It's quite fascinating. It even tried to bite my finger yesterday. Lin Weiwei shook her head, wanting to wait for them to return. Then how about I keep you company? Seeing her so obedient, Xiao Lu couldn't help but give her head a gentle pat, saying, you look so adorable, it truly tugs at the heartstrings. Lin Weiwei took out her tablet and began tapping on it. What kind of examinations are Chun Mo and the others undergoing? Oh, them? Xiao Lu leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. They are undergoing ability monitoring. Do you know? They have become quite formidable now. They have all completed their metamorphosis. Especially Chen Mo, he has progressed remarkably. Lin Weiwei blinked and continued typing on her tablet. What is metamorphosis? Well, Xiao Lu's interest peaked. It is a capability that allows one's abilities to manifest physically. For instance, Chun Mo's wolf ears and tail are the tangible expressions of his lightning-related powers. Different abilities take on various forms. Some manifest as wings, others as horns, and some even develop scales. Lin Weiwei listened intently, her eyes wide with fascination. By the way, did you know? Xiao Lu lowered her voice, revealing that a new Professor Ji has recently joined the shelter, reputedly specializing in the evolution of supernatural abilities. He mentioned that Chun Mo's anomaly core has an exceptionally high compatibility with lightning-type powers, and it is possible that he might achieve complete mimicry in the future. Lin Weiwei quickly typed on her tablet, what does complete mimicry look like? Just as Xiao Lu was about to explain, they were interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps. Ahem. The unexpected cough disrupted their conversation. Lin Weiwei looked up to see Chun Mo and the others emerging from the examination room, under the sunlight. Chen Mo's wolf ears twitched slightly, and his tail swayed gently, indicating he was in a good mood. Lin Weiwei, he's leaving. Chen Mo extended his hand towards her, his gaze tender. Lin Weiwei immediately jumped off the bench and hurried to his side. She looked up at Chen Mo and noticed his complexion appeared somewhat pale, likely due to the energy expended during the examination. Ah, it seems I'm still closest to you. Xiao Lu sighed, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Darling, if you ever wish not to be with this simpleton, feel free to come find your sister. Our medical department is far more entertaining than their combat division. Chen Mo instinctively pulled Lin Weiwei behind him, his brow furrowing. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to steal her away? Who wouldn't want such an adorable little zombie? Xiao Lu winked at Lin Weiwei, her tone lighthearted. But don't worry, I only wish to play with her. Besides, even if I wanted to steal her, I couldn't. Let us go, let us go. Chen Mo took Lin Weiwei and headed outside, his ears twitching slightly, clearly feeling somewhat uneasy. The little class leader is quite popular, Yang Xiaoxiang remarked with a smile, glancing back and forth between Lin Weiwei and Chen Mo. Why do you call her baby? Lin Hongba scratched his head in confusion. She doesn't look that small. Bai Qian adjusted his non-existent glasses, because in terms of lifespan, she is indeed still a baby. Zombies live significantly longer than ordinary humans. Lin Weiwei walked beside Chen Mo, her gaze following the gentle sway of his wolf ears. Those ears bobbed rhythmically with his steps, fluffy and shimmering with a silvery gray hue in the sunlight. Her fingers curled slightly, longing to touch them. I know you like me the most. Don't look at me like that, or they will laugh at us. Chen Mo noticed her gaze and shyly ruffled her hair. Yu Yang Xiaoxiang and the others immediately exclaimed, Chen Mo, is it really necessary for you to be so blatant in flaunting your affection? Exactly, Lin Hongba chimed in, teasingly noting how mesmerized the little class leader seemed. Bai Qian remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward. The group chatted and laughed as they walked back, sunlight bathing them, their shadows stretching long on the ground. As they walked, Chen Mo explained the results of the examination to Lin Weiwei. Currently, supernatural abilities are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 10. I am at Mid-Tier 3, while they are all at Tier 2. This examination revealed that my anomaly core stability is excellent, and I should soon be able to advance to late Tier 3. Lin Weiwei listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Although she struggled to comprehend the intricate details of the subject matter, she felt an earnest desire to remember everything that Chen Mo articulated. Professor G provided us with a specialized diluent, Chen Mo continued, explaining that this potion aids us in better harnessing our abilities while alleviating the burdens associated with their use. However, a notable side effect is that it renders the mimicry more pronounced. At this juncture, his tail involuntarily flicked, as if he were somewhat perturbed by his current appearance. Lin Weiwei discreetly cast a glance at that fluffy tail, her heart brimming with anticipation. If he were to achieve complete mimicry, would his tail become larger and more voluminous? Suddenly, Chen Mo recalled something. Professor G mentioned that my core and lightning affinity are highly compatible, and with continued effort, I might attain full mimicry. Just then, he was interrupted by Yang Xiaoxiang. Full mimicry? Does that mean you would transform into a werewolf? Werewolves are so cool, Lin Hongba exclaimed, insisting that he must be allowed to touch your fur. Go away, Chen Mo retorted, annoyed, and who said you could touch it? Lin Weiwei silently listened to their playful banter, her thoughts wandering. If Chen Mo truly achieved complete mimicry, would she be able to touch those ears and tail? The mere thought caused her lips to curve into a subtle smile. Chapter 33. A typhoon approaches. Lin Weiwei observed as the four men animatedly discussed their abilities. Are you saying that the Berserk skill can triple your speed? Yang Xiaoxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian, brimming with pride, clarified that within 10 seconds, both speed and strength could be elevated to 3 times their usual capacity. However, the side effects are quite apparent, as a brief period of weakness follows its use. That's incredible. Lin Hongba excitedly waved his arms, his tiger ears twitching with the motion. My earth-based ability pales in comparison. Each ability possesses its unique strengths. Leaning against the wall, Chen Mo reflected thoughtfully. For instance, your earth ability excels in defense and control. By the way, Hongba, didn't you mention wanting to transform the earth ball into earth spikes? Bai Qian suddenly inquired. Lin Hongba scratched his head, revealing a hearty smile. Yes. I believe that would enhance its offensive power. Watch this. He crouched down, pressing his palm against the ground. As he did so, the earth trembled slightly, and a fist-sized earth ball slowly emerged, rotating irregularly in the air. Be careful not to damage the floor, Chen Mo cautioned. The repairman already warned us that further damage to public facilities would require us to fix it ourselves. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. How marvelous. Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly mused, gazing out the window into the distance. In just over a month, we have transformed from ordinary individuals, utterly powerless, to who we are now. Indeed, it feels like a dream, Lin Hongbo remarked as he retracted the earth ball and dusted off his hands. Had I not experienced it myself, I would never have believed that abilities truly exist in this world. Lin Weiwei quietly listened to their conversation, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. As the apocalypse loomed, she had anticipated an overwhelming sense of solitude. To her astonishment, she instead found herself surrounded by a group of sincere companions. Her memories involuntarily drifted back to the past. After the passing of her grandparents, she felt akin to a solitary leaf, adrift in this world. Despite the presence of classmates at school and colleagues at work, she perpetually felt out of place. This sense of loneliness shadowed her relentlessly, leading her to the habit of isolating herself. Yet now, these four towering men, despite their seemingly unreliable demeanor, consistently prioritized her safety. Each time they embarked on a mission, they instinctively shielded her in the center. During moments of respite, they devised various ways to bring her joy. Suddenly, the class leader, Chen Mo, lowered his voice and adopted a grave expression. The other three ceased their playful antics, turning their attention to him in unison. We cannot let headquarters know. Chen Mo scanned the room, his gaze laced with caution. As you are aware, headquarters has been searching for individuals with special abilities. If they discover the class leader's powers, we will teach her ourselves. Yang Xiaoxiang immediately responded, his tone resolute. After all, the training facilities at the shelter are at our disposal. Bai Qian nodded in agreement. I can assist with research, analyzing the characteristics and development paths of various abilities. I'll take responsibility for acquiring the special cores for the class leader. Lin Hongbo chimed in, thumping his chest and assuring her of the finest selection. Lin Weiwei felt her eyes grow warm with emotion. In this moment, she had encountered a group of individuals who genuinely cared for her. The sensation of being protected and cherished nearly made her forget her past loneliness. Just as she was about to speak, the sky abruptly darkened. A fierce wind howled, causing the trees outside to sway perilously. Oh no, a typhoon is approaching. Chen Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly tucked the still-dazed Lin Weiwei under his arm. We must hurry. What are you doing? Put me down. Lin Weiwei protested, feeling both embarrassed and irritated as she struggled against him. Stay still. Chen Mo sprinted with urgency. Do you see those plastic bags flying in the sky? If we don't leave now, we'll be up there with them. The other three hastily followed suit. They dashed into a nearby subway station and quickly made their way back to the community. Just as they entered the corridor, the entire shelter plunged into darkness. In the ensuing gloom, the intermittent sound of the broadcast echoed. A super typhoon, Storm Dragon, is about to make landfall here. Expected duration, 48 hours. Attention everyone. The outside is not a safe place. Warning. The disruptors may be affected by the typhoon and we may face attacks from mutated creatures at any moment. All combat teams, please be prepared for rescue operations. The sky appeared unusually ominous, with dark clouds hanging low as if ready to unleash their fury. It was midday, yet the darkness enveloped the city in an eerie twilight. Lin Weiwei stood by the window, gazing at the increasingly fierce winds. The glass trembled under the force of the gale, and the skyscrapers swayed, instilling a sense of unease. This was the city's survivor shelter, one of the largest sanctuaries in the nation. In ordinary times, the towering walls and monstrous disruptors provide the residents with a fundamental sense of security. However, at this moment, the malfunctioning disruptors herald a looming crisis. A distant rumble of thunder reverberates, causing Lin Weiwei to instinctively shrink her neck. She turns and returns to the living room, illuminating the space with a warm glow from a charging lamp, which dispels some of the oppressive darkness. This eerie weather is truly unsettling. Yang Xiaoxiang sprawls on the sofa, shoving spicy strips into his mouth while mumbling indistinctly. He grabs a can of soy milk and gulps it down, assuring the class monitor not to worry, for they are all present. The coffee table is piled high with snacks, while Bai Qian diligently researches on his tablet, swiftly jotting down notes. Class monitor, you must focus. Yang Xiaoxiang exclaims with enthusiasm after swallowing his food. We all acquired our powers through medication, but you and Chen Ge are born with them. How extraordinary. Lin Hongbo stands up and swings his fist through the air, the rush of wind accompanying his motion. His tail wags excitedly. See, my strength has more than doubled. Lin Weiwei observes them, her mind racing like a Rubik's Cube, yet this time without the usual dizziness. As she delves deeper into her consciousness, she senses a peculiar energy flowing within her. The extraordinary ability courses through her veins like blood, ready to be summoned when needed. Bai Qian's voice cuts through at the perfect moment, emphasizing the importance of identifying that critical moment. Lin Weiwei opens her eyes, her gaze fixating on the glass of water on the coffee table. Holding her breath, she concentrates on the seemingly ordinary glass. Wow! Yang Xiaoxiang's exclamation shatters the room's silence. The glass vanishes into thin air. Telekinesis? Class monitor, you are incredible. Lin Hongbo exclaims, bouncing with excitement, his tail wagging even more vigorously. Chun Mo's wolf ears twitch as he silently pushes his drink toward Lin Weiwei, encouraging her to try again. After several attempts, they discover that this ability can only be utilized within a meter's radius. While the distance may be limited, it represents a significant advancement for their newly awakened powers. Let me record the data, Bai Qian states earnestly, inputting information on his tablet. This ability is unique and should have vast potential for further development. Lin Weiwei joyfully twists her body, retrieving various snacks from her space and sharing them with everyone. She cradles her favorite teething stick, nibbling on it daintily. Outside, the wind intensifies and raindrops begin to patter sporadically against the window. I think we should name this ability, Yang Xiaoxiang mumbles, his mouth full of snacks. How about spatial transfer? Bai Qian suggests, adjusting his glasses. Lin Hongbo grimaces, finding it too academic and lacking in coolness. Teleportation? Chen Mo states succinctly. That's great. Simple and direct. Yang Xiaoxiang gives a thumbs up. Chapter 34. The mutant bats swarm. Lin Weiwei smiles as she watches them debate, suddenly sensing an unusual wave of energy. Her smile froze, her body instinctively tensing. Chen Mo keenly sensed her change. What's wrong? Lin Wei furrowed her brow in confusion, as if something was approaching. Before she could finish her thought, the alarm of the entire shelter blared suddenly. The piercing siren shattered the somber sky, disrupting the warmth of the room. Warning! Warning! Large-scale anomalous fluctuations detected. All residents please proceed to the underground shelter immediately. Repeating. The mechanical female voice echoed in every corner of the shelter, and the expressions of everyone grew serious. It seemed the disruptor had indeed malfunctioned. Bai Qian swiftly stowed his tablet. We must act immediately. Chun Mo had already positioned himself by the window, his sharp gaze scanning the situation outside. His wolf-like ears perked up, seemingly attuned to some sound. A large horde of zombies is approaching, he said, his deep voice laden with gravity, and the numbers are substantial. Lin Wei felt her heart race. Everyone in the room stood up, checking their equipment. A fierce battle was imminent. The rain outside had finally begun to pour, raindrops pelting the windows with a dense rhythm. Distant roars of monsters mingled with the thunder and alarm, creating an especially jarring cacophony. Suddenly, her wristband vibrated, emitting a sharp alert. Lin Wei instinctively glanced at her wrist. Where a blue light screen displayed a new mission, their squad's target location had been determined in the southeastern residential area. Large-scale mutated bat swarm detected. Approximately 300 to 500 in number. Please proceed immediately and exercise caution. The succinct mission briefing instantly heightened the tension in the air. The fierce wind continued to rage. Trees in the neighborhood swaying perilously, their leaves scattered by the gale. Although the rain had subsided somewhat, venturing out in such weather always instilled a sense of dread. Prepare to depart, Chen Mo announced, his voice low and commanding. Lin Hongbo checked the various interfaces of his protective suit, ensuring no rainwater could seep through. Bai Qian was busy fitting a new waterproof cover onto the communicator, unwilling to endure another communication breakdown. Yang Xiaoxiang had donned a specially designed lightweight combat suit, which would allow for greater agility during flight. In the elevator, the atmosphere was so dense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Lin Hongbo fidgeted, twisting his neck, the tension in his muscles making him feel uncomfortable. Bai Qian leaned against the corner, adjusting his breathing while performing small hops to warm up. Yang Xiaoxiang opted for full stretches, his wings occasionally fluttering. Lin Wei gripped the chainsaw tightly, the metallic teeth glinting coldly under the light. This was her most reliable weapon, and the roar of its ignition always brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She covertly glanced at the others, noticing they were all adjusting their states in their own ways. We will divide into teams, Chen Mo stated succinctly. Lin Wei, you are with me. Bai Qian will partner with Lin Hongbo, and Xiaoxiang will operate solo. This arrangement was quite reasonable. Bai Qian's physical strength was relatively weak, necessitating a partner like Lin Hongbo who could withstand damage. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoxiang's supersonic speed made solo action more suited to his combat style. The sensation of running in the rain is far from pleasant, particularly for those team members who have recently acquired their beastly abilities. The raindrops striking their newly transformed features elicit an unusual tactile response. Curse these ears. Chun Imo irritably shook his head, the dampness of his wolf-like ears making him feel utterly uncomfortable. His tail, swaying incessantly behind him, added to his unease. Lin Weiwei followed closely behind, her gaze fixed intently on the furry appendage. The wet fur clung together, gently swaying with its owner's movements. She longed to reach out and touch it. Yet the moment was clearly ill-suited for such whims. Yang Xiaoxiang swiftly adapted to his wings, even learning to harness the wind to disperse the rain and keep his wings dry. Observing Bai Qian still struggling with balance, he unceremoniously seized him and soared upwards. What the hell? Yang Xiaoxiang, are you insane? Bai Qian exclaimed in surprise as he was abruptly lifted, yet he quickly grasped the art of gliding. His wings were significantly smaller than Yang Xiaoxiang's, better suited for short-distance glides. As the rain intensified, lightning sporadically illuminated the sky. A swarm of mutated moths circled between the residential buildings, each the size of a basketball, their crimson eyes glimmering ominously in the shadows. Their piercing shrieks were unbearable, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The sheer number of mutated bats was overwhelming. Lin Weiwei looked up, the dark sky obscured by a dense cloud of bats, completely swallowing any sliver of light that even a passing typhoon might reveal. She instinctively swallowed, her fingers unconsciously caressing the handle of her chainsaw, the rough texture providing a semblance of reassurance. This is amiss, she muttered, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the sky, considering the scale of this collective movement. Yang Xiaoxiang's hurried breaths crackled in her earpiece. What the hell is going on? I've patrolled for ages, and this is the first time I've seen such a spectacle. Stay calm. Bai Qian maintained his usual composure, yet Lin Weiwei could detect a subtle tension in his voice. The number was indeed abnormal, exceeding at least 300. Cold sweat began to beat in her palms as she realized that at least half of these bats were first-tier mutations. The mere thought of that figure made her stomach churn. She despised these rodent-like creatures, and their mutations sent shivers down her spine. Everyone, gather at my location immediately. Chun Mo's voice suddenly blared through the earpiece. Abandon all other objectives. Prioritize your safety. Lin Weiwei sprang into action, her mind racing as she began to calculate various possibilities. Those spatial abilities were formidable. Recklessly utilizing them in the face of such numbers would only hasten their depletion. The streets were eerily silent, her footsteps echoing between the buildings. Occasionally, heads peeked out from the residential buildings, only to retract swiftly. Young lady, would you like to come in and take shelter? An elderly woman trembled as she opened the door slightly, her concern evident. Lin Weiwei shook her head, her pace unyielding. Thank you, but please secure your doors and windows. And do not venture outside. There stood Chen Mo, a towering figure under a streetlight, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Do not misuse your abilities. He swiftly pulled her close and whispered, I noticed you just used spatial suppression on those bats. Lin Weiwei bit her lip. I merely experimented to assess the efficacy. Use it sparingly. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, when suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the air. The sound stabbed at Lin Weiwei's eardrums, prompting her to instinctively cover her ears, only to witness the swarm of bats above them diving down as if orchestrated. By the heavens! Yang Xiaoxiang's curse reverberated through the earpiece. Have they gone mad? Form ranks. Chun Mo shouted, simultaneously raising his hand to invoke Thunder Summit. Amidst the rumbling thunder, several bolts of lightning struck the bat horde. The electric light illuminated the night sky, revealing numerous grotesque, beastly faces. The bats struck by the lightning were instantly reduced to cinder, yet many others continued their relentless charge, unfazed. When Lin Hongba arrived, he immediately unleashed his earth-based abilities. The ground erupted, and countless sharp stone spikes shot skyward like javelins. However, these assaults seemed as futile as tossing pebbles into the sea, barely affecting the massive swarm of bats. Bai Qian's illusion followed closely, attempting to confuse the bat's perception. Yet, these mutated creatures exhibited remarkable resistance to mental abilities. Only a few isolated individuals were impacted, careening into their comrades in disarray. Yang Xiaoxiang's tornado swept through, engulfing a segment of the bats. However, soon, more bats filled the void left behind. Observing this chaos, Lin Weiwei suddenly realized that conventional tactics were utterly ineffective. A need for a paradigm shift emerged. A strategy to safeguard everyone. A bold idea blossomed in her mind. Chapter 35, Spatial Shield, Spatial Shield. This was a new ability she had only recently begun to explore. still imperfect and extraordinarily taxing on her mental faculties. "Everyone, gather around me," she shouted, releasing her powers. 5 translucent shields instantly enveloped all team members. The bats collided with the shields, producing a jarring sound that made one's teeth ache, yet they could not breach this barrier. "Well done, Wei Wei," Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed excitedly. "Now it's our turn to counterattack." Under the protection of the spatial shield, the team members launched their assaults with newfound vigor. Chun Mo's lightning strikes became increasingly precise. Lin Hongba's earth spikes were deftly executed. Yang Xiaoxiang's tornado roared unabated, and Bai Qian's illusions finally found a breakthrough. Yet, Lin Weiwei sensed her mental energy waning rapidly. Maintaining 5 shields drained her more than she had anticipated, and her vision began to blur. "Hold on." Chun Mo seemed to notice her condition, unleashing lightning while drawing closer. "We will end this battle soon." Lin Weiwei managed a weak nod, feeling her legs grow weak. She knew she could not sustain this for much longer. But witnessing her comrades fighting valiantly compelled her to grit her teeth and continue her efforts. At last, after a barrage of relentless assaults, the number of bats visibly diminished. The surviving mutated creatures seemed to have shed their previous madness, scattering in all directions. Lin Weiwei could no longer maintain her composure. Darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed backward. Chun Mo caught her just in time, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. "You foolish girl," he chided gently, though his tone betrayed his concern. "Don't exert yourself so recklessly next time." Lin Weiwei wished to utter a response, but her strength had ebbed away. She felt an overwhelming chill coursing through her body, her consciousness gradually fading. In a daze, she caught sight of the mutated cores shimmering under the moonlight and heard the anxious shouts of her teammates. Darkness fully consumed her awareness, leaving only Chun Mo's urgent calls echoing in her ears. Weiwei, Weiwei. The sanctuary, in the aftermath of the typhoon, lay in utter disarray. The acrid stench of blood permeated the air, and the ground was littered with the severed limbs of mutated beasts. Fallen trees lay strewn haphazardly, while metal sheets and debris were swept about by the fierce winds, rendering the entire sanctuary as if it had endured an apocalyptic catastrophe. Staff from the logistics team were guiding citizens in the cleanup effort, bending low to navigate around the unprocessed carcasses of the mutated creatures, carefully gathering the scattered debris. Some were using shovels to scrape away the congealed blood, while others busied themselves propping up street lamps and signs knocked down by the wind. The members of the combat team had long returned home to catch up on sleep. They had fought valiantly. The number of ordinary citizens lost in the sanctuary was under 200, a commendable outcome considering the scale of the beast tide. Although over 1,000 members of the combat team were injured, in this world of despair, the vitality of those with abilities was remarkably resilient. As long as there was breath, there remained hope for recovery. When Lin Weiwei opened her eyes, the familiar ceiling greeted her. The room was so quiet that she could hear her own breath, yet the voices and footsteps from the living room reminded her she was not alone. "If the little class leader wakes up, she'll surely be startled," a familiar voice came through the crack of the door. "Enough chatter, let us get to work." Another voice replied, tinged with impatience. The moment Lin Weiwei opened her eyes, Chun Mo sensed something was amiss. Unlike the dazed state she exhibited when awakening from her previous exhaustion of abilities, this time her gaze was particularly bright, as if illuminated by an inner light. Moreover, her skin appeared paler than usual, almost translucent, revealing the intricate network of blood vessels beneath. Chun Mo set aside his book and leaned closer to observe her condition. Lin Weiwei blinked, her gaze wandering in confusion as if trying to ascertain her surroundings. "Are you awake?" Chun Mo inquired softly, reaching out to feel her forehead. Upon confirming her temperature was normal, he felt a bit more at ease. In the room, Yang Xiaoxiang and the others were gathered around the coffee table, composing their acceptance speeches. Hearing the commotion, Bai Qian glanced up briefly, then returned to writing, accustomed to Chun Mo treating the little zombie as if she were a doll. "It's time to wash up," Chun Mo said, lifting her from the bed. Noticing she felt lighter than usual, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lin Weiwei obediently nodded, allowing him to carry her into the bathroom. Chun Mo squeezed the toothpaste and handed the toothbrush to her. "I'll step outside. Take your time," he said. Lin Weiwei took the toothbrush, and just as she was about to begin brushing her teeth in front of the mirror, she suddenly froze in place. The reflection staring back at her filled her with terror. Her once lustrous black hair had turned snow white. Her eyelashes had also transformed to a ghostly white, and her unadorned eyes now bore an eerie silver hue. With a clatter, the toothbrush fell to the floor. She reached up to touch her hair and rubbed her eyes, hoping this was merely an illusion. Yet, The image in the mirror remained steadfast. The white-haired girl gazed back at her with the same expression of horror. Tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes. She had always perceived herself as human, subconsciously resisting any non-human characteristics. Now, suddenly transformed in this manner. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck her. The truths she had deliberately ignored were now glaringly unavoidable. What's wrong? Chen Mo's anxious voice came from outside the door. Are you feeling unwell? The three in the living room, hearing the commotion, immediately set their pens down and rushed over. The usually vibrant class monitor seemed unusually teary today. Yang Xiaoxiang peered into the bathroom. Chen Ge, what happened? Lin Hongbo inquired as well. Bai Qian leaned against the doorframe, his gaze flickering between Lin Weiwei and Chen Mo. Deep in thought, Chen Mo gently carried Lin Weiwei out of the bathroom and seated her on his lap. Watching the little zombie cry as she clutched his white hair, he suddenly realized, we forgot to inform her about the changes. With a sigh, he explained that after Lin Weiwei fainted last night and suddenly transformed, they had felt reassured upon meeting De Lu, who confirmed everything was fine. However, they evidently overlooked the feelings of the little zombie herself. Class monitor, you look particularly stunning this way. Yang Xiaoxiang quickly interjected. You resemble a heroine straight out of an anime. Indeed. It's like you've stepped out from the two-dimensional realm, added Li Ming, chiming in. Lin Weiwei shook her head, tears streaming down onto Chen Mo's shirt. She did not desire to be seen as stunning. She merely wished to be an ordinary person. Observing their clumsy attempts at consolation, Bai Qian couldn't help but suggest. Why not try consuming it? It might restore you. This proposal sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Weiwei's eyes. Sniffling, she rummaged through her space and carefully retrieved a mutated bat's, taking a cautious bite. Indeed, as the settled in her stomach. Her hair and eyelashes gradually returned to their natural black. Finally, the reflection in the mirror transformed back to a familiar visage, allowing Lin Weiwei to breathe a sigh of relief. See, it's all right now, Chen Mo gently ruffled her hair. If you turn white-haired again, just eat another. Lin Weiwei nodded, slightly embarrassed as she lowered her gaze. She recognized that her earlier reaction had been excessive, yet the panic and helplessness of that moment had been all too real. It's time to go receive the award, Chen Mo glanced at the time. Have you all finished your acceptance speeches? Almost done, Yang Xiaoxiang lifted a piece of paper. I've written 3 pages. I believe 1 page suffices, Bai Qian remarked nonchalantly. That's just you. Yang Xiaoxiang was indignant. I must express my gratitude to many individuals. 5 people descended the stairs, chatting and laughing. And as they stepped out of the building, they were greeted by a lively scene in the community. The logistics team was clearing the fallen trees, and various peculiar aberrants were lending a hand. Hurry up. We are waiting for Big Moo to resurrect the trees, shouted the captain, wearing tortoiseshell sunglasses. Chapter 36. The award ceremony. A fox aberrant was secretly nibbling on leaves when it was promptly reported by Brother Goathorn. Brother Chicken Crest also passed by and greeted them, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Lin Weiwei was captivated by the scene. The harmonious coexistence of these diverse aberrants gradually eased her in her turmoil. She recalled her reflection in the mirror moments ago and suddenly felt that she was not so frightening after all. Class monitor, after we receive our awards, I'll treat you to ice cream. Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed unexpectedly. I want some too. Lin Hongba immediately chimed in. All right, 1 for each of us, Yang Xiaoxiang generously responded. Bai Qian, do you want some? Bai Qian shook his head. I don't have a taste for sweets. What about Brother Chen? I'll accompany Weiwei, Chen Mo chuckled. The award ceremony at the headquarters was quite grand, with several black sedans parked at the entrance and security personnel in crisp uniforms patrolling the area. Lin Weiwei stood at the bottom of the steps, observing the bustling crowd with a sense of resignation. The early summer sun was somewhat blinding, so she raised her hand to shield her eyes, scanning her teammates beside her. They had all arrived in their everyday combat gear, while the other teams were dressed impeccably. Look over there. That team is in suits. Yang Xiaoxiang couldn't help but laugh, pointing at a nearby group. Are they here for a fashion show? Lin Hongba also found it awkward, shaking his head. A combat team in suits? This aesthetic is too dissonant. Lin Weiwei observed the pretentious demeanor of that group and couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Such superficiality was utterly pointless. She glanced down at her combat boots, speckled with mud, and felt a sense of comfort. Let us head inside, she called to her teammates. The venue was already filled with numerous attendees, and a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. Lin Weiwei frowned. The opulent atmosphere made her uneasy. The newly appointed official stood on stage, surveying the audience below. During rehearsal, he had barked orders at them, exuding an air of arrogance. Lin Weiwei thought to herself that such individuals wouldn't last long. Please welcome the members of the Lightning team to the stage. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall. Lin Weiwei and her teammates ascended the stage, the lights somewhat blinding. She noticed photographers capturing their moments, with lenses focused on them. The Lightning team has excelled in this mission. The official's voice rang in her ears, but Lin Weiwei found her mind wandering. After the award ceremony concluded, they finally received tangible rewards, the latest electronic wristbands and weapon enhancement vouchers. Vouchers for the Forge department. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled as her fingers brushed over the metallic card. This was a valuable item. The technology of the Forge department was unparalleled throughout the entire sanctuary. She instinctively touched the chainsaw behind her, the metallic texture providing her with a sense of reassurance. This weapon, which had accompanied her for many years, was about to undergo an upgrade, and the thought brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Are you going to modify the chainsaw, class monitor? Yang Xiaoxiang inquired as he leaned closer. Of course, Lin Weiwei nodded. This was a rare opportunity. They boarded the bus heading to the city center. The cabin was filled mostly with ordinary people. Some dozed off while others engaged in quiet conversations. A few aberrants huddled in the corners, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Lin Weiwei leaned against the window, watching the rapidly passing scenery outside. The post-apocalyptic city still maintained an outward semblance of order, yet undercurrents of chaos simmered beneath. Possessing extraordinary abilities meant longer lifespans and greater opportunities, an undeniable truth. The foundry was prominently located in the city center, housed in a circular building adorned with enormous hammer and wrench motifs that gleamed under the sunlight. What an impressive place, Lin Hongbo remarked, gazing up at the structure in awe. The exhibition hall on the first floor displayed a myriad of modified vehicles and weapons, with the glass cases showcasing dazzling exhibits. Chun Mo, like a curious child, looked around in wonder, exclaiming, "This is so cool." Lin Weiwei was equally captivated by the weapons on display, laser guns, pulse cannons, and modified battle suits. This truly was a paradise for weapon enthusiasts. "Welcome to the foundry," greeted a young woman at the service desk with a sweet smile. "How may I assist you?" "We are here for weapon modifications," Lin Weiwei said as she presented a voucher. "Certainly, please fill out this form," the young woman replied, handing over several sheets of paper. "By the way, the forums have been buzzing about your Lightning Squad lately. Your performance against the mutated moth swarm last night was remarkable." Although Lin Weiwei's claws could grasp the pen, her handwriting was crooked, and in the end, Chun Mo helped her pen the form. Watching his neat script, she felt a pang of regret. She used to write beautifully, but now she struggled even with her own name. When Lin Weiwei retrieved a chainsaw from her bag and placed it on the desk, the young woman's smile abruptly froze, nearly causing her to drop the documents she was holding. "Is this standard equipment?" she stammered, her voice trembling as she feigned calmness. Lin Weiwei tilted her head and innocently replied, "No, this is mine." The young woman swallowed hard. Indeed, those who could join the Lightning Special Operations team were anything but ordinary. Quickly regaining her composure, she organized the documents and placed them in a drawer. "I have collected your information. You can collect your items in 3 days." She tried to keep her voice steady, adding, "You may browse the exhibition hall, but it's best not to linger too long." The hall displayed an array of weapons, from standard handguns to powerful energy cannons. Lin Weiwei found little interest in them. She glanced down at her claws, silently contemplating that they were the finest weapons of all. "Let us go," Chun Mo softly instructed, surveying the exhibition hall before leading the group outside. The streets of the city center had transformed entirely from what they were before the apocalypse. Flanked by an array of peculiar shops, there exists a flower store that specializes in mutated plants, a boutique dedicated to exotic animal supplies, and even a tailor's shop that crafts garments specifically for the transformed. "Look!" Bai Qian suddenly halted, pointing excitedly at a nearby establishment. "There's even a bubble tea shop?" Lin Weiwei followed his gaze. The shop was exquisitely decorated, its glass windows adorned with a price list, and several uniquely designed tables and chairs were positioned outside. "A cup costs 180 points? Yang Xiaoxiang gasped at the price, exclaiming that it was nothing short of extortion, enough to purchase several meals. Lin Hongbo chimed in with his own critique, questioning who would pay such a premium for a drink. However, Chun Mo had already pushed the door open and stepped inside, reasoning that since they had come across it, they might as well sample the delicacy. Inside, a subtle aroma of milk wafted through the air, mingling with a faint floral scent. The young saleswoman's eyes lit up upon their entrance. The group's striking good looks were undeniable, particularly the handsome boy at the forefront, whose charm was simply captivating. "Welcome," she greeted, her cheeks reddening as her voice unconsciously softened. Lin Weiwei stood at the ordering counter, meticulously studying the menu. The names of the innovative series dazzled her: Overlord Flower Bubble Tea, Red Core Fruit Milkshake, Mutated Chrysanthemum Special, and Exotic Honey Grapefruit Tea were all bewildering in their uniqueness. "What is a red core fruit?" she inquired, her curiosity causing her tail to perk up slightly. "This is a unique variety cultivated by our research team," the saleswoman explained. "Its flavor is several times more intense than that of a regular banana." She leaned in closer, whispering, "It's said to enhance one's physical strength." Bai Qian, intrigued, asked, "And what about the Overlord flower?" The saleswoman's eyes brightened at the topic, revealing her enthusiasm. "It's a mutated plant discovered at the outskirts of the district. The flowers are the size of a fist and emit a gentle glow. We make a syrup from it and add it to the bubble tea, resulting in a delightful sweetness that can elevate one's mood." Chun Mo glanced at the menu and declared, "The classic series has launched a limited edition, and the innovative series is introducing a new round of products." "So many?" Lin Hongba's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you planning to throw a party?" "We can store what we don't finish in the spatial pocket," Chun Mo shrugged, then glanced at Lin Weiwei. "Didn't someone always want to try the taste of bubble tea?" Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Since her transformation, she had rarely experienced the flavors of food, leading her to believe she had lost the ability to savor culinary delights forever. Just as the saleswoman busied herself preparing the drinks, an abrupt cacophony of clucking erupted from the kitchen. Moments later, a figure wearing an apron and sporting a red comb poked its head out. "Cluck cluck, Xiaozhong. Where are the bobo pearls? I can't find them." Lin Weiwei blinked in realization. The chicken sound she had heard that morning originated from here. "Mr. Chicken, you must return," the saleswoman urged as she gently pushed him back into the kitchen. "The pearls are resting quietly at the bottom of the seasoning box. I'll bring them to you shortly." Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of several individuals, the young shop attendant shyly explained, "Brother Ji is our specially appointed flavor expert. He possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to taste. Are tea shops nowadays truly uniformly managed?" Chun Mo inquired while accepting the freshly prepared beverage. "Indeed," the attendant nodded. "Due to the current shortage of supplies, only the official sources can procure such an abundance of ingredients." Glancing around cautiously, she lowered her voice, adding, "I've heard that personal applications will soon be opened." Observing the expressions of those present, she continued, "Although Brother Ji is an aberrant, he is quite kind-hearted. He often crows in the civilian district, assisting the elderly who have migrated from rural areas to adapt to life in the shelters. Each morning, the entire neighborhood can hear his calls. Aberrants are truly delightful." Chen Mo took the last cup of milk tea and handed it to Lin Weiwei. "Oh?" Yang Xiaoxiang raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Mo. "Does this imply that every aberrant is so endearing? Or is it merely a certain aberrant who is charming?" Lin Weiwei lowered her gaze to sip her tea, feigning ignorance of their conversation. The milk tea, crafted from mutated plants, was unexpectedly delicious. She could distinctly savor the flavors. The sweet liquid glided down her throat, imbued with a hint of unique fragrance, making the entire world seem more beautiful. "Is it to your liking?" Chen Mo softly inquired. Lin Weiwei nodded, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Yes, it's particularly delightful." Observing her joyful demeanor, a smile involuntarily crept across Chun Mo's lips. He turned to the counter to request several takeout bags, intending to pack the remaining drinks. "Aren't we going to finish them here?" Bai Qian asked. "Time is of the essence," Chen Mo replied, glancing outside. They still had other places to visit. Only then did Lin Weiwei notice that the number of pedestrians on the street had significantly increased, most of whom were residents out shopping. She spotted a little girl holding her mother's hand, curiously peering into the shop as they passed by. "Let us go," Chen Mo said. Placing the packed milk tea into his space, they still needed to report to the equipment department. The commercial street was lined with shops, predominantly ordinary snack stalls. The air was infused with the aromas of various foods, mingling with the lively chatter, rendering the street exceptionally bustling. The scent of grilled meat skewers wafted enticingly. Yang Xiaoxiang inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at a roadside stall. Lin Hongba grimaced, "You glutton, wanting to eat again right after lunch." In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to eat is a blessing, Yang Xiaoxiang quipped playfully. "Class monitor, would you care for a skewer of grilled meat?" Lin Weiwei shook her head. her attention drawn to a candy shop by the street. The display window was filled with colorful confections, glistening alluringly in the sunlight. She unconsciously halted, staring dreamily at the beautifully packaged sweets. "Do you wish to indulge?" Chen Imo inquired, having appeared beside her unnoticed, his gentle voice laced with amusement. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With prices so high, buying candy would be too extravagant. "It's not wasteful," Chen Imo replied, already pushing open the shop door, the cheerful chime of the bell ringing out. "If you like it, then buy it." Bai Qian followed closely behind, jesting. "Chen Imo is now quite affluent. You needn't hold back." Class monitor. Inside the shop, a dazzling array of candies captivated Lin Weiwei, who flitted through the aisles like a child. She carefully selected her treats, fearful of damaging any, her earnest demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Chen Imo. "This strawberry-flavored one looks delightful," he remarked, presenting a packet adorned with charming strawberry illustrations to Lin Weiwei. As she accepted it, the cheerful packaging instantly lifted her spirits. Just as she was about to protest its expense, the warmth in Chun Mo's gaze caused her to swallow her words. At the corner, an eccentric shop caught her eye. Its sign reading the alchemist Xiao Yang's treasure trove, with letters that exuded a touch of mystery, reminiscent of a Gothic castle steeped in enchantment. "This store seems quite unique," Lin Weiwei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The moment she pushed the door open, a melodious chime of wind bells rang overhead. A mechanical parrot flapped its wings, greeting her with an electronic voice. Welcome to Xiao Yang's treasure shop." The interior was dimly lit, with walls adorned with an array of magical artifacts. Crystal balls emitted a faint glow from the shelves, while spell books were neatly arranged on bookcases, alongside mysterious potions flickering within glass vials. At the counter, a clown puppet wearing a magician's hat was busily keeping account. It raised its head and, in a monotone voice, declared, "Feel free to browse, self-service payment. If you leave without paying, just wait and see. Caw-caw. Consequences are yours to bear," echoed the parrot at the entrance, flapping its mechanical wings with greater fervor. "It's like that parrot is the host of a live stream," Yang Xiaoxiang chuckled. Bai Qian chimed in. "This creature mimics speech. It's quite the oddity." Lin Weiwei followed Chun Imo through the shop, overwhelmed by the myriad of enchanting goods. Shelves displayed various magical potions, some bubbling, others emitting a soft glow. Uniquely designed wands were lined up, each radiating different energy signatures. "Does this cloak truly have fire resistance?" Lin Hongbo inquired, lifting a deep red cloak that felt cool to the touch, priced at a staggering 500,000 points. "That seems rather exorbitant." Class monitor. "Over here are some dresses." Chen Mo's voice suddenly called out. Lin Weiwei turned toward the sound, her eyes widening with delight at the sight before her. Rows of Lolita-style dresses came into view, adorned with exquisite lace trimmings, charming bows, and matching accessories. Each gown resembled the attire of a princess from a fairy tale, shimmering with a dreamlike radiance. "This green one is lovely. It even grants invisibility," Chen Imo said, holding up a pale green dress that shimmered gently under the lights. Lin Weiwei took the dress, her fingers gliding over its soft fabric. The lace patterns were astonishingly intricate, and the hem was embellished with tiny crystals that sparkled like stars in the illumination. "Shall we try it on?" Chen Imo inquired softly. Lin Weiwei nodded, clutching the dress as she stepped into the fitting room. The moment she drew the curtain closed, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Cautiously donning her dress, she stood before the mirror, holding her breath as she gazed at her reflection. The gown clung perfectly to her figure, the delicate green fabric accentuating her snow-like complexion. The layers of the skirt swayed gently with her movements, the lace-edged crystals glimmering under the light, resembling a sprinkle of stardust. At the moment she drew back the curtain, the four men were momentarily taken aback. Yang Xiaoxiang and Lin Hongbo gasped in exaggerated astonishment, while Bai Qian wore an expression of admiration. As for Chen Imo, the tips of his ears subtly flushed, and he murmured a soft compliment. Lin Weiwei attempted to activate the dress's invisibility effect and indeed felt a ripple of otherworldly energy. Her figure gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing entirely from sight, leaving only the fluttering hem to attest to her presence. "This effect is astonishing," Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed. However, upon seeing the price tag, Lin Weiwei bit her lip. 300,000 points for a single dress. Her accumulated points were insufficient. "I will buy it," Chen Imo stated firmly. Chapter 38. Purchasing attire. Lin Weiwei tugged at the hem of his garment, shaking her head. "It's too expensive. Let me purchase it for you," Chen Imo suggested softly. Or perhaps you could use an energy core to offset part of the cost. Lin Weiwei looked up at him, his gaze tender yet resolute, rendering her unable to refuse. She nodded gently and retrieved an energy core from her storage space. Ultimately, she selected 3 dresses: the green gown, a fiery red mini-skirt, its cascading ruffles resembling dancing flames, and a gentle, elegant blue long dress, the flowing hem akin to rippling water. Lin Weiwei cherished them, cradling the dresses with utmost care to avoid even the slightest wrinkle. Her eyes sparkled, as if filled with stars. "Thank you, Chinemo," she beamed, her smile brighter than sunlight. After finishing their shopping, the group prepared to return. On their way, they encountered Delu, who was pulling a cart laden with freshly hunted mutated bat meat. "Oh, it seems Weiwei has recovered," Delu remarked, her eyes lighting up as she approached. Chinemo instinctively shielded Lin Weiwei behind him, responding in a calm demeanor. "Yes, she is fine now." "That is wonderful," Delu exclaimed. "I happen to have a task to discuss. Would you like to come to my home for a visit?" The group exchanged glances and followed Delu to her courtyard. Upon entering, they were met with a strong metallic scent of blood. The yard was filled with carnivorous plants, their vibrant blossoms gaping wide with ghoulish maws, emitting eerie, bone-chilling shrieks. Lin Weiwei, startled, burrowed into Chun Mo's embrace, her small hand gripping his clothing tightly. "Don't be afraid," Chun Mo whispered reassuringly, his large hand soothingly stroking her back. "I'm here." Noticing their unease, Delu chuckled and explained, "Do not worry. They recognize their owner's scent and will not harm you. These are my treasures. They have helped me deal with numerous intruders." Once inside, Delu poured tea for her guests before elaborating on the details of the task. A new breed of giant zombie had emerged in the city, trapping the personnel of the laboratory. Several rescue teams had been dispatched, but none had succeeded. Delu's expression was grave as she expressed her desire for the group to undertake this task. A flicker of excitement danced in Chun Mo's eyes. "What are the specifics?" Bai Qian inquired. "It is said that this giant zombie possesses unique abilities, enabling it to command other zombies," Delu replied, retrieving a tablet from her drawer. "This is all the information we currently possess. The situation in the city is rather dire." Delu's tone carried a weight of concern as she rubbed her temples. 11 ability users and 3 researchers are trapped in the local laboratory, with a total of 22 research elites in the team. Lin Weiwei leaned in closer, scrutinizing the images on the tablet. The visuals were somewhat blurry, yet the chilling roars of zombies outside were unmistakable, sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, the camera shifted, revealing a colossal face at the window. The sight caused Lin Weiwei to hold her breath, her fingers instinctively gripping the edges of the tablet. With protruding white eyeballs, a deep and mottled complexion, and maggots crawling over decaying flesh, this was no mere zombie. It was a nightmarish creature, standing over 4 meters tall. Delu switched off the video and continued, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. It originally had gigantism, and its size has only continued to increase post-mutation. Most alarmingly, it has the ability to command other zombies. Lin Weiwei blinked, realizing this was the first time she had heard of a zombie controlling its kin. She instinctively glanced at her teammates, noting their equally grave expressions. The headquarters has classified it as a 3-star threat. Delu sighed, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. It possesses the ability of sonic shock. Although its massive frame renders it clumsy, it is exceedingly cunning. Its appearances have resulted in significant casualties. Cunning? Yang Xiaoxiang rubbed her arms, her complexion pale. "It nearly scared me to death when it appeared suddenly in that video. My heart is still racing." Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Xiaoxiang was notoriously jumpy in such situations. She reached out to pat Yang Xiaoxiang's shoulder, only to find her muscles tense. "The microbial content of this creature is astonishing," Delu continued with a somber expression, pulling out a thick report from the drawer. "Even if an ability user is merely scratched, their life could be at risk. 3 ability users have already succumbed to infection." Lin Hongba took the report, his brows furrowing deeper as he perused its contents. "Isn't this just a mobile superbacteria? And a rather large one at that?" Bai Qian suggested. "We need to devise a way to maintain a safe distance. What about using thermal weapons? High temperatures should be able to eradicate the bacteria." "We're out of weapons." Delu shook her head, a tone of resignation in her voice. "Moreover, this creature is astute. It evades as soon as it senses heat weapons. It seems to have an instinct for danger." Listening to their conversation, Lin Weiwei was already formulating a strategy in her mind. Her spatial shield should be able to block those bacteria, and if necessary, she could deploy a more powerful move. She stole a glance at Chinemo, uncertain if he would approve. Why did you specifically seek us out? Chen Emo suddenly asked, his voice as composed as ever. Delu's gaze fell upon Lin Weiwei as he softly spoke. I have a friend, a mutant known as the Withered Leaf Butterfly. The commander of this operation, Si Kongyi, harbors a strong aversion towards mutants. Just last month, he rejected a mutant's application to join the rescue team. Lin Weiwei felt a stir in her heart, comprehending Delu's concerns. As a mutant herself, she was acutely aware of the sting of discrimination. The office fell silent for a moment, only the hum of the air conditioning breaking the stillness. I have faith in your capabilities and your integrity, Delu said, his eyes pleading as they met Lin Weiwei's. If you are willing to undertake this task, I am prepared to offer 5 million points, along with a favor for each of you. Lin Weiwei tugged gently at Chen Mo's sleeve. He glanced down at her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I didn't say we wouldn't accept. It's an excellent opportunity to hone our skills. Thank you, Delu smiled back at Lin Weiwei, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. Feeling a bit bashful, Lin Weiwei retreated behind Chen Mo. She could sense Delu's goodwill, which warmed her heart. As they exited Delu's residence and navigated through the menacing man-eating plants, Lin Weiwei noticed that these flora seemed particularly drawn to her. Each time she passed, the blossoms swayed slightly, as if offering a greeting. I didn't realize Delu was so affluent, Yang Xiaoxiang remarked while dodging the tendrils of the carnivorous plants. These plants are not inexpensive. Her papers and reports can be exchanged for points, Bai Qian commented. Those man-eaters aren't kept for free. I've heard she is researching ways to improve these mutated plants. Actually, she need not seek them out when the shelter issues a mission. The captain will undoubtedly take it on, Lin Hongba chuckled, casting a glance at Lin Weiwei. After all, we have mutants on our team too. Oh. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seems we share a mutual understanding. As Lin Weiwei watched their playful banter, her thoughts wandered to the colossal zombie. This mission not only concerned the lives of those trapped, but also the plight of mutants. If they succeeded, perhaps they could alter some perceptions regarding their kind. Chapter 39. Special training in the corridor of the shelter. Lin Weiwei followed closely behind Yang Xiaoxiang. Listening to his hushed admonitions, Yang Xiaoxiang's expression was unusually grave. Class monitor, in the future, make sure to keep your distance from Si Kongyi. He halted, turning to face Lin Weiwei, his eyes reflecting a rare seriousness. He is nothing but a hypocrite, ruthless and cold-hearted. Lin Weiwei tilted her head, still trying to grasp why the people in the shelter held such disdain for this name. His methods for completing missions are particularly underhanded, Yang Xiaoxiang continued, lowering his voice further in the absence of eavesdroppers. To increase mission success rates, he often sacrifices his teammates. During the last mission in the Southern District, he pushed his own deputy out as bait while he hid in a safe zone. As Bai Qian approached and overheard this exchange, his brow immediately furrowed. Leaning against the wall, he absently tapped his fingers against the surface. That lofty demeanor of his will surely lead to his downfall one day. As Lin Hongba quietly approached their group, he surveyed the surroundings before lowering his voice, cautioning that they were among combat squads and should not be overheard. This fellow was adept at feigning grievance, likely to claim that they were bullying his team, the Kanjing squad. His sarcastic tone elicited laughter from the others. Lin Weiwei observed their expressions, gradually piecing together the dynamics at play, and discreetly noted the name of someone she should avoid. Chen Mo, noticing Lin Weiwei's contemplative demeanor, leaned closer and whispered, "This person is quite sensitive about his reputation and loves to take credit. He harbors a particular disdain for aberrance. Should he dare lay a finger on you, you have my permission to retaliate." He paused, a playful smirk curling his lips. "If you cannot overpower him, retreat and inform me, and I shall avenge you." Lin Weiwei nodded, realizing she was increasingly able to comprehend human emotions, and the sense of being protected brought her solace. Incidentally, his original name was Si Dahong. Yang Xiaoxiang, recalling a humorous anecdote, gleamed with mischief in his eyes, revealing that the Kanjing squad was named after him. Later, when the captain of the Furong squad publicly mocked the name for being too rustic, he changed it to Si Kongyi. The group continued their banter as they arrived at Lin Hongba's residence. Upon entering, Lin Weiwei was taken aback by the sight before her. This seemingly rugged man had maintained a clean and orderly home. Even the potted plants on the coffee table were meticulously trimmed. Barely seated, they received an email from headquarters, extending a special invitation to participate in a rescue operation, with a reward of 500,000 points each, along with the latest advanced weaponry and food supplies. The departure was scheduled for 3 days later. After reading the email, Chinemo remarked, "Just as we acquire our exclusive gear, we can make our escape." Bai Qian set down his cup, reminding them, "We need to prepare the second batch of the mysterious potion by tomorrow morning." Lin Hongbo rose to fetch drinks from the kitchen while Yang Xiaoxiang pulled Lin Weiwei onto the sofa for a chat. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the room in a warm golden hue. "From today onward, we shall provide Lin Weiwei with special training," Chen Imo declared with an unwavering tone, emphasizing the necessity of their full commitment over the next 3 days. Yang Xiaoxiang immediately feigned a pitiful expression, slumping on the sofa. "Ah, my vacation. Who can truly teach about first love?" Bai Qian exchanged a teasing glance with Chen Imo, inquiring, "Are we really going to step in and guide her?" "I'll handle the combat training," Chen Imo retorted, casting a stern gaze at him. "Xiao Bai will teach sniping. Old Lin will instruct on boxing. And Xiao Xiang will cover stealth techniques." Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and the earnestness in her demeanor made everyone smile. This little zombie was always so diligent, prompting an instinctive desire to protect her. Dinner was a sumptuous affair, a feast comprising the remnants of pre-apocalyptic wealth. The aroma of braised beef wafted through the air. The ginger duck tender and flavorful, and the spicy diced chicken tantalized the appetite. The table resounded with exclamations of delight. Even Bai Qian, who typically spoke little, couldn't resist indulging in a few extra bowls of rice. Seated beside them, Lin Weiwei could only partake in a modest portion. Since her transformation into a zombie, her diet had been restricted to mutated creatures. Fortunately, the taste of the aberrant core resembled that of raspberries and was rather sweet. Watching her companions relish their meal brought her immense satisfaction. "Ah, how blissful!" Yang Xiaoxiang gently caressed his round belly, reclining on the sofa and marveling at the thought of having such a considerate class leader. Bai Qian leaned against the sofa, lost in thought as his gaze drifted into the distance. Lin Hongbo busied himself in the kitchen, the clinking of dishes resonating with a crisp sound. Chen Imo sat at the dining table, diligently arranging a training schedule for Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei followed Lin Hongbo into the kitchen, contemplating the need to prepare more food for everyone. The kitchen was suffused with a faint scent of disinfectant, mingling with the aroma of food. "I have ingredients and need to prepare cooked dishes," she typed on her tablet, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Lin Hongbo. Finding her spoken words somewhat unclear, she opted to type again, "I'll take care of it." Lin Hongbo patted his chest, beaming with a hearty smile. "Just focus on your training." Lin Weiwei produced an abundance of ingredients and kitchenware from her magical space, leaving Lin Hongbo utterly astonished. A variety of fresh vegetables and meats were neatly arranged on the countertop, and all necessary utensils were at hand. "This is simply incredible," Lin Hongbo exclaimed, left speechless. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to explain, Chen Mo's voice called from outside, "Little class leader." She cast one last glance at the kitchen before sauntering out. The following days were bustling with activity, each person diligently fulfilling their roles. 3 fleeting days passed in an instant. At the entrance of the survivor shelter's forge, Lin Weiwei carefully cradled a brand-new pink chainsaw, her slender fingers gliding over the exquisite patterns adorning its body. Sunlight streamed through the glass skylight, casting a mosaic of light upon the chainsaw's surface, causing her silver eyes to shimmer with delight. This chainsaw was no ordinary tool. Its dual-gear design ensured stability during cutting, and the specially crafted alloy material allowed it to slice through iron with ease. What thrilled Lin Weiwei the most was that the artisans had thoughtfully dyed it in her favorite pink hue. "It's truly beautiful," she whispered, her voice betraying an unmistakable joy as her gaze lingered on the chainsaw's surface, admiring it as one would a fine piece of art. Chen Imo leaned against the wall, quietly observing the little zombie's enamored expression. Sunlight defined the contours of her delicate profile, her long eyelashes casting shadows across her face, resembling a serene painting. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, his gaze soft enough to seem almost liquid. He glanced down at the dual-edged knife in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Compared to its predecessor, this knife had a noticeably elongated blade, and he was particularly delighted by the newly added electric feature. As he gently swung it, blue currents danced along the blade, emitting a subtle crackling sound and tracing an elegant arc through the air. "This knife is indeed impressive," he murmured, admiration flickering in his eyes. Bai Qian was wholly absorbed in inspecting his specially crafted firearm. The embedded 10-cubic space magazine was the highlight of this upgrade, and he meticulously polished the gun's body, treating it with the gentleness one would reserve for a treasured possession. At last, "I need not worry about running out of ammunition," Bai Qian remarked, The artisan's skills improved day by day. Lin Hongba, unable to contain his excitement, had already donned his new gauntlets. He brandished his fists, each strike accompanied by a howling gust of wind. The sheer force reverberated through the air, yet it did nothing to diminish his agility. Lightweight yet robust, it was simply perfect. He flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yang Xiaoxiang, akin to a child with a newfound toy, frolicked nearby, thoroughly absorbed in his play. His wrist-mounted darts traced elegant arcs in the air, returning to his hand with uncanny precision, as if imbued with life. Chapter 40. Sister Tang Tang has arrived. The titans of the forging department were truly remarkable. He couldn't help but marvel, his eyes sparkling like stars. At that moment, a young lady from the service desk approached, cradling 10 sets of pristine combat uniforms. With a professional smile adorning her face, she announced, "These are our latest developed combat suits, crafted from specialized materials that can effectively withstand the assaults of mutant creatures below level 3. How generous!" Shin Mo exclaimed, accepting the combat suits, his eyes involuntarily brightening. Such high-grade protective gear was a rarity on the market, and he never anticipated that the forging department would bestow so many sets at once. Once the four donned their new attire and stood outside the changing room, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chun Mo's wolf-tail hairstyle paired with the black combat suit exuded both charm and a hint of wildness. Whenever his gaze swept her way, his typically stern eyes softened unconsciously. Bai Qian, clad in a white combat suit, appeared even more refined and elegant. Yang Xiaoxiang chose deep blue, maintaining his lively and adorable essence, while Lin Hongba donned dark green, enhancing his imposing stature. Today, Lin Weiwei had deliberately donned a green Lolita dress, her silver eyes glimmering under the light like a delicate doll. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, stirring a sweet breeze. "The class monitor looks the cutest today." Yang Xiaoxiang beamed, his gaze sincere. Chen Mo discreetly stole a glance at Lin Weiwei, his ears subtly flushed. He wished to utter something, yet felt that no words of praise could adequately encapsulate the beauty before him. Ultimately, he simply turned his head slightly away to mask the fluttering in his heart. Passers-by couldn't help but pause in admiration. Which squad is this? Their looks are simply stunning. Her tone was imbued with envy. "The Lightning Squad," the young lady at the service desk proudly replied. As they approached the inspection checkpoint, a familiar electronic voice echoed in their ears. "Welcome to the City Survivor Shelter's first exit inspection. Please cooperate to complete the identity verification." The duty officer, smiling, handed over a card. "Captain Chin, I heard this mission is quite perilous, requiring 5 combat squads to deploy together." His tone carried a hint of concern. "When has it not been dangerous?" Chin Mo replied, accepting the card with a faint smile. Yet, a subtle gravity flickered in the depths of his eyes. "Wishing you a safe return," the duty officer said earnestly. The roar of the engine erupted as the vehicle slowly ventured into the distance. Lin Weiwei sat in the back seat, tightly gripping her pink chainsaw, as if it could bestow upon her an extra measure of courage. Chen Mo, catching sight of her slight tension in the rearview mirror, softly reassured her, "Fear not, I am here." Lin Weiwei lifted her gaze, meeting his gentle eyes. She smiled faintly and nodded. The convoy departed from the sanctuary, journeying towards the horizon. Gradually, the vehicles drove through the city gates, one after another heading towards the metropolis. Lin Weiwei leaned against the car window, observing the barren landscape outside. Before the apocalypse, this area thrived as a vibrant suburban locale, with streets lined by lush, verdant boulevards. Now reduced to mere desolate trunks, resembling withered fingers reaching for the sky. The shops along the roadside lay in ruins, glass shattered everywhere, their signs hanging askew, and occasionally one could glimpse a few decaying corpses. She withdrew her gaze, her fingertips lightly tracing the edge of her tablet as she continued to study the profiles of the various teams. For this mission, headquarters dispatched 5 teams. Besides their own lightning team, there were the Golden Eagle, Hibiscus, Cheetah, and Dove teams. Each team possessed its unique attributes, their strengths not to be underestimated. Sister Tang Tang was also present. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled, her voice betraying her uncontainable delight. The Hibiscus team was an all-female special operations unit, each member endowed with formidable plant-based abilities. In this post-apocalyptic world, they resembled thorny roses, both beautiful and perilous. Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint glimmer that Captain Jean is likely to be furious. His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Remembering how severely Sister Tang Tang had reprimanded him during their last mission, he deserves it. Yang Xiaoxiang, seated in the passenger seat, turned around with a disdainful look, remarking on his arrogance. With Sister Tang Tang around, at least some individuals can be kept in check. Lin Weiwei continued to peruse the data, striving to memorize the details of each team member. The Golden Eagle team excelled in speed, the Black Panther team specialized in tracking, while the Dove team focused on long-range attacks. This information swirled in her mind, causing her head to nearly feel as if it might explode. The vehicle jostled along the uneven terrain, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Weiwei gazed outside. Unable to suppress a sigh, the sanctuary and the world beyond were indeed two disparate realms. This was undeniably true. The interior of the sanctuary thrived with life. The streets immaculate, gardens teeming with various plants, and residents leading relatively stable lives. In stark contrast, the outside lay in utter silence, strewn with ruins. The air heavy with the scent of decay. Thus, one could not linger too long within the sanctuary. Chun Mo's voice suddenly resonated, deep and magnetic, inducing a sense of complacency that could dull the awareness of danger. Lin Weiwei turned to look at him, discovering he was intently listening to the report concerning the zombie creature. His brow furrowed, his expression serious, evidently pondering something of great significance. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. Everyone understood how fragile the sanctuary's comfortable existence truly was. Any misstep could instantaneously obliterate all they currently possessed. Chun Mo unexpectedly retrieved a collection of milk teas from the storage compartment, gently offering Lin Weiwei a cup. "Would you like to drink? It's cold." Lin Weiwei accepted it with delight, momentarily dazed by the absence of a straw. Just as she was about to speak, Chun Mo had already unwrapped a straw and inserted it into the cup, his motions so practiced it seemed as though he had performed this countless times before. This gesture warmed Lin Weiwei's heart, compelling her to steal a glance at him. Chun Mo felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and cleared his throat twice. "Drink your milk tea." Lin Weiwei lowered her head and took a sip, the sweet flavor spreading delightfully across her palate. She suddenly perceived that this usually stoic captain of the Great Dog team was, in fact, quite considerate. A day later, 5 combat teams gathered in the open space before the toll station, intermittently disturbed by chilling growls. Lin Weiwei sat in the car, gazing through the window at the outside world. She could hear the escalating sounds of a heated argument. "I will reiterate, this operation must adhere to my command." A man's irritable voice resonated, filled with arrogance. Lin Weiwei perked up her ears, instinctively furrowing her brow. The voice evoked an inexplicable discomfort within her. "Who do you think you are? Just shooting bullets indiscriminately? What about the survivors who might still be alive?" A clear, resonant female voice retorted immediately, laced with indignation. Chapter 41. Merely a facade. Lin Weiwei cautiously leaned out to observe. The speaker was a red-haired woman, tall and statuesque, her combat attire accentuating her perfect curves. With hands on her hips, she stared sharply at the man opposite her. "Liu Tang, listen carefully. How long has the apocalypse persisted? Our mission is to rescue the trapped researchers. Every minute wasted is a risk." "Si Kongyi, what are you implying?" Liu Tang sneered. "What is the life of an ordinary person worth?" Lin Weiwei watched this scene unfold, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Though she was an aberrant, she understood the value of life. She noticed the condescending demeanor Si Kongyi exhibited while speaking, which was quite unsettling. The leaders of the other 2 teams dared not interject. Both the Eagle team and the Hibiscus team ranked among the top 30 strong teams. Who would dare offend them? The atmosphere was rife with tension. At that moment, familiar footsteps approached. "What is happening here? The zombies haven't even attacked yet, and you're turning on each other?" It was Chun Mo. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he ambled over leisurely. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped out of the car to follow him. She had a nagging feeling that this irascible man was not quite right, and she needed to keep an eye on Captain Dog. "Captain Chen! Captain! Brother Chen!" Calls rang out from all around. Lin Weiwei noticed that everyone regarded Chun Mo with profound respect. A few young team members were even flushed with excitement. "Brother Chen is so handsome. When will he guide us? Can we add you as a friend?" Chun Mo smiled and waved his hand. "Let's talk after we resolve this matter." His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Si Kongyi and Liu Tang. "What is going on?" Si Kongyi's expression grew increasingly grim, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Liu Tang scoffed. "This esteemed captain of the Jinping team intends to clear the city with explosives, all in the name of efficiency." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, entirely disregarding the possibility of survivors still being inside. Si Kongyi immediately summoned his abilities. His fist gradually cloaked in a silvery metallic sheen. Lu Tang, undeterred, unleashed enormous rose vines from behind her, their thorns glinting menacingly. Lin Weiwei gripped her small fists in trepidation. Are they about to fight? She quietly edged closer to Chen Emo, ever ready to intervene. Enough. Why waste energy on these insignificant foes? Chen Emo interjected, his tone casual yet imbued with an undeniable authority. We have operations tomorrow. It is prudent to conserve our strength for now. Only then did Lin Weiwei peek around Chen Emo. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the group. She noticed a hint of jealousy flicker in Si Kongye's gaze directed at Chen Emo. Why are you here as well? Go to sleep. Chen Emo turned to Lin Weiwei, his tone softening. Lin Weiwei let out a small sound of acknowledgement. She certainly wouldn't admit to worrying about the large dog. Despite her thoughts, she remained where she was. Is this the new member you just recruited? Lu Tang inquired, astonished as she observed Lin Weiwei, who was undeniably adorable. Lin Weiwei glanced at the older sister, then down at her own slender frame, filled with envy. The woman's figure was truly admirable, possessing all the desirable attributes. Indeed, this is Lin Weiwei, the new agile evolutionist of the Lightning Special Operations Team. Chen Emo proudly introduced her, a hint of affection in his voice. Lin Weiwei mimicked Chen Mo's usual demeanor, giving a cool, albeit somewhat comical, response. Just an agile evolutionist? What use is that? Si Kongyi sneered. Merely a decoration, incapable of even defeating an ordinary zombie. Lin Weiwei narrowed her eyes, her expression turning cold in an instant. In the next moment, she darted forward, executing a graceful spinning kick that connected squarely with Si Kongye's chest, her speed leaving onlookers in awe. Damn. Si Kongyi cursed, stumbling back several steps. Lin Weiwei's anger intensified. How dare he insult her? She pressed on, nimbly maneuvering around Si Kongyi, delivering swift jabs and side kicks. Though her techniques lacked refinement, her speed was astonishing. This girl is ferocious. A burly man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fighting in a skirt was a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. A woman nearby covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Captain Jean has truly met his match this time, another voice remarked. Lin Weiwei stood firm, her gaze icy as she regarded the fallen Si Kongyi. She felt no fatigue. Only the small bruise on her hand drew her concern. In the sunlight, the purplish mark was glaringly conspicuous. The air was tinged with a faint scent of gunpowder, remnants of Si Kongye's abilities leaving charred marks on the ground. Lin Weiwei glanced down at her skirt, now dusted with debris, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. Yang Xiaoxiang and the others had arrived at the sidelines, fervently applauding. Their faces radiated pride, as if the victory belonged to them. Our class leader is magnificent, Yang Xiaoxiang shouted, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. So impressive. Another team member echoed in agreement, affirming the prowess of our lightning team. A chorus of voices rose in unison. Lin Weiwei turned to approach Chen Emo, her little hand gently raised to reveal a bruise. Her gesture bore a hint of playful affection. Chen Mo's expression darkened in an instant as he grasped Lin Weiwei's hand, scrutinizing her injury with utmost care. His touch was steady, yet the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. That scoundrel, resorting to supernatural abilities even in a friendly spar with our own. Truly despicable. Yang Xiaoxiang and others soon gathered around, their gazes seething with anger directed at Si Kongyi upon seeing Lin Weiwei's injury. The atmosphere grew tense. Si Kongdahong, you have no shame. Someone could not hold back from exclaiming. Using supernatural powers against a young girl, how can you be so brazen? More voices of condemnation erupted. Si Kongyi lay on the ground, rendered speechless, his clothes covered in dust, his face a mask of disbelief. He had never anticipated that a mere little zombie could bring him to such a state. In truth, Lin Weiwei did not feel much pain as a zombie. Her physical constitution far exceeded that of an ordinary human. She had simply been shielded too well by Chen Emo, having never endured any injuries. Her gaze fell upon the back of her hand, where the bruise was visibly fading at a remarkable rate. She glanced down at her calf, noticing more bruises. Just as she was about to lift her skirt to show Chen Emo, he firmly restrained her. No lifting your skirt. We'll check it back home, he said, gently picking her up, his tone a blend of affection and exasperation. His movements were tender, cautious not to hurt the little girl in his arms. Si Kongyi continued to curse from the ground, but Chen Emo suddenly turned and snapped his fingers. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Si Kongyi, causing him to convulse instantly. The electricity danced across his body, crackling with sound. Lin Weiwei is an official member of our lightning team. Should anyone dare to bully her again, they shall not face my mercy, Chen Emo stated coldly while lightly touching the glowing green collar around Lin Weiwei's neck. This collar was specially designed to monitor the emotional fluctuations of zombies. At that moment, the indicator light continued to flicker steadily, showing no signs of distress. Chapter 42. The Pink Chainsaw Look. Her emotions have remained stable throughout. Who on earth could accomplish such a monstrous task with this level of self-control? Shinmo's voice carried a note of pride. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Everyone recognized a terrifying truth. This little zombie not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited an alarming degree of self-regulation, even in the face of attack and injury. She could maintain such composure. Bai Qian shifted the topic, saying, "Since the sparring has concluded, why don't we discuss the rescue route?" His voice shattered the silence. Lu Tang breathed a sigh of relief. With the Lightning team present, this mission finally had a reliable backbone. She glanced at the map in her hands, beginning to mark crucial locations. Bai Qian commenced the allocation of tasks among the various teams. The Cheetah team would execute ambushes. The Dove team would create diversions. The Rose team was designated for the primary assault. The Golden Phoenix team would provide defense, while our Lightning team would focus on output. How does this arrangement sit with everyone? The teammates of Si Kungyi murmured discontentedly nearby. The Lightning team is far too arrogant. That aberrant must have some issues. How could they exhibit no emotional fluctuations whatsoever? Yet, their complaints fell on deaf ears. Those present were acutely aware that the prowess of the Lightning team warranted such a status. Chen Mo, having finished administering first aid to Lin Weiwei, returned to the conference. He still clutched the medical kit, evidently having just tended to injuries. "It's settled then. We will advance towards the laboratory in 2 groups, he declared decisively. The leaders of each team began to engage in detailed discussions regarding specific action plans. Some produced blueprints of the laboratory's structure, while others analyzed potential hazards they might encounter. Lin Weiwei sat beside Chen Mo, quietly absorbing the discourse. The bruising on her hand had completely faded. Yet Chen Mo occasionally cast glances her way, anxious about her well-being. "Weiwei, what do you think of this plan?" Chen Mo suddenly inquired. Lin Weiwei examined the map thoughtfully, identifying several areas of potential danger. "We need to be cautious here and here. Ambushes are likely." Her analysis was astute, entirely beyond that of a mere young girl, prompting those present to once again recognize that this seemingly fragile figure possessed extraordinary capabilities. "Very well, we shall heed Weiwei's advice and heighten vigilance in these areas." Chen Mo promptly adopted her suggestions. The meeting persisted until dusk, and by the time the final detail was confirmed, the sunset had painted half the sky in crimson hues. As the morning sun filtered down upon the deserted highway, the 5 teams prepared for departure. The target area for this extermination mission harbored a zombie population that could exceed 5,000. Chen Mo drove while succinctly outlining the situation, emphasizing that each team must adhere strictly to their designated roles. In the passenger seat, Yang Xiaoxiang turned to Lin Weiwei, winking playfully. "Weiwei, we'll be watching your performance closely." Just as Lin Weiwei was about to respond, the convoy abruptly halted at an intersection. Chen Mo was the first to disembark, with the others swiftly following suit. A glimmer from the spatial storage card caused the vehicles to vanish in an instant. "Positions, everyone. The hunt begins now," Chen Mo commanded in a firm tone. Lin Weiwei noticed Sikong Yi's grim countenance not far away. Ever since yesterday's setback, this captain had been harboring a simmering frustration. With Lu Tang lurking nearby, he could only suppress his ire and lead his team into action. "Captain Jean," Lu Tang purred sweetly as she approached, her voice laced with evident provocation. "Whoever slays the fewest zombies today will certainly earn the title of trash." With that, she elegantly waved her hand and vanished around the corner with the hibiscus team. Bai Qian murmured under his breath, "This woman truly knows how to stir trouble." "Focus on the task at hand," Chen Mo interrupted their reverie. "Lightning Special Operations Team, advance with me." At the end of the highway, a dense horde of zombies loomed ominously. The stench of decay wafted through the air, causing Lin Weiwei to instinctively furrow her brow. She could sense the tension among the ordinary team members, with several newcomers trembling ever so slightly. "Do not be afraid," Lin Weiwei softly reassured them. "We are here." Chen Mo raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. Lightning began to coalesce in his palm, the blue and white sparks dazzling in the morning light. "Proceed according to plan. First with firearms, then with our abilities." The thunderous roar of the storm reverberated across the sky. Chen Mo's attack range had significantly expanded since their last mission, and Lin Weiwei could feel his powers steadily increasing. Yang Xiaoxiang's wind blades whistled past, working in tandem with Bai Qian's illusionary abilities, throwing the entire horde of zombies into disarray. The coordination of the lightning special forces grew increasingly harmonious, and wherever they went, the zombies fell one after another. Lin Weiwei's pink chainsaw glimmered coldly in the sunlight, each swing precise and decisive. Suddenly, an urgent cry for help crackled through her earpiece. "Captain Chun, the situation here is dire. This is the Cheetah Squad's communicator. We are facing a group of advanced zombies, and the newcomers are struggling." Lin Weiwei glanced at Chen Mo and let out a whistle. He nodded in understanding, and she immediately turned, her green Lolita skirt billowing in the wind. "I will go assist them," she declared, already rushing towards the rear. "If you can't hold on, just make a noise." Chen Mo's voice came through the earpiece. Casual, yet laced with evident concern. A slight smile tugged at Lin Weiwei's lips. This man always acted cool, despite his palpable worry. "Hey, Captain Chun, are you spreading dog food?" Yang Xiaoxiang seized the opportunity to tease. "If you can't hold on, just make a sound. Remember to call me." Bai Qian chimed in, mimicking him. The earpiece was filled with playful banter, and Lin Weiwei laughed and shook her head as she ran. She could hear gunfire and screams in the distance, prompting her to quicken her pace. Turning the corner, she found the newcomers of the Black Panther and Dove squads besieged by a group of advanced zombies. These zombies were far more agile and aggressive than their ordinary counterparts. Without hesitation, Lin Weiwei plunged into the fray, her pink chainsaw roaring to life. Her movements were as swift as lightning, each strike landing with lethal precision. Flesh flew, blood splattered, yet her skirt remained impeccably clean. "Wow, the squad leader is amazing," a newcomer exclaimed. "Is this the difference in power? It feels like a completely different level of battle. She doesn't look like a zombie at all." Lin Weiwei paid no heed to the chatter, focusing intently on the fight before her. As one zombie after another fell, her movements never faltered. She was determined to protect these newcomers, just as Chun Mo and the others had protected her in the past. This sense of responsibility filled her with purpose and strengthened her resolve. "Watch out!" someone suddenly shouted. Lin Weiwei swiftly turned, a massive mutated zombie plummeting from above. Without time to think, she instinctively raised her chainsaw to block. The tremendous force sent her staggering back, her boots leaving long marks on the ground. "Is this a mutated zombie?" Lin Weiwei squinted her eyes. This zombie surpasses even the most formidable advanced zombies, its sinewy muscles coiling beneath its skin, and its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. "Everyone retreat," Lin Weiwei shouted, blocking the creature's relentless attacks. "Leave this level to me." The newcomers hastily withdrew from the fray. Lin Weiwei engaged in a fierce struggle with the mutated zombie, the chainsaw and its claws clashing in a shower of sparks. She sensed the creature's strength escalating with each encounter, sending tingling sensations through her arms. "Do you need assistance?" Chen Mo's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth. "Just give me one more minute." She began to alter her tactics, opting for agility over brute force. Although the mutated zombie launched ferocious assaults, its movements were somewhat rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Weiwei swiftly maneuvered during its attacks, searching for a weakness. At last, after a powerful launch, the mutated zombie exposed a fatal opening. Without hesitation, Lin Weiwei surged forward, the chainsaw piercing through its skull. A putrid liquid erupted forth as the mutated zombie collapsed with a resounding thud. Lin Weiwei stood panting, the battle having drained much of her stamina. "It's done." She spoke into her earpiece. As expected of our Weiwei, Chen Mo replied, amusement lacing his voice. Chapter 43. Our class leader is wonderful. The performance of the rookie team gradually stabilized. With the assistance of the small zombies, their movements became more fluid. "To the left. Watch the left." Her voice rang out clearly, timely warning a rookie on the verge of ambush. The young soldier quickly pivoted, his weapon striking down the zombie's head with precision. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Weiwei before rejoining the fray. The rhythm of the battlefield began to harmonize. Having navigated their initial panic, the newcomers gradually found their synergy. Observing their progress, Lin Weiwei felt a swell of pride. The ground was littered with dismembered zombie limbs, a thick stench of blood permeating the air. The newcomers' movements began to slow, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, soaking their combat uniforms. They had reached their limits. "They're at their breaking point," Bai Qian murmured beside Lin Weiwei, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, concern creasing his brow. "If this continues, mistakes may occur." Lin Weiwei nodded, poised to speak, when Chun Mo's voice interjected. "New recruits, take a 30-minute breather. Veteran team members, step in." As soon as he finished, several seasoned members surged forward to replace the newcomers. The fresh recruits retreated to a safe distance, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Their faces were etched with fatigue. This marked their first full participation in a large-scale extermination operation. Yang Xiaoxiang did not rest. He was busy collecting anomalous cores. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a colossal whirlwind formed in the clearing, lifting debris from the ground. Under the influence of his wind-based abilities, the anomalous cores were meticulously separated, the entire process appearing quite spectacular. "This kid is becoming increasingly adept," Bai Qian remarked with a smile, recalling the time when Yang could barely lift a scrap of paper after awakening his powers. Lin Weiwei also smiled, yet her gaze remained fixed on the separated. Each of these translucent little objects harbored immense energy, representing one of the most precious resources. Members of the Black Panther and White Dove squads found a relatively clean corner to rest, carefully avoiding the dismembered limbs on the ground, their expressions tinged with disgust. "Class monitor." Yang Xiaoxiang's voice called from below, "Come quickly and collect these. They are all excellent specimens." Lin Weiwei approached Yang Xiaoxiang, who had already categorized and organized them into several specially designed storage bags. "From now on, the vital supplies of our team will be entrusted to your care," he said with a smile. "Your space is the safest." Lin Weiwei accepted the storage bags and meticulously placed them into her magical cube space. Observing the neatly arranged collection within, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Not only could these enhance one's strength, but they could also be exchanged for other valuable resources, qualifying them as a form of hard currency. "This is your rightful share," Yang Xiaoxiang patted her shoulder. "A third of the battlefield's achievements belong to you. Without your adept command, how could the newcomers have adapted so swiftly?" Voices of the newcomers echoed from a distance. "Is the Lightning Squad truly that extraordinary? We're exhausted, yet they seem to be full of energy. You should check the videos on the forum. They can single-handedly take on level 3 zombies. Comparing ourselves to them is akin to contrasting a kindergarten with a university." Yang Xiaoxiang quickly allocated the, distributing 4,000 to each squad, ensuring clarity in the division. This quantity exceeded the newcomers' expectations, and their faces were alight with surprise. At that moment, Lin Hongbo strolled over, pulling a few packs of cigarettes from his pocket and casually tossing them to the 2 rookie squads. The cigarette boxes arced through the air, landing securely in the captain's hands. "Brother Lin, you're generous." The newcomers cheered. "Huazi, this is a fine treat." As they began to indulge in the smoke, Yang Xiaoxiang hurriedly pulled Lin Weiwei away. "Let us go, class monitor. If Chun Gu finds out you've been exposed to secondhand smoke, he'll surely be furious." Lin Weiwei wrinkled her nose in distaste, but followed Yang Xiaoxiang away. They discovered an outdoor CAF on the second floor, which offered a broad view and relative safety. Chen Mo had just returned from next door and witnessed Yang Xiaoxiang in his avian form, lifting Lin Weiwei's skirt to carry her upstairs. This sight caused him to frown, his displeasure evident. "Everyone, head upstairs to rest," he shouted to those below. Lin Weiwei had already begun to organize lunch. Retrieving fragrant bundles of rice, chicken feet, fried chicken, and steaming hot soup from her space. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, igniting appetites. Bai Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang gazed at the feast before them, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Class monitor, you are too thoughtful," Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed dramatically. "Did you prepare all of this just for us?" Chen Mo also ascended to the second floor, tossing a pack of into Lin Weiwei's arms. "This is a 2-star freshly obtained from a mutated beast. Take a look." He gazed at Lin Weiwei as she cautiously opened the bag. 7 or 8. The size of lychees, glimmered in the sunlight, resembling polished gems. The 4 green ones emanated the fresh scent of grass, reminiscent of tender shoots emerging in spring. The 2 red ones carried a sweet fragrance akin to apples, evoking memories of orchards from the world before, and 1 orange one, infused with a citrus aroma, compelled one to take a deep breath. Lin Weiwei affectionately caressed these, her small paws delicately counting their number. Her movements were gentle, as if she were handling the most precious treasures on earth. Indeed, these translucent were her most cherished possessions. Yang Xiaoxiang mumbled with his mouth full, his words muddled. After swallowing a hefty bite of rice, he continued, "The other are safely kept with the class monitor." With that, he stuffed another large piece of meat into his mouth. Chen Mo, removing his dust-covered gloves, settled beside Lin Weiwei. "Is it rice today?" he inquired with a smile, though his gaze unconsciously lingered on Lin Weiwei. The sight of the little zombie diligently counting was utterly charming. Bai Qian, having eaten to his heart's content, felt no desire to speak. He opted for some appetizing lemon-flavored chicken feet, sipping on rich chicken broth when thirst struck. Leaning against the wall, he relished the rare moment of leisure. Such days were simply blissful. The class monitor is so wonderful, Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed while eating, his face radiating joy. I've forgotten how I used to live. How else could one live? Bai Qian slowed his eating pace, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Hungry, one gnaws on rations. Thirsty, one drinks plain water. Recalling those days, he couldn't help but shake his head. The nutrient solution was unbearably foul, and the energy bars overly sweet. While they filled the stomach, they lacked something vital. Lin Weiwei paid no heed to their musings, focused intently on counting them. With her little paws, she meticulously pried them apart. Seriousness etched on her face, as if she were completing an important task. Her gaze was concentrated, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, clearly satisfied with her haul. After tallying, she concluded that there were a total of 21,200 zombie. Upon counting the last one, Lin Weiwei quickly calculated in her mind. A 1-star could be exchanged for 5,000 points. With such an abundance, their team was bound to strike it rich. Her eyes swept across the cube space filled with various supplies, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. The food was sufficient for the 4 of them for quite some time, and the first level from the mutated bat had become her sole sustenance, ample enough for her needs. Not to mention the 2-star and the precious 3-star. At this thought, a satisfied smile crept across her face. Content, Lin Weiwei took out a snack, nibbling delicately. Though the flavor was still somewhat muted, it was a significant improvement from before. Her movements were graceful and restrained, entirely unlike the frenzied behavior of other zombies. Can you finally discern the subtle nuances of this flavor? Chun Mo casually asked, naturally offering her a chicken foot with his hand, concern evident in his eyes. Lin Weiwei chewed thoughtfully, yet found it tasted like chewing rubber, devoid of any flavor. She furrowed her small brow, shaking her head in disappointment. The adorable expression on her face drew a chuckle from Chun Mo. In this warm atmosphere, a sudden, piercing jeer echoed from downstairs. Ah, how touching. Feeding a zombie. What a wonderful teammate. Chapter 44. A slap in the face. Si Kong Yi stood below, a mocking smile etched upon his face. The sunlight streamed behind him, casting a long shadow on the ground. Bai Qian, quick-witted, swiftly restrained the fuming Chun Mo, whispering, the mission isn't complete. Hold your temper. Chun Mo's fists clenched, producing a cracking sound, but he ultimately restrained himself. Upon spotting the Furong team, Si Kong Yi became even more emboldened. He lifted his chin, a look of triumph on his face. Is there still someone claiming that a low kill count signifies uselessness? Why seek help then? WVE taken down 6,300 alien cores. 6,003. The members of the Black Panther team exchanged astonished glances. WVE eliminated 12,000 back here. Indeed, the White Dove team chimed in. Brother Chun and his crew must have surpassed 20,000. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She hurriedly typed on her tablet. We have 25,200. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Seeing this message, Chun Mo's lips curled into a knowing smile. Oh dear, could it be that someone who only managed 6,003 is trying to show off? Indeed. Yang Xiaoxiang quickly chimed in, his tone laced with evident sarcasm. How could one have the audacity to say that? Si Kong Yi's face turned ashen, as though he had been slapped in the face. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but the words failed him, and he could only leave in disgrace. Lin Weiwei, tilting her head, gazed at her tablet with a hint of disappointment. She had calculated so accurately. Why was no one praising her? The little zombie's expression was as forlorn as a child denied candy. Observing the little zombie's pleading demeanor, akin to a pet awaiting its master's commendation, Chun Mo couldn't help but flick her forehead lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Well done. Lin Weiwei's eyes instantly brightened, her previously dull pupils now twinkling like stars. Shimmering with scattered light, she instinctively leaned closer to Chun Mo, her heart swelling with joy. This fellow was so self-satisfied. What a delightful big dog. She covertly admired Chun Mo's silhouette, her mind drifting to that fluffy tail. If only she could touch it once more, she contemplated, planning to do so when he least expected it. Wow, the little class leader is incredible. Yang Xiaoxiang snapped back to reality, excitement evident as he gave a thumbs up. That combat power is off the charts. That strike must have taken down at least 20 zombies. Bai Qian stood nearby, a rare smile gracing his face. Indeed impressive. His gaze lingered on Lin Weiwei for a moment, lost in thought. The feeling of being praised was truly delightful for Lin Weiwei, making her want to jump with joy. Though she was now a little zombie, the inherent human desire for recognition still resided deep within her. She quietly clenched her fists, striving to suppress the urge to bounce around. The respite was fleeting, as a horde of zombies amassed downstairs. They howled and roared, frantically battering against the building's exterior, causing the windows to tremble incessantly. It was time to resume work. Chun Mo rose, stretching his limbs. Fortunately, these creatures had a commendable chance of dropping anomalous cores. His gaze swept over the densely packed throng of zombies below. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to address the group, instructing the fire elemental practitioners to incinerate the zombie remains to prevent that colossal creature from consuming them and augmenting its strength. The others, enlightened, promptly complied. Several fire elementalists sprang into action, their searing flames reducing the corpses to ash. They continued their purge until darkness enveloped the sky, finally arriving at their designated rest point, a half-finished high-rise building. Everyone swiftly ascended to the third floor, for the night city was no safe haven. Various dangers lurked in the shadows, and a moment's carelessness could cost them dearly. Bai Qian, with a grave expression, cautioned, "We have entered the territory of the zombie monstrosities. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. The zombies in this area are markedly different from those on the periphery." Chun Mo nodded. Promptly organizing the personnel, the Furong team would split into 2 groups to take turns on watch, with the Kanjiang team patrolling the first half of the night, while the Shandian team took the second half, allowing the Leopard and Dove squads to rest momentarily. His voice was soft, yet every individual heard him clearly. The Mandragora practitioner from the Furong team immediately employed disguise, enveloping the surroundings in a sea of pink blossoms that masked the scent of humanity. The Rosacea practitioner utilized rampant growth to seal the windows, leaving only a few ventilation holes. Vines surged wildly across the walls, swiftly weaving into a natural barrier. The rookie team, exhausted from their first foray into such intense combat, succumbed to sleep as soon as they lay down, their breaths rising and falling in a rhythmic symphony. Lin Hongba, unable to bear the sight, fetched some blankets from Lin Weiwei to cover them. He moved gently, wary of disturbing the weary newcomers. TCH, what a fade of virtue. Sikong Yi scoffed from his perch against the wall, his tone laced with sarcasm. He is usually so harsh with the newbies, and now he is playing the Good Samaritan. How hypocritical. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow in his direction, retorting, "What is wrong? Craving affection? Call me daddy, and I'll cover you with a blanket too." Sikong Yi's expression darkened, his clenched fists taut with restrained fury. Lin Weiwei stood nearby, surreptitiously observing Sikong Yi. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with him, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over her whenever he was near. "Stop staring, you'll go blind." Chun Mo gently pulled her closer, whispering, "If you're tired, rest a while. I'm here." Lin Weiwei, indeed fatigued, said nothing and leaned against his shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Her breathing was soft, almost imperceptible. Chun Mo paused, gazing at her pale face, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek gently. Soft and cool to the touch, it felt delightful. He too leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to conserve energy for the potential battles ahead. The faint sounds of his teammates' breathing brought a measure of comfort. In the latter part of the night, the sudden thud of heavy footsteps reverberated through the stillness. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled, awakening everyone in an instant. Even the newlywed couples, lost in slumber, were startled awake by the thunderous noise, some bearing expressions of sheer terror. Lu Tang cautiously parted a tangle of vines and peered through the gap outside. In the next moment, she was met with a colossal visage, its face marred by decaying sores, sunken eye sockets emanating a nauseating stench. Pale with fear, her body trembled uncontrollably. The monster had finally made its appearance. Everyone held their breath, gripping their weapons even tighter. Lin Weiwei also stirred from her slumber, acutely aware of the creature's formidable presence. As a zombie, she possessed a heightened sensitivity to the essence of her kind. The creature's power far surpassed any zombie she had previously encountered. Chun Mo gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. His gaze remained steady, as if the entity before them were merely a common adversary rather than a terrifying beast. Yet, Lin Weiwei understood that the impending battle would be arduous. Chun Mo stood by the window on the 3rd floor, his eyes fixed on the towering monstrosity outside. It was a giant zombie, even more immense than recorded in the headquarters files. Standing at least 8 or 9 meters tall, its skin bore an eerie bluish-black hue, riddled with an array of scars and protrusions resembling some dreadful pattern. Its claws were grotesquely elongated, measuring half a meter in length, scraping against the walls with a sound that sent shivers down their spines. This creature had grown at an alarming rate. Chun Mo frowned, recalling that just 3 days prior, Surveillance indicated it had only reached 4 meters in height. Lin Weiwei stealthily craned her neck to observe the outside world. Her movements were as light as a cat. Her footsteps silent. As a lesser zombie, she felt little kinship towards this creature and was instead contemplating strategies to confront it. With a screech, the giant zombie's claws once again raked across the wall, the jarring sound causing the onlookers to blanch. The claws, dark and elongated, glinted ominously in the moonlight, as if capable of effortlessly rending anything apart. Deep gouges marred the wall, with fragments of concrete cascading to the ground. Chapter 45. The giant zombie Lin Weiwei instinctively touched her own claws, feeling diminutive in comparison to the beast, almost as adorable as a kitten. Stealing a glance at Chun Mo's expression, she noted his focused observation of the giant zombie's every move. Its behavior was peculiar. Lu Tang approached the window and lowered her voice, noting that ordinary zombies would attack upon seeing humans, yet this one seemed to be biding its time. The giant zombie's roar echoed through the night sky, a deep and prolonged sound that appeared to summon nearby zombies. However, it was destined for disappointment. For the zombies within several kilometers had already been eradicated. Perhaps it waits for us to strike first, Bai Qian mused, leaning against the wall. Idly toying with a military knife, or it is testing our strength. Lin Weiwei gazed at the irate giant zombie, her mind racing with various combat strategies. Though she was now a zombie, her fighting instinct remained intact. Her eyes roamed over the giant's form, searching for potential vulnerabilities. The skin around the neck and joints is notably thin, she pointed out. However, given its current size, conventional weapons would struggle to inflict significant damage. Yang Xiaoxiang inspected his equipment, stuffing his pockets with various explosives and ammunition. Encountering such a large zombie is indeed a first. Nevertheless, the larger the target, the easier it is to strike, right? Do not let your guard down. Qin Mo turned to face the group, its intelligence evidently surpassing that of ordinary zombies. And its physical advantage would render our conventional tactics ineffective. The Lightning and Hibiscus teams, alongside the Golden Eagle team, are assigned to the primary offensive. Chun Mo succinctly outlined the mission, while the Dove team was to maintain perimeter vigilance, and the Cheetah team was tasked with eliminating any potentially mutated creatures. Remember, this entity may summon other mutated beings. Acknowledged, the group responded in unison. Lin Weiwei. Chen Mo glanced at the small zombie standing nearby, instructing her to stay close and to refrain from excessively using her spatial abilities, simply focusing on self-preservation. Lin Weiwei nodded, surprisingly displaying a mature demeanor. She understood that her abilities would be of limited effectiveness against such a formidable foe and could lead to excessive fatigue. Positions, everyone. Chen Mo scanned the surroundings, and with a commanding voice, called for action. At his signal, over 30 figures silently leaped from the 3rd floor, utilizing the cover of the building. They approached the giant zombie like phantoms. Under the moonlight, each movement was meticulously calculated, producing not a whisper of sound. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian were the first to inject the genetic serum. The effects were immediate. A pair of jet-black wings sprouted from Yang Xiaoxiang's back, his arms gradually transforming into sharp claws, while Bai Qian sprouted a pair of beastly ears, his body cloaked in silvery gray fur, with his eyes glimmering with an eerie light in the darkness. The other team members watched in astonishment, never anticipating such remarkable adaptability to the serum by the Lightning team. Some even forgot their designated tasks until the captain reminded them. Chen Mo, not to be outdone, manifested wolf ears and a tail, his body pulsating with fine electric currents. A striking manifestation of his abilities against the night backdrop. Lin Weiwei followed closely behind him. Although she had not injected the serum, her speed was undiminished. This creature appears formidable. Yang Xiaoxiang crouched on a crumbling wall, his brow furrowed. Chun Mo stood at a vantage point, his gaze piercing. Lightning team, proceed as planned. Remember, this target may carry highly contaminated substances, so exercise caution. No sooner had he spoken than Yang Xiaoxiang surged forth like a bolt of lightning. His figure danced agilely in the moonlight, leaping over ruins and slipping between the zombie's legs, perfectly drawing the monster's attention. Bai Qian found a favorable position and set up his sniper rifle. Through the scope, the zombie's grotesque visage came into sharp focus. He held his breath and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth, but was inexplicably evaded by the zombie. Bai Qian's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly adjusted his stance and fired a second shot. This time, the bullet struck the zombie squarely in the chest. Dark blood splattering in all directions. Damn! Yang Xiaoxiang executed a backflip to evade the zombie's attack, feeling the reverberations of its sonic waves. His extraordinary abilities continuously enhanced during the battle, and along with that, his perception became increasingly acute. Lin Weiwei observed that Bai Qian's gaze had sharpened significantly, clearly indicating that his night vision capabilities had also improved. Such breakthroughs in combat often accompany substantial risks. Lin Hongbao's silhouette flickered between the ruins, his movements as graceful as a hunting leopard. Each strike left deep, bone-exposing wounds upon the zombies. Yet, these injuries swiftly healed, as though they had not been affected at all. Standing atop a vantage point, Chen Mo gathered his storm powers around him. Blinding lightning, resembling silver snakes, struck towards the head of the massive zombie. Beware of the contaminants. Chen Mo cautioned his teammates while unleashing his powers. This creature's blood is highly corrosive. Lin Weiwei sensed the unusual nature of this zombie. Not only was it enormous, but its skin was also as tough as iron. Ordinary assaults were utterly ineffective. Even Chen Mo's storm powers merely left superficial scorch marks upon it. At that moment, Si Kong Yi arrived late with the Jinping squad, clad in metallic armor and wielding a massive alloy blade. "Let me handle this," Si Kong Yi declared confidently as he swung his weapon at the zombie. However, his proud attack proved no more than a mere tickle, failing to breach the zombie's skin. The clash of metal against scaled armor produced a jarring screech. Lin Weiwei shook her head at the sight. The drawbacks of excessive reliance on firearms were laid bare. She gripped her chainsaw tightly, meticulously observing the zombie's movement patterns. To subdue this behemoth, the most effective strategy was to sever its legs. The chainsaw's deafening roar shattered the night air as Lin Weiwei commenced her assault. Though her stature was petite, her movements were agile and swift. With each leap, the chainsaw carved deep gashes into the zombie's legs. Her spatial abilities instinctively shielded her body, preventing the splattering gore from coming too close. Members of the Furong and Jinping squads had retreated to the rooftops, watching in awe and admiration as the Lightning Squad persevered in battle. "Captain Chen, we truly cannot hold on any longer," Lu Tang gasped, her clothes drenched in sweat. Chen Mo nodded. "You all rest. We will handle this." Bai Qian began employing his illusionary powers in conjunction with Lin Weiwei's attacks. Whenever the zombie momentarily faltered, Lin Weiwei seized the opportunity to inflict another wound upon its legs with the chainsaw. The zombie's roar was deafening as it wildly swung its enormous arms, attempting to grasp these bothersome pests. Yet, the coordination of the Lightning Squad was seamless, each member striking at precisely the right moment. "Its left leg can barely hold on," Yang Xiaoxiang shouted while evading an attack. Lin Weiwei seized this opportunity, the chainsaw whirring rapidly as it sliced towards the already battered left leg of the zombie. With a resounding crash, the immense creature finally lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Lin Weiwei leaped onto its head, and the chainsaw cleaved through, severing its skull. In the decaying organization, a peculiar nucleus emitting a faint glow stood out conspicuously. Having secured it, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 46. "Allow me to assist you." The crimson nucleus flickered in Lin Weiwei's hand, resembling a crystal brimming with vitality, refracting an enchanting radiance. She carefully stored it away, for it was a critical item that must be submitted as per the mission's requirements, leaving no room for error. In the distance, cheers erupted intermittently. Members of the Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad were escorting a group of tattered survivors out of the building, each face reflecting the relief of having escaped death. Lin Weiwei's gaze was drawn to a distinctive figure, Delu's friend, a mutant adorned with antennae and butterfly wings. Her face was adorned with strange patterns, and her inky black eyes held a hint of detachment, while the scales from her wings gently drifted away with the breeze. Though such an appearance might not be deemed beautiful by ordinary standards, it evoked a sense of unique familiarity in Lin Weiwei. Si Kong Yi had long since vanished, likely off ingratiating himself with the higher-ups of other laboratories. He spared not even a glance for the withered butterfly mutant, as if she were mere air. This obsequious demeanor stirred a wave of discomfort within Lin Weiwei. "I am truly grateful," exclaimed a bloodied survivor, his voice trembling with excitement. Who could have anticipated their evolution occurring so rapidly? Even we second-tier mutants were unable to contend with that monster. Indeed, another survivor chimed in, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "The sheer number of zombies is frightening, densely packed, and a single squad could never manage to clear them all." Thankfully, the headquarters dispatched reinforcements just in time. Otherwise, we would have met our end here. The team members wore grave expressions, although they had lost several comrades. A greater sentiment of gratitude for survival prevailed. A researcher anxiously rubbed his hands together, mused, "These creatures must be kept at bay. Otherwise, we would have been doomed long ago. Each time it appears, the entire laboratory trembles under its terrifying presence." His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Sikong Ye's booming voice. "Not to worry. Leave it to me." Sikong Ye bellowed, as if fearing that others might not hear him. "The headquarters sent our Golden Eagle squad to protect everyone. We have exerted great effort in this mission." Lin Weiwei regarded his eager bid for credit with a sense of aversion. Such individuals always seize the glory for themselves while deftly shifting any blame away. "Ah, your Golden Eagle squad?" scoffed the leader of the Hibiscus squad. "It was thanks to the Lightning squad that we fared well this time. They were the true contributors. Had they not arrived in time, you would have been torn to shreds by that monster." Sikong Yi shot a glare at the Hibiscus squad, but upon seeing their ready powers, he cowardly recoiled. Such displays of bullying the weak and fearing the strong were utterly contemptible. "Indeed, they are the aces of this team," exclaimed a bespectacled researcher in awe. "I witnessed it firsthand on the 4th floor. From there on, it was all thanks to these formidable individuals in our squad that cleared the obstacles. Their skills and teamwork were simply astounding." The newcomers from the Cheetah squad and the Dove squad were instantly filled with excitement, engaging in animated discussions. "Indeed, Team Chun is simply invincible. The Chainsaw Girl is exceptionally formidable too. Just look at her wielding that chainsaw. It's utterly mesmerizing. The petite class leader appears adorable. Yet when she strikes, her power is akin to a thunderclap. I can still vividly recall the moment she sent a zombie flying with a single kick." Listening to their chatter, Lin Weiwei felt a bit bashful and lowered her head. She turned to the one who called herself Lin Yuxuan, a withered leaf butterfly metamorph, who was donning gloves and preparing to collect samples. Glancing at the metallic collar around her neck, Lin Weiwei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She approached, requesting a bottle and gloves, saying, "Let me assist you." Lin Yuxuan paused momentarily, gently fluttering her wings, and softly murmured a thank you. Her voice was delicate, as if afraid of disturbing something. Chen Mo observed this scene and approached as well. Yang Xiaoxiang joined in, and the four of them focused intently on collecting samples, creating a harmonious and tranquil atmosphere. Bai Qian was nearby, capturing photographs and recording videos, preparing to compile a report. His camera frequently aimed at the traces left by the battle, documenting every detail of this mission. Lin Hongba was engaged in discussions with personnel from the Research Institute regarding follow-up matters. His expression was serious, frequently furrowing his brow, clearly dissatisfied with certain situations. Upon hearing that the Lightning Squad had another mission, the rookie teams erupted in excitement, as if they had found their guiding light. "Lin Gu, take us with you," a young team member exclaimed eagerly. Yes, we want to learn from you," others chimed in. Lin Hongba's face was stern, his gaze piercing as he scanned each of them. "Can you withstand the pace? A fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Can you endure this intensity?" He began to point out their shortcomings. The speed of support was too slow, and despite being bitten, they still cried out, with so many providing cover. How could they sustain injuries? It had been so long since the apocalypse began. Why hadn't they adapted? The newcomers were chastised to the point of embarrassment, wishing they could find a crevice to hide in. Yet, Lin Hongba's words struck a chord. The issues revealed by this mission must be taken seriously. Chen Mo quickly completed his collection. Lin Weiwei's gaze suddenly fixated on the fluffy wolf ears atop his head, gently quivering with his movements, as if silently beckoning her. Her eyes inadvertently drifted down to the equally fluffy tail behind him, which swayed gently in the breeze, each hair shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. How she longed to touch it. Lin Weiwei unconsciously swallowed hard, her fingers curling slightly. However, Chen Mo had previously stated that she should not casually touch his ears and tail outside. That was their agreement. Lin Weiwei blinked, a sudden idea sparking in her mind. She feigned calmness, turning around and striding forward, as if entirely uninterested in Chen Mo's alluring ears and tail. "Weiwei?" came Chen Mo's puzzled voice from behind, tinged with a hint of confusion and concern. The corners of Lin Weiwei's mouth lifted slightly as she continued to walk away. She understood Chen Mo all too well. The moment she exhibited any sign of anomaly, he would undoubtedly follow her. Sure enough, after just a few steps, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Lin Weiwei quickened her pace, heading straight for the SUV parked not far away. She deftly opened the door and slipped into the back seat. "Lin Weiwei, what's wrong?" Chen Mo followed closely, entering the vehicle with a furrowed brow, his voice laced with concern. Did the sight of the dead leaf butterfly remind you of something unpleasant? Lin Weiwei turned her head, her gaze piercing as it rested on him. The dim light inside the car accentuated the distinctiveness of his wolf ears. She surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Splendidly, it was just the two of them in the car. She patted the seat beside her, offering Chun Imo an innocent smile. Although he felt something was amiss, he complied and sat down. As soon as he settled, Lin Weiwei pounced on him like a nimble kitten. Her fingers wove through the soft fur, gently kneading those wolf ears. The sensation was even more delightful than she had anticipated, soft, smooth, and pleasantly warm against her fingertips. Chun Imo stiffened, his face instantly flushed crimson. His ears were incredibly sensitive. Every touch from Lin Weiwei sent shivers coursing through him. Satisfied with his response, Lin Weiwei grew bolder in her ministrations. Her fingertips danced playfully at the base of his ears, relishing the delicate fur beneath her touch. "Are you scheming against me?" Chun Imo stammered. Lin Weiwei blinked, neither confirming nor denying his accusation. Shi Wunti divulged that this plan had been concocted long ago. If she couldn't touch him in public, she would simply find a secluded spot. Her fingers glided down Chun Mo's ear, seizing the fluffy tail. The tail was even more voluminous than the ears, providing an even more delightful tactile experience. "Faster!" Chun Imo gasped, his entire being tensed. Lin Weiwei toyed with the tail in her hands, her gaze fixed on the flush creeping up Chun Imo's ear. He typically exuded a mature and composed demeanor. Yet now he resembled a bashful young man, and the contrast amused her greatly. Unable to resist, she leaned in closer, eager to observe each nuance of his expression. Chun Mo's long eyelashes cast shadows upon his cheeks, while his rosy lips trembled slightly. Turning his face away, he shielded it with his arm. "Hurry up." Lin Weiwei found his reaction amusing. Having had her fill of the tail, she nestled against Chun Imo's sturdy chest. The rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, strong and vibrant. Lin Weiwei froze, placing a hand on her own chest, which had long ceased to feel the rhythm of life. Ever since she had transformed into a zombie, the sensation of a heartbeat had eluded her. A wave of inexplicable drowsiness washed over her. Blinking slowly, she succumbed to sleep in Chun Mo's embrace, perhaps due to a sense of relaxation, or perhaps because of the warmth radiating from him. Chun Imo gazed down at the little zombie in his arms, letting out a gentle sigh. He carefully laid her down and fetched a blanket to cover her. Lin Weiwei's sleeping visage exuded serenity and sweetness, evoking an irresistible desire to protect her. "Do you need help closing the door?" Bai Qian appeared at the car door, a mischievous smile gracing his face. His gaze flitted between the two, sparkling with a teasing glimmer. Chun Imo shot him a glare. "Be quiet. How is the task handover progressing?" "All sorted out. We're just waiting for Yang Xiaoxiang and the others to arrive," Bai Qian replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "The Kurohyu butterfly has also agreed to accompany us." Chun Imo nodded. "Then let us prepare for departure." His gaze lingered on the peacefully slumbering Lin Weiwei, his expression softening. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a warm halo upon her pallid skin. Bai Qian closed the car door and turned to leave, restoring tranquility within the vehicle, leaving only the sound of Lin Weiwei's even breaths. Chun Imo gently grasped her hand, feeling her cool temperature. Even in her transformed state, she remained the lively and adorable Lin Weiwei, the one he yearned to protect. After the task handover, the group boarded their vehicles in preparation for departure. The survivors from the laboratory dispersed into various teams, with the captain of the Furong squad, Lu Tang, approaching the Lightning squad's car with a light step. She intended to bid farewell to Chun Imo, but discovered Lin Hongba occupying the driver's seat. In the sunlight, Lin Hongba's slightly weary face bore a gentle smile as he pointed towards the back. Lu Tang then noticed Bai Qian and Lin Yuxuan seated in the middle. Bai Qian was engrossed in fiddling with his tablet, while Lin Yuxuan curiously surveyed the interior, as if encountering such a scene for the first time. In the last row, Chun Imo sat beside Lin Weiwei, who quietly curled up, emitting soft snores. "What is going on here?" Lu Tang raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her tone. Chun Imo coughed lightly, explaining with a touch of exasperation, "Our teammate here is rather special. She throws a fit whenever I leave her side." He unconsciously glanced at her. Bai Qian, without raising his head, smirked slightly. "Indeed, our little class monitor cannot be without him. This is no jest." The co-pilot, Yang Xiaoxiang, stifled a laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly. Lin Hongba awkwardly rubbed his nose, pretending to focus on adjusting the car's equipment. Lin Yuxuan's gaze darted between Chun Imo and Lin Weiwei. her fingers unconsciously caressing her notebook, as if wishing to document this amusing scene. Very well, Lu Tang chuckled. Thanks to your assistance, the task was completed so smoothly. I want to allow Sikong Yi to take all the credit, had it not been for the presence of the lightning squad. Dealing with that tough-skinned zombie creature would have been quite challenging. Lu Tang recalled the earlier battle, still haunted by its intensity. The creature's strength far exceeded that of ordinary zombies. Had it not been for Lin Weiwei's timely discovery of its weakness, the casualties could have been far greater. Of course, it's our duty to fulfill this mission. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant, while inwardly plotting how to deal with the scoundrel Sikong Yi upon their return. That fellow always relishes in claiming credit, and this time, we must not allow him to succeed. Lu Tang retrieved several crystal-clear vials of potion from her backpack and handed them to Bai Qian. This is the latest therapeutic agent developed by our laboratory, particularly effective for those with supernatural abilities. Bai Qian accepted the potions, his eyes behind the lenses glimmering slightly. Thank you. Such a commodity is hard to come by on the market. Vehicles from other squads gradually passed by, voices of farewell resonating from the windows. Team Chun, we will definitely keep you in our hearts. Brother Bai's marksmanship is incredibly cool. Xiao Xiang is absolutely the most stylish supernatural warrior. The lightning squad is the best in the world. The little squad leader is so adorable. We must exchange contact information next time. Upon hearing the last remark, Chen Mo's expression instantly darkened. Who dared to lay eyes on the little squad leader? Yang Xiao Xiang laughed heartily, nearly sinking into his seat. Captain Chun, your protectiveness is quite intense, isn't it? Bai Qian teased. Chengu, could it be the side effects of the potion? You resemble a dog guarding its food. Chen Mo paused, instinctively touching the injection site on the back of his neck. Could it really be a result of the potion? Bai Qian maintained a straight face, just joking. Yang Xiao Xiang laughed even harder, and even Lin Hongbo couldn't help but smile. Lin Yuxian looked at this lively bunch with a gentle smile. Lin Hongbo started the vehicle, the last to depart, driving into the distance. The wheels crunched over gravel, stirring up clouds of dust. When Lin Weiwei awakened once more, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. And outside the window lay a vast expanse of water. Various debris floated on the murky surface, with shadows darting swiftly beneath. Quick, close the windows, switch to submarine mode. Yang Xiaoxiang shouted from the front, his voice tinged with anxiety. Why is the water so deep? It'll reach us in a minute. Lin Hongbo gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chun Mo and Bai Qian swiftly stowed their firearms, promptly sealing all the windows. The vehicle gradually sank beneath the water, the surroundings becoming hazy and eerie. Chapter 48, Awakening of the Loquat Tree. Below the surface lurked grotesque, mutated fish, their gaping jaws relentlessly battering against the bulletproof glass. Each impact sent a slight tremor through the vehicle, producing unsettling sounds. Lin Weiwei then noticed that Lin Yuxian was seated beside her, the latter anxiously fixated on the swimming monsters outside, her fingers instinctively clutching the seat. How could the North District be like this? Yang Xiaoxiang inquired, his brow furrowed. The depth of the water is terrifying. Lin Hongbo maneuvered the steering wheel while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Those beetles are too horrifying, each one is half a meter in size. Bai Qian scrutinized the data on his tablet, his brow furrowed. Lin Yuxian took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. The terrain here is peculiar. It easily accumulates water during heavy rains. However, this time seems different. Lin Weiwei regained her composure and produced several exquisite rice balls from her backpack, distributing them to everyone in the vehicle. The rice balls emitted an enticing aroma, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Thank you, class monitor. Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed as he accepted the rice ball, his eyes shining with delight. You're the best, class monitor. Lin Hongba echoed, genuinely impressed. Lin Yushuan stared in astonishment. You actually brought so much food with you? Bai Qian took a bite of the rice ball and, in a solemn tone, remarked, what can we do? We're too idle. Living without good food is simply uninteresting. A light laughter filled the vehicle, but it soon fell back into silence. Through the window, an increasing number of mutated creatures could be seen swimming in the water, their sizes far surpassing those of ordinary fish, with some even larger than small cars. Chen quietly observed the surroundings, contemplating the forthcoming course of action. This body of water was evidently abnormal, but the paramount concern was ensuring everyone's safety. Lin Weiwei gazed out the window, where the murky surface barely revealed the outlines of submerged buildings. Once bustling streets were now engulfed, transformed into a paradise for terrifying creatures. The water level in this area was deeper than anticipated. Lin Yuxuan frowned at the navigation device, noting that according to the map, there should be a shelter ahead. Though she hesitated to finish her thought, everyone understood her implication. Yang Xiaoxiang turned around, a hint of concern in his eyes. Are there still any survivors around? Isn't this area under your city's jurisdiction? Yes, Lin Yuxuan replied softly, but our manpower is woefully inadequate, and there might be oversights in certain areas. Especially in these submerged regions, ordinary rescue teams cannot access them. The vehicle fell into a brief silence. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, those with special abilities had become the most scarce resource, and every shelter was competing for them. In the face of such overwhelming disaster, the efforts still seemed minuscule. Over there, Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly pointed ahead. I see some fabric fluttering, like a man-made signal. Should we try broadcasting? After receiving consensus, he pressed the broadcast button. His pre-recorded voice echoed through the silent streets. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The city survivor shelter is conducting a full-scale search and rescue. Please respond if you receive this. The voice reverberated through the deserted streets, unexpectedly attracting visitors. A group of mutated toads leapt from the water, their massive forms sporting blood-red eyes and barbed tongues. They relentlessly pounded against the car windows, producing unsettling thuds. Lin Weiwei looked on with disgust at these grotesque creatures. Their skin covered in repulsive bumps, slime trickling down the windows. These frogs are actually quite coveted in the city. Lin Yuxuan suddenly spoke, her tone tinged with bitterness. They can fetch as much as 60 points on the market. With food growing scarce, people can no longer afford to be choosy. Lin Weiwei lowered her head to check the latest disaster report on her tablet. The data indicated a grim national situation. Coastal regions had almost entirely succumbed, with only the Central Plains and Highlands faring slightly better. The food crisis was gradually spreading, and every shelter was devising ways to develop new food sources. Wait. Chen suddenly straightened in his seat. There's an awakened loquat tree over there. Lin Weiwei followed his, and indeed spotted a towering loquat tree standing beside the abandoned shopping mall. The golden fruits glimmered enticingly under the sunlight, appearing particularly alluring. She instinctively waved her little paws, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Mo, observing her demeanor, couldn't help but smile gently. He reached out to lift the little zombie, cradling her waist as he carried her towards the skylight. I will take you to pick some, he declared. Yang Xiaoxiang spread his wings and carefully lifted Lin Weiwei. They ascended slowly, flying towards the loquat tree. Class monitor, look, we're flying. Yang Xiaoxiang's voice was tinged with excitement. The wind tousled Lin Weiwei's hair as she savored this rare moment of freedom, momentarily forgetting the gloom of the apocalypse. The awakened golden fruit, though small, was seedless and sweet. Yang Xiaoxiang picked one, tasted it, and a satisfied smile graced his face. It's truly delicious. Sweeter than before the apocalypse. Chen Mo stood atop the vehicle, alert and vigilant, scanning the surroundings while occasionally glancing up at the two atop the tree. The broadcast continued to play, yet the surrounding residential areas remained silent. Only the occasional croaking of mutated toads disrupted the eerie stillness. We must hurry, Lin Yuxuan remarked, glancing at the sky. It was best to find a safe haven before sunset, as this area might harbor even more dangerous mutated creatures at night. Yang Xiaoxiang deftly maneuvered in the air, exclaiming, "This side is particularly sweet." He continued to gather the golden loquats, tossing them towards Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei reached out to catch the flying fruits, her fingertips lightly slicing through the air, creating a silent rift that appeared and vanished, consuming the fruit. She looked up at the sunlight dancing through the treetops, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Even as a zombie, her love for delectable food remained unchanged. Below the tree, Chen Mo focused intently on clearing the bodies of the mutated toads. His hook danced gracefully in his hands, his movements fluid as if he were performing an elegant ballet. Under the sun, the beads of sweat on his forehead sparkled with delicate light. Lin Weiwei could smell the sweet fragrance emanating from Chen Mo, a scent unique to those with special abilities. She instinctively swallowed, but quickly regained her composure. Deep down, she firmly believed she was still human, not a bloodthirsty monster. Bai Qian sat in the vehicle, diligently drafting a mission report. Lin Hongba increased the volume of the broadcast, the mechanical female voice echoing through the desolate streets. This is the survivor shelter rescue team. If there are any survivors, please respond immediately. Lin Yuxuan fidgeted in the vehicle, contemplating, should I go help? She hesitated to voice her thoughts. Bai Qian looked up, speaking gently. There's no need to worry. You are our esteemed guest. Your safety is paramount. His tone was calm. As a vessel for such peculiar creatures, Lin Yuxuan possessed only the ability to disguise herself, and in battle, she might become a liability. Suddenly, from behind a nearby window, the curtain fluttered slightly. This subtle motion immediately captured Chun Mo's attention. He subtly adjusted the angle of the hook in his hand, ever poised to confront potential threats. In the next moment, an indignant child's voice echoed, "You thieves. This ancient loquat tree has been a companion to my family for generations." A window was abruptly flung open, revealing a small face flushed with anger. It was a boy of about 10, his eyes shimmering with tears of fury and fear. Chapter 49. The Lin siblings. The sudden outburst startled Yang Xiaoxiang, causing him to falter in midair, nearly tumbling from the sky. "Oh dear, little one, you nearly gave me a fright," he exclaimed, dramatically clutching his chest. Lin Weiwei regarded the unexpected boy with curiosity. Through her keen perception, she sensed the profound sorrow and terror emanating from him. An emotion so intense it almost twisted her heart. The boy's tears suddenly cascaded forth like a deluge. "Wah, you've picked all the loquats. What will my sister and I eat?" His voice was laced with despair. Yang Xiaoxiang, at a loss, spiraled in the air, urging, "Don't cry. We're the good guys. We're here to rescue you." Lin Weiwei silently conjured a portion of loquats in the space around her. She understood well that in this apocalyptic world, every survivor faced immense hardships, especially children like him. The worn clothing and gaunt face of the boy spoke volumes of their struggles. Lin Hongbo switched off the jarring broadcast and stepped forward. Crouching down, he spoke gently, "Do not be afraid, young one. We are the rescue team from the city's shelter, here to assist you. May I ask your name?" The boy sniffled. "I'm Lin Lang, and this is my sister Lin Qian. She's only 3. "And where are your parents?" Bai Qian, who had closed his laptop, approached as well. Lin Lang's tears flowed more fiercely. That night it rained heavily. "My mom and dad went out to find food and never returned." Lin Weiwei's heart tightened. She recalled the night she transformed into a zombie, also marked by a torrential downpour. The sound of the rain mingled with the piercing screams and the low growls of the undead. After some time, Yang Xiaoxiang managed to soothe the siblings, lifting them, one in each claw. The sudden movement startled the children. The little girl even paused her weeping, her wide, curious eyes taking in the sight of this flying creature. The room was meticulously organized, stocked with numerous cans and biscuits, even powdered milk specially prepared for the 3-year-old daughter. These supplies had sustained the siblings for over 2 months. The 10-year-old brother had taken on the responsibility of caring for his sister, an extraordinary feat in such a desolate world. "That child is truly remarkable," Lin Weiwei murmured, gazing at the boy's frail silhouette. She noted that despite the boy's worn clothes, they were impeccably clean, indicating that during this time, he had not only looked after his sister's well-being but also managed the mundane aspects of life. Lin Yuxuan swiftly approached, taking the 2 children from Yang Xiaoxiang's claws. Her movements were somewhat awkward, yet exceptionally gentle, as if afraid to hurt the weary siblings. "Come, get in the car with your sister," she coaxed softly. Chun Mo had already settled the little zombie into the vehicle and stood by the door, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, ever prepared to confront any potential dangers. "Hurry, it's not safe here," he urged quietly, a hint of urgency lacing his voice. Lin Hongbo opened the rear door and assisted Lin Yuxuan in arranging the siblings comfortably. The air conditioning within the car brought a refreshing breeze, dispelling the oppressive heat of summer. The boy clutched tightly to the small bundle they had brought along, containing their parents' photographs and a few simple garments. "Brother, where are we going?" The little girl timidly tugged at her brother's shirt. Her round face, pale due to malnutrition, still bore bright eyes. Lin Lang gently patted his sister's hand, his voice slightly choked. "We are heading to a safe place, where there is plenty of delicious food and many other children." As he spoke, he discreetly wiped away a tear. Lin Weiwei retrieved some food from her space, offering it to Lin Yuxuan. "Let them eat something first. They look like they haven't had a proper meal in ages," she remarked, pulling out a bottle of warm milk. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she received the milk. "Just like what Mommy gave me," she exclaimed joyfully, her small hands tightly gripping the bottle. Lin Lang cautiously accepted a rice ball, first sniffing it before taking a small bite. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Lin Yuxuan gently reminded, her eyes welling up as she watched the 2 children devour their food. Bai Qian rummaged through his bag to retrieve a tablet, displaying an educational animation produced by the shelter. "Here, let me show you something interesting," he said, handing the tablet to Lin Lang. "This is what the outside world has become. The animation explained the changes in the world following the viral outbreak in a simple and comprehensible manner. Lin Lang watched intently, nodding occasionally, seemingly grasping many concepts. Meanwhile, his little sister leaned against him, her eyelids growing heavy. "Gu, I'm going to scout the area. See if anyone else has survived." Yang Xiaoxiang flapped his wings, preparing to take flight. Mo nodded, cautioning, "Be careful, and return immediately if anything happens." Lin Weiwei, watching Yang Xiaoxiang's departing figure, suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Lin Lang, do you know if there are any other families nearby?" Lin Lang shook his head. "I used to hear some sounds, but it has been a long time since I have." As he spoke, his expression dimmed, clearly understanding the implications of his words. The vehicle slowly navigated the desolate streets, enveloped in an eerie silence. Mo focused intently on driving, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to observe the back seat. Lin Weiwei scrutinized the siblings carefully. Although Lin Lang was young, his eyes reflected an unsettling maturity. He remained vigilant, constantly attentive to the movements outside the car. While his sister had drifted off to sleep in the warmth of the cabin, her small face finally revealing a tranquil expression. Yang Xiaoxiang soon returned, bearing unfortunate news. The area had been thoroughly searched, and no other survivors were found. "Let us prepare to return to the shelter," Mo decided, resolving to search for any possible clues along the way. At that moment, Lin Lang suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "There's a row of loquat trees over there. I used to frequently pick the fruits." Lin Weiwei exchanged a glance with Yang Xiaoxiang and decided to gather some fresh fruits to take back to the shelter. Mo parked the vehicle in a safe spot while Bai Qian remained in the car to protect the two children. As the sun began to set, golden rays cascaded upon the laden vehicle. Leaning against the car window, Lin Lang silently gazed at their gradually receding home. Lin Weiwei noticed his expression and gently said, "We will develop the photos from here so that we can look at them whenever we miss home." The boy turned his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Yet he struggled to form a smile. "Thank you, sister." The vehicle drove into the distance, carrying the siblings who relied on each other in this apocalyptic world toward the shelter that held their hopes. Lin Weiwei stared at the increasingly blurred streets in the rearview mirror, silently praying for the chance to encounter more survivors. Chapter 50. A touch for you. On the return journey, the Lightning Squad rescued another group of survivors. Over 80 individuals huddled in the vehicle, each emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, their eye sockets deeply sunken. Their tattered clothing was soiled with dirt and blood, emanating an unpleasant odor. Lin Weiwei stood at the door of the compartment, watching as these individuals ravenously devoured bread, a wave of sorrow washing over her. A little girl clutched half a loaf, cautiously tearing off a small piece to taste, as if savoring a rare delicacy. She stole a glance at Mo, only to find him frowning at the scene as well. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Lin Hongba comforted gently while distributing food. His voice carried a note of compassion. "There's plenty, no need to rush." An elderly man grasped the bread with trembling hands, tears welling in his murky eyes. Thank you so much." Bai Qian squatted in a corner, diligently recording the survivors' information, his pen swiftly gliding across the paper. His movements were delicate, fearful of disturbing those who were eating. Occasionally, he would glance up, his gaze filled with sympathy. These individuals had been trapped in a basement for nearly a month. Lin Hongba approached Mo and whispered, "If we hadn't arrived in time." He left the thought hanging, but the implication was clear. Mo's brow furrowed deeper. He turned to the captain of the logistics team and said, "There are some mutated fruit trees in the nearby town. You should collect them. They are loquats of good quality." The logistics captain's eyes brightened. "Really? The Lightning Squad is quite fortunate. These fruit trees are quite rare now." Upon hearing Mo's words, Lin Weiwei felt a warmth in her heart. Although they could not take the trees with them, at least the food would not go to waste. "Let us go." Mo noticed her gaze and turned to ruffle her hair affectionately. The little zombie scampered after them, but Mo's strides were too large, causing her to trot to keep up. She gazed at the towering figure ahead, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Mo seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly halted his steps. He spun around and lifted her, tucking her under his arm. His motions appeared brusque yet were executed with utmost care. Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback but soon relaxed. The sensation of being carried was oddly familiar, instilling a sense of security within her. In the vehicle, Yang Xiaoxiang, with a lollipop in his mouth, expressed his ire. "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Had that scoundrel Sikongyi succeeded, these people would have perished." He spoke through clenched teeth, his knuckles cracking as he flexed his fingers. Such individuals will inevitably face retribution. Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. I'll make sure to deal with him later, he remarked. Chen Mo snorted softly, his tone laced with menace. Lin Weiwei nestled beside Chen Mo, seizing the opportunity to discreetly reach for his tail when he was distracted. The plush tail lay conveniently within her grasp, and she cautiously cradled it, rubbing her face against its softness. Chen Mo's ears subtly flushed, though he feigned ignorance. Yet, his tail instinctively curled around Lin Weiwei's wrist. As if responding to her affection, "Brother Chen, why is your face so red?" Yang Xiaoxiang, ever observant, remarked with a mischievous grin. "It's too cramped and hot." Chen Mo retorted, his gaze evasive. Bai Qian cleared his throat, suggesting, "If it's too tight, perhaps the class monitor would like to join us?" "Absolutely not." Chen Mo blurted out without a moment's hesitation, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian erupted into laughter, lightening the atmosphere within the vehicle considerably. Irritated and flustered, Chen Mo shot Lin Weiwei a glare. "Stop playing with my tail." Startled, she obediently withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze, her eyes reflecting her dismay. Observing her docile demeanor softened Chen Mo's heart. He sighed, extending his tail toward her. "Go ahead and touch it." The little zombie gleefully embraced the tail, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Her fingers delicately combed through the fluffy fur, her movements gentle as if handling a prized treasure. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile at her engrossed expression. Upon reaching the city's shelter, night had already fallen. The gates of the shelter slowly swung open before the convoy, illuminating the weary faces of everyone with its light. Finally back. Yang Xiaoxiang stretched lazily, exclaiming excitedly, "I'm off to indulge in a good meal." Lin Yuxuan declined Lin Hongbao's assistance and set off to find Dalu on her own. Chen Mo was engaged in a handover of supplies with Sun Chunjiang, pointing to the list displayed on the screen. "These mutated frogs are quite valuable. They're selling for 80 points each in the city." "Oh no," Sun Chunjiang exclaimed. Despair etched on his face as he stared at the corpses of the mutated frogs on the screen. "I don't want to see this in the cafeteria. The mutated locusts are already more than I can bear." Lin Weiwei stood aside, unable to suppress her laughter as she watched the two bicker. Chen Mo glanced at her, a gentle warmth surfacing in his eyes. He reached out and ruffled her hair. "Are you tired?" Lin Weiwei shook her head, though her eyelids were beginning to droop. She strained to maintain her composure, unwilling to miss a single moment spent with Chen Mo. "Let us go. I'll walk you back to your dorm," Chen Mo said. Naturally taking her hand, Lin Weiwei allowed him to lead her through the bustling crowd of the shelter. In the distance, they heard a sharp female voice emanating from the cafeteria. Upon approaching, they discovered it was Sun Xiaoha, the sister of Sun Chunjiang, lamenting at the entrance. "The food here is absolutely terrible," Sun Xiaoha exclaimed, gesturing toward the meager offerings on her plate, her brows furrowed in discontent. The greens were wilted, and there was hardly any meat. The cafeteria staff continued to serve food with their heads down. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a warm meal was already a significant blessing. "You could always choose not to eat here," Chen Mo remarked with a playful grin, his eyes slightly crinkling with mischief as he leaned against the wall beside the serving window, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "My monthly points are hardly enough to eat out every day," Sun Xiaoha protested, stamping her foot in frustration. "And besides, if there's an employee meal, why not take advantage of it? Don't you agree?" She turned to Lin Weiwei, seeking affirmation. Lin Weiwei silently observed the scene, her fingers unconsciously intertwining. She pulled out a few white rabbit candies from her space, hoping to ease the awkward tension. "Hello, cutie," Sun Xiaoha exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she approached. "Have you considered working at the shelter? Free meals, accommodation, and a stable salary. How wonderful is that?" Lin Weiwei was taken aback by her enthusiasm and instinctively retreated behind Chen Mo, her movements as light as a startled rabbit, prompting laughter from several individuals in line. Hey, trying to poach my teammate in broad daylight?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. Yet, when he turned to Lin Weiwei, his gaze softened involuntarily. The little zombie's skin was as pale as porcelain, reflecting a delicate sheen under the cafeteria's bright lights. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars, and even her blank expression made one want to ruffle her hair affectionately. "Our team's good looks are quite the burden," Chen Mo sighed dramatically, his eyes lingering on Lin Weiwei's face. "Handsome, beautiful, and adorable, what are we to do? Ugh. That is utterly disgusting." Sun Xiaoha exaggeratedly pretended to gag, tossing her wristband to Chen Mo. "Cutie, You'd best steer clear of him, or you might catch his stupidity. In a graceful arc, the wristband soared through the air, and Chun Mo effortlessly caught it, slipping it onto his wrist with a flourish. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you feeling envious? This little zombie is just too cute to be real. Sun Xiaohe was at a loss for words, her face flushed with indignation. She opened her mouth to retort, but found no fitting reply. Lin Weiwei observed her frustrated expression and, after a moment of hesitation, quietly approached and placed the white rabbit candy into her palm. Then, feeling as if she had committed a misdeed, she swiftly returned to Chun Mo's side. Sun Xiaohe stood frozen, staring at the candy in her hand, then glancing at Lin Weiwei's retreating figure. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her form, softening her outline. Where could one find such a charming little zombie? With tears welling in her eyes, Sun Xiaohe popped 5 milk candies into her mouth, their sweetness almost causing her tears to spill. Chun Mo led Lin Weiwei toward the shelter, and from a distance, he spotted the siblings, Lin Lang and Lin Xian, standing at the entrance. The two little ones appeared like lost creatures, timidly glancing around. What is going on? Who is supposed to take these children to the nursery? Chun Mo inquired, his brow furrowed. Hello, brother, Lin Lang greeted obediently, his voice soft. While a staff member gestured for them to wait there for a moment, a staff member rushed over, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Captain Chun, could you please escort these 2 children to the nursery? We just received a truckload of survivors, half of whom are infected, and we are truly overwhelmed. Of course. Chun Mo nodded, ruffling Lin Lang's hair. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief and pulled 3 fruit candies from her pocket, distributing them to the siblings and Lin Weiwei. Thank you for your hard work. Here, have some candy. Lin Weiwei stared blankly at the candy in her hand, wanting to assert that she was not a child. When she looked up at Chun Mo, she found him watching her with an amused smile. Oh no, I've been mistaken for a little girl. Finally, Chun Mo could not contain his laughter, his voice brimming with affection. Flustered, Lin Weiwei handed the candy to Lin Xian, who sweetly thanked her sister, allowing Lin Weiwei to regain a semblance of dignity as a zombie. They boarded the bus, where a distinctive metallic scent pervaded the air, the unmistakable odor of weapons and ammunition. Lin Lang curiously observed the various weapons carried by the other passengers, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Cool, right? Chun Mo remarked. When you grow up, you can learn too. But I don't have any special abilities. After all, I'm still just a little girl. Lin Lang hesitated, glancing at his sister. Who says girls can't use weapons? Chun Mo retorted enthusiastically, pointing at Lin Weiwei. Look at Weiwei. She wields a chainsaw that can take down a horde of zombies in one swing. Impressive, isn't it? He went on to extol her combat skills, reaction time, courage, and intelligence for nearly half an hour, leaving Lin Weiwei feeling bashful, her ears subtly reddening. Brother, Lin Lang suddenly asked. Could it be that you have feelings for Sister Weiwei? Laughter erupted in the bus. Some passengers coughed to stifle their mirth, while others turned away to hide their giggles. Chun Mo's face turned crimson, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Arrival at Songtao District. The Songtao District is designated as a human activity area, primarily inhabited by humans. The announcement promptly alleviated Chun Mo's awkwardness. He hurriedly picked up Lin Weiwei and urged the siblings to disembark quickly. If he lingered any longer, his pride would be irreparably tarnished. Once off the bus, Chun Mo spent the journey reprimanding Lin Lang. Although the boys' words were innocent, their bluntness rendered them difficult to bear. You mustn't speak so freely in the future, Chun Mo admonished, his expression stern. Lin Lang lowered his head. His small hands twisted together, obediently responding with soft humps, yet his eyes darted restlessly towards Lin Weiwei, who walked behind him, the glimmer of mischief in his round bright eyes clearly indicated that Chun Mo's teachings had gone in one ear and out the other. Observing this scene, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but suppress a smile. Chun Mo's feigned sternness only made him appear somewhat endearing to her. Lin Xian closely followed her brother, clutching his clothing with her small hands, curiously surveying her surroundings. This was her first encounter with such a crowd, evoking a mixture of fear and excitement within her. The orphanage was nestled in an expansive area, resembling a fairy tale castle from a distance. Its vividly colored exterior was adorned with cartoon characters, from Mickey Mouse to Winnie the Pooh, encompassing a delightful array. Even the surrounding walls were painted a sky-like blue, embellished with fluffy white clouds. Standing still, Lin Weiwei gazed at the whimsical structure, a warm sentiment blossoming in her heart. In this apocalyptic world, to have such a sanctuary was indeed a rarity. At the entrance stood two burly individuals with extraordinary abilities, their vigilant eyes scanning every person entering and exiting. Even acquaintances were required to present identification for thorough scrutiny before being granted access. Occasionally, patrolling extraordinary beings passed through the courtyard, their presence rendering this place one of the safest havens. At that moment, it was dismissal time, and the playground buzzed with activity. Children chased one another, their laughter ringing out in joyful waves. Some swung on swings, others queued for the slide, while a few built castles in the sandpit. Wow, so many toys. Lin Lang's eyes sparkled instantly, brimming with eagerness to rush over. Lin Xian tugged at her brother's clothing, gazing longingly in that direction, her little face a canvas of yearning. In their former home, they had never encountered such an abundance of delightful things. Lin Weiwei noticed several teachers, clad in charming aprons, attentively supervising the children. Those who fell were promptly helped and comforted. Disputes were quickly mediated. Each teacher wore a gentle smile, as if every child here were their own. Chen Mo led them to the registration office to complete the necessary procedures. The staff member was a middle-aged woman with glasses, efficiently inputting information into her computer. Even the little zombie's name was recorded, which took Lin Weiwei by surprise. Each child was required to have a file established, including those with special abilities. The staff member explained that this would facilitate management and development. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Captain Chun, is that really you?" Following the sound, they saw Zhang Chunlan waving at them, her face radiating with surprise and delight. She wore an apron adorned with a bear motif, her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, looking vibrant and full of energy. Lin Weiwei recognized her immediately as the wife from the couple they had rescued in the service area. Now, it seemed, she had fully adapted to life in the shelter. "I never expected to encounter you here." Zhang Chunlan approached quickly, her excitement palpable. "Thanks to you, our family was able to reach the shelter safely. Reflecting on that day feels like a distant dream." She held Lin Weiwei's hand, animatedly recounting her life since arriving at the shelter. It turned out that both she and her husband worked in the kitchen of the nursery, preparing meals for the children, though the work was arduous. Witnessing the children's joy as they ate made every effort worthwhile. The conditions here were indeed excellent, with accommodation and meals provided, along with a two-bedroom apartment. Zhang Chunlan smiled as she remarked that although her points were not numerous, they sufficed. Above all, safety was paramount, and the children were well cared for. Observing her happiness, Lin Weiwei felt her own heart swell with joy. In these trying times, finding a place to call home was a remarkable stroke of fortune. Chun Mo gestured toward the Lin siblings still playing on the playground, requesting extra attention for the newcomers. "Rest assured, I will take good care of them," Zhang Chunlan assured, patting her chest. "Here, every child is our own." Chapter 52. Shopping. She crouched down, gently ruffling Lin Xian's hair. "Dear little sister, if you ever crave something, just tell Auntie, and I shall prepare it for you." Lin Xian timidly nodded, peeking at her from behind her brother. The tone in which this aunt spoke reminded her of her mother. Just before leaving, Chen Mo suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Weiwei. "Do you have a portable printer?" Lin Weiwei nodded, retrieving the printer from her belongings, as she had long been accustomed to carrying various useful items. Chen Mo printed 2 photographs, handing them to the approaching Lin siblings. The images depicted their former home, with the branches of the loquat tree faintly visible at the edges, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting mottled shadows. "One for each of you. Treasure them well," Chen Mo said with a smile. "Now we're even. The loquat has exchanged for your safe arrival at the shelter." Lin Lang paused for a moment, then broke into a joyful smile. He carefully folded the photograph and tucked it into his pocket. This was their last home before the apocalypse, and it held their most cherished memories. After bidding farewell to the siblings and the enthusiastic Zhang Chunlan, Chen Mo walked back with Lin Weiwei. The streets were lined with a plethora of shops, and vendors set up stalls at the school's entrance. Were it not for the sight of newly constructed high-rise buildings, one could hardly tell this place had changed since the pre-apocalyptic days. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of various snacks, and passers-by wore relaxed smiles, as if the fears and oppression brought by the apocalypse had faded away. As they strolled along, Lin Weiwei suddenly tugged at Chen Mo's clothing, startling him. He turned to find the little zombie with her head bowed, tightly gripping his shirt. "What's wrong? Are you tired? Do you want me to carry you?" Chen Mo bent down, trying to discern her expression. Lin Weiwei shook her head and raised her hand, pointing toward the brightly lit pedestrian street not far away. The neon lights along the street had begun to glow, casting colorful reflections in her bright eyes, sparkling with anticipation. Do you wish to go shopping? Chinemo asked. Gazing into her expectant eyes, and with a resigned smile, he replied, All right, let us go. Lin Weiwei immediately brightened up, tightly grasping his collar and pulling him forward with great enthusiasm. Although she was a zombie at that moment, her bouncy demeanor resembled that of a playful young girl. Passers-by cast curious glances their way, and some even paused to surreptitiously observe this peculiar pair. Chinemo, being tugged along, felt a warm sensation in his heart as he watched her gaze darting around. How could this girl, clearly a zombie, be so endearing? Every expression and movement of hers compelled one to cherish and protect her. As they strolled, Chinemo suddenly had a thought, his face flushing. Could it be that you wish to go on a date with me? Lin Weiwei tilted her head, looking at him with a blank expression. She blinked her large eyes, seemingly pondering the meaning of a date. Oh dear, this little zombie is quite the forward one, Chinemo muttered to himself, his ears turning red. He gazed down at Lin Weiwei, his heart inexplicably quickening. The changes in Songtao district were indeed significant. What was once an ordinary supermarket had transformed into a luxury goods store, its windows showcasing a plethora of pre-apocalyptic products. A pack of ordinary potato chips was priced at 500 crystal cores, while a bottle of cola cost 1,000 crystal cores. Although the newly developed snacks were cheaper, their quality paled in comparison to the past. Lin Weiwei seemed unconcerned by these prices, her attention captivated by the street vendors. An array of bizarre merchandise dazzled the eye, including mutated ornamental plants and various peculiar little creatures. Come and see. A new breed of goldfish that can jump and bounce. It's so much fun. An elderly gentleman with graying hair cheerfully beckoned. His stall displayed several glass tanks, housing strange creatures that resembled fish, yet sported short legs, swimming agilely in the water. Lin Weiwei immediately squatted in front of the stall, curiously observing the legged goldfish. Her eyes widened, utterly enthralled by these unusual beings. Young man, why not buy one for your girlfriend? The old man said with a twinkle in his eyes, his wrinkles radiating kindness. This is a new breed. I guarantee she will love it. She is not my girlfriend, Chinemo stammered, a blush creeping onto his face. Oh dear, why are young men so bashful? The old man raised his voice, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. If you like her, you must speak up. When I was courting my wife, Chinemo could hardly bear to listen, his face turning as red as a ripe apple. He swiftly grabbed Lin Weiwei's hand and ran off. Though Lin Weiwei did not fully understand what had transpired, the sight of Chinemo's flushed ears filled her with joy. This silly human truly was quite amusing. Behind them, the old man's laughter echoed. The youth of today. He pulled an old pocket watch from his pocket, gently stroking the yellowed photograph inside. My dear, do you think I'm right? His voice was soft, tinged with nostalgia. The pedestrian street grew increasingly crowded, with long lines forming in front of various snack stalls and game booths. Chinemo led Lin Weiwei aimlessly along the street, occasionally stopping to glance at the roadside vendors. Look, this is a newly developed mutated gummy that enhances physical constitution, Chinemo said, pointing to a stall. Would you like to give it a try? Lin Weiwei shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the vibrant jellies, seemingly attempting to comprehend why humanity is so fond of such things. What about this one? Chinemo gestured towards another stall. This is a newly released mutated plant, reputed to purify the air while emitting a pleasant fragrance. This piqued Lin Weiwei's interest. She leaned closer to observe the peculiar flora. Some bore luminescent blossoms, others swayed with the rhythm of music, and some radiated a soft glow in the evening. Do you like it? Chinemo inquired. If you do, I can buy you a pot. Lin Weiwei hesitated, then pointed to a plant adorned with star-shaped blossoms. The petals were a delicate blue, casting a faint glow in the twilight, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. I'll take this one, she decided. Chinemo smiled. You can place it in your room when we return. Yet, Lin Weiwei shook her head and placed it back. Their meandering through the human district came to an end, and they walked back empty-handed. The setting sun bathed the street in a warm glow, elongating their shadows. We didn't buy anything today, Lin Weiwei remarked softly, her gaze drifting over the bustling vendors as they packed up. Chinemo shrugged, his wolf ears twitching slightly. It is only right that resources are prioritized for ordinary humans. Although we possess certain privileges as ability users, we must adhere to the rules. He glanced at the flashing indicator on his wristband. It was time to return after spending too long in the human area. The flow of pedestrians on the street gradually thinned, with only a few hurried figures passing by. In the post-apocalyptic world, nightfall always arrived exceptionally early. Let us head home. Chinemo yawned, rubbing his eyes wearily. You should rest well. I'll reach out to you later. Lin Weiwei nodded, watching as Chen Mo entered his home before turning to leave. As she pushed open the door, the familiar surroundings brought her a sense of reassurance. Lin Weiwei first took a cloth and meticulously wiped every corner before watering the small potted plant on the windowsill. Once she had tidied up, she allowed herself to relax. Nestled in her favorite bay window, Lin Weiwei nibbled on a mutated bat's core, her gaze drifting into the distance. The walls of the shelter appeared more formidable than before, and the silhouettes of patrolling guards were distinctly visible. This iron fortress provided a semblance of security to those confined within. The street below remained lush and green. After the last typhoon, the fallen trees had risen once more, their tender new buds swaying gently in the breeze. The resilience of life was truly astonishing. The flavor of the core spread in her mouth as Lin Weiwei savored it. She recalled that in the beginning, one core could satiate her hunger. Yet now it only barely filled her to 80%. Perhaps this was the price of evolution? Chapter 53. Fans spending tens of thousands of points on a piece of clothing. How extravagant. She pulled out a bag of chips, cautiously opening the package. The crispy chips tasted better than before, finally offering a hint of satisfaction. With a heart full of joy, Lin Weiwei retrieved the specially formulated diluent from Professor G. A striking pink liquid that swayed within the glass vial, exuding a subtle fragrance reminiscent of strawberries. Upon taking a sip, the sweet and tangy flavor blossomed on her palate. Although Professor G insisted it was a nutrient enriched with trace elements, to Lin Weiwei it felt more like a delightful beverage. Unable to resist, she indulged in several more sips before reluctantly setting the bottle down. Opening her tablet, Lin Weiwei discovered that the forum had undergone a significant redesign. The interface was refreshed, now featuring social functions such as fan following. Intrigued, she clicked on her homepage, her eyes widening in astonishment as her follower count had surpassed 10,000. The official certification bestowed upon her was accompanied by a charming emoji. The pinned photo left her momentarily speechless. It captured a classic battle alongside her teammates against a horde of zombies, freezing the most intense moment forever. In the image, she stood expressionless, wielding a chainsaw, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Chun Mo's wolf ears were perked up, crackling with electricity. Yang Xiaoxiang was manipulating a tempest of violent winds. Lin Hongbao's muscles were taut, akin to a beast poised to pounce, and Bai Qian aimed his firearm, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The comment section was already ablaze with excitement. Oh my. The little zombie sister wielding a chainsaw looks utterly fierce. The captain's wolf ears are just too adorable. This teamwork is unparalleled. The Lightning Squad is forever legendary. As Lin Weiwei read these comments, a smile crept onto her lips. Scrolling further, she occasionally encountered skeptical voices questioning the authenticity of the photo. Isn't this a bit suspicious? Why isn't there a single drop of blood on her? Soon, a well-informed individual clarified, that's a specially designed outfit that automatically cleans itself. Lin Weiwei touched the fabric of her dress, silently grateful for the thoughtfulness of the mysterious benefactor. This ensemble was indeed his exquisite creation. Lin Weiwei's dress stirred a considerable commotion on the ability user forum, as the comments section was swiftly inundated with inquiries and speculations. The intricate hidden patterns and the subtly glowing runes on the hem captivated many. This dress is simply astonishing. Look at those flowing lines and the arrangement of the hidden patterns. It's clearly the work of a master. Where can I buy it? I'd be willing to trade 3 months' worth of task points for it. Could this be the latest release from the alchemy department? I've never seen this style before. The comment section buzzed with activity, and soon, a knowledgeable individual emerged to share insights. This person was a seasoned ability user, marked by a certification badge as a veteran equipment appraiser beside their avatar. Currently, most craftsmen among ability users were serving the nation. To acquire attribute-enhanced custom apparel, one either needed to exchange task rewards for vouchers from the forging department or purchase them at inflated prices from black markets or private shops. The ability user continued, drawing considerable attention. There's a private shop run by the alchemist Xiao Yang in the city center. However, this individual has quite an eccentric temperament. Gaining entry depends on his mood. If he takes a disliking to you, the door may as well be locked. I once stood outside for a full 3 days before he finally agreed to take my order. The skirt worn by the little zombie from the Lightning Squad, based on its craftsmanship and material, must start at a staggering several 100,000 points. How could clothing at such a price not possess anti-stain properties? The forum erupted into a frenzy, with comments refreshing at a dizzying pace. Spending tens of thousands of points on a piece of clothing? How outrageous. Oh my. I just asked the little zombie about the price. Was that not self-deprecating? I must delete my comment quickly. How could a newcomer afford such extravagance? The treatment in the Lightning Squad is simply enviable. No wonder everyone is clamoring to join the elite team. Lin Weiwei stared blankly at these comments, her mind struggling to comprehend. Her personal page was flooded with affectionate titles like wifey and hubby, as everyone was curious about her experience of becoming a zombie. Some even began to analyze her hairstyle and makeup. The little zombie pouted in frustration. What kind of experience is it to become a zombie? It is certainly not pleasant. Her thoughts were often jumbled, akin to a malfunctioning signal tower. Sometimes she couldn't speak, or her voice would be hoarse and unpleasant, and other times she would inexplicably feel the urge to bite someone. Did these people lack any empathy at all? While she was lost in her irritation, a commotion came from the entrance. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bringing a hint of early spring's chill. Chen Mo and the others returned with breakfast, the air filled with the enticing aroma of fried delicacies. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but swallow hard, her throat tightening. Although her need for ordinary food had significantly diminished since becoming a zombie, the scent still stirred her appetite. These people spent all day rambling on the forum. They might as well take on more tasks. Chen Mo remarked impatiently while changing his shoes. Upon looking up, he saw Lin Weiwei huddled in the corner of the sofa, still in yesterday's clothes, her hair a disheveled mess. Wow, you woke up early today? Bai Qian observed keenly, noting her state. She had likely been online all night. She hadn't even changed her clothes. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. This child, who stayed up late? Yang Xiaoxiang and Lin Hongba emerged from their respective rooms, yawning, evidently just getting up. Chen Mo strode forward and seized the collar of the little zombie's outfit. Are you trying to practice being a corpse? Staying up late shouldn't come with such turmoil. Should I make you write a reflection? His tone was stern. Lin Weiwei quickly stowed her tablet away, feigning a dazed expression. She blinked her large eyes, attempting to pass off an innocent facade. Still playing dumb with me? Chen Mo saw through her ruse. Go take a shower. I'll let you off this time since it's your first. But I won't be so lenient next time. He shoved her into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. The sound of running water soon filled the bathroom, mingled with Lin Weiwei's soft murmurs. Why does Chinga have to be so serious? Lin Hongba commented while setting out breakfast. The aroma of fried dough wafting through the air. The monitor is really over the top. She won't die from it. Bai Qian replied earnestly, as a child's mother. One must discipline this child properly. If not now, it will be impossible to manage her later. Who is the child's mother? Lin Hongba exclaimed in confusion, nearly dropping the fried dough in his hand. Yang Xiaoxiang, munching on a youtiao, mumbled, when did Lin go become a mother? I had no idea. Your mother. Bai Qian replied calmly, I am your father. Be a good child and call me dad. Instantly, Yang Xiaoxiang erupted in anger. You are finished, Bai Lao Zhou. Let us duel. Who is your son? I am your father. Old Lin is your mother. With that, he lunged forward. Chapter 54. The class monitor no longer wants you. Lin Hongba glanced at the captain still lecturing the little zombie, then shifted his gaze to the two playful troublemakers. Letting out a silent sigh, he picked up his bowl, focusing intently on his mutated beef noodles. Half an hour later, the group finally quieted down to eat breakfast. Chen Mo finished his meal in a few bites and took a towel to dry Lin Weiwei's hair. The little zombie sat obediently, allowing him to fuss over her, occasionally voicing soft protest when his movements were too vigorous. The 1,000,000 points from Dahlia have been transferred to you all, Bai Qian said, securing his glasses with tape. The reward for this mission is quite decent. Suddenly, Chen Mo remembered something important. He paused his movements, realizing the dress seemed to lack a cleaning attribute. He needed to consult that mysterious owner to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Lin Weiwei stiffened slightly upon hearing this. She recalled the scene in the small shop. Under the dim light, the eccentric owner had scrutinized her with a penetrating gaze, uttering the cryptic remark that the dress suited her perfectly. If she didn't return to that shop soon, the owner would vanish again. Yang Xiaoxiang paced anxiously nearby. He shot a glare at Bai Qian, recalling how last time he had only seen a mechanical parrot and a puppet. If he came up empty-handed again enough. Lin Hongba shook his head helplessly. Since there are cameras in the shop, the owner will certainly be aware of any visitors. Standing beside Lin Weiwei, Chen Mo gently suggested, let us assess the situation first. His gaze inadvertently brushed against Lin Weiwei's profile, revealing a fleeting softness in his eyes. What are you laughing at? Chen Mo's deep voice resonated by her ear. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality, shaking her head. It's nothing. I just think they act like children. Do you see me as a child too? Emo suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath grazing her earlobe. Instinctively, Lin Weiwei shifted away, but he gently grasped her wrist. Just as she was unsure of how to respond, a cheerful voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. "Little zombie." Before Lin Weiwei could react, a warm embrace enveloped her. Su Yingxiang's long hair brushed against her cheek, carrying a faint fragrance. "Darling, you smell wonderful. What shampoo are you using?" Su Yingxiang nuzzled Lin Weiwei's cheek. Resembling a playful kitten, Mo's brows furrowed slightly. He swiftly pulled Lin Weiwei back to his side. "Why do you always have to be so touchy?" His tone was tinged with evident displeasure. "I just wanted to greet darling." Su Yingxiang pouted, winking at Lin Weiwei. "And darling likes to be close to me, right?" Lin Weiwei retrieved the talisman from her space, waving it in front of Su Yingxiang. Upon seeing it, a wave of vague memories surged within her. Fragments of a world before the apocalypse flicker in my mind. The laughter resonating in classrooms, the bustling milk tea shops after school, the playful banter while shopping together. "I knew you would remember me," exclaimed Su Yingxiang, joyfully pulling Lin Weiwei aside. Their previous mission had been so rushed that they scarcely had the chance to converse meaningfully. Mo gazed at his empty hands, disappointment etched across his face. As he stood still, his eyes persistently following Lin Weiwei's figure. "Poor old man, abandoned once again." Bai Qian teased with a standard broadcasting tone. "The class monitor no longer wants you." Yang Xiaoxiang joined in the teasing. "Is this the legendary tale of a beauty forsaking her protector?" Mo turned to confront the two instigators. Seeing this, Bai Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang dashed away, shouting, "Elder, don't get upset. Be careful not to harm your health." Lin Hongba shook his head at the scene, while Lin Run chuckled and remarked, "Let them have their fun. Such light-hearted moments are rare. By the way, what is the situation over in the city?" Lin Hongba inquired. Lin Run's expression turned grave. They faced a typhoon, resulting in substantial losses. "We had initially planned to establish a small shelter there, but it seems we can only evacuate now." Upon hearing the serious matter, the previously playful trio immediately ceased their antics and gathered close. "What is the casualty count?" Mo asked, his brow furrowed. "The exact figures are still being tallied, but at least a third of the supplies have been destroyed," Lin Run sighed. "The worst part is this marks the 4th instance of abnormal weather this year." Lin Weiwei perked up her ears, listening intently. The weather after the apocalypse has grown increasingly erratic. Many coastal cities are no longer habitable. She recalled news reports of cities swallowed by the sea and the people forced to abandon their homes. The pressure on the 3 shelters will grow even greater. Mo stated solemnly. "The population within the shelters is nearing saturation. For now, we can only take things one step at a time," Lin Run said, surveying their surroundings. "At least we still have the capacity to protect those around us." Su Yingxiang grasped Lin Weiwei's hand. Her voice low. "Our team suffered the loss of 4 members during this mission. It truly brings me joy to see you all again." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sometimes, she wished time could freeze at this very moment. Lin Weiwei could sense the sorrow in her words. Every parting could potentially be forever. She gently held Su Yingxiang's hand in return. "Oh, I just remembered," Su Yingxiang exclaimed, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve an exquisite little box. "I found this in the city. It's said to be a famous chocolate from before the apocalypse." Lin Weiwei accepted the box. The embossed gold lettering faintly visible on the packaging. She cautiously opened it, and a rich cocoa aroma wafted towards her. "Here, everyone, let us all taste it." Su Yingxiang distributed the chocolate, adding, "This is a limited edition. It took me a long time to gather a full box." Yang Xiaoxiang eagerly stuffed a piece into his mouth, exclaiming, "Heavens, this is absolutely delicious." Bai Qian elegantly took a small bite, affirming its exquisite texture. Mo contemplated the chocolate in his hand, lost in thought. During their middle school days, he often brought various snacks for Lin Weiwei, and seeing her delight would inevitably bring a smile to his face. Su Yingxiang had long wished to meet with Lin Weiwei, yet the frequent missions of the combat team made it challenging to find a suitable time. Unable to contain her emotions, Su Yingxiang embraced Lin Weiwei, her eyes slightly reddened. "You are truly wonderful. Shall we be friends? Once the apocalypse concludes, we can go shopping, sip milk tea, and explore the world together." Lin Weiwei nodded gently, reaching out to pat her back. This simple gesture enveloped Su Yingxiang in a profound warmth. Clearing his throat, Lin Ren announced, "It's time to return and rest. You have just completed a mission, and both your physical and mental states are at their limits." Reluctantly, Su Yingxiang released her hold, yet her gaze lingered on Lin Weiwei. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei seemed to recall something and swiftly produced a large bag of food from her space. Chapter 55. Everyone in our team is a visual delight. Wow. Is all of this for me? The lightning squad is indeed generous. Su Ing Shuang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of various energy bars, snacks, and canned goods. She entrusted the food to Lin Ren for safekeeping and pretended to be bashful, saying, how can I possibly thank you? Perhaps I should offer myself in return? Her words detonated like a bomb, instantly altering the atmosphere in the room. Chen Mo and Lin Ren's faces turned ashen. One shielded Lin Weiwei behind him while the other urged Su Ing Shuang to leave quickly. Speak no more nonsense, or all the snacks will be confiscated. Lin Ren warned sternly. I was just joking. Su Ing Shuang winked at Lin Weiwei, and before departing, she couldn't resist teasing. Weiwei, your boyfriend is quite stingy. Lin Weiwei understood her insinuation and chuckled. She knew Su Ing Shuang was merely toying with Lin Ren, but Chen Mo remained in shock, bewildered by someone's audacity to openly flirt with him. Lin Hongbo by Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang stood in a row, observing the scene with mischievous grins. Chen Ge, you're done for. Yang Xiaoxiang patted Chen Mo's shoulder, her tone laced with schadenfreude. She is merely my shield for a game of truth or dare, Bai Qian remarked sarcastically. Some words, once spoken, cannot be taken back, Lin Hongbo said meaningfully, his gaze flitting between Chen Mo and Lin Weiwei. Chen Mo felt an overwhelming desire to confine these three troublesome friends. He turned to Lin Weiwei, only to find her looking at him with a puzzled expression. Enough of this. Let us go buy you a dress, Chen Mo said. His face flushed as he strode away, and Lin Weiwei hurried to follow. The streets of the shelter were bustling with activity, albeit not as vibrant as before the apocalypse. Yet they exuded a semblance of life. The lightning squad arrived at Dawn Road in the city center, where they noticed a few individuals squatting outside the shop of alchemist Xiao Yang. What are you doing here? Lin Hongbo asked, frowning. We can't get in. The group replied dejectedly, their spirits low. But the door is open. Yang Xiaoxiang questioned in confusion, pointing at the open for business sign. The owner selects customers based on appearance. P1T let us in. They lamented, a hint of resentment in their voices. Chen Mo suddenly understood. No wonder we were allowed in last time. Each member of our team is a visual delight. As a newcomer was about to retort, he lifted his gaze to behold the striking beauty of the lightning squad, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, each individual standing before him could be likened to a mesmerizing scene amidst the apocalypse. Lin Weiwei stood before the shop's display window, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the array of exquisite dresses within. Beside her, Chen Mo's gaze remained fixated on her profile. Shall we venture inside? Chen Mo inquired softly. Lin Weiwei nodded, her eyes locked onto a delicate pink dress. The garment was simple yet elegant, perfectly suited for her. Standing before the mirror, she admired the green Lolita dress that adorned her, its hem swaying gently with her slight movements. The reflection of the young girl showcased her delicate features, and the intricate lace trim of the dress accentuated her youthful charm. She gently brushed her fingers across the lace, the soft fabric igniting a warmth in her heart. This was the first dress Chen Mo had bought for her, each stitch seemingly woven with his tenderness. Suddenly, the shop's wind chimes rang out, their crisp sound interrupting her reverie. Welcome, welcome. The mechanical parrot squawked, its shrill voice almost piercing her eardrums. Without warning, a cacophony of celebratory fireworks erupted overhead, confetti cascading like rain. Startled, Lin Weiwei stumbled, instinctively retreating behind Chen Mo, her fingers clenching the hem of his shirt. Esteemed customers. A clown puppet bounced forward, flamboyantly twirling and performing an exaggerated bow. Welcome back to Dream Clothing Store. Lin Weiwei peeked out, bewildered by the spectacle before her. The once quiet shop was now adorned with vibrant decorations, ribbons, and balloons. Even the typically aloof mechanical parrot seemed unusually animated. What on earth is happening? She tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, whispering her confusion. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, scanning the store. This place has never been this exuberant before. There must be something amiss. Yang Xiaoxiang strolled over, hands in pockets, curiously surveying the surroundings. Look at that parrot. It's as lively as if it had been ejected with enthusiasm. Usually, it barely acknowledges anyone. Bai Qian hesitated before speaking. Could it be related to our promotional efforts for the shop? Upon hearing this, the clown puppet dramatically waved its arms. Mr. Bai is correct. This is to express our gratitude for your selfless advertising. Is that all there is to this gratitude? Bai Qian asked with a playful smile, his tone laced with amusement. The clown puppet froze, the sound of mechanical gears whirring distinctly audible. The mechanical parrot hastily covered its face with its wings, exclaiming, discovered. Enough of the pretense. Chin Mo waved his hand in resignation. Where is your boss? We need to speak with him. The clown puppet hesitated, fumbling for words. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei's attention was captured by a newly hung dress on the wall. A black and white modified qipao hung gracefully, its ink-wash landscape pattern subtly visible. The hem reaching the knees, and the exquisite waist buttons elegantly designed. The dress seamlessly merges tradition and modernity, preserving the charm of the qipao while infusing it with a touch of contemporary flair. She felt an irresistible urge to approach, her fingertips gently gliding over the fabric of the gown. The silk's delicate and smooth texture seemed to slip from her fingertips straight into her heart. Do you fancy this one? Chin Mo's voice resonated from behind, imbued with a gentle fondness. Lin Weiwei turned her head to meet his smiling gaze and nodded softly. Try it on, Chun Mo encouraged, extending his hand to retrieve the dress and present it to her. Hey, Brother Chun. Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly sprang up beside the weapons rack, exclaiming, look at this short blade. It's absolutely perfect with the dress. The black sheath and silver blade complement the gown splendidly. We must find a matching hair accessory. Lin Hongba added, joining the fray as he earnestly rummaged through the jewelry section, emphasizing the importance of the right adornments for such a stylish dress. Lin Weiwei, clutching the dress, couldn't help but smile as she observed the four men fervently engaged in their discussion over accessories, each one appearing more serious than the last, as if they were strategizing a significant military operation. What about this red flower? Yang Xiaoxiang suggested, holding up a vibrant peony hairpin above Lin Weiwei's head. Bai Qin immediately frowned, too gaudy. How could such an elegant dress possibly pair with such an ostentatious accessory? Perhaps this jade hairpin? Lin Hongba proposed, pointing to a simple yet elegant green jade piece in the display case. Too plain, Chen Mo shook his head, insisting on finding something that was neither too ostentatious nor lacking in charm. As they debated passionately, Lin Weiwei quietly slipped into the fitting room, donning the captivating qipao. When she emerged once more, all four turned in unison. The dress perfectly accentuated her slender figure, the black and white ink painting swirling elegantly around her, enhancing her porcelain skin. The exquisite waist button further emphasized her delicate waistline. Stunning. They chorused in unison. Lin Weiwei lowered her gaze to smooth the hem of the dress, her cheeks slightly flushed. She could feel Chen Mo's intense gaze upon her, filled with emotions she could not quite decipher. I'll take all three, Chen Mo declared, turning to the clown puppet. All right. All right. The clown puppet nodded vigorously, its mechanical arm waving exaggeratedly. We currently have a promotional event. Let us not discuss that now, Chen Mo interrupted, his expression suddenly sharp. Where's your boss? We need to speak with him. The clown puppet's movements froze, its mechanical gears clicking ominously. Well, a mechanical parrot perked up, flapping its wings and squawking, caw. Caw. Find the boss. Find the boss. Lin Weiwei stifled a laugh. The parrot was not only visually realistic, but its mimicry was also remarkably lifelike. Just as she was about to respond, the clown puppet suddenly sprang to life, its mechanical joints clicking as it turned towards them. How may I assist you? The puppet inquired, its voice courteous yet tinged with a distinct metallic resonance. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. We have a matter to discuss. If it's inconvenient to meet, a phone call will suffice. As the last word hung in the air, a sudden commotion erupted from the small door behind the counter. The clattering sounds echoed chaotically, as if something had been knocked over. Lin Weiwei turned her gaze towards the source, catching a glimpse of a golden flash through the crack of the door. This is bad. Xiaoyang is in trouble. The mechanical parrot squawked loudly, its metallic beak tapping against the cage, producing a crisp sound. The clown puppet immediately became flustered, a flicker of panic crossing its painted face. It spun in circles before making a leap behind the counter. Don't come in here. A youthful voice called out from within, laced with irritation, yet unable to conceal an underlying panic. Lin Weiwei blinked in surprise. The voice sounded like that of a child. She instinctively leaned in to take a closer look, only to be met with a scene of disarray, tools scattered across the floor, parts rolling aimlessly, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy awkwardly sprawled on the ground. The clown puppet hurriedly rushed to help him, only to be met with an annoyed thump on the head from the boy. What a big fool. I warned you not to barge in. Lin Weiwei's gaze fell upon the boy, her heart stirring. This child, appearing to be merely 11 or 12, possessed intricately crafted mechanical feet and a hand. The metallic joints emitted faint sounds with his movements. Little boss, could you come out to speak with us? Chun Mo gently tapped the counter, his tone calm and warm. The boy's voice noticeably softened, tinged with reluctance. If you want to buy something, Just do it. What do you need me for? Bai Qian has already haggled the discounts away. Lin Weiwei watched the scene unfold, a flicker of compassion rising within her. We mean no harm. I simply wish to establish a good rapport with you, Chen Imo replied, pausing briefly. You've fallen? Haven tea you? We have medicine for that. Medicine? The boy's voice shifted, revealing hints of hesitation and hope. Lin Weiwei instinctively touched her storage, aware that it contained a variety of medicinal supplies. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the clown puppet had already assisted the boy out. The boy donned a finely tailored blue uniform, adorned with intricate gear patterns. He regarded them warily, his gaze lingering on each face, particularly on Lin Weiwei's for an extended moment. His emerald eyes sparkled with a complex blend of suspicion towards strangers and the innate curiosity of a child. His mechanical arm trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress something within. I am Yang Qianwei, he introduced himself, his gaze evasive, fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. What exactly do you require my assistance for? I cannot create firearms, only small contraptions and cold weapons. Lin Weiwei observed this extraordinary child, who appeared exceedingly shy yet carried a hint of pride when discussing his skills. Curiously, she examined the exquisite little dresses around her. Each piece was masterfully crafted, with impeccable attention to detail. The lace trim was delicate and intricate, the layers of pleats perfectly aligned, and even the most inconspicuous stitches bespoke a craftsman's dedication. Did you truly make all these dresses? Bai Qian's gaze flitted back and forth over the skirts, his tone laced with a hint of astonishment. Yang Qianyue's face flushed crimson in an instant, her eyes flickering momentarily, yet she defiantly raised her head and said, Yes, so what? Can't boys wear skirts? A trace of wariness colored her voice, as if she were bracing herself for potential ridicule. No, you've misunderstood. Bai Qian quickly waved his hand and earnestly added, I truly find it impressive. Your craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. Just look at the flow of these pleats and the intricate designs of these patterns. It's all very professional. Lin Hongbo also leaned in, scrutinizing the skirts with care. Being a tailor knows no gender. A craftsman is a craftsman. Moreover, your skills surpass those of many so-called masters out there. Upon hearing their words, Yang Chenyue's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, though a hint of vigilance lingered in her eyes. She busied herself with the fabric in her hands, muttering softly, You all are rather understanding. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she glanced at the clock on the wall. All right, there are customers waiting outside. You should take the medicine and leave quickly. After a pause, she added, Next time you come, I can enchant your weapons for you at no charge. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow was indeed miserly, clearly wishing to convey goodwill while feigning a businesslike demeanor. After Yang Qianwei finished speaking, she slipped through the small door at the back, leaving Bubu and Dai Dai to tend the shop. Bubu, the jester puppet, maintained an elegant posture, while Dai Dai, the parrot, tilted its head, emitting a few mechanical squawks. As they stepped out of the store, they noticed a customer muttering to himself, How strange, why can't I get in today? Have I become unattractive? The individual paced back and forth at the entrance, his face marked by confusion. Bubu gracefully opened the glass door and performed a standard gentlemanly bow, exclaiming, Welcome. The customer, taken aback, entered the shop, glancing back at them. Oh, so there are indeed customers here. Is there a limit on the number of people today? Lin Weiwei heard a startled exclamation from behind her. Wow, that's the lightning squad. She couldn't help but laugh. There was something quite delightful about being recognized. Aside from the door, they made their way to the nursery. Under the bright afternoon sun, the yard was filled with the joyous laughter of children. Some were chasing each other in playful antics. Others were quietly reading, while a few were diligently drawing. Chapter 57. Divided paths beneath a large tree at the edge of the playground. She spotted Sun Yuan, whom Yang Qianyue had mentioned. The little girl, covered in burn scars, sat on a bench, engrossed in her drawing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled shadows across her face. Beside her sat a familiar face, the young girl who had illustrated their warehouse. The two girls huddled together, occasionally whispering and sharing laughter and delight. Lin Weiwei took a bag of snacks from her backpack and handed it to the teacher supervising the children. Observing the children, she felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. Though this may not be the ideal home, it at least provided them with a warm haven. As she was lost in contemplation, the communicator suddenly erupted with a series of urgent beeps. She retrieved the device, and the screen illuminated with a flashing red emblem indicating an emergency mission. To her astonishment, the destination was the city. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Weiwei's heart, It was a coastal metropolis that had been forsaken for various reasons. Yet now a distress signal was emanating from it. She quickly perused the details of the mission, her brow instinctively furrowing. Mysterious deep-sea life forms? Bai Qian also frowned at the tablet. This was indeed troublesome. The aquatic mutants they had encountered in the city previously had already posed a significant challenge. And now the threat loomed from the seaside. Lin Weiwei rapidly scrolled through the messages on the forum. Gigantic octopuses, voracious starfish, venomous fish, these creatures sounded utterly terrifying. To make matters worse, it appeared that these beings had begun to encroach upon the land, endangering the safety of coastal residents. "Let us go," Chen Imo exclaimed, pulling her up with a carefree smile. "Didn't you say that mutated shrimp are delicious? We're in for a treat." Lin Weiwei chuckled at his jest. Although a tinge of worry lingered in her heart, the mission promised a staggering reward of 180,000 points, which clearly suggested it would not be a simple endeavor. She glanced at her teammates, each wearing a grave expression. They swiftly returned to the sanctuary, where the announcement echoed through every corner. Lin Weiwei's hand trembled slightly as she held the list. Her gaze lingered on several familiar team names: Cheetah, Dove, Hibiscus, and Golden Eagle, each name evoking vivid faces and unforgettable memories of comrades who had fought alongside her. She noted the absence of Suing Shuang's team, which eased the tension in her nerves. That team had recently endured a harrowing mission, suffering the loss of 3 members, and was currently in a critical phase of reorganization and adjustment. The Sanctuary's announcement continued, the mechanical female voice resonating through the vast corridors. When one side is in distress, support comes from all directions. We reiterate, humanity shall never bow to the apocalypse and will not abandon any compatriot. The rescue teams heading to the city in this dire situation include Silver Orchid Team, Lightning Special Operations Team, Rose Special Operations Team, and Kanjing Team. As Lin Weiwei observed the throngs of ability users bustling through the corridor, she noted their solemn expressions. Some engaged in hushed conversations, others checking their equipment, while a few bid farewell to their loved ones. Each individual understood that the sounding of the announcement signified yet another group of warriors poised to face imminent danger at the front lines. So many teams deploying together. She overheard 2 logistical personnel whispering as they passed by. "I've heard the situation in the city is dire, with a massive influx of mutated marine creatures making landfall. Over 200,000 people. If the city sanctuary evacuates, the surrounding shelters won't be able to accommodate such an influx of refugees." The scale of this mission far surpassed previous ones. It was not merely a localized rescue operation, but a significant endeavor concerning the very survival of the city's sanctuary. When Lin Hongba arrived in the car to pick her up, Lin Weiwei was already prepared for departure. She slung her backpack, filled with supplies, over her shoulder and nimbly slid into the back seat. As the other team members boarded the vehicle one after another, Chen Mo and Bai Qian settled into the middle row, while Yang Xiaoxiang occupied the passenger seat. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat tense. Bai Qian incessantly polished his sniper rifle. Chen Mo pored over maps and intelligence reports, and Yang Xiaoxiang unusually remained silent, gazing vacantly out the window. Outside the entrance of the shelter, vehicles were lined up in an orderly fashion. Lin Weiwei peered through the car window, spotting the conspicuous golden vehicle of the Furong team right behind them, its rose emblem glinting in the sunlight. "Welcome to the first security checkpoint of the city's refuge center. Beep. All systems normal," the mechanical voice announced as the convoy slowly maneuvered out of the shelter's gates. Teams from the other 2 shelters also set off. Bai Qian set down his rifle and glanced at his phone, his voice husky, likely from a recent conversation with his girlfriend. In the group chat, various teams were embroiled in a heated debate over route choices. The latter half of the highway had not been cleared, resulting in heavy traffic. Someone shared a satellite map screenshot, dotted with numerous red markers. Residential buildings crowded the sides of the road, tightly packed together, swarming with zombies and prone to encirclement. "We could blast our way through. We have enough ammunition. Do you think this is a video game? Too much noise will attract zombies from a 10-kilometer radius," Bai Qian replied, parched and attempting to mediate the differing opinions. Ultimately, Chen Mo decisively declared, "We'll split into 2 groups and proceed as we wish. Let us take the highway directly, Lightning Team." Lin Weiwei quietly handed Bai Qian a cup of cool tea. Watching them argue with flushed faces, she felt grateful to be merely a small, occasionally vocal zombie. Though she harbored her own thoughts, she concluded that silence was the wisest choice in such moments. The convoy began to diverge, with some opting for the national road while others, following Lightning Team, chose the highway. As Lin Weiwei observed the increasingly scattered vehicles in the rearview mirror, a wave of unease washed over her. Class leader, I'm hungry. Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly broke the silence. We need to eat well. The situation in the city is still a mystery. Weiwei promptly retrieved the prepared lunchbox from her space, braised pork with rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a few refreshing cold dishes, all steaming hot. She always remembered everyone's preferences, down to the seasonings. The aroma filled the vehicle, seemingly lightening everyone's mood. Yang Xiaoxiang devoured his food ravenously. Bai Qian savored his bite slowly. Chen Mo ate while studying the map. And Lin Hongbo requested Lin Weiwei to place the food within his reach. Yet, Lin Weiwei knew that this might be their last peaceful meal. The circumstances in the city were far more perilous than anticipated. They were on the brink of an unprecedented battle. Outside the car window, the sky gradually darkened. Distant storm clouds loomed low, threatening to unleash their contents at any moment. On the highway, derelict vehicles lay askew, some rusted and others still stained with dried blood. Lin Weiwei gazed at the rapidly passing scenery, recalling the intelligence she had received earlier. The city, being a coastal area, was already plagued by numerous aquatic mutated creatures. This time, the reason remains a mystery, yet it has unexpectedly triggered an extensive biological tide. Chapter 58. The unpredictable weather. Her space was filled with various supplies, food, medicine, ammunition, and even a few sets of changeable clothing. However, she understood that in the impending battle, these preparations might prove to be merely a drop in the bucket. The chill descended with alarming swiftness, akin to an invisible blade, silently slicing through the air. Lin Weiwei curled up in the backseat of the car, gazing through the window at the gradually crystallizing frost flowers. The weather was perpetually capricious. One moment it was as warm as spring, the next, it could leave one shivering uncontrollably. She instinctively touched the necklace around her neck, the icy sensation causing her to shudder slightly. What is up with this unpredictable weather? Yang Xiaoxiang rubbed his arms, his teeth chattering involuntarily. He turned to the driver's seat. Brother Hongba, how much longer until we reach the city? Lin Hongba focused intently on the road ahead, his fingers gently tapping the steering wheel. At this speed, we will need at least 3 more days. He paused, his brow furrowing. A minor cold wave is approaching. What? Lin Weiwei instinctively hugged herself. Even with her zombie-like constitution, she remained sensitive to changes in temperature. The chill slithered up her spine like a cold serpent. Bai Qian remarked, according to the records in the Apocalypse Manual, the temperature during a minor cold wave can plummet to -40 degrees. Furthermore, he paused, his voice growing more somber. This extreme weather may persist for at least a week. Goodness. Yang Xiaoxiang sat up straight. Wouldn't that freeze people solid? Even zombies would struggle to withstand this weather. Chen Mo scoffed. We are in the apocalypse. Anything can happen. His gaze wandered thoughtfully outside, contemplating how to utilize this opportunity. Lin Weiwei looked at the others and suddenly recalled that she had some warm clothing in her space. She quickly rummaged through her supplies and soon produced several thick down jackets. Hurry and put these on. They will at least keep you warm. How considerate. Lin Hongbo acknowledged as he took the clothing. The men began changing clothes, and the vehicle was filled with the sound of rustling fabric. Lin Weiwei sat in the back, her eyes inadvertently drifting toward Chen Mo. Even through the fabric, the contours of his solid muscles were unmistakably apparent. She felt a flush creep to her cheeks and quickly averted her gaze. What are you staring at? Chen Mo noticed her attention and gently flicked her forehead. Focus. Little girl. Lin Weiwei stuck out her tongue, pretending not to hear Yang Xiaoxiang's teasing. She turned to look out the window, where the frost flowers had completely covered the glass, resembling an exquisite painting of ice and snow. Just as they finished changing and prepared to continue their journey, the communicator suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. It was the members of the Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad, their voices tinged with evident tremors and panic. Brother Bai, what is the situation on your end? This weather is extraordinarily abnormal. We've already had 3 team members show symptoms of frostbite. Yes, and the zombies are behaving strangely as well. They seem to be congregating towards a specific direction. Chen Mo promptly instructed the convoy to pull over. Everyone was to cease advancement and remain in place. Bai Qian immediately retrieved the surrounding maps and analyzed the zombies' movement trajectory. Bai Qian swiftly operated the tablet, soon revealing a red route map on the screen. The horde of zombies was moving southeast, seemingly toward an abandoned underground factory. An underground factory? Lin Weiwei furrowed her brow in contemplation. Could it be a refuge from the cold, akin to hibernation in animals? Chen Mo shook his head. Zombies do not seek warmth. Their tolerance to temperature far exceeds that of humans. Unless his voice suddenly dropped in gravity. There is something there attracting them. A heavy silence enveloped the cabin. They had witnessed too many bizarre phenomena, each heralding new dangers. Rescuing lives takes precedence. Chinemo decisively commanded. Yang Xiaoxiang informed the other convoys to distribute warm clothing. Bai Qian, continue monitoring the movements of the horde. Lao Lin. You and I will check the condition of the vehicles. Mechanical failure in this weather is a grave concern. Lin Weiwei was about to speak when Chinemo turned to her. You stay in the vehicle. His tone brooked no argument. It was too perilous outside. But listen. Chinmo's gaze softened a bit. Your constitution is unique, and you must be more cautious. Lin Weiwei bit her lip and ultimately nodded in agreement. She watched as Chinmo and Lin Hongba exited the vehicle, the biting wind rushing in, bringing with it an icy chill. The communicator was abuzz with reports from other squads. The temperature continued to plummet, with some individuals exhibiting mild frostbite symptoms. Worse still, visibility was rapidly diminishing. As thick fog began to envelop the surroundings, frost flowers thickened on the windows, and Lin Weiwei drew a small sun on the glass, recalling life before the apocalypse. Winters were indeed cold, but at least there was heating, hot water, and warm blankets. Now, nothing remained but endless cold and the specter of unknown dangers. The howling wind grew louder, interspersed with an eerie, almost imperceptible shriek. Lin Weiwei perked up her ears, straining to listen. The sound resembled a creature's wail, yet also echoed the rumbling of machinery. Bai Qian, she suddenly spoke. Do you think that underground factory could be linked to this cold wave? Bai Qian paused his work, deep in thought. That possibility cannot be dismissed. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many technological facilities have gone awry. Perhaps there lies some weather control apparatus. Once the inspection was complete, the vehicle resumed its journey toward the designated meeting point with the Cheetah and Dove teams. 2 hours later, they finally arrived. These garments must be donned in order, Yang Xiaoxiang explained patiently while distributing the gear. From the inside out, they are lightweight quick-dry base layer, checkered fleece base layer, insulated fleece jacket, windproof breathable outerwear, soft shell pants, hard shell jackets, and finally, the thermal down coat. These garments had been retrieved by Lin Weiwei from her hidden space. They were reluctant to disclose this secret. The newcomers from the Cheetah and Dove teams clumsily accepted the clothing. Someone clumsily donned a soft shell jacket as the innermost layer, only to be corrected by Yang Xiaoxiang. No need to hurry, take your time. Lin Weiwei produced 2 large jars of ginger tea powder from her space, handing them to the newcomers. Just add water, and it's ready to drink. It will warm you up. The 2 new recruits accepted the gear and ginger tea as if they had stumbled upon treasure. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, the generosity of the Lightning Squad deeply moved them. One young girl even reddened her eyes, her fingers trembling slightly as she took the ginger tea. Inside the vehicle, Chinemo and Bai Qian had already changed into their tactical jackets, although Lin Weiwei felt no chill. She removed her thin outer coat and switched to a white sweater paired with brown thick trousers. Static electricity made her hair stand up slightly, resembling a dandelion. So adorable. Chinemo couldn't help but pinch her cheek, complimenting her outfit, though he noted her hair was a bit frizzy. Lin Weiwei touched her unruly hair, pouting helplessly. She rummaged through her bag for a comb, but before she could act, Chinemo had already taken the comb from her. Chapter 59, Braiding Hair Comb. Let me braid your hair. He clumsily picked up a hair tie, declaring the black one too plain and suggesting a cuter alternative. Though Lin Weiwei felt she was no longer a child, she obediently produced a box of colorful hair ties. Chinemo selected a pink bunny hair tie and, with unpracticed hands, fashioned a braid for her. Brother Chen is truly a genius. Yang Xiaoxiang exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming that he could create 100 hairstyles for Weiwei in the future. Outside, the temperature continued to plummet, and the plants by the roadside were coated in thick frost. Lin Hongba activated the vehicle's snow mode, the tires crunching softly over the accumulated snow. Look, those zombies are frozen stiff, Yang Xiaoxiang pointed out the window. Several zombies lay by the roadside, their limbs rigid, resembling ice sculptures. Bai Qian cautioned, don't celebrate too soon, they will eventually evolve to withstand the cold. The zombies are much smarter now than they were initially. The road ahead was obstructed by toppled telephone poles and abandoned vehicles. Bai Qian opened the sunroof, preparing to clear the obstacles. A biting cold wind rushed into the vehicle, prompting Lin Weiwei to snuggle deeper into her blanket. They have become increasingly cunning. Chinemo chuckled, complimenting her, and casually draped his scarf around her neck. Lin Weiwei buried her face in the blanket to hide her flushed cheeks. The scarf still bore Chen Mo's warmth and scent, accelerating her heartbeat. Bai Qian and Chen Mo took turns tossing small explosives, while Yang Xiaoxiang used his abilities to conjure a tornado to clear the path. Abandoned vehicles were swept to the roadside, and the collapsed telephone poles shattered into fragments. The way ahead was unobstructed. Suddenly, a communication request from the Furong squad echoed. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense. Captain Chun, the highway is blocked. We must turn back. Lu Tang's weary voice came through, accompanied by the roar of engines and the howling wind and snow. Yang Xiaoxiang seized the communicator. We just entered the city service area, and the road is cleared. Hurry and catch up. Received, Lu Tang replied succinctly. We will arrive as soon as possible. After ending the communication, Yang Xiaoxiang let out a sigh, lamenting the self-important Sai Dahong for insisting on taking the national road, which now forced the Furong team to take a longer route. Lin Weiwei gazed out at the falling snowflakes, silently praying for the safe arrival of the Furong team. The snowfall intensified, reducing visibility. Ahead lay a gas station. Lin Hongba suddenly declared that they needed to refuel. The convoy slowly rolled into the gas station, where the fuel pumps were blanketed in snow, and a few frozen zombies lay scattered around. Chen Mo and Bai Qian exited the vehicle to keep watch while Yang Xiaoxiang took charge of refueling. Lin Weiwei leaned against the car window, observing the scene outside. The convenience store's window was shattered halfway, revealing a chaotic interior. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the convenience store. Be careful, Lin Weiwei shouted. But Chen Mo had already dashed forward. It was an evolved zombie, moving with alarming speed, its skin exhibiting a bizarre blue hue. Bai Qian's powers activated instantly, sending a bolt of electricity towards the zombie. The creature deftly evaded and lunged at Chen Mo. He sidestepped, drawing his military knife with precision. It's not afraid of the cold, Yang Xiaoxiang yelled. This is a new variant. Chen Mo engaged in fierce combat with the zombie, his double-edged blade slicing through the air with a silvery arc. Though the zombie was swift, it clearly lacked skill, attacking purely on instinct. Lin Weiwei watched the struggle with growing anxiety, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the blanket. She was aware of Chen Mo's strength, yet each time she witnessed his battles, her concern resurfaced. With a dull thud, Chen Mo severed the zombie's head, its blue body collapsing to the ground and sending snowflakes into the air. There are increasingly more of these new type zombies, Bai Qian remarked, inspecting the lifeless form. They are adapting to their environment, evolving faster than we anticipated. After refueling, the convoy resumed its journey. Lin Weiwei retrieved hot water from her space and prepared cups of ginger tea for everyone, the warmth dispelling some of the chill. Do you think we will eventually find a safe zone? A girl from the newcomer team asked softly. Lin Weiwei tightened her grip on the cup, feeling its warmth. We will surely find it. As long as we stand united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Chen Mo poked his head out of the sunroof, the biting cold wind stinging his cheeks. He swiftly cleared the obstacles from the road with deft and precise movements. This dreadful weather, he muttered, retreating into the car and rubbing his reddened face, his breath fogging the window. Through the misty glass, the distant silhouettes of scattered buildings emerged and faded in the twilight. How much further to the city? He inquired, weariness evident in his voice. Lin Hongba glanced at the navigation. Over 400 kilometers. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle as the dusk deepened, the cold seeping in silently. Lin Weiwei observed her busy companions and quietly took out her thermos, pouring the prepared brown sugar ginger tea into cups. The steaming tea emitted a faint ginger aroma, alleviating some of the cold. Come, everyone, have some to warm up, she gently urged, handing a cup to each person. The warmth of the tea seeped through the walls of the cup, bringing a gentle comfort to his palm. As Chen Mo took the cup, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her hand. The momentary contrast in temperature sent a shiver through him. Her hand was unnaturally cold, akin to grasping a block of ice. Why are your hands so cold? He inquired, furrowing his brow, his voice laced with evident concern. Lin Weiwei instinctively withdrew her hand. Lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, I'm fine, it's just how I am. Noting her pallid complexion, Chen Mo silently removed his coat and tenderly wrapped it around her shoulders. The substantial fabric still bore his warmth, emanating a faint scent of tobacco. Don't be stubborn, he said, his tone low and gentle. Lin Weiwei attempted to push him away but was met with a firm grip on her shoulder. Be obedient, he added, the simplicity of the phrase concealing an undeniable concern that brooked no refusal. Lin Hongbo had been driving all day, his eyes evidently bloodshot and weary. He blinked occasionally, striving to dispel the exhaustion. Observing his condition, Chen Mo spoke up. Let me drive for a while. No need. I can manage, Lin Hongbo replied, shaking his head with stubborn resolve. This is an order, Chun Imo asserted, adopting the tone of a captain that left no room for contradiction. Lin Hongbo smiled in resignation, realizing he could not prevail against him, and nodded in agreement. They pulled over to the roadside, swiftly completing the handover. As night fully descended, they finally arrived in the city. Upon entering the urban area, the sight before them left everyone astounded. Enormous mutated crabs roamed the streets, their shells glimmering with an eerie sheen beneath the streetlights. Four-legged fish hopped across the ground, producing spine-chilling sounds. Even more bizarre, starfishes crawled over the surrounding buildings, gnawing at the bricks and leaving deep marks on the walls. Chapter 60. What the hell? It's looking at me. What is going on? Yang Xiaoxiang stammered, disbelief evident in his voice. Lin Weiwei gazed at the colossal crabs, unable to suppress a gulp. Their claws were as large as ordinary cars, capable of crushing reinforced concrete with a mere pinch. Stealing a glance at Chun Imo, she found him equally engrossed in observing the crabs. What are you thinking? She asked softly, attempting to ease the tension. Chun Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. I was pondering how many meals we could prepare if these crabs were cooked. Lin Weiwei chuckled at his words. So you're thinking along the same lines as I am. Her smile brought a hint of color back to her pale face. Just then, a peculiar lobster tiptoed over, its black bean-like eyes swiveling, as if assessing something. Its antennae twitched continuously, seemingly sniffing the air for a scent. Yang Xiaoxiang, startled, shrank back, exclaiming, "What the hell? It's looking at me." "Don't be afraid. It can't see inside the car," Chun Imo reassured him, his voice steady. "It's just admiring its reflection." Lin Weiwei gazed out at the absurd scene unfolding, marveling. This world has truly become strange. Turning to her, Chun Mo's expression softened, yet remained resolute. "Don't worry, I am here." They continued their advance towards the city center, encountering an increasing number of bizarre creatures along the way. Some had even begun to weave webs between the buildings. The metallic sheen of their threads glimmered conspicuously under the moonlight. "We must find a safe place to halt," Lin Hongbo suggested, his brow furrowed, as visibility was severely compromised in the darkness. "The water temperature is too low," he added, tapping his fingers lightly against the car window. "It's -5 degrees. Even those with supernatural abilities would struggle to endure long in such conditions." Lin Weiwei leaned against the backseat window, her gaze fixated on the massive starfish that blanketed the surfaces of the buildings. Their tentacles writhed, emitting an eerie crunching sound as they gnawed. "Goodness, that sound is unbearable," Yang Xiaoxiang remarked, rubbing his arms as a chill raced up his spine, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Bai Qian stared intently at the thermometer, his frown deepening. This was the southernmost point, and yet the temperature had plummeted to -5 degrees. If this continued, the entire city would be frozen solid. Chun Imo tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "What if we investigate the low-lying junction? There are fewer marine creatures there, allowing us to proceed with caution." Before he could finish, Lin Weiwei suddenly began to excitedly tap the seat, pointing at the starfish outside. Though she struggled to articulate her thoughts, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, as if she had unearthed something of great significance. "Wait." Yang Xiaoxiang leaned closer to the window. "Do you see the color of those starfish? They seem darker than any we've encountered before." Bai Qian swiftly produced a detection device, exclaiming, "The radiation levels are 3 times higher than normal starfish. These creatures are evolving." "Then we cannot allow them to continue gnawing at the buildings," Lin Hongbo said gravely. "The headquarters was right. We must eliminate these starfish swiftly. Otherwise, should they spread into the city, the consequences would be catastrophic." Without hesitation, Bai Qian retrieved a miniature explosive and tossed it out of the sunroof. With a resounding boom, the vehicle shook. Following the explosion, a rich and savory aroma wafted into the car. Lin Weiwei's reaction was the most pronounced. Her eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness, nearly salivating. She eagerly tugged at Yang Xiaoxiang's sleeve, pointing at the starfish that had been blown off, her gaze brimming with desire. Yang Xiaoxiang swallowed hard at the enticing scent. "Chungu, how about Weiwei and I go out to collect some? After all, they need to be dealt with. Why not make the most of it?" Chun Imo, catching sight of the ravenous look on the little zombie's face in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but smile. "All right, you both go ahead. We will remain here on alert. Remember, return immediately at the first sign of danger." "I'll take the wheel," Lin Hongbo volunteered, seizing the steering wheel. "Chungu, your marksmanship is superior. It's more fitting for you to maintain watch." Yang Xiaoxiang and Lin Weiwei eagerly scrambled out of the vehicle. The biting cold wind whipped against their faces like knives. But they had long acclimated to the frigid environment of their altered forms. The icy seawater lapped at their calves, but it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. Class monitor, we're going to strike it rich today? Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, beginning to search for suitable spots to exploit on the surfaces of the buildings. Lin Weiwei responded cheerfully, affirming his excitement. She followed closely behind Yang Xiaoxiang, meticulously searching every nook and cranny like a treasure hunter. The duo worked in perfect harmony. Yang Xiaoxiang adeptly pried the sea stars from their perches, his movements clean and efficient, while Lin Weiwei opened spatial rifts to collect them. The enormous sea stars tumbling into her multifaceted magical cube. Bai Qian remained vigilant in the vehicle, the sporadic gunfire shattering the eerie silence. Bang! Bang! A few mutated seabirds attempting to launch a surprise attack fell in response, the splashes quickly freezing into icy shards in the biting wind. Chun Mo focused intently on eliminating the tiny marine parasites particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. Despite their diminutive size, these creatures were alarmingly numerous. An entanglement with them could lead to dire consequences. Prior to the apocalypse, sea stars were not considered a common delicacy. Yet the mutated sea stars emitted an irresistible aroma, stirring primal appetites within. These creatures can certainly eat, she mused, glancing at the uneven structures before her, frowning slightly, not even sparing the concrete. Yang Xiaoxiang crouched beside her, carefully prying open a charred sea star with a crowbar. The golden flesh exuded an enticing fragrance in the cold wind, causing him to swallow hard. The color was far more appealing than before. He recalled videos from before the end times, where the meat of sea stars was a deep, murky green. Nothing like the delectable hue resembling crab roe now before him. Lin Weiwei remained silent, her focus keenly attuned to the surroundings. The abandoned buildings bore the marks of sea stars gnawing, their once smooth walls now pockmarked, exposing the reinforcing steel within. If it were to rain, these structures might very well transform into a real-life water curtain cave. Be cautious, do not be careless. Chun Mo's voice crackled through the headset. The area was unsettlingly quiet. Bai Qian, aiming his sniper rifle, scanned the perimeter. Indeed, it shouldn't be this silent. Lin Weiwei nodded, gesturing to collect the sea stars scattered on the ground into her space. While she could create a temperature-regulated environment, it was prudent to reserve her powers for unforeseen circumstances in such a perilous setting. Class monitor, Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly whispered, "Look over there." Following his, she spotted a colossal shrimp nimbly leaping between the buildings, its size considerably larger than that of an adult human. With swift reflexes, Lin Weiwei summoned an enormous shovel to capture it, promptly storing it in her space. The fluidity of her actions suggested countless hours of practice. Lin Hongbao watched in astonishment. Realizing this was no mere extermination mission, it resembled a grand-scale coastal foraging expedition. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed the words. Continue the search. Lin Weiwei instructed softly, stay alert to your surroundings. As the sea stars were cleared away, the original condition of the buildings gradually revealed itself. However, the extent of the damage was more severe than anticipated, with nearly every wall riddled with varying depths of pits. The temperature dropped further. Bai Qian suddenly remarked, "We need to accelerate our pace." Lin Weiwei nodded, about to respond when she felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. She jerked her head up, noticing the sky had darkened ominously. "Be careful," Chun Mo and Bai Qian shouted in unison. Chapter 61. The mutated giant octopus, a robust tentacle sliced through the air, and Lin Weiwei instinctively rolled away, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the frigid weather hampered her reaction speed, and before she could regain her footing, another tentacle swept towards her. Damn it! Yang Xiaoxiang lunged forward to push her aside, tumbling awkwardly to safety himself. The monstrous form of the mutated octopus emerged from behind a building, its tentacles writhing like colossal serpents. Its size vastly exceeded that of an ordinary octopus, each tentacle as thick as a utility pole, adorned with a multitude of minute suckers that glimmered with a metallic sheen. "Retreat!" Lin Hongbao shouted. "This creature is far too dangerous." No sooner had his words left his lips than the mutated octopus unleashed a jet of ink. Lin Weiwei quickly activated her spatial shield, narrowly avoiding the corrosive ink that would have drenched her. The ink splashed onto the ground, instantly eroding the cement surface and creating a deep pit. "Move to higher ground," Chun Mo shouted while firing his weapon. "It's faster in the water." The mutated octopus flailed its tentacles in a frenzy, each strike capable of effortlessly penetrating structures. Debris and steel rebar flew in all directions, creating utter chaos. As Lin Weiwei retreated, she continuously summoned various obstacles to impede the octopus's advance. Yet its overwhelming strength rendered these barriers futile, obliterating them in an instant. What is it pursuing? Bai Qian suddenly inquired. Do we possess something it desires? A chill ran through Lin Weiwei as she recalled the marine products she had collected in her spatial pocket. Could that be the reason? But now was not the time for contemplation. The octopus's assaults grew increasingly frenzied, threatening to topple the entire block under its rampage. At last, the team reached a higher elevation, where the ground was dry and free of standing water. Now, Chun Imo leaped into action, summoning a thunderstorm that crashed down with ferocity. Blinding bolts of lightning illuminated the entire area, and amidst the deafening roar of thunder, the mutated octopus emitted a piercing howl. Yet it did not falter. The suckers on its tentacles glimmered with an eerie light, seemingly absorbing the energy of the lightning. Something is amiss. Bai Qian shouted. It is evolving. Lin Weiwei watched in dread as the octopus became increasingly feral, a chilling realization dawning upon her. This extermination mission would prove far more arduous than anticipated. The thunder roared once more, shaking the very earth beneath them. Standing at a distance on a high ground, Lin Weiwei felt the damp sea breeze tousling her hair. She focused intently on Chen Mo's struggle against the enormous mutated octopus, the charged air causing her skin to tingle. This was the harbinger of an impending storm, a sensation she was all too familiar with. The octopus's tentacles whipped through the air like giant whips, each swing generating towering waves. Its form towered 3 stories high, its blue-gray skin covered in fine scales that shimmered with an otherworldly glow beneath the ominous sky. Chun Imo moved swiftly around the octopus, each of his actions precise and deliberate, devoid of any unnecessary pauses. In this aquatic domain, his abilities consumed little energy, bolstered by the abundant moisture and unstable air currents that provided him with a distinct advantage. Come at me. Chun Imo swiftly rolled aside to evade the octopus's tentacles while simultaneously directing the currents of electricity in the sky. In an instant, several powerful bolts of lightning descended with a thunderous roar, striking the creature's vital points with precision. Amidst the dazzling electric light, the massive form of the octopus convulsed violently, emitting a deafening shriek. Its tentacles flailed wildly, creating enormous waves that crashed against the rocks with a resounding roar. Ecstatic, Chen Imo could not contain his exhilaration. Having finally unleashed his pent-up energy, Bai Qian stood at a safe distance, capturing the battle on camera while meticulously analyzing the scene. Brother Chun, your abilities have significantly improved since the last mission. Such a level of enhancement is unlikely to be solely due to environmental factors. It would be prudent to reassess your capabilities upon our return. Lin Weiwei observed the octopus's movements becoming sluggish, its tentacles losing their vigor, clearly reaching its limit. Quietly, she retrieved a long knife from her spatial storage, ready to advance and claim their spoils. Another series of lightning strikes ensued, and the mutated octopus finally collapsed, sending a spray of water soaring over 10 meters high. As the water settled, Lin Weiwei sprang into action, deftly slicing through the creature's skin and skillfully separating the valuable parts. The flesh here is quite good, she explained while cutting. It can be prepared as a delicious roasted octopus. Yang Xiaoxiang watched, astonished. Squad leader, you are incredibly professional. Lin Weiwei remained focused, examining the octopus's stomach. Inside, she found only remnants of fish and shellfish, with no signs of human remains, which relieved her. It's safe to consume, she stated briefly. As Chen Imo approached, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her covered in the octopus's blue blood. Our little zombie has transformed into a messy corpse. Just then, other combat teams arrived, astonished by the scene before them. The mutated octopus lay sprawled upon the beach, while Lin Weiwei expertly handled the enormous creature. Did the Lightning Squad really take down such a large octopus like this? Truly, they are an elite team. Conversations buzzed around them, but Lin Weiwei was undistracted, focused on extracting the blue 2-star core. The scent reminiscent of squid jerky wafted toward her, causing her to swallow involuntarily. Let us go, time to change clothes, Chen Imo said, lifting her by the collar as if she were a kitten. We still have a journey ahead. Lin Weiwei cast a reluctant glance back at the octopus but obediently followed. She knew a delectable seafood feast awaited her that evening. Bai Qian packed away the camera, scrutinizing the recorded footage. This mutated octopus has reached a medium 2-star level. Its presence in these waters is rather unusual. Let us not dwell on that. Chen Imo interrupted their thoughts. The priority now is to reach our destination swiftly. The weather in this area is unpredictable. We must find a safe shelter before the next storm arrives. Lin Weiwei had changed into a clean outfit and was meticulously portioning the processed octopus into storage bags. Her movements were swift yet exceedingly careful, fearing the loss of even a single good piece of meat. She glanced up at the overcast sky. A disquieting atmosphere permeating the air, with intermittent rumblings in the distance, the sounds of other teams eagerly rushing towards their respective tasks. Bai Qian set down his camera. Droplets of water still clinging to the lens. Weiwei, put away the octopus, he murmured, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Many have already laid eyes on it. Chen Imo frowned, his voice low. It would be best to divide it into our space cards before returning to the shelter, just in case. Lin Weiwei nodded. Instinctively drawing closer to Yang Xiaoxiang, she could feel the peculiar gazes directed at her, eyes harboring greed and desire. Chapter 62. Let's catch more seafood, hey. Don't worry. Yang Xiaoxiang grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Let's seize this opportunity to catch more seafood. Such a bountiful harvest could last us for years. As he spoke, he scooped Lin Weiwei up in excitement. Class monitor, I just spotted some gigantic mantis shrimp over there, big enough to ride. Let us hurry and catch a few. Upon hearing about the mantis shrimp, Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled with delight. Various delectable recipes involuntarily flooded her mind. Spicy, fragrant oil-braised shrimp. Crispy fried shrimp with pepper and salt, and sweet, tender poached shrimp, she could almost taste them. Focus on the road, Chen Imo chided, shooting him an irritated glare. Don't drop Lin Weiwei. When he glanced at her, a smile involuntarily crept to the corners of his mouth. Brother Chen, if you keep smiling like that, your face will split, Bai Qian teasingly remarked. What is it to you? Chen Imo retorted, his expression instantly turning serious. Though his ears betrayed him by turning a shade of red. Bai Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hongba, stifling their laughter to avoid further teasing. The sky above the city remained ominously dark, yet the receding tide allowed them to venture into more low-lying areas. The streets gradually revealed their original form, albeit drenched and littered with mud and sand washed in by the sea. The mingled scents of decaying aquatic plants and briny seawater made one involuntarily grimace. Yang Xiaoxiang led Lin Weiwei to a spot still holding puddles of water. Each armed with a small shovel, they squatted down to begin digging for clams. These clams seemed to be piled high, requiring no effort to find. Lin Weiwei's movements were nimble. Her small hands dug rapidly, filling half a bucket in no time. Bai Qian and Chen Imo stood guard nearby, their eyes constantly on the lookout for any disturbances. Lin Hongba had put away the vehicle and went to clear any potential zombies from the upper floors, with the cold weather slowing the zombies' movements. It was an opportune moment to deal with them. This area had little standing water, allowing Chen Imo to finally utilize his abilities without concern. His electrical current slithered like a silver serpent, and wherever it passed, mantis shrimp fell to the ground. Lin Weiwei, come and collect. Chen Imo would call out each time he incapacitated a group. The little zombie dashed over with exuberance, brandishing its claws to gather the mantis shrimp from the ground into its spatial realm. This efficiency surpassed that of following Yang Xiaoxiang in clam digging by leaps and bounds. Each time the task was completed, Lin Weiwei would linger beside Chen Imo, shadowing him wherever he ventured, much like a devoted little tail. Suddenly, a violent headache assailed her, and Lin Weiwei felt the multifaceted spatial cube in her consciousness spinning wildly. The once familiar space had abruptly expanded with numerous new faces, each marked with distinctive colors. This knowledge seemed instinctual: red at the front, orange at the back, yellow above, white below, blue to the left, and green to the right. With these 6 hues representing various abilities. Red embodied strangulation, white governed domains, blue controlled water, green facilitated planting, while the orange and yellow signified a unique space where time had frozen. This sudden transformation left Lin Weiwei somewhat flustered. Upon noticing a passing little crab, she instinctively triggered the red strangulation, resulting in a sudden explosion of the creature. In a panic, she hastily kicked sand over the remnants, anxiously glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed the incident. The complexity of this space was overwhelming. It would be wiser to study it when it was safe. Just as she teetered in uncertainty, Chen Mo's voice called out, Lin Weiwei, over here. She promptly ran towards him, splashing through the water. In moments like this, following Chen Mo was undeniably the safest choice. Chun Imo had just unearthed a white anomalous core, and upon seeing her approach, he immediately placed it into her hands. Scallops no longer produce pearls. They are all anomalous cores now. Take this. There are several one-star ones over here. He continued to pry open scallops, handing them to Lin Weiwei one after another. As Lin Hongbo and Bai Qian passed by, they also stuffed a few anomalous cores into her arms. The Lightning Squad had significantly enhanced their strength, easily handling one-star and two-star mutated creatures, and even managing three-star ones. No wonder all beings longed for upgrades. The sensation was exhilarating. Bai Qian flexed his wrists, exclaiming in wonder. His movements were noticeably lighter, with excitement shimmering in his gaze. Indeed, we can now effortlessly tackle those beneath 3 stars, Lin Hongbo remarked, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. However, they would still need to flee in the face of higher-level threats. Don't overthink it. Stay alert to your surroundings, Chun Imo advised, frowning. He sensed an unusual atmosphere that hinted at impending danger. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling scream echoed from afar, piercing the gloomy sky. Someone was in trouble. The distant cries grew closer, mingled with hurried footsteps and chaotic shouts. Stay alert. Chun Imo barked, electricity crackling at his fingertips, ready to confront any imminent peril. The members of the Lightning Squad exchanged knowing glances and swiftly rushed in a unified direction. The ruins were permeated with the briny scent of seawater, intermingled with the foul stench characteristic of mutated creatures, evoking nausea. Lin Weiwei stowed the anomalous cores into her spatial realm, nimbly keeping pace with her teammates. This period of adaptation had allowed her to fully acclimate to the combat rhythm of the Lightning Squad, no longer the defenseless little zombie in need of protection. She deftly navigated through the ruins, each step meticulously avoiding the viscous seawater that coated the ground. Over here, Chun Mo's voice resonated from ahead. He stood upon a slanted concrete slab, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lin Weiwei noticed the flicker of electricity coursing between his fingers, a sign that he was poised for action. Instinctively, she quickened her pace, her heartbeat quickening in tandem. Xiaoxiang, what is the situation? Bai Qian inquired while glancing up at the sky as he ran. Not good. Young Xiaoxiang's voice, laced with tension, echoed from above. There's a gigantic Australian dragon. It's larger than any mutated seafood I've ever encountered. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash interrupted his report. Boom. The buildings less than a kilometer away emitted a disconcerting cracking sound. The structures, already riddled with damage from mutated crabs and starfish, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Debris fell like rain, splashing into the water. It's not fighting alone, young Xiaoxiang continued. There are numerous small sea creatures around, seemingly under its command. Lin Hongbo furrowed his brow. This is abnormal. When have mutated creatures ever organized for battle? Doesn't it matter if it's normal or not, Bai Qian retorted, already setting up his sniper rifle. Saving lives comes first. Lin Weiwei spotted several unfamiliar figures fleeing in a panic, their movements betraying exhaustion and fear. Suddenly, a massive claw lunged from behind a building, aiming for one of them with lightning speed. Watch out, she instinctively shouted. Chun Imo reacted faster. A robust bolt of lightning striking at the claw. Amidst the blinding white light, the shrill scream of a mutated lobster pierced the air. I told you not to provoke it. This is clearly a 3-star beast, but they wouldn't listen. A team member, seemingly the leader, yelled in frustration after narrowly escaping. Lin Weiwei noticed several lifeless forms lying on the ground, her heart sinking. Disperse and surround. Chun Imo issued a succinct command. Bai Qian, find a vantage point. Wei Hu, cover the rear. Weiwei, deal with the small targets. The Lightning Squad sprang into action. Lin Weiwei focused on eliminating the repugnant sea creatures. Each time one of those slimy beings approached, she unhesitatingly dispatched them into her spatial vortex. However, as the battle wore on, she began to feel a twinge of discomfort. The frequent use of her spatial abilities started to sap her strength, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Chapter 63, Little Bamboo Weiwei, are you all right? Chun Imo asked, concern evident in his voice as he contended with the gigantic Australian dragon. She gritted her teeth and nodded. I'm fine. In reality, her vision had begun to blur. Yet, witnessing her teammates fighting valiantly, how could she show weakness at this moment? Suddenly, a foul wave of seawater engulfed her. Lin Weiwei barely managed to dodge, coughing violently as she struggled to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, a fist-sized sea snail spewed venom directly towards her face. Watch out. Bai Qian's sniper rifle discharged, obliterating the sea snail midair. Lin Weiwei wiped the water from her face and gestured a sign of gratitude towards the vantage point. As twilight descended, the sea gradually engulfed the streets. The cacophony of mutated lobsters' roars mingled with sporadic gunfire and the sounds of combat from those with extraordinary abilities. Reinforcements began to arrive in succession, with the teams of Hibiscus, Cheetah, and Dove joining the fray, and the tide of battle began to shift. Its shell is about to shatter. Yang Shaoxiang shouted from the air, "Brother Chen, fire again." Chen Mo inhaled deeply, summoning a surge of lightning around him. This time, he held nothing back. All his power coalesced into this lethal strike. Boom. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the night sky as if it were day. The mutated lobster let out a final wail before crashing to the ground, its massive form demolishing half of a building, sending waves soaring to a height of 3 stories. It's done. Yang Shaoxiang cheered as he descended, but his expression quickly shifted to concern. No, the sea seems to be rising faster. Lu Tang approached, her demeanor grave. The tide is coming. We must evacuate immediately. Chen Mo nodded. Wei Wei, gather the bodies. We need to leave at once. Lin Weiwei summoned her last vestiges of strength to collect the corpses of the mutated creatures into her spatial realm. She felt her consciousness fading. Yet she persevered to complete the task. Get in the vehicle. Lin Hongbao's car was already prepared. As Lin Weiwei climbed into the back seat, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Leaning against the car window, she watched the surging waters outside, feeling her stomach churn. Class monitor, have something to eat. Yang Shaoxiang offered a bottle of water and an energy bar. You look unwell. She managed a faint smile, but lacked the appetite. The cube in her spatial realm pulsed with warmth, as if trying to convey a message. Yet at that moment, she had neither the energy nor the will to ponder its significance. The convoy sped through the rising waters, heading toward the city shelter. Lin Weiwei, in a daze, reflected on their victory in battle, yet felt an unsettling disquiet. What did the commanding Australian dragon signify? Additionally, was the anomaly with the spatial cube a warning of some sort? These questions swirled in her mind until fatigue finally overwhelmed her consciousness. Half an hour later, the various teams arrived at the city shelter. Standing before the entrance, Lin Weiwei gazed at the earthy yellow walls, compared to the imposing stone walls of the city shelter. These seemed exceedingly rudimentary, evidently hastily constructed by earth elemental practitioners. The wall's surface was uneven, with visible cracks, as if it would collapse with the slightest push. The staff at the checkpoint, upon seeing their credentials, were immediately moved to tears. A young woman rushed forward, wearing an oversized uniform, her face a mix of exhaustion and warmth. Thank goodness, you finally arrived. Her voice trembled. I'm Xiao Zhu, responsible for receiving the lightning squad. Lin Weiwei noticed that Xiao Zhu's eyes flickered as she spoke, occasionally darting around, as if harboring an unspoken concern. As they passed through the gates, the scene before them left everyone in stunned silence. The densely packed encampment filled the vacant space within the city walls, where dilapidated tents overflowed with emaciated survivors. The narrow pathways between the tents were muddied, and the air was suffused with an unpleasant odor. A frail child emerged from one of the tents, his gaze vacant as he stared at them. His tattered clothing hung loosely on his thin frame, and his face bore evident stains. Witnessing this scene, Lin Weiwei felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Lin Weiwei began, her voice tinged with disbelief. Xiaozu offered a bitter smile as she explained. With over 20,000 people, there simply isn't enough space in the city center. The wealthy and powerful reside in the heart of the city, while ordinary folks are left to pitch tents here. Her voice was soft, as if she feared being overheard. What will happen to these people as winter approaches? Bai Qian asked, furrowing his brow. Xiaozhu lowered her head, offering no response. Lin Weiwei felt Chun Mo's hand suddenly tighten around her wrist. Turning to him, she noticed the sharpness in his gaze. He too sensed that something was amiss within this shelter. As they traversed the encampment, the scenery gradually transformed. The closer they drew to the city center, the more opulent the buildings became. The shops lining the streets blazed with light, their windows brimming with luxury goods. In stark contrast, the occasional sight of a homeless individual huddled in a corner caught their attention, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the stores. Bai Qian hesitated to voice his thoughts on the management of supplies. Indeed, Xiaozhu sighed. While there is no shortage of provisions within the shelter, the distribution. Her words trailed off, yet a significant glance at their surroundings spoke volumes. What was even more disconcerting was the absence of the headquarters declaration to spare no human being. Instead, they were met with commercial advertisements and the flickering neon signs of nightclubs. Upon arriving at the most luxurious hotel in the city center, the opulent lobby evoked a sense of nostalgia for the world that once was. The receptionist, a beautifully adorned young woman, greeted them with an elegant smile, offering to arrange individual rooms for each team member. That's unnecessary. A suite will suffice, Chen Mo replied coolly, his tone laced with evident resistance. Si Kongyi, standing nearby, wore a sardonic smile. What is this? Has the lightning squad grown accustomed to hardship? He deliberately raised his voice, adding, Or do you believe you are unworthy of such treatment? Lin Weiwei felt a twinge of unease as she watched them depart, reveling in their possession of the black gold room cards. Xiaolu discreetly slipped a note into Lin Weiwei's hand while leading them to their rooms, signaling for them to wait until they were alone to read it. Once in their room, Bai Qian meticulously examined the space, confirming the absence of surveillance devices before he began to read the note. After finishing, the group was filled with indignation. They conferred and resolved to return to the entrance of the shelter with the other teams. The biting cold wind swept through the entrance of the city shelter, where the encampment was bustling with activity. The worn tents trembled in the frigid gusts, and the snow between them had long been trampled into mud. The sub-zero temperatures forced the survivors to huddle closely for warmth, punctuated by the occasional sound of suppressed coughing. Chen Mo stood atop a height, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The black combat attire he donned was still dusted with the remnants of a long journey, and the gun at his waist glinted coldly in the biting wind. Something felt amiss. Lin Weiwei, clutching her signature pink chainsaw, murmured softly. The intelligence from headquarters indicated that the city center was densely populated and required our evacuation efforts, yet the city center is eerily deserted. Instead, the entrance to the shelter is overflowing with tents. Yang Shuang, the vice captain of the Furong squad, interjected, her slender fingers gently caressing the dagger at her waist. There is something wrong here. Chapter 64. Mayor Wu in the distance, a well-dressed entourage approached briskly. Leading them was a plump, middle-aged man, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, followed by a dozen or so sharply dressed aides. They certainly arrived in haste. Welcome, welcome. I am Wu Guoyang, the mayor of this city, the middle-aged man exclaimed, extending his hand with fervor. Esteemed guests from afar, we have prepared a splendid banquet for you. Is this your hospitality? Shan Mo coldly interrupted, his gaze sweeping towards the tent area. Please explain what is happening here. Mayor Wu's smile faltered momentarily, but swiftly returned to its prior state. Oh, this is merely a gathering of refugees from other regions. We are arranging accommodations for them. Nonsense. Jinping Squad Si Kongye suddenly interjected, stepping forward with his towering figure. I have already inquired. Most of these individuals are local residents. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Beads of sweat began to form on Mayor Wu's forehead as he instinctively took a step back, his aides displaying signs of wariness. I suggest you speak the truth, Chen Mo stated matter-of-factly. Otherwise, his sentence remained unfinished, but his hand rested firmly on the grip of his gun. The members of the Furong squad instinctively spread out, forming a surrounding circle. They were seasoned warriors, and the reactions of Wu and his entourage indicated that something was indeed amiss. What do you mean by this? Mayor Wu feigned calmness. I am the mayor appointed by headquarters. Do you dare, lie detector? Chen Mo suddenly declared. The simplicity of those two words caused Wu's complexion to pale dramatically. He abruptly turned to flee, but was instantaneously apprehended by the abilities of the Furong squad. Prison, hypnosis, illusion, the threefold powers intertwined, and Mayor Wu's mental defenses crumbled swiftly. I am a traitor. I have decided to sever ties with the organization. He screamed hysterically. Those people in the tents refused to cooperate with me. I drove them out of the shelter. The obedient ones in the city center are all my minions. Lin Weiwei tightened her grip on her pink chainsaw, her typically adorable appearance now appearing exceptionally menacing. This stark contrast sent shivers down the spines of the city's ability users present. Simultaneously, the plant-based ability users of the Furong squad unleashed their powers, and the entire hall was suddenly overtaken by vines and blossoms. The aides attempted to resist, but were ensnared tightly by the creeping tendrils. I plan to poison you tonight, turning you all into my bang. The sound of a gunshot abruptly silenced Mayor Wu's words. A gaping wound appeared on his forehead, and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. The scene fell into a profound silence. How could you possess such abilities in this city? A trembling voice broke the silence. Silence, Chen Mo commanded as he holstered his smoking firearm. A scoundrel who harbored intentions of poisoning others did not deserve to live. The memory reader from the Furong squad had completed her task, her complexion pale with disgust. This beast not only betrayed headquarters but also imprisoned numerous young girls. Before she could finish, the vines had already torn Mayor Wu's corpse into shreds. A collective gasp echoed in the room, and some even knelt in supplication. Who would dare to take on this mess? Chun Imo surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade. The requirements were simple. One must not have committed heinous acts and must possess the capability to manage the shelter. Si Kong scoffed, is it truly that hasty? Do you consider the lie detection and memory reading of the Farang squad hasty? Chun Imo retorted. In the silence, a man in his 30s stepped forward. Clad in ordinary work attire, his face etched with the marks of time. My name is Lin Liang, the former engineer of the shelter. If permitted, I would like to give it a try. After a series of rigorous examinations, Chun Imo finally nodded. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be the acting mayor. Your first task is to accommodate the survivors outside. Understood, Lin Liang responded solemnly. I already have a preliminary plan. The southern area of the shelter has many vacant rooms that require minimal tidying to be habitable. Additionally, the medical team and logistical support need to be reassigned. Chun Imo turned to gaze out at the tent area. Lin Weiwei retracted her chainsaw and softly inquired, Captain, where do we head next? Hold on. Chun Imo narrowed his eyes. We must first ascertain the situation here. Lin Liang suddenly interjected, what happened to the bodyguard who was always with Mayor Wu? That individual warrants attention. All right, I understand. Just ensure the shelter remains stable, Chun Imo replied, his tone steady. I'll handle the rest. If you perform well, there may be a chance for you to retain your position. However, should you dare to play tricks, you know the consequences. Chun Mo's tone turned grave, his eyes piercing. Lin Liang nodded repeatedly, his fingers trembling slightly as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. In this apocalypse, who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity to climb higher? The step Chun Imo offered was one he longed for. Soon, all of Mayor Wu's confidants were captured. Lin Weiwei observed the bound suspects, her chainsaw buzzing ominously. The metallic teeth glistened coldly in the sunlight. She felt it necessary to collaborate with Yang Xiaoxiang to create an atmosphere. Indeed, upon seeing the chainsaw, those individuals recoiled in fear, some collapsing onto the ground. You pampered lot, look at your pitiful state. Yang Xiaoxiang expressed disdain, kicking at the rubble on the ground. Headquarters will send someone to clean you up shortly, so behave. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. You too, stop playing around, Chun Imo called out helplessly. A hint of indulgence in his voice. Lin Weiwei hurried to catch up, thinking how adorable De Guzi looked when he was angry. Hong Bo and Bai Qian, along with the Farang squad, had rescued over 200 trapped girls from the upper floors. Lin Weiwei gazed at the terrified girls around her, her heart heavy with sorrow. Some were in tattered clothing, others bore scars on their faces, and many had hollow eyes, as if they had lost all hope. These beasts, Bai Qian ceded. His teeth clenched, appalled by the atrocities committed. Brother Chun, you were incredibly impressive. Yang Xiaoxiang chimed in, his eyes sparkling. You took out that mayor with a single shot. I barely registered it. Stealing a glance at Chun Imo, Lin Weiwei noticed his ears were slightly flushed. This big dog, shy in such a moment. She recalled the scene from earlier when Chun Imo raised his gun, exuding a fierce aura. All right, Chun Imo coughed, clearly trying to mask his embarrassment, and hurried to apprehend the bodyguard. This mess is going to cost extra. It won't be less than a few million points. Absolutely. Yang Xiaoxiang quickly agreed, his eyes darting. Didn't Brother Qin mention he would buy winter clothes for the class monitor? Lin Weiwei felt her face flush. You lot were eavesdropping on me. Chun Imo exclaimed, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance. How could we? Yang Xiaoxiang feigned innocence. You were just speaking too loudly. Besides, your gaze toward the class monitor is always different. Chun Imo raised his hand as if to strike, but Yang Xiaoxiang nimbly dodged, grinning. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way to the hospital, surrounded by shattered glass, crumbling walls, and dried bloodstains. Lin Weiwei tightened her grip on the chainsaw. The informant of the bodyguard had been so frightened that he had wet his pants, stammering that the man was inside the hospital. They did not pursue the bodyguard. Their allies were plentiful both inside and outside the shelter. The hospital loomed silently, resembling a vast great tomb. A putrid odor wafted from within, inducing nausea. Lin Weiwei frowned, noticing that Chun Imo had already led the charge inside. Be careful, Lin Hongba whispered. There may be zombies here. Sure enough, upon entering the lobby, they encountered several staggering zombies. Lin Weiwei raised her chainsaw and dispatched them with precision. Blood splattered against the white walls, creating a macabre masterpiece. Third floor, someone shouted. The bodyguard is on the third floor. The group quickly dispersed. Lin Weiwei followed Chun Imo up the stairs, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Those who had survived until now in this apocalypse were not to be trifled with. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing past Lin Weiwei's ear. Instinctively, she crouched down, witnessing Chen Mo charge forward. Stay low. Chen Mo's voice called out. This fellow had excellent marksmanship. Lin Weiwei pressed against the wall, listening to the gunfire outside. Her palms were clammy, not from fear, but from concern for Chen Mo. Suddenly, a figure darted around the corner, sprinting directly toward Lin Weiwei. She immediately activated the chainsaw, but the assailant was too swift. Just as calamity seemed imminent, a gunshot echoed, and the figure collapsed. Weiwei, Chen Mo rushed over, pulling her into his embrace. Are you all right? Lin Weiwei shook her head, feeling the rapid beating of her heart. As Lin Hongbo approached, he gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and sighed, noting how these individuals had become utterly inept after lingering here for too long. Devoid of even the most basic instincts of vigilance, Lin Weiwei glanced at the subdued bodyguard, and then at Chen Mo. Let's head back, Chen Mo said, tousling her hair. There are still many matters to attend to. The night was profound, yet the cacophony outside the city shelter persisted unrelentingly. The incessant gnawing sounds echoed from beyond the walls, accompanied by chilling rustling noises, as if countless creatures were attempting to breach this barricade. The elite lightning squad, being the most formidable, naturally bore the brunt of this vanguard mission, a decision made during the collective strategizing with other teams. Lin Weiwei tightened her grip on the chainsaw. To her, these unwelcome mutated marine creatures appeared as delectable delicacies. These fools are truly oblivious to their impending doom, she murmured, her fingers caressing the chainsaw's ignition switch. The night breeze danced through her hair, carrying the briny scent of the sea. A faint rustle of footsteps reached her ears, followed by Chen Mo's voice. Weiwei, don't lean too far forward. The strength of these mutated creatures is still uncertain. Turning to her captain, Lin Weiwei flashed a radiant smile. Fear not, for I am the strongest, she exclaimed, as the chainsaw roared to life, its thunderous sound igniting the battlefield into a frenzy. Bai Qian stood aloft, the crack of his sniper rifle serving as a precise metronome, each shot heralding the fall of a mutated sea cucumber. Its blue blood appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight. Spreading across the ground, Yang Xiaoxiang flitted across the battlefield, his throwing knives tracing silver arcs through the air. Each of his strikes was clean and efficient, the blade penetrating the vital points of the mutated creatures. These fellows are quite a handful, he lamented, deftly evading the tentacles of a mutated octopus. Meanwhile, Lin Hongbo dedicated himself to fortifying the walls, his hands pressed against the earthen barrier as a steady stream of otherworldly power flowed into it. The once pliable soil gradually hardened to iron under his influence. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet his expression remained resolute. Seizing the opportunity while her teammates drew fire, Lin Weiwei stealthily stuffed various seafood into her space. Her movements were swift and precise, akin to a diligent squirrel hoarding provisions for winter. These octopus tentacles are incredibly fresh. I can make spicy octopus when I return, she mused, mentally drafting her recipe as she collected. Jellyfish cannot be overlooked. Cold jellyfish salad is a perfect summer dish. Oh my, this conch is simply exquisite. Steamed or stir-fried, either would suffice. The other combat team members watched in awe. Is this truly the legendary Lightning Squad? They are astounding, remarked one. That little zombie girl is so cool. Just look at her wielding that chainsaw. She's simply magnificent. I believe I have fallen in love. Lin Weiwei, oblivious to the murmurs around her, was entirely focused on stocking her personal space. It was only when she suddenly felt the world spinning around her that she realized she might have become a bit too self-satisfied. Oh dear. She shook her increasingly heavy head, her body softening as she began to sway backward. A pair of warm, strong arms promptly caught her faltering form. Greedy again? Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of exasperation, but predominantly concern. Come, I'll carry you. Lin Weiwei nestled against Chen Mo's broad back, feeling as though she were floating in a daze. Captain, her voice was as fragile as a feather. Have I troubled you once more? Silly girl, Chen Mo replied softly. When have you not caused me trouble? Lin Weiwei buried her face in Chen Mo's shoulder, muttering, I just wanted to stock up on more ingredients. I know. Chen Mo's voice was astonishingly gentle, but remember, your safety is paramount above all else. The dawn had begun to break, heralding the end of a fierce battle. The ground outside the shelter was littered with the carcasses of numerous mutated creatures, their blue blood glimmering with an eerie sheen in the morning light. Yang Xiaoxiang lay on the ground, dramatically wailing, I'm dying. Someone carry me. My back is about to break. Bai Qian, stowing his sniper rifle, cast a cold glance at him. Call me Daddy, and I'll carry you. Daddy, my dear Daddy. Yang Xiaoxiang quickly changed his tune, looking at Bai Qian with pleading eyes. Hurry, carry me. Lin Hongbo leaned against the reinforced wall, ignoring the surrounding commotion. Ultimately, it was Chun Mo who could no longer bear to watch. Enough of this. Everyone get in the vehicle and rest. The off-road vehicle quickly became crowded with weary figures. Lin Weiwei nestled in the back, with Chen Mo seated beside her. Bai Qian and Yang Xiaoxiang squeezed in the middle, occasionally engaging in hushed arguments. Lin Hongbo reclined in the driver's seat, eyes closed in repose. Lin Weiwei leaned against the car window, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Her space was already brimming with an array of fresh seafood, trophies from her arduous battles, sufficient for them to indulge for quite some time. Chapter 66. The arrival of headquarters personnel, the vehicle soon filled with the sound of rhythmic breathing. Even the usually vigilant Bai Qian succumbed to slumber. Only Lin Weiwei stubbornly kept her eyes open, contemplating how to manage the seafood. Sleep, Chun Mo's gentle voice broke through. There will be tasks awaiting us upon our return. Only then did Lin Weiwei realize her eyelids were starting to wage war. She softly hummed an acknowledgement, resting her head on Chun Mo's shoulder. Chun Mo, she mumbled drowsily, when I wake, I shall prepare a grand seafood feast for you. Chun Mo smiled, but said nothing, merely patting her hand lightly. The personnel from headquarters arrived swiftly. The members of the lightning team were soundly asleep in the vehicle, entirely unaware of the line of people waiting outside. Inside, it was warm and tranquil, the only sounds the steady rise and fall of their breathing. Lin Weiwei lay on Chen Mo, her white hair cascading like a waterfall across his chest, both of them in a serene slumber. Lin Hongbo leaned against the driver's seat, snoring softly while occasionally murmuring in his dreams. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian were awkwardly squeezed into the middle row of seats, their positions amusingly contorted. Due to the presence of other teams on duty and the exhaustion of the past few days, they were all in a deep sleep. The morning sunlight streamed through the car windows, casting a hazy glow within the vehicle. Outside, a dozen uniformed personnel from headquarters stood in a neat line, their expressions serious as they awaited further instructions. My goodness! Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the headquarters personnel outside, nearly leaped from his seat in fright. He hurriedly patted his face to awaken himself. Fortunately, the glass of the SUV was tinted, or else their disheveled sleeping postures would surely have made headlines. Bai Qian, wake up quickly, Yang Xiaoxiang urged, shaking the person beside him with a hint of urgency. The headquarters people are here. Bai Qian, still groggy, fumbled for his glasses. An act that had become a habit even though they were no longer necessary. His movements were slow and graceful, seemingly unaffected by the outside world. Yang Xiaoxiang couldn't help but roll his eyes, a trace of exasperation flickering in his gaze. What do you need glasses for? Have you forgotten that after your powers awakened, you no longer need them? Bai Qian straightened his collar and replied nonchalantly, next time you get injured, let us see if I'll carry you. His tone carried a subtle hint of menace. Yang Xiaoxiang immediately shrank back, retreating slightly. Haven't I already called you Dad? You go deal with the headquarters folks. You know I'm not good at this. As he spoke, he instinctively huddled deeper into his seat. With a sigh, Bai Qian meticulously put on his glasses and adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, his demeanor remaining calm and unhurried, as if he were preparing for an important social engagement. Lin Weiwei stirred awake from the sound of their conversation, her eyelashes fluttering as consciousness gradually returned. Realizing she was snugly wrapped in a soft blanket, resting on Chun Mo's warm chest, she couldn't help but nuzzle closer, like a little kitten seeking warmth. Outside, the voices of Bai Qian and the headquarters personnel mingled with the faint scent of tobacco in the crisp morning air. Thanks to Miss Xiaozhu's timely report, we could handle this matter swiftly. Bai Qian's voice was gentle and courteous, laced with an almost imperceptible weariness. Yang Xiaoxiang stood nearby, nodding in agreement like an eager sprite. Yes, yes, yes. His expression was somewhat stiff, clearly not accustomed to such situations. The headquarters staff smiled, commending the Lightning team for their performance. You handled this very well, ensuring the safety of the public while maintaining the organization's image. Eliminating the target directly should pose no problem, correct? Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting in the morning light. Although it was somewhat against protocol, the staff lowered their voices, glancing around, considering that he too was in the same predicament. Bai Qian smiled as he casually pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and naturally offered them. The other party hesitated momentarily before ultimately accepting. The unspoken understanding between them appeared particularly subtle in the morning light. This Mr. Wu indeed possesses remarkable skills. A staff member remarked with a hint of regret in their tone, reflecting on how an ordinary individual could manipulate extraordinary beings with such ease. Such individuals are exceedingly perilous. Inside the car, Lin Weiwei listened to the conversation outside and suddenly felt Chun Mo's hand gently rest on her back. She looked up to meet his tender gaze, which seemed to be filled with stars. "Did you sleep well?" he inquired softly, his voice deep and gentle. Lin Weiwei nodded, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. At that moment, Bai Qian produced a tablet, the screen's glow illuminating his glasses. "Leader, take a look at this." The disgraceful antics of the Eagle Squad at the banquet were displayed one by one, their frivolous expressions while teasing the waitstaff, their arrogant postures while drunk and causing disturbances. All the shameful scenes vividly presented on the screen. These individuals have gone too far. The leader's expression gradually darkened to a shade of iron. His voice laced with suppressed fury. "We must impose strict discipline. Such behavior severely tarnishes our image." Bai Qian adjusted his glasses nonchalantly, asserting that they indeed required correction. "I have heard they frequently bully ordinary survivors," he stated calmly, each word piercing like an arrow. Yang Xiaoxiang, observing from the side, was left speechless, astonished that Bai Qian had prepared such a strategy in advance. He couldn't help but swallow hard, grateful to be on Bai Qian's side. Lin Hongbo, seated in the driver's seat, discreetly gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This is their Bai Qian, always delivering a decisive blow to the opponent at critical moments. Once the headquarters personnel were sent off, Bai Qian returned to the car, finding everyone awake and smiling at him. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating each face. "Old Bai, you are incredible," Lin Hongbo couldn't help but exclaim. "That move was brilliantly executed." "I thought you would be afraid of me," Bai Qian replied with a hint of resignation. Chinemo chuckled. "Do we not know your character? Only Xiaoxiang is a bit foolish." His hand continued to gently embrace Lin Weiwei, as if this was the only way to provide her with the utmost safety. Lin Weiwei watched their playful banter and couldn't help but smile. Yang Xiaoxiang returned to the car, gazing wistfully at Lin Weiwei, an expression of feigned grievance on his face. "Class monitor, look how they bully me." His voice carried a note of petulance. Bai Qian, engrossed in writing a report, paused momentarily at this remark. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Do you believe I would betray my own? Clearly, this is just bullying me." Before he could finish, the temperature in the car seemed to plummet. Yang Xiaoxiang shrank back, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice weakening. "I'm sorry, I was just joking." Bai Qian snorted coldly and returned to his report. The sound of paper and pen scratching filled the confined space with a stark clarity. Lin Hongbo silently started the car, preparing to head towards the welcoming mansion for some rest. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew somewhat delicate as Lin Weiwei nestled under a blanket, quietly seated on Chun Mo's lap. Her breath was soft, nearly imperceptible, yet Chen Mo could feel her warmth seeping through the blanket. "Do you truly enjoy clinging to me?" Chen Mo could not resist breaking the silence, gently brushing his fingers against her pale strands of hair. "Just moments ago, you were snuggling up to me. Are you a canine or a feline? Your hair has turned white again. Be careful not to frighten yourself to tears. Who was it that stealthily packed things last night?" Lin Weiwei slowly lifted her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of exasperation as she regarded him with an expression that suggested he was rather dim-witted. Softly uttering one word, "Annoying." Chapter 67, Chocolate Wow. Chun Mo exclaimed, his eyes widening dramatically as his voice rose an octave. "Did everyone hear that? Lin Weiwei actually finds me annoying. This is unprecedented." The people in the front row were preoccupied with their own affairs, indifferent to the spectacle. Lin Hongbo was focused on driving. Bai Qian was still engrossed in writing a report, while Yang Xiaoxiang huddled in a corner, quietly munching on snacks. Chen Mo, undeterred by the lack of response, continued to tease the little zombie in his lap. "If you find me bothersome, why are you still perched on my leg? From now on, I want to let you touch my ears. Let us see how you handle that." Lin Weiwei blinked, her long lashes fluttering, as if she were contemplating the fairness of this exchange. After a moment, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Chun Mo's neck, her touch gentle yet resolute. Chun Mo was taken aback by this sudden display, his face flushing a deep crimson, even his ears tinged with pink. Flustered, he pushed her gently aside, stammering, "Ahem, I was just joking. You sit there." Lin Weiwei chose not to pursue the matter further. retrieving her tablet from her bag to browse the forum. Before she began, she handed a pile of snacks to Yang Xiaoxiang, fearing he might disturb her while she was online. These treats were prepared specifically for him, knowing he was prone to hunger. "Ah, class monitor, you're the best," Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, touched, with his eyes glistening. Chen Mo could no longer bear to watch and turned to Yang Xiaoxiang, saying, "Think about it. When has Xiao Bai ever truly been angry with you? Since we met, I've never seen him genuinely upset." Bai Qian chuckled at this, the tip of his pen leaving a long mark on the paper. It dawned on Yang Xiaoxiang that he had been played once again, and he flared up. "All right. Today, we must settle this once and for all. Let us see who the true champion is." The atmosphere in the car grew lively with their playful banter. Lin Hongbo played an upbeat song, humming along to the rhythm. Lin Weiwei nestled in her corner, watching her teammates frolic, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Suddenly, a roadside advertisement illuminated, the glow of the neon lights spilling through the car window onto Lin Weiwei's face. In that moment, her smile captivated Chen Mo, leaving him momentarily spellbound, his heart skipping a beat. Lin Weiwei seemed to sense something, hastily composing herself. She often worried that her smile appeared unappealing, especially since her facial muscles had stiffened after becoming a zombie. Each time she inadvertently smiled, she instinctively averted her gaze from others. Chen Mo, regaining his composure, hurriedly turned to look out the window. The city, aglow with neon lights and bustling traffic, appeared tranquil and serene. Yet, the back of his ears burned with heat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The vehicle gradually entered the parking lot of the reception pavilion, and other combat teams returned in succession. Everyone appeared weary yet in good spirits. After all, although today's mission had been arduous, it bore significant rewards. The staff member, Xiaozhu, approached with a platter of food, her face radiating genuine joy. "Captain Chun. Hello everyone. This is a seafood feast specially prepared by the shelter. Please, feel free to express what you would like to eat." As she distributed the food, her excitement overflowed with words of gratitude, recounting the dark times the shelter had endured. When her emotions peaked, her eyes glistened with tears. "Thank you so much. We used to live in constant fear, but now we can finally be together with our families." Lin Weiwei listened quietly, her fingers subconsciously tightening around the blanket. Bai Qian had just finished the report and stretched lazily. Today was truly exhausting. Next time we encounter such a situation, we must be better prepared. Indeed. Yang Xiaoxiang immediately concurred. Lin Hongbo put away the car keys. "Enough of this dismal talk. Let us eat. After dinner, we still have a meeting to summarize today's operations." Everyone nodded in agreement and began to enjoy the rare seafood banquet. Watching them chat and laugh, Lin Weiwei felt a warm current surge within her. Even though she was now a zombie, she could still sense that warmth. Xiaozhu was so overwhelmed by the changes at the city shelter that words escaped her as she wiped away her tears, her voice trembling. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow on her face, and her tears sparkled under the sunlight. The tent area had been dismantled, and everyone had moved to the residential district. Xiaozhu wiped her tears with the back of her hand, striving to steady her breath. The new mayor had opened several supply warehouses and established numerous distribution points for relief materials. Taking a deep breath, her face beamed with undeniable joy as she shared that headquarters had sent many to assist, creating an unprecedented lively atmosphere at the shelter. You should have seen it. Everyone was beaming with smiles. Watching Xiaozhu's excitement filled Lin Weiwei's heart with warmth. Since the onset of the apocalypse, despair had loomed like a vast net over everyone. It had been a struggle to reach the shelter, only to discover that the suffering was far from over. But now, it was different. The shelter was well organized. The laughter of children echoed through the streets, and even the air was imbued with a sense of hope. "By the way," Xiaozhu said, pulling out several beautifully packaged chocolates from her pocket, "I bought these from the newly opened store. Please, try them." Lin Weiwei accepted the chocolate, the wrapper glistening warmly in the sunlight. Such small joys felt particularly precious in the apocalypse. Listening to Xiaozhu, Chen Mo's gaze softened considerably. The hardships of recent days had not been in vain. Witnessing the shelter regain its vitality made everything worthwhile. His eyes inadvertently swept over Lin Weiwei, noting how she carefully tucked the chocolate into her bag, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Xiaozhu had more work to attend to, and before leaving, insisted on giving them a few more chocolates. Watching her bustling figure, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but admire the strength of this girl. Remarkably, when she beheld Lin Weiwei's silvery hair, She uttered not a single superfluous word, instead offering silent support through her warm smile. The subsequent task proved far simpler than anticipated. The combat team exerted their utmost efforts to eradicate the mutated marine creatures, with the air thick with the briny scent of the sea, intermingled with the aroma of gunpowder. Those bothersome sea creatures were finally cleared away on the third day, restoring tranquility along the coastline. The behavioral patterns of these mutated beings were notably systematic. A researcher adjusted his glasses and gestured toward the data displayed on the computer screen, stating that, based on our analysis, this incursion may be linked to the typhoon. Provided the weather remains stable, we should not expect any large-scale invasions in the near future. Following the completion of the mission, the Cheetah and Dove teams encircled the Lightning team with the reverence one might reserve for idols. Under the sunlight, the young warriors' faces radiated with admiration. "Lin Gu, your turn-and-shoot was incredibly cool," exclaimed a young team member, enthusiastically waving his arms. "I want to join you on the next mission." Chen Gu just single-handedly dispatched 3 mutated octopuses. Absolutely amazing. Chen Dui is an eternal legend. That backslam was spectacular. Chapter 68. Returned Chen Mo, buoyed by their praises. Modestly deflected the compliments, yet his pride was unmistakable. Though his tail had not manifested, Lin Weiwei could almost envision a fluffy tail swaying behind him in triumph. She fixated her gaze on his back, eagerly awaiting the moment he would exuberantly reveal his tail. Bathed in sunlight, her white hair glimmered with a gentle halo, enhancing her ethereal presence. Yang Xiaoxiang leaned closer, curious about her fixation. "What are you looking at?" Lin Weiwei produced her tablet and typed for him to see, waiting for the tail. Yang Xiaoxiang blushed and quickly withdrew. He was not eager to have Chen Mo discover that he too anticipated the tail's appearance. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chen Mo turned to find Lin Weiwei still gazing at him and promptly tucked her under his arm, carrying her away. Lin Weiwei was hoisted along, resembling a small kitten grasped by the nape of her neck. "You keep staring. You ought to feel a bit ashamed," Chen Mo chided, though his eyes brimmed with affection. As she was carried along, Lin Weiwei felt a delightful warmth in her heart, although she was not allowed to touch or see. Being so close to him was quite pleasant. She discreetly glanced at Chen Mo's profile, marveling at his handsomeness. No matter the angle, he was a paragon of beauty. On the return journey, the outline of the city's shelter gradually came into focus. Everyone was astonished to observe that the walls had risen significantly higher and were more fortified. "What happened?" Yang Xiaoxiang exclaimed, bewildered. "We were only gone for a few days." Bai Qian's expression turned grave. "It is said that during our absence, the shelter faced an assault from mutated birds, prompting them to raise the defensive walls by several meters. These birds were misled in their migratory paths due to a geomagnetic storm," Chen Mo added, his brow furrowing. "It seems the repercussions of the apocalypse are far more profound than we had imagined." Lin Weiwei gazed at the towering walls, a flicker of unease stirring within her. Upon reaching the entrance of the shelter, the familiar sound of the broadcast echoed from the loudspeaker. Lin Weiwei reminisced about her initial trepidation upon arriving here. Now, she had become an integral part of this large family. Sun Chunjiang, upon seeing the seafood they had brought back, danced with joy, exclaiming, "You have all done remarkably well this time." He rubbed his hands together in excitement, noting that these samples held far greater research value than the previously encountered mutated toad. Chen Mo stifled a yawn, feeling utterly exhausted and eager to return to his slumber. The relentless battles over the past few days had left faint shadows beneath his eyes. Lin Weiwei trailed behind him like a devoted shadow, reluctant to part ways. She delighted in following this delightful canine companion, even as he appeared worn out. Sun Chunjiang noticed Lin Weiwei's silvery hair, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Viewer, your white hair is truly beautiful. It is as gentle as moonlight." Lin Weiwei shyly lowered her gaze, her heart swelling with joy. Her fingers unconsciously curled around a strand of her white hair, a soft smile gracing her lips. Sun Chunjiang intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Chen Mo's impatience. "It's getting late. We must hasten to the research center for an ability assessment." He rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness from fatigue. Lin Weiwei followed closely behind Chen Mo, her small head bobbing. The recent seafood feast had left her belly pleasantly round, causing her to sway slightly as she walked. She tugged gently at Chen Mo's clothing, wishing for him to slow his pace. "Be over. See you next time." Sun Chunjiang waved goodbye to Lin Weiwei, his face alight with a smile. She turned her head, her eyes crescent-shaped as she flashed him a sweet smile before dashing to catch up with Chen Mo's stride. The sound of her little shoes against the ground rang out like a cheerful melody. Oh my, in that fleeting moment, did she just give me a fleeting smile? Sun Chunjiang covered his face and twirled behind the service desk, brimming with childlike excitement. Why didn't Ti capture that moment? Such a charming sight, and I failed to immortalize it. Just as he wallowed in regret, a weary civilian team approached, dragging their feet. Sun Chunjiang immediately composed himself, reverting to a professional demeanor. Hello, how may I assist you? The members of the civilian team exchanged glances, taken aback by the lively demeanor of the shelter staff. The leader, a man, cleared his throat. We come from the city and wish to register here. Lin Weiwei, hearing the commotion behind her, couldn't help but glance back. The group appeared ragged, bearing unhealed wounds, and were driving a few dilapidated modified trucks. A young girl clutched a bloodstained backpack, her gaze vacant as she stared into the distance. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but ponder that had she not transformed into a zombie, she too might have found herself in such a disheveled state. What are you thinking about? Chen Mo noticed the little zombie lost in thought and scooped her up in his arms. You are quite fortunate. We encountered you during our rescue operations in the city. His voice carried a note of tenderness, as if comforting a frightened little creature. As it happens, quite a few individuals from our class have survived. Chen Mo murmured softly, his gaze somewhat distant. Do you remember our physical education representative, Song? He awakened his speed ability on the very first day of the apocalypse and can now run faster than lightning. Lin Weiwei blinked, encouraging him to continue. At that time, he was utterly exposed, quite the embarrassment. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He adamantly refuses to come to the city now for fear of encountering acquaintances. Each time they video chat, he blushes while recounting the incident. Lin Weiwei envisioned that scene and couldn't suppress her laughter. She remembered that Song was inherently shy, unable to make eye contact with girls even during casual conversations. Now, he must feel even more reluctant to face anyone. Then their SR class leader, Li Ming, who awakened a healing ability. Chen Mo continued, now part of the medical team in the city, tirelessly working day and night. The last time they spoke via video, he appeared to have lost considerable weight. Lin Weiwei listened quietly, nostalgia evident in her eyes. She recalled the myriad moments in the classroom, the laughter of her classmates still echoing in her ears. Upon arriving at the research center, Delu and Xiao Lu were engaged in an intense discussion. They halted immediately upon seeing their entrance. The white walls of the research center were adorned with various instruments, and complex data danced across the glowing screens. Well, our little darling has returned. Xiao Lu rushed over, attempting to embrace Lin Weiwei. Today, she was donned in a pink dress, radiating vivacity. Come home with me, will you? You are the cutest little zombie. Lin Weiwei retreated slightly behind Chen Mo. Although she cherished Xiao Lu, she still felt a tinge of fear. Chen Mo gently patted her back, reassuring her, don't be afraid. Xiao Lu is just overly enthusiastic. Delu pushed up her glasses, enough of the antics. Let us proceed with the examination. Today's data is crucial. She moved to the control panel, starting to calibrate the instruments. By the way, Xiao Lu suddenly recalled something. We just discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Lin Weiwei's brainwave frequency is entirely different from that of ordinary zombies, and what? Chen Mo furrowed his brow. And this frequency is gradually approaching that of normal humans. Delu interjected, this is a situation we have never encountered before. Perhaps she hesitated, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. The laboratory fell silent, save for the hum of the machines. Lin Weiwei sensed the shift in atmosphere, uncomfortably shifting in her seat. Chapter 69. The zombie comes to Sister S side. Let us begin the examination. Chen Mo broke the silence. We can discuss other matters later. Xiao Lu nodded and began preparing the necessary equipment for the examination. She softly reassured Lin Weiwei, don't be afraid. It will be over swiftly. Lin Weiwei watched the bustling individuals around her, suddenly enveloped in warmth. In this desolate world, she had encountered so many who cared for her. Though she was now a zombie, she recognized her fortune. She sat quietly in the examination chair, allowing the instruments to scan her. Chen Mo stood beside her, like an unwavering mountain. Once the examination concluded, Lin Weiwei languidly sat on the bench, awaiting Chen Mo, who had gone to retrieve the results. As an adorable little zombie, she exudes a uniquely alluring aura. This is not mere self-praise, but an undeniable truth. Each time she ventures outside, there are always individuals scheming to approach her, attempting to whisk her away. Just like now. Gigi, come over here, sister. Xiao Lu blinked her bright eyes, waving a translucent jelly in her hand. Chen Mo, quick on his feet, stepped forward and embraced Lin Weiwei tightly, his actions tinged with a hint of nervousness and his tone unmistakably possessive. Not a chance. She is mine. Greedy. Xiao Lu pouted, making a face while her white lab coat fluttered gracefully in the breeze, adding a touch of playfulness. Nearby, De Lu watched this scene. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she elegantly adjusted her collar and remarked, "By the way, I heard the Jinping team suffered quite a setback this time. They all have to face penalties, losing 1,000,000 points, writing a 3,000-word reflection, and facing 10 days of confinement. The harshest part is they even assigned a monitor to them." Recalling this matter, Chen Mo couldn't help but smirk at Bai Qian's handiwork. They deserve it. Who told them not to remember their lessons? Xiao Lu, undeterred, stealthily crept closer to Lin Weiwei while Chen Mo was speaking, the jelly in her hand glistening temptingly in the sunlight. Hey! Chen Mo immediately became alert, shielding the little zombie behind him and swiftly changing the subject. I came to ask you to check on her. After this transformation, her cognitive decline seems less severe than last time. Hearing this, De Lu became serious, pulling out a diagnostic report to meticulously examine Lin Weiwei's various indicators. Rest assured, she is quite healthy. De Lu concluded, her tone lightened, as her abilities enhance. The after effects will naturally diminish. This is a good sign. Xiao Lu. Chen Mo suddenly raised his voice. What are you sneaking into her? Caught red-handed, Xiao Lu remained unfazed, defiantly placing her hands on her hips. Humph. I'm just being kind. This is the latest developed anomalous nucleus dilution jelly, specially designed for picky eaters like you. Our little Ji is delightful, welcoming all. Lin Weiwei gazed down at the jelly in her paws, her eyes shimmering. In truth, she preferred to gnaw on the anomalous nucleus directly. The sensation was akin to chewing hard candy, and the rich fragrance was what truly captivated her. What other new products do you have? Chen Mo's interest piqued, his gaze fixating on Xiao Lu's pocket. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had been waiting for this moment. Mutated animal meat, luncheon meat, hot dogs, yogurt, cheese sticks. Shall I bring a whole box? Guaranteed fresh. 1 box of each to try, Chen Mo said without hesitation. Wait. Professor G's voice suddenly resonated as he strode over, looking exasperatedly at Xiao Lu. Stop messing around. These are all newly developed trial products. Weiwei can take them herself. Chen Mo instantly flared up. Lu Weima, you deceived me out of my points. Stay away from Lin Weiwei in the future. Xiao Lu stuck out her tongue and ran off, calling back as she fled. Our department is short on funds besides. You aren't lacking in points. That girl. Professor G shook his head with a chuckle, then turned his gaze towards Chen Mo. Just in time. Let us first assess the situation regarding your abilities. This should be straightforward, right? Chen Mo's face flushed suddenly, and he stammered. Well, it's, manageable. He recalled how a certain little zombie, due to the effects of the dilution solution, had a penchant for cuddling, and how he had always succumbed to weakness at such moments. Miwei, why don't you amuse yourself for a bit? Professor G said gently. Lin Miwei obediently nodded. To everyone around her, she was merely a speed-type metamorph, a classification that paradoxically made her feel secure. Don't wander off, Chen Mo cautioned anxiously. If anyone bullies you, just fight back. Professor G couldn't help but laugh. You're quite protective of her. How can I not be? She is timid, Chen Mo replied, his eyes filled with tenderness. Little sister, are you waiting for someone here by yourself? A gentle voice inquired. Lin Miwei looked up to see a tall man standing before her, clad in a beige sweater, with a pair of fluffy long ears atop his head, gently twitching. I'm Lu Mingda, a regular here, the friendly rabbit man introduced himself. You seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the research center? Lin Miwei opened her mouth to respond, but another voice interjected. Don't rush, take your time. A middle-aged man dressed in a floral shirt approached, his neck adorned with feathers that glistened like metal in the sunlight. I'm Sun Huanla, but everyone calls me Brother Chicken, he said with a cheerful smile. You seem to be here for an examination, right? Don't worry, the doctors here are very kind. Lin Miwei nodded gently, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. She hadn't anticipated encountering such amiable metamorphs in this cold research center. Rabbit Man and Brother Chicken settled beside her, enthusiastically discussing matters pertaining to the research center. Although Lin Miwei struggled to articulate complete sentences, she listened intently, occasionally nodding in response. Chen Mo is here, a sudden male voice echoed, bringing an immediate hush to the corridor. Rabbit Man jumped up from the bench in alarm, his fur bristling like a large pom-pom, his long ears pressed tightly against his head, body trembling slightly. Brother Cat was even more flustered, nearly tumbling from his seat, his feathers standing on end as he flapped his wings in a panicked flurry, emitting frantic clucking sounds. Lin Miwei observed this scene, a small smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She understood that metamorphs were highly sensitive to powerful abilities. Yet she couldn't help but find amusement in such moments. You too. Are you scaring the new patients again? Professor G emerged from the laboratory, adjusting his glasses with a hint of exasperation, dressed in a pristine white lab coat and holding a stack of documents. He couldn't suppress a laugh at the comical sight before him. Looming da, you ought to take fewer side gigs. At this rate, your voice will be hoarse. Professor G spoke gently, turning his gaze towards Brother Chicken and son Juanla. You two, refrain from bathing too often. Instead, consider dry cleaning. After all these years, you remain easily startled. The two aberrants lowered their heads, yet their eyes sparkled with gratitude. In this post-apocalyptic world, physicians willing to show such concern for them are exceedingly rare. By the way, Professor G continued, I have just received news that the approval for the Aberrant Community Hospital has been granted. After the new year, you will have a dedicated medical facility, eliminating the need for long travels. This announcement illuminated the faces of the two aberrants, akin to a sudden spark of light. Really? Brother Rabbit inquired excitedly. His long ears perked up. This is wonderful. Finally, we need not worry about being regarded with strange eyes at ordinary hospitals. Indeed, this is splendid news. Brother Chicken exclaimed joyfully, flapping his wings, relieved that future ailments would not frighten others. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Chinemo, clad in a black combat uniform, approached with steady strides. His presence was formidable, yet not aggressive. Upon seeing him, Lin Weiwei's eyes brightened. She wished to rise, but was gently pressed down by Chin Mo's hand on her shoulder. It's fine to remain seated, he said in a low, soothing tone, affectionately ruffling her hair. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Turning to the two aberrants, Chin Mo expressed a hint of remorse. I hope I did not startle you just now. Not at all. Brother Rabbit quickly waved his hand, his ears still slightly quivering. We are naturally timid. Please do not take offense. We were merely concerned about this young lady being here alone, Brother Chicken explained, his feathers gradually settling. Shinemo smiled. She is a new member of our Lightning Special Operations team. What? The two aberrants widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the quiet white-haired girl before them was the legendary zombie aberrant. Lin Weiwei felt a twinge of embarrassment and stepped back behind Shinemo. She was unaccustomed to being the center of attention, particularly when others recognized her identity, as the astonished yet reverent gazes often made her uncomfortable. Professor G timely broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Since we are gathered, why not conduct an ability assessment? There are few people around, making it an opportune moment for a thorough examination. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Before departing, he retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to Brother Rabbit and the other to Brother Chicken. Simultaneously, he transferred 1,000 points to each of them via communicator. Lin Weiwei, from her backpack, produced several bags of snacks and offered them to the two aberrants. Although she remained silent, her eyes conveyed a clear message of kindness and gratitude. Watching the two depart, Brother Chicken and Brother Rabbit were profoundly moved. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, such acts of kindness felt exceptionally precious. Wow, the boss is truly wonderful, Brother Chicken remarked, carefully stowing the snacks into his pocket. Indeed, Brother Rabbit replied, his fingers brushing against the cigarettes, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Now, I must perform splendidly at the New Year's Eve celebration. I shall sing the most beautiful song. After completing the ability assessment, Lin Weiwei stared blankly at the data in her hands. Her speed remained constant at 30, and while her stored energy had seen a slight increase, barely qualifying her as a second tier, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She pursed her lips, her brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Chin Mo inquired, leaning over to examine her report. Is the data unsatisfactory? Lin Weiwei shook her head and handed him the report. In truth, the usage of the cube space was manifold. If it was merely for storing supplies, the consumption of her powers was minimal. Previously, she had found it taxing solely because the marine creatures she had collected were rather large and took up considerable space. Don't overthink it. Take your time. Chin Mo reassured her, gently ruffling her hair and taking her hand as they walked back. Lin Weiwei allowed him to lead her, but her thoughts involuntarily drifted to the space. As a hoarding little zombie, she relished counting her collections. After a thorough scavenging, the canned goods she had previously gathered remained largely untouched, with various supplies piled high. Notably, during the last rescue mission in the commercial district, she had swept through several shopping streets, collecting outdoor gear, gold and silver jewelry, snacks, baby products, and even medicines and local specialties, leaving no stock from the snack shops unaccounted for. The items on the shelves were meticulously arranged in her space, resembling a small supermarket. She needn't worry about food spoiling or expiring, as the remarkable aspect of this space was its ability to preserve food in its original state. It was far superior to a refrigerator. The city granary's provisions remained untouched, with snacks filling several compartments. Occasionally, she would count the snacks, fully aware they could last her several lifetimes. Yet each inventory check brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The spoils from this trip to the city were astonishing. The colossal octopus alone had to be stored in the 4 companion space cards. The other seafood had all been exchanged for points, the sheer amount of which left her somewhat astounded. "What are you thinking about?" Chun Imo noticed her distraction and gently squeezed her hand. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality, just as she spotted a familiar figure sneaking into the neighborhood. The person was glancing around, clearly wishing to remain unnoticed. Before she could finish her thought, Chun Imo swiftly pulled her behind a nearby tree. "Shoo," he gestured for silence, curious to see what the individual was up to. The figure glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily making their way to a secluded corner, where a shadowy figure awaited. The two exchanged whispers while occasionally looking over their shoulders. Lin Weiwei frowned, sensing something was off. Just then, a commotion erupted from a distance. The once lush greenery filled with ornamental plants had inexplicably transformed into an array of mutated fruit trees, drawing a crowd of residents. "Seriously, every time we return from a mission, there is something new?" Chun Imo remarked, observing the towering fruit trees. Lin Weiwei's attention was immediately diverted. In the distance, several ability users were engaged in a heated argument beside a 10-meter-tall durian tree laden with oversized fruits. "Let us go take a look," Chun Imo urged, pulling her towards the source of the ruckus. Apart from the empowered individuals, there were a few aberrants present at the scene. One with hair standing upright like a hedgehog exuded an air of impatience. Another, entirely encased in armor-like scales reminiscent of a pangolin, was incessantly rubbing his hands. And a third, sporting prominent front teeth akin to a groundhog, huddled in a corner, ceaselessly nibbling on his nails. Their small leader, Brother Turtle, appeared perplexed as he attempted to mediate the situation. "This mutated durian is tasteless. What inconvenience does it pose for anyone?" The hedgehog-headed one bellowed. "The shelter has given their consent. If you have objections, take them to the leaders," retorted the pangolin aberrant. "We merely wish to understand why it is being planted here," interjected an empowered individual. "What if such a large durian falls? I've heard its aroma is 6 times stronger than an ordinary durian," another voice exclaimed. The cacophony of disputes rose and fell, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Lin Weiwei stood to the side, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the durian tree. She couldn't help but swallow, her mind already conjuring visions of the durian's flavor. When faced with issues, directly seek assistance from the community staff. "Hey, let us all keep it down. Let us discuss this properly." Chun Imo's voice suddenly cut through the noise. Upon hearing him, the crowd fell silent. "Hello, Team Chun. Brother Chun, we were just discussing." Chun Imo shook his head, stating, "Everyone has their preferences. Why impose on one another? If you encounter difficulties, consult the community's experts." The crowd dispersed awkwardly. Turning around, he noticed Lin Weiwei staring longingly at the durian tree, drooling. Chun Imo couldn't help but chuckle. "You must be craving it." He then turned to the pangolin aberrant. "Will this durian be for sale when the time comes?" "Of course, it will be sold," the pangolin aberrant replied eagerly. "But we must wait for it to ripen. It's still too early." Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled. "Could you save one for me?" "No problem," the pangolin aberrant grinned. "Since Team Chin's girlfriend wants it, I'll ensure you receive the largest and finest one." Lin Weiwei blinked, her gaze sweeping over the lush orchard before her. In the biting cold of December, while the outside world lay desolate, this place seemed enchanted, imbued with vibrant life. "This area is designated for apples. And over there is the pears section," Brother Turtle explained, gesturing as he spoke. "We have meticulously divided the fruit cultivation zones, prioritizing local residents." Following his direction, Lin Weiwei indeed observed neatly demarcated sections. Each area was marked with wooden stakes and ropes, organized to perfection. The air was perfumed with the delightful fragrances of various fruits, igniting one's appetite. Chapter 71. The most intriguing section was undoubtedly the durian area. Brother Turtle pointed to a particularly isolated zone in the distance, shaking his head in exasperation. "This has become a point of contention. Those who love it refuse to let it be moved, while those who dislike it avoid it like the plague." They were arguing about it this morning. What is that over there? Lin Weiwei inquired, pointing at a cluster of deep purple-black plants. Dragon fruit, Chun Imo interjected, his eyes widening in astonishment. It's remarkable that it can survive in this season. Lin Weiwei wandered through the orchard, her eyes feasting upon the breathtaking sights before her, towering corn stalks reaching 5 meters high. Cabbages so immense they required the embrace of 3 individuals, and grapevines sprawling over a dozen meters, entwined around their supports. These mutated plants, with their extraordinary dimensions, seemed to transport humanity back to a primordial era. All of this was derived from seeds brought back from the city. Lin Hongba's voice resonated from behind, exclaiming that the area resembled a botanical paradise, teeming with mutated flora. Kneeling down, Lin Weiwei gently caressed the leaves of a strawberry plant. The leaves were thick and smooth, emanating a delicate fragrance. She observed that the venation differed from that of ordinary strawberries, presenting a unique spiral pattern. Be careful, Chun Imo cautioned, swiftly grasping her hand, explaining that some mutated plants could secrete irritating substances. It was only then that she noticed the tips of her fingers had turned slightly red, prompting her to retract her hand hastily. Chun Imo produced an ointment from his pocket and meticulously applied it to her skin, his movements gentle and tender. Let us explore the greenhouses, proposed Brother Turtle, mentioning that they cultivated rare species there. As they traversed a bamboo grove, several massive greenhouse structures came into view. A thin layer of frost covered the glass, glistening in the sunlight. Pushing open the heavy protective door, they were greeted by warm, humid air. This is our experimental zone, Brother Turtle proudly announced, emphasizing that each variety was under strict monitoring. Lin Weiwei noticed detailed data sheets hanging on the wall, documenting temperature, humidity, growth cycles, and other critical metrics. In the corner, several precision instruments emitted a soft humming sound. These, she pointed to a row of purple plants, are mutated eggplants, Brother Turtle explained. The fruits can grow to 5 times the size of ordinary eggplants, and their nutritional value has increased several-fold. Listening to Brother Lightning's introduction felt akin to stepping into a wondrous realm of flora, where time slipped away unnoticed. Chun Imo glanced at the clock and remarked, "It's getting late, we should head back." He affectionately ruffled Lin Weiwei's white hair. Upon returning to the 19th floor, they encountered Lin Hongba emerging from Bai Qian's room, a stack of documents in hand, seemingly engaged in discussions of great significance. Back in her own room, Lin Weiwei stood before the mirror, examining her white hair. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to this distinctive hue. After a refreshing bath, she donned her cozy pajamas and settled on her beloved windowsill. Beginning to organize the items in her space, she meticulously categorized the various seeds collected that day, intent on observing their transformations. These seeds from the city might just yield delightful surprises. She attempted to extract water from her space, which was crystal clear and sweet, reminiscent of mountain spring water. After drinking, it not only quenched her thirst, but also alleviated her weariness. Outside the window, snow began to fall, delicate white flakes cascading gracefully and soon accumulating on the ground. Shouts of astonishment from the ability's users below filled the air as the mutated plants stood even more erect against the pristine white snow. A gigantic snow bunny frolicked in the snowy expanse, shaping the snow into perfectly round snowballs. This unexpectedly heartwarming scene brought a smile to Lin Weiwei's face. She recalled Chun Mo's fluffy tail, which she hadn't touched in quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Weiwei had dozed off on the bay window, scattering snacks all around. When she awoke again, she discovered a coat draped over her shoulders, while the sounds of card games echoed from the coffee table. 4 and 2. Call Daddy. Yang Shaoxiang's triumphant voice rang out. What are you so smug about? I still have a bomb. Came another voice, equally defiant. Lin Weiwei rubbed her eyes and saw Chun Imo, Yang Shaoxiang, and several teammates engaged in their game. Outside, the temperature had plummeted again, and a layer of frost adorned the glass. Awake? Chun Imo turned to her with a smile, welcoming her to the little ice age. Lin Weiwei tightened her coat and approached the coffee table. It's so cold outside, she shivered, pulling her neck in. Indeed, the temperature has dropped again, Yang Shaoxiang remarked as he played a card. I heard this cold wave is expected to last several days. Her gaze drifted towards the orchard, where the plants stood resilient, silently defying the harsh cold. Care to join the card game? Yang Shaoxiang beckoned her. Lin Weiwei shook her head. I'll go brew some hot tea. She walked into the kitchen, filled a pot with water, and set it to boil. The aroma of tea soon wafted through the air, dispelling some of the chill. She returned to the living room with the tea set, pouring a cup for each person. "Thank you," Chun Imo said, taking the cup, his fingertips brushing against her hand. Lin Weiwei felt her cheeks warm, quickly turning away to tidy up the scattered snacks. Outside, the snow fell heavily, enveloping the world in a silvery shroud. The heavy snowfall persisted for several days, and the temperature outside plummeted to -50 degrees. A thick layer of frost covered the glass, rendering the outside world indistinct. The first major cold wave after the apocalypse arrived unexpectedly. Just days ago, headquarters had issued a startling announcement. Humanity had officially entered a new century of the Little Ice Age. This news struck each person like a heavy stone, weighing on their hearts. The last Little Ice Age occurred during the late Ming Dynasty. Bai Qian's voice was somber. That catastrophe directly led to the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Famine, plague, and war followed in rapid succession. Lin Weiwei instinctively tucked her neck in. Even those with abilities dared not venture outside in such extreme weather. She could hear the wind howling outside, as if countless souls were lamenting. All outdoor activities had been suspended. Lin Hongbao set down the documents in his hand, massaging his aching temples. The three major shelters had ordered everyone to remain indoors as much as possible. Even patrols had become problematic. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoxiang burst into laughter, holding up his phone, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Have you seen the forum?" Some silly kid was dreaming of slacking off, only to find he had to continue classes in the classroom. And he cried miserably. The atmosphere in the room lightened with this little interlude. Lin Weiwei looked at the other members of the Lightning Squad. Even in the face of such adversity, they managed to maintain an optimistic demeanor. "Stop daydreaming." Chun Imo had somehow appeared beside her, gently patting her shoulder. "It's just a bit cold. Just wear a few more layers. Besides, you're our little corpse. What a little chill to you." Bai Qian suddenly revealed a knowing smile. "Hey, I have some monumental news to share with you. A certain country has sunk beneath the waves, and even satellites are unable to locate its position. It seems this cold wave may not be entirely detrimental for us." His words acted like a potent tonic, instantly revitalizing Lin Weiwei, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Bai Qian. Eagerly gesturing for more details, she appeared utterly captivated. Clearly, this tactic proved effective. Chun Imo couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Our little corpse finally shows a reaction, unlike just moments ago when she seemed as stiff as a wooden doll." Meanwhile, Lin Hongbao, fidgeting with a deck of cards, furrowed his brow and said, "The primary concern now is that we're trapped in the shelter. The temperature outside is too frigid for the vehicles to function, and we have no idea how long we must remain here. Don't dwell on it too much." Yang Xiaoxiang chimed in, peeking at Bai Qian's cards. Even second-tier ability users would find it perilous to venture outside. Staying in the shelter is actually safer. Besides, it's a rare opportunity to rest. Isn't that rather enjoyable? Suddenly, Lin Weiwei had an idea. "Let us cook together and stock up on supplies." "Great suggestion," Chun Imo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "We can prepare more food. Didn't you mention wanting to eat takoyaki last time? Now that we have time, we can make it together." Thus, the domestic life of the Lightning Squad commenced. Lin Hongbao, donning a pink apron, elicited laughter from everyone, while the others sat on the carpet peeling garlic and preparing vegetables. Soon, the clattering of pots and pans filled the air, as Lin Weiwei organized the ingredients. She observed the scene before her. The teammates, typically formidable on the battlefield, now radiated warmth and camaraderie like ordinary people, despite the biting cold outside. The atmosphere within was suffused with comfort. "Hey, Xiaoxiang, don't nibble on the raw garlic." Lin Hongbao brandished a spatula, feigning a strike. "I'm merely inspecting the quality of the ingredients." Yang Xiaoxiang dodged playfully while still stuffing his mouth. In a corner, Bai Qian sat sorting through documents, occasionally glancing at his lively teammates, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, shattering the tranquility of the room. Lin Weiwei looked up, her gaze traversing the living room just in time to see Chun Imo striding confidently toward the entrance. At the door stood two young women. One was the familiar Xiao Lu, clad in a beige turtleneck sweater that accentuated her fair complexion. The other was an unfamiliar face, appearing youthful, perhaps in her early 20s. Dressed in a light-colored uniform, her hair neatly tied in a ponytail. "Captain Chen, I apologize for the intrusion." The unfamiliar girl spoke softly, her voice tinged with evident nervousness. Lin Hongbao scratched his head, a hint of awkwardness surfacing in his smile. "Well, the shelter is sealed, and we were merely passing the time. So we stocked up on some food. Please, come in." Lin Weiwei noticed the unfamiliar girl's graceful entrance, her movements light and fluid, reminiscent of a feline's agility. Her gaze roamed the room, as if cautiously exploring this unfamiliar territory. "This is Lin Shuang, a mutant from the Snow Fox faction," Xiaolu introduced with a smile, casually patting Lin Shuang on the shoulder. "She has merely just begun her duties in our community," noticing that everyone's spirits have been rather low lately. The higher-ups suggested organizing a New Year's party to uplift the atmosphere. Lin Shuang nodded, her voice still soft. "Yes. My supervisor has tasked me with arranging the community's New Year celebration, and I hope that the mutants will participate in the performances. This is my first time undertaking such a responsibility." Lin Weiwei continued chopping vegetables while listening to their conversation. The kitchen was filled with the fragrant aromas of scallions, ginger, and garlic, mingling with the fresh scent of vegetables on the cutting board. She could sense the cautious tone in Lin Shuang's speech. "Oh, look at Xiaolu today. It seems she has taken some medicine. How generous she is." Chen Mo leaned against the wall, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "Wasn't she just trying to deceive my little zombie for points yesterday?" Xiaolu immediately widened her eyes, a look of indignation on her face. "Who deceived points? That was a fair trade, all right." As she spoke, her gaze shifted past Chen Mo, locking onto Lin Weiwei in the kitchen. "Baby, what are you doing? How could they let you cook?" she exclaimed, attempting to rush into the kitchen, but was swiftly stopped by Chen Mo. His seemingly casual motion effectively blocked the kitchen door. "Hey, don't act recklessly. Who gave you permission to hug our class leader? Do you have any say in this?" Xiaolu muttered discontentedly but still halted her steps. Lin Weiwei watched their playful banter and couldn't help but chuckle. She noticed Lin Shuang observing everything with a look of astonishment, evidently surprised by the notorious Lightning Squad's private demeanor. Yang Xiaoxiang stood up from the sofa, warmly inviting Lin Shuang. Come, have a seat. Feel free to ask any questions." Lin Shuang cautiously settled into the corner of the sofa. Retrieving a tablet from her bag, "I would like to understand the interactions between mutants and superhumans." Her voice dwindled, nearly fading into the air. "What is there to understand?" Lin Hongba said with a casual air. "It's just like ordinary people." However, Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment. "I heard that in the past. Let the past remain in the past," Yang Xiaoxiang interrupted gently. "Now we are all members of the same community. Mutual assistance is the right path." In the kitchen, Lin Weiwei poured the chopped carrots into a plate and began preparing the next ingredient. Listening to the conversation outside, a warm feeling surged within her. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, the barriers between people seemed to have diminished compared to before. By the way, Xiaolu suddenly recalled something. "I heard that recently there have been rumors of sightings of a new type of zombie." The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Lin Weiwei's hands paused, the knife making a crisp sound against the cutting board. "What new type of zombie?" Chen Mo frowned. "Is there any specific information?" Xiaolu shook her head. "I'm not sure about the details. Just heard that over in the west of the city, someone saw zombies behaving unusually. Unlike ordinary zombies who lack awareness." Instead, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Hongba interrupted. "Don't spread rumors. It's better to wait for official notifications regarding such matters." Lin Shuang shrank her neck slightly and whispered, "I have indeed heard similar rumors." Lin Weiwei set down the kitchen knife and turned to face the living room. She observed that Chen Mo's expression had grown serious, his brows furrowed tightly. This news was evidently not a good omen. "All right," Yang Xiaoxiang attempted to lighten the mood. "Let's discuss the evening party. What performances are we preparing?" Lin Shuang, feeling as if she had found a lifeline, eagerly opened her tablet. "I have some suggestions here." Lin Weiwei turned back to continue preparing dinner, but she sensed that the atmosphere in the room had shifted, no longer as relaxed as before. The rumors of the new type of zombie loomed like a dark cloud, silently enveloping the hearts of everyone present. "Were you classmates before?" Lin Shuang asked in surprise, her fox ears twitching involuntarily. This indeed explained the seamless cooperation between them. The living room was suffused with a faint aroma of coffee, as a few people gathered on the sofa, the atmosphere light and pleasant. Lin Weiwei stood at the kitchen doorway, listening to the conversation in the living room. Water droplets slid down her delicate fingers, leaving tiny traces on the tiled floor. She methodically dried her hands with a towel, her gaze thoughtfully resting on the individuals in the living room. "The pairing of aberrants and enhancers is indeed challenging," Xiaolu remarked, holding a coffee cup and letting out a gentle sigh. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the rim of the cup. "However, the headquarters is researching an awakening agent, which may assist aberrants in better controlling their emotions. Yet, this process may take a considerable amount of time." Bai Qian set down the materials in his hands. "So, our data holds no reference value for you?" His tone was calm, but there was an almost imperceptible hint of probing in his words. No, no, no. Lin Shuang quickly waved her hands, her tail slightly raised in nervousness. The cooperation among acquaintances is also crucial. This might provide us with a new perspective. Furthermore, your data is exceedingly valuable, particularly in the realm of emotional control. Lin Weiwei dried her hands and selected a few fresh fruits from the kitchen's fruit basket. She carefully arranged the washed loquats in pairs on a delicate blue and white porcelain plate, the water droplets glistening alluringly on the fruit's skin. Chapter 73. Plush control. As she entered the living room, she noticed Chen Imo leaning by the window, his gaze seemingly following her silhouette. Wow! Xiao Lu's exclamation shattered the brief silence, her eyes sparkling like a child who had discovered a treasure. Is this the awakening golden fruit? I heard it's exceptionally delicious. The city's specialty is quite hard to come by. She eagerly picked one up and peeled it. The golden flesh glimmered under the sunlight, and with the first bite, sweet juice burst in her mouth. Oh my, it's divine. The Lightning Squad truly enjoys great privileges. This flavor is far richer than ordinary loquats. Lin Weiwei observed Xiao Lu's exaggerated reaction, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Xiao Lu had given her many things yesterday, and today was the perfect opportunity to reciprocate. She nudged the fruit plate toward Lin Shuang, signaling her to have a taste. However, Lin Shuang seemed spellbound, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lin Weiwei's face. Beneath the sunlight, her snow-white skin appeared almost translucent, and her exquisite features seemed as if they had been meticulously sculpted by divine hands, rendering her beauty surreal. She felt her heart race unexpectedly. Amidst the emotional turbulence, her iconic fox ears and tail emerged uncontrollably. Lin Weiwei's attention was instantly captivated by the fluffy ears, her eyes sparkling like a child who had just discovered a new toy. Those ears, gently quivering with her breath, seemed to promise an irresistible tactile experience. Comrade Weiwei. Lin Shuang endeavored to maintain a steady tone, despite her tail's restless swaying. Do you have a performance in mind? Any instrument or dance will do. She attempted to divert the subject, concealing her discomfort. No, I won't participate, Lin Weiwei replied, shaking her head, yet her gaze remained fixated on the gracefully swaying tail. Her fingers curled slightly, seemingly struggling against the urge to reach out and touch. Xiao Lu stifled a giggle, her eyes gleaming with mischief. So? It turns out Shir is quite the fluff enthusiast. How adorable. Her gaze flitted between Lin Weiwei and Lin Shuang, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. In the kitchen, Chen Imo, preparing beverages, caught wind of their conversation and cleared his throat with a knowing cough. He approached the doorway, cradling a freshly brewed cup of coffee, just in time to see Lin Weiwei entranced by Lin Shuang's ears. His brow furrowed involuntarily, gripping the coffee cup a tad too tightly. Why does the atmosphere suddenly seem so sour? Yang Xiaoxiang quipped, casting a knowing glance at Chen Imo. Perhaps someone spilled the vinegar jar in the kitchen, Bai Qian remarked flatly, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Bai Qian. Yang Xiaoxiang. Chen Imo hissed through clenched teeth. Had there not been others present, he would have surely reprimanded these troublesome friends. He set down the coffee cup with a bit too much force, the porcelain clinking sharply against the glass table. Hearing Chen Mo's voice, Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality. She noticed the glowering expression on Deguzi's face and instantly understood. While the fox was undeniably adorable, the sight of Deguzi's jealousy stirred a sweet ripple in her heart. She thought to herself, perhaps I should wait for Deguzi to caress me. After all, that fluffy texture must surely feel better than that of a fox. Lin Shuang, in a daze, left the scene, her mind lingering on the exquisite visage of the white-haired Shir. She stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with the doorframe, and quickly steadied herself against the wall. Xiao Lu, smiling broadly, trailed behind, unable to resist poking Lin Shuang's back playfully. What is the matter? Are you captivated by Shir? And no. Lin Shuang hastily waved her hands, her cheeks flushing. I just think Shir is truly beautiful. Her voice dwindled to a soft murmur, almost inaudible. Who isn't? Xiao Lu replied with a knowing smile. This trip was certainly worth it. As they departed, Lin Weiwei made sure to gift each of them a generous bag of mutated golden fruits and mutated jade fruits, their plumpness and alluring fragrance evident. Lin Shuang cradled the fruit bag carefully, wary of any bumps or bruises. Shir personally escorted them to the door, when suddenly a cacophony erupted from the living room. Chen Imo, Bai Qian, and Yang Xiaoxiang were entangled in a scuffle, battling fiercely over the last piece of pastry. Enough already, Bai Qian complained while dodging blows. Aren't we too old for this? You were the one who made the first move, Yang Xiaoxiang retorted defiantly. Seizing the opportunity amidst their quarrel, Chun Imo stealthily stuffed the pastry into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a thieving hamster. Lin Hongba sat on the sofa nearby, engrossed in selecting vegetables, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. His slender fingers deftly pinched away the tough stems from the greens, his movements practiced and fluid. Lin Weiwei observed this scene, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. Who would have thought that these formidable warriors, so imposing when battling monsters, could display such childish antics in private? She quietly pulled out her tablet and captured several photographs, carefully stowing them away. These precious moments of everyday life deserved to be cherished forever. After bidding farewell to the guests, Lin Weiwei returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. A large stack of eggs and tomatoes lay on the counter. She intended to whip up a few simple dishes first. Soon, the rhythmic sound of chopping filled the kitchen, imbued with the essence of daily life. Before long, Chun Imo stealthily slipped into the kitchen. Leaning against the wall, he silently observed Lin Weiwei's busy figure. Sensing the gaze upon her, Lin Weiwei turned to him. "What's the matter?" Chun Imo glanced around to ensure no one else was watching, then cleared his throat. As he did, fluffy wolf ears and a tail subtly emerged. His face turned crimson, the tips of his ears flushed with a rosy hue. "You can touch them. Just don't keep staring at others' ears and tails," he muttered awkwardly, diverting his gaze. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled, and she immediately set aside her tasks to approach him. Her sudden movement startled Chun Imo, causing him to stumble back against the wall. "Don't be nervous." Lin Weiwei softly reassured him, reaching out to grasp his ears and gently kneading them. The soft texture was irresistible to her. "I'm touching you, not anyone else." A tingling sensation radiated from his ears throughout Chun Mo's body, causing his legs to weaken. He had to bend down, allowing Lin Weiwei to play with him, his earlobes turning a deep crimson. Her warm breath tickled his ear, quickening his heartbeat. Curiously, Lin Weiwei pinched his earlobe, her cool fingers eliciting an involuntary gasp from him. The sound was so intimate that even Lin Weiwei paused momentarily. All right. The ear-touching session is over." Chun Imo hastily straightened up, nearly fleeing the scene. His retreating figure appeared quite flustered, his tail instinctively tucked between his legs. Lin Weiwei savored the lingering sound of his breath, finding it oddly delightful. A flutter of excitement stirring within her. Shaking her head, she attempted to dismiss these thoughts and refocused on her cooking. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian, drawn by the scent, squeezed into the kitchen doorway, resembling two large dogs eagerly awaiting a treat. "Class monitor, your culinary skills are absolutely phenomenal." Yang Xiaoxiang took a deep breath, his face awash with ecstasy. Bai Qian, equally unwilling to be outdone, extolled. "The aroma of these ribs is simply so delightful that it makes one want to weep with joy." Even the usually taciturn Lin Hongba could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "The class monitor's culinary skills are indeed exceptional. May I have the privilege of enjoying these Coca-Cola chicken wings all to myself?" Yang Xiaoxiang and Bai Qian immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. "How could you even think that? We want to eat too." Just as the group was embroiled in their culinary dispute, the wristbands suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The cheerful atmosphere abruptly froze, and everyone immediately ceased their playful banter. Solemnly checking the notifications. Chapter 74. Raising a daughter. The mechanical parrot squawked. "Long time no see. Long time no see." Its jarring voice echoed throughout the establishment, prompting Lin Weiwei to instinctively cover her ears, a hint of disdain crossing her features. The mechanical parrot's voice remained as grating as ever, reminiscent of rusty gears grinding against one another. "After a week, your voice has only worsened," Yang Xiaoxiang teased with a grin, reaching out to pat the mechanical parrot's head, only for it to agilely evade his touch. The clown puppet at the front desk maintained its characteristic gentlemanly demeanor, gracefully removing its hat and bowing slightly. "Good afternoon, my friends," it greeted, its voice gentle and courteous, a stark contrast to that of the mechanical parrot. "Oh, so now we are friends?" Bai Qian's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to the counter. "Shouldn't friends offer a little discount?" No sooner had he spoken, the clown puppet froze in place. As if suddenly deprived of power, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. The puppet's personality strikingly resembled that of Yang Qianwei, both feigning death at the mere mention of discounts. Her gaze swept across the store, where an array of peculiar items was neatly arranged on the shelves, some emitting a faint glow while others buzzed softly. "Enough of this," Lin Hongba said, surveying the surroundings with a grave expression. The shop had indeed acquired numerous new items. It appeared the little ice age had arrived with great speed. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Weiwei noticed that the several large men beside her had suddenly vanished. Upon closer inspection, they had gathered around the dress section, pointing and discussing various skirts as earnestly as if they were studying an important document. Two female customers whispered to each other, covering their mouths in astonishment. "Oh my, is the Lightning Squad's taste so peculiar? How bizarre, but I like it." Their eyes sparkled with intrigue and gossip. Lin Hongbao's face flushed a deep crimson, even his ears turning red. "No, this is for our class monitor," he stammered, his flustered demeanor eliciting amusement. "No need to explain. We all understand." The two girls exchanged knowing smiles, leaving the store with their shopping bags, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Lin Weiwei observed this scene, noticing how these usually rough and tumble men were so attentive to her needs with such delicate care. "What about this one?" Chen Mo inquired, holding up a champagne-colored dress that shimmered softly. The exquisite lace trim of the hem seemed poised to dance with the breeze, each stitch imbued with craftsmanship. "Isn't it a bit too gaudy?" Bai Qian adjusted his glasses, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "The city has an abundance of plants, which in turn attracts numerous insects. Vibrant colors tend to invite pests." A hint of concern laced his tone. "Then let's save it for later." Yang Xiaoxiang and Chen Mo chimed in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Lin Weiwei stepped closer, eager to glimpse the price of the dress. Upon seeing the tag, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Starting at 600,000 points, that sum was enough to furnish an entire wardrobe in an ordinary store. Chen Mo immediately covered her eyes with his hand, saying, "Don't look at the price. We are not short of funds." His voice was gentle, yet tinged with affection. "Indeed, we would go to great lengths to provide for our daughter," Bai Qian stated earnestly. "Get lost. What do you think you're gaining?" Chen Mo shot him a glare, his expression conveying a sense of warning. Just then, a faint mechanical sound broke the commotion. Yang Qianyue emerged from backstage in a specially designed wheelchair, adorned with intricate mechanical devices. "Could you possibly quiet down for a moment?" he said with exasperation. "Shall I post a picture of you all on the forum? Finally willing to make an appearance, little brother?" Chen Mo teased, though his gaze lingered on Yang Qianyue's pallid complexion. Yang Qianyue retrieved several bracelets from a concealed compartment beside his wheelchair. "This is a token of gratitude, a warming bracelet that can mitigate the surrounding wind and snow." The beads on the bracelet glimmered with a warm glow, as if capable of dispelling the chill. Under the encouragement of the others, Lin Weiwei took the champagne-colored Lolita dress into the fitting room. When she emerged, the store fell into a hushed silence. Everyone stared at her. Even the mechanical parrot ceased its chatter. The dress perfectly accentuated her slender figure, and the layers of lace skirt swayed gently with her every step. Her silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and paired with the extravagant gown, she appeared almost ethereal. Chen Mo was entranced, his throat tightening as he momentarily lost the ability to speak. Attack speed increased by 15%. Yang Xiaoxiang suddenly exclaimed, breaking the stillness. "Wrap it up." Chen Mo finally regained his composure, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yang Qianyue, blushing, offered, "I'll give you an 88% discount." Such a generous offer was unprecedented in his shop. The mechanical parrot immediately squawked, "The sun is rising in the west. The sun is rising in the west." Lin Weiwei stood before the full-length mirror, admiring her reflection. The dress was exquisite, but what truly illuminated her beauty was the radiant smile of happiness gracing her face. After settling the payment, the group stepped out of the store, the cold wind swirling with delicate snowflakes rushing toward them. Lin Weiwei instinctively tightened her collar, her gaze casually drifting to the shop windows lining the street. A thin layer of frost coated the glass, rendering the displayed items hazy and enigmatic. Though the commercial street had lost its former splendor, it still maintained a semblance of order under the shelter's management. Yang Qianwei accompanied them to the entrance, suddenly pausing to gaze up at the falling snowflakes. "Tomorrow is New Year's Day," he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Chen Mo was preoccupied, busily shoving the dress into Lin Weiwei's arms, barely lifting his head as he replied, "Indeed." His movements were gentle, as if he feared wrinkling these hard-earned garments. Fortunately, the little class leader did not agree to perform. Yang Xiaoxiang handed another shopping bag to Lin Weiwei, his tone laced with a hint of relief. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be to be absent tomorrow. Lin Weiwei silently stowed away the two dresses into her space, glancing nervously at the large dog beside her. Had it not been for her insistence, this man would likely have squandered all his points on the dresses. She couldn't help but shake her head at the thought. What a terrifying man. Since you all plan to go out, why not assist me in gathering some materials? Yang Qianyue extracted a thick booklet from his backpack and presented it to Lin Weiwei. Although the city is currently overrun by mutated plants, it still harbors numerous precious resources. He opened the booklet and pointed to a yellowed image, explaining, for instance, this mutated cloud silk, once refined, can significantly enhance the protective qualities of clothing and will never stain with blood. His eyes sparkled as he continued. The new combat uniforms at headquarters utilize this material. Lin Weiwei took the booklet and examined it closely. It meticulously cataloged various peculiar materials, mutated cloud silk, mutated snow fluff, fibrous leaves, and even some oddly shaped stones. Each material was accompanied by detailed descriptions of its properties and collection methods. Stones can be useful too? Chinemo leaned in, his gaze fixed on an image of a glimmering stone. Yang Qianyue raised his chin, a proud smile gracing his face. Of course. Do you think properties just materialize out of thin air? I am an alchemist, not a sorcerer. Special materials are required for the refining process. He pointed to a page in the booklet, continuing his explanation. These stones, once mutated, possess unique attributes. I can refine them and transfer their properties to items. For example, this blue crystal enhances water resistance. The red one increases heat resistance. The group nodded in a half-understanding manner, grappling with the technical knowledge. Yang Qianyue noticed their confusion and shifted the topic. If you help me gather materials, I can compensate you with. He cast a significant glance at Chinemo. I know you need specific to create diluting potions. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up like stars suddenly ignited. I have a 4th-tier lightning, which should be very useful for Team Qin. Yang Qianyue added. I also have some earth and wind. However, D is quite elusive, though not entirely unattainable. This struck a chord. The lightning team had run out of potions and was in dire need of suitable. We'll do it, Lin Weiwei decisively declared, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. After all, with her space, gathering materials was no trouble at all, and she could exchange them for what could be better. With the little class leader's endorsement, they were on board. Chun Imo smiled in agreement, his gaze tenderly resting on Lin Weiwei. The next morning, the entrance of the shelter was bustling with activity, a scene of vibrant chaos. Each team was engaged in final preparations, with gleaming snowmobiles lined up neatly along the roadside. The oversized anti-slip tires crunched over the snow, while the sleek exteriors glimmered with a frosty sheen in the morning light. The specially designed anti-ice windows were crystal clear, and the built-in heating and discharging stones allowed these vehicles to better adapt to the frigid weather. The modifications were truly remarkable. Yang Xiaoxiang, filled with curiosity, circled the new vehicles, his hands continuously gliding over the various apparatuses on the chassis. Bai Qian couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship. These alterations were not only functional, but also aesthetically pleasing. Lin Weiwei expertly slipped into the back seat, swiftly retrieving a small blanket and a cushion. The winter morning sky was a leaden gray, with distant buildings appearing as vague silhouettes. She took out 4 oversized thermos cups from her space, filled with rich ginger tea, the steam wafting through the cabin. Here, drink it while it's hot. She handed the thermos to the 3 in the front, placing the last one gently beside Chun Imo, having rushed out that morning without breakfast. As Chun Imo accepted the thermos, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her hand. Lin Weiwei instinctively withdrew her hand, her ears subtly flushing with warmth. Lowering her gaze to arrange the blanket, she sought to mask her inner turmoil. Over the past few days at the shelter, the lightning team had not been idle. Although the spatial cards of Chun Imo and the others had limited capacity, Lin Weiwei's space was remarkably expansive. Stealing a glance at her space, she noticed the seeds in the green area had already broken ground, with tender shoots joyfully reaching upwards at 3 times the normal rate. This thought made her smile involuntarily. This space was indeed a divine gift, not only capable of storing abundant supplies, but also perfect for cultivation. She had planted various vegetables and medicinal herbs for future needs. The convoy slowly made its way towards the checkpoint. In the distance, a commotion arose as the cheetah team and the dove team, bundled in heavy military coats, hurried towards them. They resembled clumsy polar bears, wrapped so tightly that only their eyes were visible. Chingu, Lingu. They puffed breathlessly as they approached the vehicle, their exhaled breath crystallizing in the air. You go ahead, we'll catch up immediately. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle at their endearing appearance. The new teams were indeed fortunate, returning safely from each mission. She recalled the blizzard they had encountered last time. Had it not been for Chun Mo's timely detection of the anomaly, they might have perished in that icy wasteland. Chun Imo honked the horn in response, his gaze meeting Lin Weiwei's through the rearview mirror. These fools are lucky in their own way. But don't worry too much. We are here. Bai Qian was engrossed in studying the data on his tablet, his brow slightly furrowed. This time, we can only drive to the outskirts of the city. We'll have to proceed on foot from there. The terrain is too complex for vehicles to enter. Familiar faces filled the scene. Lin Hongba scrolled through the team roster, his finger gliding across the screen. The teams, Hibiscus, Cheetah, Dove, and Golden Eagle, were all seasoned squads. Lin Weiwei nestled in the back seat, gazing out the window towards the horizon. Welcome to the Survivor Safe Zone. The first security check has commenced. Beep. Everything is normal. The entire personnel at the Survivor base wishes you a pleasant journey and a happy new year, hoping for your safe return. The familiar electronic voice echoed, adding a warm blessing. Lin Weiwei gazed out at the inspection station, where the staff donned heavy protective gear, steadfastly maintaining their posts against the biting wind. TSK. The headquarters loves to implement these measures, Yang Xiaoxiang jested, likening it to airport security. At the final checkpoint, the attendant removed his goggles, his expression solemn. We salute you. Valiant warriors serving humanity. Your efforts are commendable. May your journey be smooth. As the convoy exited the shelter, the cold wind rushed in, causing the temperature inside the vehicle to plummet. Lin Weiwei wrapped herself into a ball. Her body is cold as iron, yet she relished this warm feeling. Through the window, she observed the trees lining the roadside, stripped bare, their branches adorned with icicles. She quietly retrieved her prepared breakfast. Here, eat while it's warm. You can't travel on an empty stomach. There were 4 large meat buns, a box of tea eggs, 2 generous servings of golden, crispy snacks, and fresh fruits and vegetables. The aroma instantly filled the entire cabin, causing the windows to fog up with a thin layer of mist. Thank you, class monitor. Bai Qian and Lin Hongba eagerly accepted the food, sharing some with Yang Xiaoxiang. The trio's voracious eating brought a smile to Lin Weiwei's face. Isn't life all about enjoying food and drink? Yang Xiaoxiang mused while munching, his mouth smeared with bun filling. With delicious food at hand, no hardship seemed too great. Could you stop being so foolish? Chun Mo chuckled helplessly, handing him a tissue. Wipe your mouth. We're adults now. Foolish? Who's the one chasing after the class monitor? Calling Lin Weiwei? Lin Weiwei all day? Yang Xiaoxiang retorted, his eyes glinting mischievously. And you don't want her to act cute? Clearly, you like her. Chun Mo's face flushed as he reached for Yang Xiaoxiang. You're finished. Bai Qian quickly covered Yang Xiaoxiang's mouth. Hey, a good-natured person is bound to suffer. Let us leave it at that. Lin Hongba joined in the teasing. Exactly. Some things are best left understood among us. Lin Weiwei watched their playful banter, her mouth full of takoyaki, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Such moments are truly wonderful. The vehicle continued its journey, and the scenery outside gradually turned desolate. Lin Weiwei noticed the occasional abandoned vehicles by the roadside, some with doors wide open, seemingly left behind in a hasty escape. Be careful, Chen Mo's voice turned serious. There is something unusual ahead. Everyone instantly became alert. Lin Weiwei set down her food, scrutinizing the surroundings. In the distance, a strange red light flickered ominously among the buildings, as if beckoning something. The energy fluctuations are quite strong, Bai Qian observed, peering at the detection device, his brow furrowed. It's even more potent than what we encountered in the district. Lin Hongba had already begun checking the equipment. It seems this time one to be easy. The convoy halted before an abandoned gas station. Strange noises emanated from the distant buildings, resembling metallic scraping sounds, mingled with the low growls of some creature. Prepare to disembark. Chun Mo turned to Lin Weiwei and instructed, you should remain in the vehicle and refrain from wandering about. Lin Weiwei nodded in understanding. I know, please be cautious. As she observed them meticulously inspecting their gear, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. She yearned to voice her concerns, yet ultimately swallowed her words. This was their duty. Her role was to support them from behind the scenes, awaiting their safe return. Chapter 76. A new mission. The headquarters dispatched a new assignment to investigate the survivor shelter in the city and locate several missing combat squads. The current situation in the city appeared dire. Bai Qian read the message with a grave demeanor, noting not only the entrapment by the colossal banyan tree, but also the onset of thick fog. Visibility was severely diminished, and communication was intermittent. Over 800 survivors were inside. Lin Hongba's expression was somber. It was imperative to ascertain the situation promptly. The earlier dispatched squads had lost contact, and the outlook was bleak. Yang Xiaoxiang clenched his fists. This mission is quite challenging, but we must proceed. Bai Qian spoke in a low tone. There are so many survivors waiting for our help. Chen Mo approached Lin Weiwei, his gaze serious. This mission carries significant risks. Stay close to us and do not act independently. He paused before adding, if danger arises, seek refuge behind me immediately. Lin Weiwei nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. She recognized the gravity of this mission and the inherent dangers involved. I will prepare the equipment, she declared, turning toward her room. As she walked away, Chen Mo hesitated, words lingering on his lips. He wished to suggest that she remain at the shelter until their return, yet ultimately restrained himself. He understood that Lin Weiwei would not acquiesce. And he also recognized the value of her skills to the team. Everyone, let us prepare, Lin Hongbo announced, rising from his seat. We will depart for the forge in 1 hour. The group dispersed, leaving behind the steaming dishes on the dining table, which would soon grow cold. Within her room, Lin Weiwei surveyed the neatly arranged equipment on her bed. Medical kits, weapons, rations, and communication devices all required thorough inspection. Once the Lightning Squad completed their preparations, they proceeded to the forge to collect their gear. Lin Weiwei stood at the entrance of the forge, observing the bustling combat squads. Her gaze fell upon those hurriedly preparing in the distance, her mind calculating the supplies necessary for the mission. Weiwei, what are you daydreaming about? Chen Mo's voice called from behind her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. It's quite chilly, don't linger outside. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality. Noticing Chen Mo had appeared beside her, concern evident in his eyes. He was clad in a thick black down jacket, accentuating his defined features. I was contemplating this mission. Lin Weiwei began, but was gently interrupted by Chen Mo. Do not overthink it, he said, ruffling her hair reassuringly. I am here. Let us go inside and collect our equipment. The forge was as warm as spring, the air filled with a faint scent of oil and metal. The familiar staff member, Sister Yang, greeted them with a cheerful smile, her ponytail giving her a particularly spirited appearance today. The Lightning Squad arrived just in time. Sister Yang blinked and remarked that the new cold-resistant gear had just arrived, making them the first to try it. She turned towards the storage rack and swiftly retrieved a set of pristine equipment. This was a new type of cold-weather attire, urgently crafted by headquarters, utilizing the latest nanomaterials, ensuring warmth even in sub-zero temperatures. Lin Weiwei accepted the cold-resistant suit, the fabric feeling surprisingly lightweight yet exuding a sense of durability. She instinctively ran her fingers over the surface of the garment, pondering the unique materials employed. In these, Sister Yang continued to introduce moisture-proof mats, tents, sleeping bags, all the latest models. Considering the harsh conditions of your destination, the insulation capabilities have been specially enhanced. Yang Xiaoxiang, while examining the gear, interjected, Sister Yang. I've heard the road conditions over there are quite poor. Indeed, Sister Yang sighed, her expression turning serious. The roads are blanketed with snow, making vehicular access impossible. You will have to rely on foot travel. Moreover, she lowered her voice. It is said that the mutated creatures in that area are particularly ferocious. Bai Qian furrowed his brow, inquiring, what are the specifics? I'm not entirely sure, Sister Yang shook her head. However, headquarters has provided an exceptionally ample supply of equipment. She gestured towards several large boxes in the corner, filled with outdoor cooking tools, warming food, and first aid supplies, everything one could possibly need. Lin Weiwei noticed that other combat teams were also receiving the same equipment, indicating that these items were standard for this mission. Her gaze swept around the room, noting the somber expressions on everyone's faces. Ah, I just remembered, Sister Yang suddenly exclaimed, the weapons need maintenance. They are all stored here. I will bring them along with the modified vehicle shortly. As the Lightning Squad members retrieved their weapons, Sister Yang gasped, heavens, what have they been through? Lin Weiwei's chainsaw had a curled edge, Bai Qian's sniper rifle was marred with scratches, and Yang Xiaoxiang's weapon was battered and bruised. Even Chen Mo, who typically took great care of his arms, revealed a slightly damaged sidearm. Well, you know, Yang Xiaoxiang scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. The mutated creatures we've encountered recently have been particularly troublesome. I see, Sister Yang quickly masked her shock. I will get these repaired immediately and ensure they are as good as new. With that, she hurried off, cradling a basket brimming with weapons. Come, let's distribute these supplies. Chen Mo began organizing. One portion for each person. I'll handle Weiwei's spatial card. Lin Weiwei obediently extended her hand, watching as Chen Mo earnestly installed the spatial card for her. As he bowed his head, his long eyelashes cast a shadow upon his face, making him particularly charming in his concentration. Unable to resist, she reached out and affectionately ruffled his hair. Are you still going to touch me even without transforming? Chun Mo complained, though he did not shy away, stating that one must take responsibility for such advantages. Nearby staff members couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that Captain Chun could be so gentle? Chun Mo's ears turned slightly red, and he cleared his throat. All right, it's done. Lin Weiwei curiously examined the new spatial card. The vast white expanse was different from her previous one, yet it proved quite practical. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted. The newcomers from the Cheetah Squad and the Dove Squad bounded over, their exuberance undiminished despite their bundled appearance. Brother Chen, Brother Lin, they greeted enthusiastically. Upon seeing Lin Weiwei, their excitement surged. Hello, Class Monitor. Do not call me Class Monitor. Yang Xiaoxiang interjected, springing forth like a protective hen. That title belongs exclusively to our class. It was only then that the newcomers realized their faux pas, their faces flushing as they hurriedly apologized. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but smile at their flustered demeanor. Lin Hongba chuckled, attempting to defuse the situation. All right, go collect your gear. Let us not waste any more time. As they watched the newcomers scurry away, Yang Xiaoxiang muttered, the class monitor is ours. Bai Qian shot him a look of exasperation. Immature. All right. Chen Mo clapped his hands. It's time for us to prepare for departure. Lin Weiwei nodded and followed her teammates out. As they passed by the window, she noticed the snow was falling heavier. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease washed over her. Just then, the alarm blared abruptly. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. The urgent voice echoed through the intercom. A large-scale swarm of mutated creatures has been detected from the city direction. All combat teams, please assemble immediately. Repeat. A large-scale swarm of mutated creatures has been detected from the city direction. All combat teams, please assemble immediately. The entire casting department fell silent. The gravity of the situation etched on everyone's faces. Chun Mo took a deep breath. This mission is going to be far more challenging than we anticipated. Lin Weiwei tightened her grip on the spatial card in her hand, sensing that an unprecedented challenge awaited them. The wind and snow outside intensified, the howling wind seemingly mingling with faint beastly roars. The group decided to make one last visit to Yang Chenyue's alchemy shop before setting out. They arrived at the shop. Laughter and chatter filling the air as they pushed open the heavy oak door, warm air enveloping them. The shop was infused with a subtle herbal aroma, intermingled with hints of metal and wood, providing an inexplicable sense of comfort. Today was unusually quiet, devoid of the usual long lines of customers. With only two girls leisurely selecting their items,